This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. When Lu Jinggu regained consciousness, he almost fainted from the pain again. It seemed that what he inhaled into his lungs was not air, but some kind of corrosive gas. After eroding the lungs, it spread to the whole body, and the tendons and veins were melting inch by inch. Didn't he die while digging a ruin and encountering a landslide while saving people? A large amount of memories rushed into her mind. Her eyelashes trembled, and it took a while to digest these memories. It is now the 488th year of the interstellar calendar. This body is also called Lu Jinggu. She was born in a middle-class noble family. Because her mental strength is below average, she has always been regarded as a shame by the family. If it weren't for a mother who loved her very much and struggled to deal with it, I'm afraid she would have been treated as a plaything and sent to other families, becoming one of the stepping stones for the Lu family to climb up. According to the tradition of the big family, 16-year-old members of the family who are not candidates for inheritance can get a planet as a gift. The mother took great efforts to make the Lu family follow the rules. This planet numbered 7133 was once a large energy mine planet. But as the minerals were mined, the interstellar pollution became more and more serious, and it was no longer suitable for survival. It was sent to the original body by the Lu family. Lu Jinggu couldn't help but sneer. The Lu family was not giving gifts at all, but clearly expected to lose their lives in shame. The original body really didn't survive. But somehow, she who should have died in the landslide appeared in this body. But this does not mean that she has ushered in a new life. If she doesn't think of a way, she will be tortured to death by toxins as soon as she comes here. Lu Jinggu panted hard and thought quickly about how to save herself. The Taoyuan system has been bound, and the host is detected to be in a dying state. It is recommended to start the construction of Taoyuan immediately. Yes or no? She was no longer able to think, and chose yes as a last resort. The next second, a huge tree that blocked out the sun and the sky appeared out of thin air, and a clear spring gushed out from under the tree, quickly submerging Lu Jinggu's body. A gentle force washed over the body, soothing the pain of corrosion. Ah, it's so comfortable, she sighed, and finally had the mood to study this Taoyuan system. At first glance, she realized how lucky she was. This was a golden finger built with mental power. Within the range of Taoyuan, it could purify interstellar pollution and become a suitable place for survival. In her understanding, it was a bit like the simulation business games such as XX City that she liked to play. Just as she was about to study it further, boom, a violent explosion came from the distant sky above her head. What came into view was a magnificent picture like fireworks. And a term emerged in Lu Jinggu's mind, particle storm. Similar to the disaster of typhoons on Earth. But it is more concealed and more harmful before the outbreak. I don't know if any unlucky person was involved in it. This thought flashed through her mind and was quickly abandoned by her. Even if there was, she could do nothing about it. Boom! Bang! The ground shook violently, and the dust raised by the impact covered the entire area. Cough, cough, cough. What the hell? Lu Jinggu was caught off guard and inhaled a large mouthful of ash, almost coughing out her lungs. Fortunately, Taoyuan seemed to have a strong filtering effect on dust, and her vision became clear again after a while. Just outside the crown of the giant tree, a small escape pod that was half inserted into the ground was still smoking. Isn't it such a coincidence? Looking at the particle storm that had not completely dissipated, Lu Jinggu was speechless. Being unable to help is one thing, but now that the person has fallen in front of her, her conscience makes her unable to sit idly by. She approached carefully, and with her original body's shallow understanding of the escape pod, she finally found the forced opening button near the hatch. Swish, a large amount of white smoke came out, and there was a faint figure in it. She groped and grabbed the other person's arm, and it took a lot of effort to drag the person out. The moment he saw the other person's face clearly, Lu Jinggu's eyes flashed with strong surprise. This is really a life-threatening face. Even though he was a little embarrassed at the moment, his eyes were tightly closed, but his face was as beautiful as a jade. His nose was like a hanging gallbladder, and his thin lips were red without any makeup, still exuding a strong attraction. The most eye-catching thing was the shiny, satin-like black hair. This charming man frowned, as if he was also in great pain in his coma. Lu Jinggu was helpless, and the only thing he could do was to drag the man into Taoyuan. Brother, It's not that I don't want to save you, but the conditions are really limited. I can only hope that the purification effect can help you. Next, it depends on his own luck. Lu Jinggu sat next to him and began to study the Taoyuan system again. Taoyuan has 3 major types of buildings, basic buildings, such as houses, wells, etc., which meet basic living needs and can be built by consuming mental power. Functional buildings, including farmland, shops, warehouses, etc., not only consume mental energy, but also deduct different points of feng shui value. Ornamental buildings, such as various flowers and trees, and decorations are all included, and their only function is to improve the feng shui value. She was a simulation business game enthusiast in her previous life, and she quickly realized that feng shui value is very important. From the description, the upgrade of Taoyuan is probably related to this. However, these buildings can only be used after they are materialized by mental power, and the original body is a useless person with mental power below the average level. Lu Jinggu, as expected, when God opens a door, he will close all the windows. With her mental power, there are very few buildings to choose from. After careful consideration, she finally chose to build a residential building. She can't leave star 7133 for the time being, and she can't sleep in the open air. The 2-entry courtyard with a full of ancient style rose from the ground. Lu Jinggu felt that something in her brain was rapidly drained, and a strong sense of fatigue surged up. She only had time to send the man to the bed in the guest room. When she wanted to go to the main room to rest, she couldn't support herself. With a click, she fell on the man's chest and fell asleep directly. 2 stars rose from the horizon one after another, and planet 7133 welcomed a new day. Gu Duo opened his eyes slowly with his crow-like eyelashes trembling slightly. What came into his eyes was the wooden ceiling. Doubt flashed in his eyes. He had been ambushed before, and was forced to enter the escape pod, turned on the stealth function and escaped. And then? He had no memory. He felt uncomfortable with a heavy object pressing on his chest, and he subconsciously pushed it. A soft and confused voice sounded, which startled him, and he lowered his eyes to look. Lu Jinggu woke up in a daze, and met a pair of calm and sharp eyes, which made her wake up instantly. "You're awake." She was very embarrassed to use him as a pillow for a whole night, and hurriedly propped up her body to get away from him. But she didn't expect that the sequelae of mental exhaustion were still there, and her hands and feet were sore and weak, and she fell back again. Gu Duo was already injured, and after being hit so hard, she couldn't help but groan. A trace of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of her mouth, and she said in a deep voice, "You are so heavy." Lu Jinggu, who is so skinny. I suddenly regret saving people. The next second, the world suddenly spun around, and her shoulder was in great pain. Her arms were tied behind her back, and she was pressed face down on the bed. Gu Duo said coldly, "Tell me, who sent you here?" Chapter 2 Trust Confrontation. Lu Jinggu struggled subconsciously and shouted angrily, "Is this how you treat your savior?" "Uh-huh." A ruthless sneer escaped from the corner of his mouth, and Gu Duo increased his strength. Star 7133 has long been a waste star. If no one arranges it, how can you survive here with your mere F-level mental power? This made her extract an interstellar common sense from her original memory. Mental power is a symbol of strength and weakness. The worst is F, and the strongest known is SSS. And being able to easily detect the mental power level of others proves that this man's mental power is at least A+. This means that if the other party wants to kill her, he doesn't even need to do it. As long as he forcibly invades the brain with mental power, she will be completely brain dead in a few seconds. Thinking of this, she dared not struggle with brute force anymore, softened her tone, and quickly explained, "My name is Lu Jinggu, born in the Lu family of star 584. This planet is the property of the Lu family. You can connect to the star network to verify what I said is true." Gu Duo frowned slightly. All the information about the developed planets was in his mind, so he immediately knew that this was the truth. The Lu family, a second or third-rate family. The only thing they can show off is that most of the members are good builders, but they are still not in his eyes. So he couldn't be sure whether there was a person named Lu Jinggu. But he still relaxed his suppression slightly and asked coldly, 5 years ago, the Lu family reported that this planet was abandoned and passed. Since you are a member of the Lu family, why are you here?" She tilted her head, her thin face covered with dry grass-like hair. and her eyes were faintly bitter and helpless. She said softly, "Since you know that my mental power is only F, you should be able to guess why the Lu family threw me here." Gu Duo paused. According to the provisions of the interstellar law, people with mental power below level E must go to extremely remote and dangerous planets as coolies after adulthood. And those families that claim to be nobles, if they have a coolie, it is extremely shameful. Therefore, for the sake of face, they usually secretly execute such members of the clan. He suddenly remembered something and asked in a deep voice, "Who is your mother?" Lu Nianjun. When she mentioned this name, a feeling of nostalgia that did not belong to her came to her mind, and many scenes of her original body getting along with her mother flashed through her mind. This is really a great mother. The only warm memory of her original body in the cold Lu family. This also aroused Lu Jinggu's sadness. In the original world, the news of her death must have been reported back to the base. The old man must have sent the young men away, and her parents must have been very painful. In order to guard against her, Gu Duo was always ready to attack with mental power. So he also felt her tide of sadness. Gu Duo's eyes condensed slightly. If it was Lu Nianjun's child, it would be reasonable for the Lu family to use such a roundabout method. Feeling the power that suppressed her loosen, Lu Jinggu turned over with a thud, gently rubbing her painful shoulders. She frowned tightly, but she heard a soft voice, "Sorry." It was a bit unexpected. This man exuded the aura of a superior, and he could admit his mistakes directly. It was really rare. The unhappiness of being misunderstood faded a little, and she said generously, "The injured person will be more vigilant." "I can understand." In order to ease the relationship, she asked again, "By the way, what's your name?" "Gu Duo." He looked around while answering. The mental power slowly spread like a calm lake, and in the blink of an eye, the environment inside and outside the house was reflected in his mind. Even if he was calm, he opened his eyes in surprise at this moment. He had seen many abandoned planets, all of which were desolate, but now he could really feel the green. Gu Duo strode out and faced the several flowers and trees that came with the houses. Seeing it with his own eyes was even more shocking. He couldn't help but gently touch the oval leaves, and then carefully touched the slightly cool flower buds, indulging in this touch that was completely different from metal. Lu Jinggu stood in front of the door, looking at this scene under the scorching sun, and a sentence emerged in his mind, "There is a tiger in your heart, and you can smell the rose lightly." While sighing, Gu Duo suddenly turned her head and said, "Even Sha Mei Luo can't grow on the Wei star. How did you do it?" Fortunately, she had already drafted the explanation of the golden finger in her mind, and she answered calmly at this time, "Although I don't want to admit it, I do have the blood of the Lu family flowing in my body." The ambiguous answer gave people enough room for imagination, and Gu Duo's eyes were sharp. "Are you a builder?" It must be said that I really have to thank the Lu family for producing the profession of builder. Although people with low mental strength find it difficult to use skills normally even if they awaken, it is enough to cover the golden finger. So she cooperated with the other party's imagination. "Yes, I have seen many builders, and no one can do this." Gu Duo's eyes were burning. She deliberately smiled bitterly. Maybe when people are extremely unlucky, they will always encounter some good things. Gu Duo heard reluctance, self-mockery, and pain from this sentence. He was a child of destiny, destined to be extraordinary since birth, and could not understand Lu Jinggu's feelings. But looking at the other's dim eyes, he felt that his breathing was a little difficult. Turning his head to look at the plant at hand, he thought, although the mutated skills are rare, they are not uncommon. Secretly observing his reaction, Lu Jinggu breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, she also knew that the most important reason why she could easily gain the trust of the other party was that her strength was indeed low, and she could not pose a threat at all. "What kind of plant is this?" Coming back to her senses, she smiled slightly. "This is called jasmine. Haven't you seen it?" "Jasmine." Gu Duo repeated the name in a cold and low voice, making the ordinary two words seem to have a lingering meaning. Lu Jinggu was almost stunned. This face, this voice, this figure. This man is really a killer who loves face control. After a while, he seemed to be the owner of this place, strolling leisurely in Taoyuan. Lu Jinggu knew that he couldn't stop it, so he just let him watch openly. But he didn't know that after Gu Duo entered and exited Taoyuan several times, he was shocked like a tsunami and landslide. Originally, he thought that the violent mental power caused by the conspiracy was calmed because he was strong enough. But now it seems that the credit is actually. He looked at Lu Jinggu with burning eyes. At this moment, she began to study the Taoyuan system again and didn't pay attention to the other party's sight. The earth suddenly shook, and she looked up blankly. Gu Duo's face changed, and his right hand touched the bracelet on his left wrist. And a dark blue long sword almost as tall as him suddenly appeared. Before Lu Jinggu woke up from the great transformation long sword, he had already jumped high, and the dark blue sword body seemed to be covered with a layer of water. The sword blade inserted into the hard ground, like a hot knife cutting into butter. With a dull roar, a small belly-sized hole appeared on the ground. Lu Jinggu opened her eyes wide. It was not strange to blow a hole, but this shape was incredible. The figure in front of her flashed, and her wrist was held by someone. She couldn't help but jump down, looking at the bottom of the hole several meters high. She was so scared that her face turned pale. Oh my god! She can't fly! Chapter 3: The Late Flying Vehicle. Gu Duo's spiritual power was like layers of feathers, gently spreading out at the bottom of the cave, supporting her falling body. Lu Jinggu landed lightly on the ground, and Gu Duo bent his knees slightly, lightly reducing the force of falling. He glanced over and said 2 words expressionlessly. Too weak. Was that discussed just now? It must be discussed. Lu Jinggu, thank you for reminding me. Gu Duo returned his sword, and the small hole was sealed again. The cave was suddenly dark. The darkness brought back the memory of the near-death due to the landslide, and the pain of suffocation came layer by layer. She tensed her body, and suddenly couldn't move. Gu Duo, who was originally listening attentively, suddenly realized that something was wrong. The spiritual power spread across the surrounding space, allowing him to accurately capture Lu Jinggu's position even in the dark. Breathe! Lu Jinggu felt a pain in her arm. Although the method was not very gentle, it did help her get rid of the shackles of memories. Her muscles were still extremely stiff, but at least she could breathe normally. She let out a long breath and whispered, "Thank you. I am afraid of the dark." Thousands of words, in the end, can only be reduced to these 3 words. It is easy to imagine that in the dark, Gu Duo should be that disgusted look again. Lu Jinggu smiled bitterly. It was not that she wanted to show weakness, but too many things happened in just one day, and people are always particularly vulnerable in the dark, and she really couldn't control it. She subconsciously leaned towards Gu Duo, but didn't want to show too much dependence, so she forced herself to stop 2 steps away. A ball of light suddenly lit up in the darkness. It was faint and cold, but it was enough to illuminate the small area around her, allowing her nervous spirit to relax a lot. "We will go out after the poisonous storm is over." Although the voice was as cold as water, the chaotic mood was effectively soothed. She whispered thank you, and did nothing for a while before she began to study the light. She could vaguely feel that this was also a manifestation of spiritual power, from her original body's limited knowledge. She could only understand one thing: those who could do this were all great people. So which Buddha did she save? Her eyes fell on the other person. Even though he was injured, he was still standing tall, not like a pine or cypress, but like a sharp sword. The cold light fell into his eyes, making them look even deeper. If you look at him for a long time, it seems that your soul will be sucked away. Lu Jinggu was stunned again. It was not until the other person turned his head that she looked away in panic, and she was shocked to find that she had been staring at him for so long. However, Gu Duo seemed not to notice and just said calmly, "The poisonous storm should be over. Let's go up." Okay. Opening the cave entrance with a sword, Gu Duo asked casually, "How did you avoid the poisonous storm before?" She quickly found the corresponding picture in her original memory. "I found a mine, and its shape is just right to prevent the storm from entering. Your building should have been destroyed by the poisonous storm. Tell me the location of the mine later." The waist was suddenly embraced, and she instinctively put her arm around his shoulders, just grabbing a handful of smooth hair, and a cool breath lingered in her nose. Her face flushed. God! She had never been so intimate with the opposite sex in her 2 lives. The next second, all the charming thoughts disappeared, and the sudden feeling of flying made her scream uncontrollably. But in just a short moment, her feet stepped on the solid ground again. The dust in front of her seemed to be dragged by some force, and quickly settled on the ground, and the intact paradise reappeared. Gu Duo, For the first time, Lu Jinggu saw the word speechless on his face, and almost laughed. She turned her head to hide it out of politeness, and walked into Taoyuan. The fresh air hit her face, and she felt happy. It seems that the poisonous storm that makes people shudder can't cause any harm to Taoyuan. For her, this is very good news. It means that as long as the basic buildings can be built, she doesn't have to worry about her life for the time being. The scope of the zero-level Taoyuan is not large, but it is enough to open a field here. Plop! The unusual sound interrupted Lu Jingu's plan. When he turned his head, he found that Gu Duo was kneeling on one knee on the ground. His face was abnormally pale, and his whole body was shaking, as if he was enduring severe pain. "What's wrong with you?" She ran over, but stopped suddenly when the other party suddenly raised his head. It was a pair of crazy eyes, without a trace of human emotion. It was as if she was suddenly stared at by a poisonous snake, and she didn't dare to make any moves. She was afraid that the other party would tear her apart directly with a little stimulation. Gu Duo struggled. His eyes regained clarity for a moment, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Help me in." Lu Jingu rushed over and dragged him into Taoyuan before he fell into madness again. Gu Duo sat on the ground, as if in a state of meditation. After carefully observing him for a while, she found that his face was still as pale as paper, but he no longer showed any signs of pain. Nor did he jump up and go crazy. Lu Jingu was relieved. Taking advantage of this moment, she walked to the selected location and chose to cultivate farmland in the Taoyuan system. She felt her mental power being rapidly drained away again, and her mind suddenly went empty, and she suddenly knelt on the ground. This body really deserves the word useless. Fortunately, she did not fall asleep directly this time, but she was dizzy and could not move for a while. Buzz. In a trance, she heard movement in the air, above the dust caused by the poisonous storm. A small aircraft was slowly descending. Her eyes shrank, and she recognized the aircraft. The Lu family put on a full show in front of Lunyanjin, and would send a batch of inferior materials every 3 months. Yesterday was the day for the delivery of materials, so the original body appeared here. However, the aircraft did not come. She was not naive enough to think that the Lu family was just late. Boom! The aircraft landed gently, and the hatch slowly opened. She clenched her fists and subconsciously tensed her whole body. However, she was still unable to move, and could only watch the 2 men walk out. The one in front had very long arms, and looked like a hybrid of a human and a gorilla at first glance. The one behind him, who was fiddling with a laser gun while walking, looked very vicious because of his triangular eyes. "Fuck. Brother. Are we flying to the wrong place?" The long arm stared at the giant tree in amazement. The triangular eyes were originally observing Gu Duo's escape pod. He turned around after hearing the words, and could not hide his shock. But he was much more restrained than his companions. His eyes were only attracted by the giant tree for a while, and then he began to look around. He cursed while looking. "Did the black beast chew your brain? The route is set, and it is impossible to deviate." Lu Jingu met his eyes. The killing intent was piercing. These 2 people really had bad intentions. Triangle Eyes pulled out his long arm and pointed at Lu Jingu. The next second, 2 people came over with a grim smile. Chapter 4 Attack. The 2 of them stepped into the range of Taoyuan. "Fuck!" Long Arms roared, scaring Lu Jingu. "My mental power has never been so peaceful." He took a deep breath with an intoxicated look on his face. "Brother, what about you?" Triangle Eyes was no longer calm. He looked around in surprise, as if looking for something. Long Arms was intoxicated for a while, and then remembered the business. The black muzzle of the gun was raised, and he was very arrogant. "Little Waist is really lucky. The poisonous storm didn't kill you, but it was hard for us brothers to stay in the aircraft for a whole day." Lu Jingu's eyes shrank, and he said softly, "So you didn't show up yesterday, deliberately waiting for the poisonous storm to kill her?" Long Arms didn't hear the last few words clearly, but he understood. "Ha ha. You are not that stupid. Okay. At least be a ghost who knows." As he said that, he pulled the trigger. Lu Jingu wanted to hide, but she was still in a weak state. At the critical moment, Triangle Eyes suddenly hit Long Arms hard. Baya, the laser missed and flew past her cheek, and a few strands of flying hair turned into ashes in an instant. "Brother?" Long Arms was puzzled. Triangle Eyes ignored him, and stared at Lu Jingu. "Where is the thing that calms the violent mental power hidden? Hand it over. Maybe the boss will spare your life." Lu Jingu had no expression on his face, but his heart was already in turmoil. Mental power violence and interstellar pollution are the two major problems that plague the Interstellar Alliance. The former threatens life, and the latter encroaches on developed planets. So far, both can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Especially mental power violence. The stronger the person, the more he cannot escape the fate of violent death. If Taoyuan is effective for both, she seemed to see a golden road unfolding in front of her. But first she had to get through this crisis. Triangle eyes stared down at her. If you refuse to tell me, I will follow your instructions and take the body back. The cold muzzle of the gun was against her forehead. As long as he pulled the trigger lightly, death would come directly. Lu Jingyu bit her lips and thought about countermeasures quickly. Taoyuan was her biggest trump card, and she must not expose it to the ill-intentioned Lu family. She could only continue with the trick she used to fool Gu Duo. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed a detail. Triangle eyes kept looking at the escape pod with his peripheral vision, and seemed to care about it very much. Lu Jingdu decided to take a gamble. I was saved by someone. And the things you said were also his. Who? Gu Duo. Who? The long arm suddenly pointed at her and laughed breathlessly. I ha. Fuck. You fucking. Ha ha. Lying. Ha ha. Also draft. Ha ha. The triangular eyes also had a contemptuous smile on their lips. Gu Duo? It seems that you really don't want to die. And you dare to say anything. Lu Jingdu was confused by their reaction. Is Gu Duo a famous person? Where is he? Take us there. Triangular eyes shook the gun. When Lu Jingdu slowly stood up, she couldn't help but worry. I don't know if Gu Duo has recovered. But she had no choice but to take slow steps under strict surveillance. Gu Duo's meditation position was blocked by residential buildings. So she deliberately went around to the farther side and loudly explained, I'm not lying. His name is really Gu Duo. Heh. You can tell at a glance. Don't try to delay time. Triangle eyes saw her purpose at a glance and poked with the gun barrel. She staggered a few steps, lowered her head as if she was frightened. But a flash of coldness flashed in her eyes. She couldn't just put her hope on Gu Duo. She quickly searched in the Taoyuan system. There were military buildings, but her mental power couldn't build them. The sight finally fell on a lit picture in the ornamental buildings. There are risks, but it's worth a try. Turn the corner, and you can see where Gu Duo sat. But there was no one there. Lu Jingdu breathed a sigh of relief. Whether it was for the next plan or not wanting to hurt innocent people, this was the best situation. The next second she exclaimed, Why is he gone? He pointed to the empty space. Look. He was just sitting there. There are traces on the ground. The two people's eyes subconsciously drifted over there. Lu Jinggu chose the building at the fastest speed and directly designated it to fall behind him. With a bang, the heavy metal rack fell. Architectural description, common weapon rack. The decorative effect is greater than the practicality. But please note that it still has a certain lethality. Please pick it up and fight when necessary. Feng Shui value +3. Triangle eyes jumped back several steps to save his feet, and pulled the trigger at the same time. Swish, Lu Jinggu has flexibly shrunk behind a shield. The dazzling laser hit the shield, making a sizzling sound. But it did not penetrate the shield. Lu Jinggu curled up and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the quality of the Taoyuan system is guaranteed. But she was not safe yet. So she pulled out a short knife and swung it from bottom to top when the shooting figure appeared on the edge of the shield. Triangle eyes never thought that the little waist of the Lu family actually had such skills. It was too late to dodge, and was cut on the wrist. Click, the laser gun fell. Lu Jinggu picked it up without hesitation and shot at Triangle Eye's thigh. However, click, there was no reaction from the muzzle. She was slightly stunned, and the long arm had already been around her back, and the muzzle was raised. Damn! In a flash, a cold orchid light flashed silently, as if lightning cut through the air and directly cut the throat of the long arm. Hot blood splashed out, and Lu Jinggu was unable to dodge, and her cheek was splashed. She froze, and the blood on her face disappeared completely, watching the long arm fall to the ground without any movement. Murder. Fear gripped her tightly, and Lu Jinggu forgot her own situation for a moment. It was not until the wind blew behind her that she turned back in horror. Triangle Eyes was grinning and stabbing at her with a sharp blade. She instinctively raised her knife to resist and barely blocked the dagger. But Triangle Eyes' moves were deadly, and she was soon at a disadvantage because she couldn't bring herself to do it. Gu Duo's figure appeared behind Triangle Eyes. But he just touched the ground with the tip of his sword, without any intention of attacking. Lu Jingu couldn't help but cast a look for help. If she really wanted to kill someone, she would inevitably have selfish thoughts, and didn't want to do it herself. However, Gu Duo just said lightly, "If you want to live, you have to rely on yourself." Triangle Eyes was horrified. He didn't even notice that there was someone standing behind him. But in his fear, he burst out with a more terrible killing intent. After all, it's better to kill one person first, and then fight one-on-one, than to be besieged. Lu Jingu immediately had several more wounds on his body. But Gu Duo still didn't move. She realized desperately that Gu Duo would not attack. The desire for life overwhelmed everything, and she suddenly fought back frantically. Puff, the blade entered the flesh. The eyes of the triangular-eyed man suddenly widened, and he slowly fell down with disbelief. The short knife fell to the ground with a clang, and Lu Jingu's eyes also opened wide. Gu Duo's eyes were filled with a hint of admiration, and just as she was about to say something, she rolled her eyes and fainted on the ground. Gu Duo, Chapter 5 Food Blacklist. Lu Jingu rolled over, and the first thing he did was to wash his hands desperately. Gu Duo, who heard the noise, watched her change the water in basin after basin in silence. Seeing that the skin of his hands had been rubbed red, he suddenly pressed her wrists, like a startled little animal. Lu Jingu looked over with wide eyes. Gu Duo said in a deep voice, "Once your mutant skills are spread, the covetousness you attract will not be trivial. If you let these two people leave today, you will face either death or submission to a certain family." Her eyes narrowed, and she responded without thinking, "I want to live freely." "Then don't act like a weakling," Gu Duo said calmly. "It's wrong for a weakling to hold a treasure." He loosened his hands and walked out of the yard without looking back. Lu Jingu hung his head, as if he had turned into a sculpture. After a long time, her eyes calmed down. After pouring out the water in the basin for the last time, she went out to check the newly built farmland. Gu Duo arrived earlier, eyes wide open. "You completely rely on mental power to visualize?" With a shudder in her heart, she gritted her teeth. And put on a bewildered look. "Is it not possible?" Gu Duo was speechless for a moment. After a moment, he took a long breath, sat down beside her, and said in a deep voice, "Directly using mental power to visualize everything is an extremely ancient practice. This method consumes a lot of energy, and almost no one uses it now. Nowadays, most people prepare basic materials, and then use mental power to merge and create. These common senses are all blind spots for her." Lu Jingu listened very carefully, and found similar functions in the Taoyuan system, according to Gu Duo's instructions. "It really can use materials. Let me see. For residential houses, fur, beach, mud tiles." She quickly shut her mouth when she realized that Gu Duo's expression was a little weird every time she reported something. "Did I say something wrong again?" Gu Duo said helplessly. "The things you said can only be seen in the Capital Star Museum." What? Lu Jingu was really surprised. "Aren't fir and other common woods?" She didn't even mention the ginkgo wood, rosewood, sandalwood, and the like needed for high-end buildings. "It seems that the Lu family didn't teach you anything. There's no need to say this kind of sigh." Lu Jingu, a real folklore research master, sadly discovered that he might be illiterate. The most commonly used building materials now are ultralight alloy plates, and a small amount of original ecological materials come from the Shame Luo tree discovered on star 6943 100 years ago. As for what you said, it's all history. Looking at her eyes that became round because of surprise, Gu Duo suddenly remembered the little pet he had raised in his childhood. He softened his heart slightly, and explained one more sentence. "The only ancient species still alive is located on the capital star." He fiddled with the bracelet, and the virtual light screen jumped into the air, projecting a dynamic picture. The picture showed a tree full of golden color, with leaves occasionally falling. Lu Jingu recognized it at a glance. It was the ginkgo tree, known as a living fossil. Gu Duo looked at it intently and whispered, "Isn't it beautiful? This ginkgo tree is 1,000 years old, and is strictly protected by the Alliance. It is not allowed to approach it normally." She nodded silently, and subconsciously glanced at the Taoyuan system. There was a picture of a ginkgo tree in the ornamental building. There were countless other species of willows, pines, camphor trees, and even various precious flowers and trees. Gu Duo's distraction lasted only a moment. And he quickly regained his calm and self-sustaining appearance. If all you need is this kind of material, then you can only continue to use mental power to visualize it completely. In fact, it may not be the case. She can plant and cut trees by herself. But there is no need to be frank about this. Lu Jinggu expressed regret, and then began to farm in Gu Duo's blank expression. The genes of a flower-growing family are at work. When there is a piece of land in front of her, she will itch if she doesn't plant something. The farmland produced by Taoyuan is only 5 by 5 in size, and comes with seeds that can be sown once. All operations are simplified. So she only spent most of the day to complete a series of activities such as reclamation, breaking the soil, sowing, and watering. During the whole process, Gu Duo watched her every move without blinking. Lu Jinggu certainly felt uncomfortable, but she could only bear the gaze as if it was real and silently completed everything. After knocking her sore waist, she just breathed a sigh of relief and heard Gu Duo's confused voice. What were you doing just now? Farming. Lu Jinggu was also confused. Is this difficult to understand? Unexpectedly, Gu Duo immediately said, it has been confirmed in the 277th year of the interstellar calendar that all plants cannot grow naturally. In the 301st year, the last crop in the experimental field that was carefully cared for died. So far, except for the Shamei Luo tree, no second plant that can survive in batches has been found. Lu Jinggu confirmed. The original body is indeed illiterate. Gu Duo didn't care how complicated her mood was, and asked in surprise, why do you work for nothing? Unable to explain that this was a system product so it was different. She could only pretend to be profound. We will know whether it is for nothing in a few days. She could clearly see that there was a 3-day countdown to maturity on the farmland. It can be imagined that in a few days, Gu Duo will have to be shocked again. Gurgle, Lu Jinggu touched his shriveled stomach. He was really hungry. Gu Duo obviously heard this sound, and was speechless again. She could guess what the other party was thinking at the moment. Since the introduction of nutrient solution, nutrient paste, and compressed nutrient blocks, no one in the interstellar space may be so hungry that their stomachs will cry. After all, a can of nutrient solution can fill the stomach for a day. A tube of nutrient paste can make people not feel hungry for 3 days. And compressed nutrient blocks are even more powerful, with an effect of up to a week. But the last can of nutrient solution, the original body had eaten it at noon yesterday, and new supplies had not been delivered. So it was not surprising that she was hungry and howling without nutrient solution, and had not eaten for more than 24 hours. Thinking that Gu Duo should have emergency supplies for escape, she asked shamelessly, excuse me, do you have nutrient solution? Gu Duo, with a face of, really dragged out an emergency box. Opening it, a box of neatly stacked compressed nutrient blocks. Lu Jinggu, shock. It is confirmed that this person is not only powerful, but also rich. This is expensive and limited in production. Even the Lu family has only a small amount of stock and locks it in a safe. And now Gu Duo just picked up a piece and threw it directly. Lu Jinggu caught it in a hurry, stammered a thank you, opened the package and took a bite. Then Yu's expression appeared. If it was in the previous life, the manufacturer would have been complained to the point of bankruptcy for such a disgusting and expensive thing. But now, seeing Gu Duo also slowly picked up a piece and ate it in 2 bites without changing his expression, and then recalling the memory of the original body's nutrient solution, Lu Jinggu forced himself to swallow the thing in his mouth, and decided that no matter whether it was nutrient solution, nutrient paste, or nutrient block, it would be blacklisted in the diet in the future. She was frightened and tired today, and she felt sleepy soon after eating. She said hello and ran to sleep. The night gradually enveloped the ground. Gu Duo stood at the border of Taoyuan, fiddling with the bracelet on his left wrist. The light dot representing communication on it never lit up. Chapter 6. Eating in an enemy-like way. Looking back thoughtfully, he slowly walked out of Taoyuan. Humph. After standing for a while, his mind felt like it was pierced by thousands of needles, and it seemed as if there was an invisible monster devouring his reason bit by bit. Gu Duo endured the discomfort and lowered his eyes to look at the bracelet that was still silent. So it was not a signal shielding. Before falling into chaos, he quickly retreated to Taoyuan. The gentle power washed over his body, and his mental power, which was on the verge of violence, stabilized again. He turned on the optical brain, and after a series of complex verifications, he entered a secret interface and sent out a string of encrypted information. Next, he could only wait. But fortunately, this trip had a lot of unexpected gains. His deep gaze fell on the houses. After a long time, Guduo's mouth curled up slightly. The Lu family really let go of the rare treasure, thinking of the family's means of striving for success. His smile was a bit sarcastic. Lu Jinggu had no idea what Guduo was thinking, and struggled in the dream of evil spirits all night. The first thing she did when she opened her eyes in the morning light was to see the precious farmland. This was the key to whether she could blacklist the nutrient paste, and she could not be careless. However, someone was earlier than her. The slender figure stood by the field, and the back was pleasing to the eye. Suddenly thinking of the extraordinary features of Taoyuan farmland, she couldn't help but feel guilty. Will it arouse suspicion again? However, Guduo turned his head when he heard the movement. His expression was calm, and he seemed to have no doubts. Lu Jinggu breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at the situation of the field. The field was lush and green in front of her. After all, it would mature in 3 days, and if it didn't grow faster, it would be late. 3 days passed in a flash. Considering the yield issue, when choosing the basic seeds, she chose potatoes. And this crop, which is famous for its high yield, did not disappoint her. Looking at the potatoes piled up like a hill beside the field, she smiled sincerely. Even if she had to save the seeds for the next time, the remaining ones would be enough for her to eat for a long time. Guduo stretched out his fingers and touched the potatoes carefully, almost in a pious manner. Hey! Lu Jinggu wanted to stop him. Just dug out of the ground. The surface of the potatoes was still covered with a lot of dirt. She felt that someone like Guduo would not like the feeling of being dirty. But Guduo twisted his fingers, and his affectionate expression made her swallow her words back. After a long time, he seemed to wake up from a dream. You can actually grow something. How did you do it? Didn't you see the process of planting? Lu Jinggu said weakly, facing Guduo's burning eyes. She had the illusion that she had turned into a gold nugget. She moved her toes uncomfortably and managed to say, "Let's eat potatoes tonight." Guduo, okay. So when night fell, Lu Jinggu started to work in the small kitchen of the house. The houses in Taoyuan are very considerate. The bedrooms come with bedding, and the kitchen comes with seasonings. Although it is only the most basic oil and salt, it is enough for the time being. The big harvest made her very happy, and she made too much without paying attention. When she reacted, it was already a table full of potato feast. Turning around, she was startled by Guduo's shining eyes. What? What's wrong? It smells so good. Guduo threw out 2 words decisively and sat down at the table. Can you eat it? Lu Jinggu was almost blinded by his eager eyes and nodded randomly. The next second, she watched him suddenly burst out with murderous intent. And the potato feast was the hateful enemy. Guduo raised his chopsticks and picked up the dishes at a speed that left a trace. Lu Jinggu felt as if it was only a few blinks of an eye, and half of the dishes on the table were gone. If I hadn't seen him eat the nutrition block yesterday, I would have thought he had been hungry for 10 days or half a month. However, every cook will be in a good mood when they see their cooking skills recognized. So she sat down with a smile and picked up a chopstick of shredded potatoes with reserve. After a moment, her brows frowned slightly. Sure enough, there was no vinegar, no cumin. This dish still lacked a lot of flavor. Potato soup, without the ribs stewed together, was bland. Potato chips, without dried chili and other ingredients, were bland. Even the French fries lost their soul because there was no ketchup. She wasn't hungry in the first place, and now she couldn't eat any more. So she only tasted a little bit of each and put down her chopsticks. She immediately felt the burning gaze. Guduo, are you full? Yeah. She wondered if the other party would accuse her of wasting food. However, then I eat it all. Please go ahead. It turns out that Guduo was restrained just now, but now he is really eating like a whirlwind. But he has a great temperament. Even if he eats fast, he doesn't make people feel rude. Until the last drop of soup in the plate is finished, he becomes the calm and self-controlled person again. Lu Jinggu. Let's talk. She blinked, not knowing what to talk about. What are you going to talk about? What are your plans for the future? Seeing her puzzled expression, Guduo explained, your mutant skills are very helpful to me. I want to cooperate with you. I see. She thought for a moment. There are 2 things for me at the moment. One is to survive, and the other is to bring my mother out. This poor mother will never know that her biological daughter is no longer there. And since she has replaced the original body, this responsibility is unshirkable. What's more, if there is a possibility that the original body is exchanged with her, I hope she can treat her biological parents on Earth well like herself. Lu Jingu's eyes were slightly red, and he lowered his head to hide it. However, the change in an instant has already fallen into Gu Duo's eyes. He didn't know what he remembered, and pursed his lips hard, and then said in a deep voice, "In this case, the mutant skills will always be covered up one day. You need allies, and I need your skills. Miss Lu, you can consider it." Before Lu Jingu answered, a creepy howl suddenly came from outside. Gu Duo's face changed. Is there a black beast here? Lu Jingu quickly found this concept from the original body's memory. Black beasts are a general term for creatures that have mutated instead of dying after being polluted by the interstellar. Not every black beast is a threat. The problem is that after killing them, their bodies cannot decay naturally. Whether they are buried, burned, or flooded, they will become a source of pollution and accelerate the speed of the planet being polluted. Only doctors who have awakened the purification skill can deal with the bodies of black beasts. But there should be no black beasts on planet 7133. At least the original body has never encountered one. So she shook her head nervously. I haven't encountered it before. Either I'm lucky, or... Gu Duo narrowed his eyes slightly. It's just that the pollution has upgraded. Chapter 7 Fluctuating Feng Shui Values. Her heart sank, and she became serious. Pollution escalation. There is more than one problem with the black beast. Gu Duo had already drawn his sword and walked out first. Lu Jingu hurried to follow. From a distance, a huge black shadow was seen approaching at high speed. At first glance, it seemed that it had just been burned by fire, with black smoke all over its body. However, if you look closely, you will find that every time it leaves a footprint, it leaves a corrosive black mark on the ground, which shows how terrible the pollution toxins on its body are. This black beast has a clear goal, and it is heading for Taoyuan. Lu Jingu suddenly became nervous and hurried to turn over the building that provides defense in the system. There is, but her mental strength cannot support the creation. Lu Jingu. Damn! Seeing that the black beast has rushed to the vicinity, she subconsciously pinched the corner of her clothes. A gust of wind suddenly passed by her, and Gu Duo held the sword to meet it. For a moment, her mind was full of poems such as drunkenly slashing a whale with the sword of the sky, laughing and crossing the waves on the boat. I have fought for 3,000 miles, and my sword has served as 1,000,000 soldiers, and so on. After finally recalling her thoughts, she suddenly noticed that something was wrong in the darkness. Be careful. However, she was overthinking. Gu Duo had already noticed the black beast lurking in the dark. He suddenly jumped high, and his mental power quickly covered the long sword, and chopped it down heavily in the air. With him as the center, a dark blue storm suddenly appeared, and instantly tore the two black beasts into pieces. But Lu Jingu and Gu Duo's faces were still very bad. Although the black beast was dead, after the body fell to the ground, it took no time to stain the land below black. These highly concentrated toxins will spread to the nearby land within a few days, and then be washed to farther places with rain, accelerating the pollution of this planet until it completely becomes a dead star. Lu Jingu was not sure whether Taoyuan could withstand such high concentrations of pollution. Gu Duo frowned and said in a deep voice, "It seems that we can only..." Are you okay?" Lu Jingu was startled, remembering that he also felt very uncomfortable after using his mental power. The crazy and ruthless eyes appeared in her mind, and she ran forward nervously, trying to pull people into the Peach Blossom Land as soon as possible. Just when she stepped out of the Peach Blossom Land, a fishy wind suddenly blew around her. There was actually a black beast hiding on the side, and it suddenly attacked at this time, leaving Lu Jingu no room to escape. My life is over. She closed her eyes in despair. Endless hatred for the Lu family was steaming in her heart. If it weren't for them, how could she be forced to kill people? How could she die in the mouth of the beast? The hatred was rampant in her chest, and it seemed to have burned a fire in her mind, stirring up the originally peaceful mental power. If the human brain is likened to a container, her mental power was originally only a shallow layer at the bottom. But under the stimulation, it was as if a bridle was opened, and the surging power rushed out. However, an invisible hand suddenly appeared and grasped her brain tightly, stopping the surging mental power. The sharp pain that occurred instantly made her doubt that she would die in pain before she was buried in the beast's mouth. Something stretched out tentacles from the depths of her brain, covering her reason. Her eyes seemed to have turned into inorganic glass beads, coldly looking at the bloody mouth that was close at hand. Gu Duo suddenly flew over. He stabbed the black beast with a sword, and under inertia, both the man and the beast rolled into the peach garden. Lu Jinggu was also hit by the sword wind and fell into the shelter of the giant tree. The tentacles that stretched out seemed to be frightened, retracted rapidly, and disappeared. The gentle power soothed the pain. She snorted lightly, and her eyes turned from cold to confused, and then to fortunate. Roar. The tragic howl scared her. Looking closely, the black beast's 4 claws were firmly digging into the ground, as if it was suffering great pain. The black smoke that enveloped its body hissed and dissipated in the air. Before she could figure out what was going on, she was attracted by the dazzling red light. A few bright red characters appeared on the giant tree. Feng Shui value 50. She quickly glanced at Gu Duo and found that he seemed to be unable to see. But in a moment, the number jumped and became 49. Lu Jinggu was stunned for a moment, and the number became 48 again. She remembered that the Feng Shui value was 100 when Taoyuan was built, and then 20 points were deducted for the construction of farmland, leaving 80 points. How did it suddenly fall below the passing line? Feng Shui value is obviously very important to Taoyuan. This value has been decreasing, which must not be a good thing. She quickly opened the page of ornamental buildings in the system and planted a camphor tree in the open space. The value on the giant tree jumped from 45 to 50. But in just a moment, it dropped 2 points again. She clearly felt that a small part of her mental power was consumed. Her mental power was already at its limit to plant 10 more trees. 10 trees, 50 Feng Shui points. I don't know if I can hold up. As for other buildings with higher Feng Shui values, it is not as cost-effective to plant camphor trees in terms of mental power consumption. After just a moment of hesitation, the number on the giant tree has dropped to 40. Lu Jinggu gritted his teeth and had to take a gamble. He selected the camphor tree again, and when it was about to land on the open space, his movement suddenly paused. He lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. When the Feng Shui value dropped to 35, she suddenly started planting trees. However, she did not plant one tree after another on the open space, but distributed them in different locations in Taoyuan. Even the open space of the residential area was planted with a tree. As the camphor trees were planted one by one, the Feng Shui value on the giant tree kept changing. 6, 7, 8. Lu Jinggu counted in his mind and planted the 9th camphor tree in the location he had already chosen. In an instant, a warm breeze blew in Taoyuan. The Feng Shui value, which was supposed to increase by 50 points, suddenly jumped and directly became 350 points. The color also changed from bright red to dark green. Planting trees according to the Feng Shui position really has the effect of 1 plus 1 greater than 2. The Feng Shui value finally stabilized at 265 points, still in the dark green color representing high safety. The words on the giant tree slowly disappeared. How is this possible? Gu Duo's shocked voice followed. Lu Jinggu turned his head and widened his eyes in surprise. The black beast disappeared, replaced by a creature that looked like a wolf but was not a wolf. It had a short horn on its forehead, and its silver hair was wet and stuck to its body. It was lying on the ground with its eyes closed and breathing heavily. As if it felt her gaze, its eyes opened a crack, revealing a line of golden pupils. And then it shook its tail weakly. Lu Jinggu had a blank expression. What is this? Where did it come from? As if it was hurt by the word thing, it whimpered in grievance, closed its eyes, and turned its head away from her. Is it angry? Lu Jinggu was speechless for a while, and looked at Gu Duo for help. But he saw Gu Duo looking at him sharply, as if he wanted to cut him open and study him carefully. Chapter 8, Gratitude. Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Jinggu asked with a forced smile. Purifying the living black beast without killing it. Do you know whose family has this unique method? Gu Duo asked back, opening her eyes wide. She quickly searched in the memory of her original body, but to no avail. She had to bite her lip and shook her head gently, knowing that it would be difficult to convince people. She murmured and explained, I have never left the Lu family before. Gu Duo looked away. The oppressive feeling dissipated, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He said lightly, then you must have heard of the surname Black. Right? Of course she knew this. The highest authority of the Interstellar Alliance is the Parliament of the Capital Star. And the 7 major families occupy the most seats in the Parliament. Gu, Gonsun, Black, Dachi, Alexander, Sin, Xie. She reacted and her tone was a little disappointed. So the Black family has this ability. What a pity. If this is Taoyuan's exclusive method, she has one more trump card. Gu Duo looked strange. But he could tell from her reaction that she had nothing to do with the Black family. It's still different. He judged impartially. But Black won't agree to this. You have to be careful. Her face also looked strange. I thought this person was going to doubt her again. But now it seems that he is taking the opportunity to increase the weight of cooperation. A slight vibration sounded. And the two of them moved their eyes together. The green light on Gu Duo's bracelet lit up. With a gleam in his eyes, he walked to the other side, and then turned on the light screen. Lu Jingu turned his head very discerningly, but still caught a glimpse of 2 figures. A man and a woman. She turned and walked out. The body of the black beast cannot be left alone. Taoyuan has taken root here. And this place will undoubtedly become her base camp. When she reached the place in her memory, she became confused. The body of the black beast is gone. After a moment, Lu Jingu reacted and his eyes widened. The scope of Taoyuan had unknowingly expanded. And the previous location was covered. It was probably purified. And there was not even a trace of the black beast's corpse left. Before and after the change, the only thing she did was turn her head to look at the camphor trees that were scattered in an orderly manner. The increase in feng shui value has upgraded Taoyuan. Gu Duo ended the communication and walked over, frowning, as if he didn't understand what happened. Lu Jingu made a face in his heart and didn't explain. It was late, and she planned to go back to rest. But she felt a resistance as soon as she raised her foot. Looking down, the creature had rubbed against her feet at some point, firmly biting her clothes, humming in his throat, and looking at her expectantly. The man and the beast looked at each other. Lu Jingu had no expression on his face. Gu Duo's eyes flashed with interest. It seems that this lightning beast recognizes you as its master. Lightning beast? She looked at a loss. A common beast species in the interstellar space. At the highest speed, it is like a flash of lightning. The short horns on the forehead can store the power of lightning. It is a good war pet. War pet. She knew this. There are many magical creatures in the interstellar space, which can be communicated and subdued by mental power. Some creatures are soft and cute in appearance, almost non-aggressive, and can be subdued with ordinary mental power, and can be used as pets. Some are good at fighting, and even have special mental power skills. Most of them are raised and subdued by the army in batches, and are war pets. As a poor little person who is not valued, the original body certainly cannot have a pet. But the brothers and sisters in the family have one each. As for war pets, with the original body's mental power, it is even more unthinkable. So when Lu Jingu heard that this was a war pet, he opened his eyes in surprise. Gu Duo chuckled and kindly explained, in addition to using mental power to subdue war pets directly, there are also some special cases. This lightning beast is probably grateful to you for saving it. Then you are still a grateful person. Lu Jingu smiled and reached out to touch the big head of the lightning beast. Its hair is hard, but fluffy and feels good. Who can resist a furry, coquettish monster? You will be called to buy from now on, she said casually. Let's go. It's time to go to bed. She nodded to Gu Duo. And the man and the beast left. Gu Duo was left with a face full of. She was more and more certain that Lu Jingu could not be a spy of the black family. Those perverts, who claimed to be masters of aesthetics, would name a lightning beast that already had the appearance of a king beast to buy? It's impossible. Lu Jingu fell asleep without knowing how much shock this name gave Gu Duo. But she still slept very uncomfortably, always feeling that there was a big octopus rolling around in her mind. And the long tentacles disturbed her mind. She frowned tightly, tossing and turning without a moment's rest. In the darkness, Gu Duo suddenly opened his eyes. The strong mental fluctuations nearby were like someone knocking on his forehead constantly. It would be strange if he could fall asleep. The next second, he flashed into the main room. The lightning beast lying on the floor at the end of the bed opened its eyes alertly, and was about to roar at the uninvited guest. But a mental force attacked and directly tied its big mouth tightly. Lightning beast. Woo woo woo. Gu Duo ignored its aggrieved humming, and his eyes fell on Lu Jingu's face, and he condensed slightly. Her state was very wrong. But it was different from the mental power rage. With her F-level mental power, it was difficult to cause rage. Because of this, the soothing effect of Taoyuan did not work. Gu Duo narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly stretched out his hand to cover Lu Jinggu's forehead. The person in the dream only felt a coolness pouring down from the top of his head, and the stirring tentacles suddenly retracted to an unknown place. Lu Jinggu slowly calmed down. Gu Duo's brows were frowned so much that they could pinch a fly to death. It seemed that his mental power had touched something just now. However, there was nothing unusual when he wanted to investigate further. Was he wrong? In a daze, Lu Jinggu felt her face was wet. She subconsciously raised her hand to touch her face, but ended up scratching her hand full of hair. She woke up immediately out of shock. A wolf face was close at hand. Oh my god! Lu Jinggu jumped 3 feet high, and when she saw the silver-white lightning beast, she remembered what was going on. The wet face was undoubtedly its saliva. If I had known that you had such a dog-like personality, I would never have let you sleep in the house. Perhaps the disdain in his eyes was too obvious, and the lightning beast lowered his head in grievance, and the tail that was originally wagging happily also drooped down. Lu Jinggu, you are still a glass heart. After cleaning silently, she habitually walked to the kitchen. When she reached the door, she remembered that she had eaten compressed nutrition blocks, and did not need to eat for the time being. Glancing at the lightning beast following behind her, she said to herself, you look like a dog. Shouldn't you eat meat? Is it time to materialize a pig farm? There are such buildings in the system. But the introduction of the pig farm has a bright red line of words. Feng Shui value within the range -100. Then she tried to build it, and found that the range actually covered half of Taoyuan. Lu Jinggu, you'd better change to a vegetarian diet. The lightning beast blinked its golden eyes, suddenly jumped out, and took a bite of the jasmine in the yard of the residential house. Oh! Chapter 9 The Joy of Shopping. She shouted in surprise. But it was too late to stop. But something strange happened. The bloody mouth suddenly stopped, and the lightning beast made a whimpering sound. Gu Duo walked out slowly in black clothes, his face as cold as ice. Who allowed you to harm this plant? Then another knife flew over. How can you be so indulgent? Lu Jinggu. People sit at home, and the pot comes from the sky. The lightning beast is an omnivorous creature, but it can also absorb energy directly when necessary. Plants are precious now, so don't waste it like this. As he said, he tore open the package of the compressed nutrient block and threw it into the air. The lightning beast cooperated very well and took it in one bite, swallowed it directly into his stomach with a gulp, and then stretched out his tongue to lick his lips. Gu Duo, just give him the nutrient block. Lu Jinggu couldn't help showing a smile. What kind of local tyrant's words? If the lightning beast is really used to eating nutrient blocks, she should be forced to abandon it soon. After leaving the residence, she looked at the fields that had become lush and green again and fell into deep thought. For omnivores, you can forget about the pig farm. With a thought, the new farmland was planted next to her. She quickly handled the preliminary work of the farmland, and then selected cabbage seeds to plant. The maturity period is shorter than that of potatoes, only 2 days and 20 hours. While she was doing this, a man and a wolf squatted beside her. Needless to say, the lightning beast was curious about everything like the dog. Gu Duo had seen farming once, and his eyes were still wide open. From a certain perspective, the man and the beast looked quite similar now. Ahem. She quickly looked away, but still couldn't help laughing. Gu Duo and Dubai, ? The new vegetable planet is called cabbage. Lu Jinggu suddenly said. It will mature in more than 2 days. It tastes crisp and refreshing. It is good for stir-frying, hot and sour, or making soup. Gu Duo was slightly startled, and his body reacted faster. Gulp, he and Lightning Beast turned their heads to look at each other. That's right. The clear swallowing sound just now was caused by the joint efforts of one man and one beast. Lu Jinggu smiled slightly. When it's ripe, make a cabbage feast. For a moment, Gu Duo and Lightning Beast's eyes were dazzling. Lu Jinggu smiled without saying anything. Cooperate with Gu Duo? From the strength and character shown by this person, it is a good choice. But the strength of the two sides is too different after all, and she must accumulate advantages from every little bit, including Gu Duo's favorability, to deal with these interstellar people who survive on nutrient solution. who can be more easily caught than the flower-growing family foodie. But she didn't show it. Instead, she started to ask Gu Duo about various common sense of the Interstellar Alliance on the grounds of remuneration for cooking. I have to say that this is a good teacher, knowledgeable and willing to tell everything. It's just that he's a little short-sighted. What she heard most was, "You don't even know this? This is common sense." The real boss in the previous life often fell into the depressed mood of "I am illiterate." At the same time, she carefully selected the third building for Taoyuan grocery store. Feng Shui -10. Providing basic goods. Lu Jingyu was very interested in the trading function and wanted to verify his guess. But there was a little accident during the construction. Never expected that the mental power consumed by the grocery store was so terrible. In an instant, she felt as if there were thousands of needles in her brain, and her mental power was consumed in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a strange feeling of being entangled by something emerged. Her mental power was like a piece of chewing gum that was stretched hard. One end was absorbed by the grocery store that was being materialized, and the other end was stuck in place and could not be pulled off. As the pulling intensified, the pain mixed her mind into a mess. When even her vision became blurred, a black shadow suddenly appeared. Gu Duo looked at the half-fainted man in front of him with a cold gaze, and then glanced at the semi-transparent building with an outline, and scolded in a very bad mood, "Are you looking for death?" Knowing that his mental power was only F, he still consumed it so recklessly. He felt that the teachings of the past few days were all in vain. He was furious, but he still stretched out his hand to cover Lu Jinggu's forehead, and his mental power quickly penetrated. He then snorted. The feeling of having his mental power forcibly sucked away was very uncomfortable. But fortunately, the materialization of the grocery store was only a little short, and the absorption stopped in a blink of an eye. A building fell to the ground, and Lu Jinggu fell softly in his arms. When the sunset filled the sky, Lu Jinggu's eyelashes moved slightly. He heard a low woo sound in his ear, and a slightly wet nose gently touched his cheek. He slowly opened his eyes, and met Debai's worried eyes. He patted its head soothingly, and recalled what happened before, with a bitter smile on his face. "I never thought that even a basic building that the system determined could be built could make me so embarrassed." Even now, she still felt a dull headache and felt dizzy, but she still managed to walk out of the house. Outside the grocery store, she saw Gu Duo. As expected, she actually heard the scolding clearly, and felt embarrassed. Like a student who made a mistake, she stood obediently with her hands down. "Thank you." Gu Duo had no expression, and looked at her calmly. "Weak people should do what they can. We are not always so lucky." Although it was harsh, every word was the truth, and Lu Jinggu could only lower his head. "Sorry. I have caused you trouble." She thought she would be scolded for a few more words, but she heard the other party say, "Go in and take a look." She looked at him in surprise. "You didn't go in?" Gu Duo shook his head. "You were dizzy." Lu Jinggu was surprised, but didn't say much, and walked into the grocery store first. The interior was still decorated in an antique style, with rows of wooden shelves neatly arranged. Seeing that the wooden counter on the left side of the door was empty, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Taoyuan is not that outrageous. If there is a big change of life, it will be very scary even in the interstellar era. Curiously walking between the shelves, she soon found the product she wanted. First take a bottle of vinegar, then a can of soy sauce, and grab some of various spices. Lu Jinggu felt the joy of shopping for the first time in a long time. The most important thing is that you don't have to pay. Holding a full chest of things, she was in a very good mood. Smiled at Gu Duo, and said politely, "Take whatever you want." The next second, she saw that Gu Duo's finger reaching for the product was blocked by the energy magnetic field. Selling price? 150 interstellar coins. Gu Duo quoted in a low voice. Lu Jinggu? ? He changed the product, 300 interstellar coins. Walked away a few steps and chose another shelf, 973 interstellar coins. He turned his head with a smile. "Take it yourself?" Lu Jinggu, who would have thought that Taoyuan's products are actually smart unmanned supermarkets. Chapter 10. The Oriole is behind. Looking down at the things in her arms, she coughed lightly. "What do you need?" "I get it for you." Would someone who owns a box of compressed nutrient blocks care about such a few interstellar coins? It's impossible. Then he saw him swipe his bracelet, and after a few beeps, several more items appeared in his hand. He looked over and over, his eyes becoming more and more playful. I didn't know that the spiritual power could be used in this way. Lu Jinggu lowered his head to avoid his sight. She didn't know enough about the magic of Taoyuan. If she had known that the grocery store was like this, she would never let anyone in like this. After a long time, a light laugh came from her ear, and Gu Duo didn't ask any more questions. Watching him strolling in front of the shelves, Lu Jinggu didn't feel relaxed, but became more nervous. I always felt that sooner or later I would be caught as a research subject. However, even if there was such a danger, she could only bite the bullet and go on. Being coveted is always better than being slaughtered. With the seasonings from the grocery store, she used 100% of her strength in this potato and cabbage feast. After just one bite, Gu Duo directly kicked Dabai out of the house. Lu Jinggu couldn't help but wonder if she wasn't still thinking about the next meal. She, the cook, would also be kicked out. In the end, she couldn't stand Dabai's wailing anymore. So she made another portion for it and sent it out, facing Gu Duo's very disapproving eyes. When she put down Dabai's special bowl and stood up, her sight was attracted by a bright star. Huh? Is that star getting closer and closer to the ground? Before she could react, Gu Duo had already flashed out of the house and looked up at the sky. He frowned, and the dark blue long sword was already in his hand. Let Dabai take you away. Lu Jinggu immediately became nervous. The appearance of the black beast on the 7133 star means that the bad environment is completely unsuitable for living. She can't survive for a few days if she leaves Taoyuan. Gu Duo couldn't have not known, but still let her escape. It seems that the newcomer has bad intentions and is extremely difficult to deal with. While she was thinking, Gu Duo had slowly walked to a wider place and explained, I was attacked by someone. I have a very strong mental power induction agent in my body. Once I use my mental power, I will quickly go berserk. Only here can I suppress it. So I want to borrow it from you. Maybe I can still fight. He pressed his chest as he spoke. Lu Jinggu suddenly remembered that when he dragged the man out of the escape pod, he was clearly covered with blood. Gu Duo was injured, but he never showed it. So she forgot about it. There are hidden dangers in mental power, and he is injured. Even if there is Taoyuan to avoid the danger of violence, how much chance does he have? Judging from Gu Duo's request to flee quickly, I'm afraid the chances of winning are not great. Lu Jinggu pursed her lips. Reason told her that Gu Duo's affairs were not something she could get involved in now. But her feet seemed to be nailed to the ground by an invisible force. So she couldn't leave him behind. Gu Duo had urged her repeatedly, and even used his mental power to force the lightning beast to come over and hit Lu Jinggu hard. She lost her balance and fell on Dabai's back. Go! The invisible mental power pressed her so hard that she couldn't move. Dabai howled and ran away. As soon as they left Taoyuan, the air they breathed was burning. Lu Jinggu groaned, but didn't care about it, and turned his head to look back. Dabai was worthy of the name of Lightning Beast. It had already jumped far away, and its figure under the giant tree became blurred, and the falling star had also revealed its true appearance. It was a spaceship. It did not continue to descend, but several small aircraft flew out from below it and quickly approached Taoyuan. After a while, there was a strong mental power fluctuation from there. Presumably, the two sides had already started fighting. Gu Duo was no longer able to take care of her at this time. The pressure disappeared, and she immediately pulled Dabai's neck hair hard. Ah! It cried out and stopped obediently, looking at the peach garden, which had turned into a small black dot. She struggled and suddenly said, Let's go back. Dabai obeyed her and turned back immediately, rushing towards Peach Garden like the wind. However, when they were really close, she asked Dabai to stop again. There were bloodstains near the giant tree, which was very scary. She was still nervous and scared, but she was not as stiff as last time. After observing the situation, there was no one outside. It seemed that Gu Duo should be fighting and retreating, and had already reached the house. She patted Dabai's head and whispered a few words in its ear. At the end, she asked, Can you understand me? Dabai was very smart and didn't make a sound. Just nodded. Okay. Go. Dabai left quietly. She slowly touched the back of the house. The weapon rack was still there. She deliberately ignored it because she didn't want to recall what happened that day. Now it was convenient for her. She pulled out the short knife, pursed her lips, and slipped in through the back corner door. Taoyuan architecture is a typical ancient building style of flower-growing families. People in the interstellar space have never seen it, let alone know that there is a door in this secret location, hidden in the corner of the backyard. She was not in a hurry to act. She only heard a voice from inside. Even the particle storm can't kill you. Guduo. You are really lucky. Not hearing Guduo's answer, her heart tightened. Was it disdain? Or was he too weak to say more? Then she heard the cold voice continue. What exactly is this place? It seems that they are also very interested in Taoyuan. Maybe that's why they didn't kill Guduo directly. Still no answer. But she heard a heavy breathing sound. It was Guduo. His situation was indeed not good. She became more and more anxious. And she only hoped that Dubai could be faster. Before she knew it, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed. With a crackling sound, 2 screams came from the house. Lightning beast. He has a battle pet. 3 people chased out of the house. Dubai immediately turned around and ran away, occasionally releasing a lightning bolt to attack the other party. This posture of teasing you really made those people more and more furious. 2 more people ran out, but their hands and feet were still trembling, probably because they had just been electrocuted. But Lu Jinggu didn't hear the cold voice before in the sound of shouting and chasing Dubai. It's a pity that the man always tried to lure the tiger away from the mountain. But she believed that Guduo would not miss such a good opportunity. Sure enough, the next second, a few clang 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 sounds came from the house. And someone was fighting very quickly. The cold voice suddenly sounded, Guduo. You actually. But she didn't say anything. Lu Jinggu heard the sound of a sharp blade entering the flesh. And the people chasing Dubai suddenly discovered her existence. There are still people here. They immediately reacted that Guduo actually had helpers. 2 people immediately ran towards her. Lu Jinggu ran away with a knife without saying a word. Crash! Guduo broke out of the window and pierced one of the men's throat with a sword. The other man had already caught up. And with a loud shout, a sword suddenly appeared in his hand. And he raised his hand to chop at Lu Jinggu. She twisted her body, bent down, and chopped back, dodging while sending the blade into the opponent's stomach. At the same time, a loud rumble suddenly came from the sky. At some point, another smaller spaceship suddenly appeared and fired at the previous spaceship. Chapter 11. She is very important. The small spaceship appeared very abruptly, but it was obviously well prepared. One shot directly hit the power position of the other spaceship. A series of explosions sounded, and the larger spaceship became a piece of meat on the chopping board. It was forced to land on the surface of the planet in a few seconds. Just when Lu Jinggu felt relieved, he found that only a man and a woman came down from the small spaceship, and dozens of mechas ran out from the big spaceship. Can't Guduo have more helpers? A black shadow flashed beside him, and Guduo had already rushed over. She was very anxious in her heart. Did this man forget about the violent mental power? The fact proved that Guduo was not so reckless. As soon as he rushed over, the 2 people came to meet him. From a distance, they could hear the full worry of the golden curly-haired woman. Boss, are you okay? Guduo nodded, took a potion from her hand, and drank it directly with his head tilted back. Then the 3 of them pressed their wrists together. It seemed like only a blink of an eye, as if the metal turned into flowing water flowed out from the bracelet, quickly wrapped around their arms and bodies. Lu Jinggu opened her mouth in surprise. Although the original body had the concept of mechanic soldiers in her memory, she was still shocked when she saw it with her own eyes for the first time. Guduo's mecha was also a dark blue color like ice. The long sword appeared in the palm of the mecha, and the ratio of man to sword looked much more normal. Together with the other 2 mechas, one black and one red, they rushed towards the enemy. Lu Jinggu felt like watching a clip from a science fiction movie. Guduo and the other 2 cut melons and vegetables, and soon a pile of broken frames fell to the ground. The battle ended quickly, and Lu Jinggu breathed a sigh of relief. Compared with these thugs of unknown origin, Guduo made her feel more at ease. Be careful, Guduo suddenly shouted. Her heart sank, and she wanted to hide. But it was too late. A bloody hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed her neck tightly. Mental power surged like a tide, and her brain felt like it was pierced by thousands of needles. She couldn't help but groan in pain. That cold voice was tinged with a few traces of exasperation. Guduo, stop it! Otherwise I will kill her. Guduo's figure suddenly stopped, and the face armor opened automatically. His face was as gloomy as water. Kit, our hatred has nothing to do with her. Let her go. Kit's sneer came from his ears. Guduo, do you think I'm stupid? This woman just killed my people for you. Not only did he refuse to let go, but he slowly tightened his fingers, coupled with the intense pain in his brain. Lu Jingu's face quickly turned gray, facing the threat of death for the third time in a few days. Unwillingness and anger ran rampant in her heart. Why should she let others bully her? She was so swollen that she seemed to explode with a breath held in her heart. The tentacles that were ready to move were probing her brain again, and the invisible and cold power quickly covered the brain. Kit was still threatening Gu Duo sinisterly. Seeing that he did not disarm immediately, he was immediately furious and raised his weapon high, ready to attack Lu Jingu. Gu Duo's lips were pursed into a line, which was a sign of his extreme anger. In the current situation, although he could attack Kit, the woman would be killed instantly. He did not dare to move without permission, so he could only... Boss! The black and red mechas screamed at the same time. Gu Duo did not explain, and silently disarmed his mecha. Clang! Kit threw out 3 things like neck rings. Put them on. He smiled grimly. Otherwise I will kill her. Gu Duo stared at his hand. The slender neck seemed to be broken at any time. The bright eyes were tightly closed, and pain appeared on Lu Jingu's face. He bent down and picked up the neck ring. The other 2 mechas were also taken back by the owner. The blonde woman opened her eyes in disbelief, but did not say a word, just staring at his movements. The young man with needle-like blue hair was more direct. Boss, if you put on this suppression ring, we can't use our mental power, and we can only be slaughtered. Gu Duo knew it, but he couldn't let Lu Jingu die like this. Her mutant skills may be the only hope for the entire galaxy. Thinking of this, his eyes sank slightly, and he whispered, save people first, and then act according to circumstances. Seeing his firm attitude, the 2 men could only do as he was told. After all, wearing the suppression ring meant that they had no power to resist, and the 3 of them were inevitably slow in their movements, and they subconsciously delayed as much as possible. Kit urged impatiently, hurry up. Don't try any tricks. After confirming the importance of the hostage, he also slightly withdrew some of his mental power. He was really worried that he would accidentally kill such a useless person. At this moment, something strange happened. The violent mental power roared in, wrapped in Kit's slightly retreating power, and rushed into his brain. Kit screamed, and 2 streams of blood gushed out of his nose. The battle between mental powers can often decide the outcome in an instant. The A+ mental power master was unable to offer any resistance and fell to the ground limply, without any breath. If anyone could see his brain at this moment, they would find that it had become a bowl of brain paste. Lu Jingu slowly opened his eyes. Gu Duo, who threw away the suppression ring at the moment of the accident and drew his sword again, paused for breath. Those eyes were like inorganic glass beads, without any emotion. After just one glance, the 6th sense began to warn frantically. She was no longer her. Boss, is this? The blonde woman nervously stopped in front of Gu Duo. 3S level unstable mental power is their favorite. Boss, you retreat first. The blue-haired young man also rushed up to block Gu Duo. If Yud is right, boss, you hurry into the spaceship. Gu Duo gripped the hilt tightly, frowning. Lu Jingu's mental fluctuations were too active, and he relied on the reliever to suppress the toxins in his body. At this moment, he felt that his once obedient mental power seemed to betray him at any time and dance with the other party's mental power. And the result of this dance was that his mental power would be eaten up. The most rational thing to do now was indeed to retreat, and then let Yvette and the others kill Lu Jingu while she could not control herself. But his sight shifted, and he looked at the paradise behind Lu Jingu. The greenery was full, and the spring water was flowing. The new crop of cabbage and potatoes was also lush and green. Gu Duo did not retreat but advanced, slowly reaching out his hand. Wake up, Lu Jingu. Don't be swallowed. Her emotionless eyes moved slightly, and as she looked over, her mental power seemed to be invisible tentacles, grabbing Gu Duo. Boss, get out of the way. You must shoot it now. Yvette pulled out a strange-shaped gun. Wait. Gu Duo blocked the shooting path without hesitation. She is very important. Wait a moment. Chapter 12 New Surprise. He turned his back to Yvette, and didn't see the other party's face darken, and adjusted the angle to shoot again. Yvette. The blue-haired young man held her wrist and whispered to stop him. The boss has already given the order. Xing Lian, do you want me to watch the boss get hurt? Yvette's tone was excited. No matter what. We can't disobey the order. Xing Lian's eyes were also filled with worry. But his attitude was very firm. Gu Duo had no time to pay attention to the disputes among his subordinates. His mental power was facing a storm, and he had to concentrate on it to avoid losing. And his hand was still moving forward inch by inch, only a finger away from Lu Jinggu's shoulder. But the powerful mental power formed a barrier around her, making this short distance seem like a natural moat. As powerful as Gu Duo was, it was inevitable to feel a little desperate. Is it just a matter of watching? At the same time, in a daze, Lu Jinggu suddenly heard the sound of the Taoyuan system without fluctuations. Abnormal mental power intrusion detected. Automatically activate the anti-intrusion system. A surge of power emanated from every leaf of the giant tree, as if invisible vines suddenly grew on the giant tree and entangled the tentacles. The two forces just made slight contact, and the tentacles were greatly frightened and shrank back. The powerful mental power suddenly appeared and disappeared abruptly. Naturally, there was no resistance, and Gu Duo pressed on Lu Jinggu's shoulders. She snorted lightly and fell backwards. Gu Duo subconsciously held her to prevent her from falling to the ground. When Lu Jinggu opened his eyes, he was confused for a long time. There was a part of his memory missing, and he couldn't recall it no matter how hard he tried. Dabai squatted beside the bed, and when he saw her wake up, he immediately came over excitedly and wanted to lick her. Lu Jinggu immediately slapped it in the face, moved the big wolf head away, and said with disgust, "Don't lick me anymore." Woo! The fragile Dabai lowered his head and whimpered. Ignoring it, she looked at Gu Duo and the other two and smiled gratefully. "Thank you for saving me." Gu Duo had no expression on his face, and Yvette frowned. Only Xing Lian smiled exaggeratedly. "Thank you." Us? Blinking, she realized that something seemed wrong, and frowned slightly. "Yeah. It can't be that the madman has a change of heart and let me go. Right?" Xing Lian wanted to say something, but Gu Duo said first, "How do you feel?" She touched her slightly sore neck. "It's okay, but my throat is a little uncomfortable." "Then talk less. Although I know he cares about me. Why does this sound so annoying?" She lowered her head and rolled her eyes, then got out of bed and went outside. Taoyuan had experienced a battle, and everything was in a mess, and she had to clean it up. Unexpectedly, there was no trace of blood outside, and even the 5 broken camphor trees were neatly placed on the open ground, and the bodies of the thugs were nowhere to be seen. Gu Duo said with a guilty tone, "Sorry. These trees, can they be saved?" Lu Jinggu shook his head. Gu Duo looked even more depressed, as if his invisible ears and tail were drooping. Ahem. She couldn't help but speak. "It's broken. I just plant new ones. And these wood can be reused." "Can these things be reused?" It was Xing Lian who spoke. His eyes were wide open, and he looked younger. Nodding, she said simply, "Well, you know later because of the sore throat." She looked up at the tree and concentrated on the feng shui value. A light green 230 appeared on the tree. Gu Duo said, "There's another thing I want to discuss with you." Turning his gaze to him, Lu Jinggu asked with his eyes, "What is it? Can the two of them live here too?" He paused and said, "We leave in about 5 to 7 days." Lu Jinggu was slightly startled. Gu Duo would leave sooner or later. She had never doubted that. But she didn't expect the separation to come so soon. A trace of bitterness emerged in her heart, but she quickly suppressed this strange emotion and nodded calmly. "Okay." But the house was just a simple 2-entry hut with a side room on the east and west sides. Now that there were 2 more people, it was quite inconvenient to live here. She then looked towards the houses, and Gu Duo said, "Don't worry. Xing Lian can live with me." Lu Jinggu was a little surprised. Gu Duo seemed to be in a high position, but he was willing to squeeze into a small house with his subordinates. It made her look at him with a higher opinion. But this is the best solution. After discussing these, Gu Duo brought the topic back. "When will you plant new trees?" He seemed to have a very stubborn preference for plants. Anyway, he also planned to replenish the feng shui value of Taoyuan. So he said, "Now." With a thought, the wooden stakes left by the camphor trees sank into the ground. The scope of Taoyuan has been expanded, and the feng shui formation can be reset. After walking around Taoyuan, she chose a new feng shui formation. This time she had time to choose slowly. So she carefully selected 4 types of plants from the pictures that lit up: purple leaf plum, late cherry, maple and pine. Then she started to plant trees in the selected location. Because these trees consume more mental power. She felt that her mental power was insufficient after planting only 4 trees. Fortunately, this was not an emergency. So she stopped and planned to continue after recovery. But suddenly, she felt a cool mental power coming. Gu Duo looked at her. I lend you my mental power. Boss! Yafute shouted in disbelief. Facing his bright eyes, Lu Jingu suddenly realized. This person has never seen enough. A foodie. A heavy lover of plants. Labeling him in his heart. Lu Jingu simply agreed. Why not borrow other people's spiritual power to expand your territory? However, seeing Yvette gritting her teeth, she asked one more question. Will this hurt you? No. Gu Duo answered calmly. And his spiritual power was passed to her brain again. Well, this beauty is probably not worth it for her to lead. Who made me a useless spiritual power? Lu Jingu shrugged and planted the 5th tree. The remaining spiritual power was not enough. But Gu Duo replenished it in time. In the end, she planted a total of 18 plants in different locations in Taoyuan as planned. In addition to the remaining camphor, 22 trees formed a new feng shui formation. This time, the warm wind lasted for a full minute. The calm spring water rippled, as if a pool of mercury was shining. When the wind calmed down, the feng shui value of the giant tree had reached 746. She clearly felt that Taoyuan was expanding. As if breathing, the area protected by the giant tree expanded by more than 3 times. However, the surprises did not stop there. System prompt. Congratulations on the upgrade of Taoyuan to level 2. Activating the construction task. Task 1. Build a fence. Task 2. Own 10 buildings. Currently own 4. Task 3. Upgrade to level 3 Taoyuan. Upgrade requirements. Feng Shui value 746/1200. Functional buildings 3/10. Taoyuan residents 1 out of 10. Chapter 13. The flower-growing family's food has made another contribution. Excuse me. Are you interested in settling in Taoyuan? After reading the task, Lu Jingu turned his head and asked. Gu Duo. Yafute. Xing Lian. The blonde beauty spoke to her for the first time. Who do you think our boss is? How could he settle in such a deserted planet? Yafute. Gu Duo spoke in a low voice with a warning tone. The beauty shut up angrily. But her hazel eyes still stared at her. Lu Jingu was not angry. To be precise, her tolerance for such a beautiful lady was infinitely increased. So she smiled. The lady is right. I was reckless. Yafute, ? Who is your lady? However, Gu Duo looked unprepared. And she didn't dare to say more. Why do you ask this suddenly? He looked around. So this place is called Taoyuan. Of course Lu Jingu couldn't tell the truth. So she lied. After you leave, there will be no one here. It's too lonely. So I want to recruit some residents. Do you think I can't tell you're talking nonsense? But Gu Duo didn't ask any more questions. She didn't have time to care about him, but was worried about the task. Feng Shui value and buildings are easy to deal with, and they can be achieved in time. Only the number of residents left her helpless. It was late, and it was useless to think too much. Lu Jingu yawned. Then I go to bed first. You guys can do whatever you want. She took to bite back to the room. The trio was silent for a while, and Yvette complained in a low voice. What? What a weird person. Boss, why did you get involved with her? Gu Duo glanced at her. Do you have a lot of opinions about people? Not really. If she hadn't saved me, I might have died of rage. Didn't you say it was okay before? Yvette's face changed drastically. This Taoyuan has the effect of calming the spirit. He was very calm. You drank a reliever before, so you didn't feel anything. The two of them opened their eyes wide. Xing Lian reacted. No wonder you risked your life to save her. Boss. Not only that, this place can also purify interstellar pollution. Fuck. Xing Lian couldn't help but swear. Gu Duo looked at the two people who were so shocked that their faces were abnormal, and felt a sense of pleasure for some reason. Finally, he was not the only one who was shocked silently. The owner of Taoyuan was too calm, so he couldn't show it. So he added another bomb. Did you see that lightning beast? It was a black beast a few days ago. Yip and Xing Lian were shocked. Is she from the black family? At present, she is not. Gu Duo shook his head. Yip questioned. But isn't this a unique method of the black family? She named the lightning beast to buy. Yip showed a sweaty expression, and admitted after a while, well, it really couldn't be black. Xing Lian also choked for a while. And then sighed, if such a talent was in the capital star. No matter which family would treat her as a guest of honor. How could she end up on this waste star? Gu Duo sneered, such short-sightedness. And still trying to climb up. The Lu family ridiculous. Yip and Xing Lian looked at each other. And they thought of something before. Looking at the boss's appearance. It is impossible to let Lu Jingu return to the Lu family. I don't know how the family will beat their chests and stamp their feet after knowing this. I'd better light a candle for the Lu family silently. In short, Gu Duo concluded, her mutant skills are very important. And perhaps the only solution to the current situation. So we must win her over. Isn't it enough to explain our identities to her? If you had thought it was not difficult. You can try. Gu Duo smiled lightly. Control your attitude and don't offend people. So the next morning, Yip was ready to talk about how awesome her boss was, and how glorious it was to be with him. She found Lu Jingu busy in the kitchen. Just as she was about to speak, a soul-stirring fragrance went straight into her nose. Yvette's eyes widened suddenly. What kind of poison is this? Holding a plate of cumin potato chips, Lu Jingu was speechless. This is food, not poison. How can it make people feel uneasy if it's not poison? Yvette didn't believe it, and even drew out her weapon. You want to plot against us? Beautiful sister is not cute now. For a moment, she was speechless, and didn't know how to explain. Fortunately, Gu Duo and Xing Lian appeared in time. When he saw this one-sided tension, he immediately realized what happened. Yvette, stop it. But, this is food. It's delicious. Emphasis, delicious. He walked straight to the table and stared at the dish with burning eyes. Can you eat it? Okay. Okay. Lu Jingu smiled. This meal is a welcome for the two of you. Putting down the cumin potato chips, he turned around and gave each of them a bowl of mashed potatoes with pepper sauce. And a plate of blanched choy sum. She felt a little regretful when she sat down. It seems that she needs to open another field to grow some food. She was craving for rice. Yifut and Xing Lian sat down as if they were sleepwalking. The closer they were, the more they felt that their souls were about to leave their bodies because of the fragrance. Lu Jingu took the lead in picking up chopsticks and greeted them warmly. Try my cooking. The two of them were in a trance, imitating her and picking up chopsticks. When they were about to pick up the food, they felt the death gaze from the boss at the same time. The two of them paused. Gu Duo, don't eat too much for the first time, lest your body can't stand it. Yes. The two of them just thought he was concerned. So they agreed honestly, and were very cautious when picking up the food. Lu Jingu. This guy lost his moral integrity just to eat a few more bites. This is the first time. You finished the whole table of food by yourself. Gu Duo seemed to sense something. And their eyes met. He curled his lips slightly, without any embarrassment of being discovered. Instead, he slowly opened his mouth and took a bite of food. He quickly looked away and drank a sip of water to calm down. My God. This man is so charming even when eating. It's almost killing the old aunt. After a meal, she sensitively noticed that the attitudes of Yifut and Xing Lian had changed. She got up early to cook. And it was not in vain. The food of the flower growers. Another contribution. Although the boss had the warning. Before, Yifut and Xing Lian still ate too much. Xing Lian touched his stomach. His face dreamy. Is this the legendary food? It's too delicious. Then he suddenly covered his face and wailed, how can I eat nutritional blocks in the future? F was much more reserved. But when she heard this, her face turned pale. See, even interstellar people who are food refugees will think that nutritional blocks are shit after comparison. Satisfied with this reaction, Lu Jingu threw out the bait he had prepared long ago. Want more delicious food? Swish, 6 burning eyes swept over. Chapter 14, She Won't Be Polite. What do you want? Although his eyes were burning, Gu Duo's tone was very calm. Interstellar currency? Material? Even if it's a small spaceship. I can give it to you. Lu Jingu's heart was warm. Spaceship. With this, she can leave planet 7133. But she quickly ended her fantasy. Her strength was still too weak. And she exposed herself without being prepared. At that time, she would be at the mercy of others. And the future would not be hers to choose. She glared at Gu Duo, but saw a trace of appreciation in his eyes. And suddenly reacted. This person was testing her, thinking that the two of them were only verbally willing to cooperate. She also understood why the other party did so. but still so angry. Unable to help but glare at him with reproach, she said unhappily, "What's the use of money and spaceships to me? Material. I want it. But do you have it?" Yif wanted to refute unconvinced, but was stopped by Gu Duo. He really didn't have those materials that could only be seen and recorded in museums, seemingly making him feel bad. She became proud and counted on her fingers. "I have so much work to do. Concrete more buildings, fence Taoyuan, and cultivate more farmland. If I rely on my mental power alone, I don't know how long it will take. So I want to make a deal with you." Gu Duo understood, thought for a moment and nodded. "We can help with these. But in return, you have to be responsible for providing 3 meals a day." Of course, Lu Jingu didn't care, and he took advantage of it by providing food and accommodation without wages. However, he didn't finish. The food cannot be the same every day. This was too much. She frowned. "I can't guarantee this. After all, it takes time for the crops in the field to mature. Then, at least the taste cannot be the same." Gu Duo gave in very hard. "Deal." Yafut and Xinglian didn't say a word from beginning to end, and were sold out by the boss in such a daze. But the two were still very happy. Xinglian swallowed his saliva and looked at everything in the kitchen eagerly. Since she had hired these people, she was not polite at all, and waved her hand. "Then you can assign tasks among yourselves. Wash dishes, build fences, and help me open up the farmland." Gu Duo naturally began to assign. "Yafut washes dishes. Xinglian builds fences. And I will help you." "Okay." But the next second the question came. "How to wash dishes?" Lu Jingu. "Wrong idea. The beautiful lady is not good at work. I had to demonstrate it myself." Fortunately, it was the first time for Yif to come into contact with these things, and she was very excited and quickly mastered the essentials. After the success, she couldn't wait to lead the 2 men away. God knows how much she likes to make delicious food, and how much she hates to wash dishes. Xinglian had a question: what to use to make a fence. He looked around in embarrassment. "I'm not a builder. I can't use my mental power to materialize like you do." "No. Here are the materials." She stopped, facing the 2 people's puzzled gazes, and raised her hand to point. Gu Duo slightly widened his eyes. Xinglian was even more direct. "Are you kidding?" She raised her eyebrows. "I never joke when I'm working. The so-called materials are the 5 camphor trees that were affected by the battle yesterday. The ornamental plants produced by the system are lush and leafy. So these camphor trees are as thick as 2 people, and can be used as wood after processing." The task did not specify what materials to use for the fence. "Isn't it cost-effective to reuse these camphor trees? But I have to explain in detail how to deal with them." She talked until her mouth was dry. But the 2 men listened with relish. Yafut, who came over after washing the dishes, was also fascinated. When she finished speaking, Xinglian immediately started to try. "I help too," Yafut said quickly. Even Gu Duo looked eager to try. But in the end, farming attracted him more, and he followed Lu Jingu away, looking back every few steps. She thought it was funny and couldn't help teasing. "Don't you think this kind of work is not worthy of your status?" As soon as she finished speaking, she received the other party's condemning gaze. "Being able to handle real wood with your own hands is an honor that even the highest leader of the alliance doesn't have. How can you say that?" "Okay." She forgot that this is an era where you can only eat junk food, in terms of taste. She shrugged and stopped talking about this topic, but began to plan farmland. After the area of Taoyuan expanded, she decided to designate this area as agriculture and animal husbandry. People can't always eat vegetarian food. Only a combination of meat and vegetables can be healthy. After thinking about how to place the buildings in her mind, she asked, "Then I materialize the new farmland and buildings?" "Okay." Gu Duo's mental power slowly stretched out, ready to support at any time. Then she won't be polite. For new farmlands were built in one go. When she wanted to build more, the system prompted that the maximum number of farmlands that could be built at this level had been reached. It turned out that there was such a limit. She had to stop with regret and materialized a pig farm instead. Pigs are good things, and they are full of treasures. Braised pork, fried spare ribs, pork meatballs. Just thinking about it made her drool. This was not over yet. She built a chicken coop next to the pig farm. Eggs, roast chicken, chicken soup. Swish. A forest appeared out of thin air, half surrounding the 2 buildings. She had another use for this forest. so she did not use the feng shui array planting method. So the feng shui value that was pulled down only rose partially. Glancing at the task, she found that although there were 6 farmlands in total, only one task building growth was provided. It seems that it is not advisable to repeatedly build the same building to complete the task. Lu Jinggu curled his lips, expressing dissatisfaction with the system's strict requirements. However, there was no other way. Turning her head to observe Gu Duo's expression, he looked normal even after building so many things in a row. His abundant mental power was really enviable. At this moment, his eyes were as big as copper bells, staring at the newly appeared buildings without blinking, diluting his usual serious and cold temperament. Lu Jinggu suddenly realized that the person in front of her was not much older than her original body. If he was on Earth, he would be just a young man who had just graduated from college. But here he had to fight to survive. This thought softened her heart, and she asked softly, "Can we continue?" Of course. Gu Duo didn't know that she was sympathizing with him, and nodded confidently. Lu Jingyu turned her head to look at the task panel. Taoyuan now has 1 residential house, 1 grocery store, 6 farmlands, 1 pig farm, 1 chicken coop, and she built a warehouse nearby. This can meet basic living needs. She decided to borrow Gu Duo's mental power to build a few buildings that he would definitely like. Looking at the open space next to the residential house, her mind moved. A tall plant broke out of the soil. It quickly sprouted branches and leaves, and the tender green leaves turned into mature dark green in a few seconds. Each leaf was like a small fan, dancing gently in the wind. Gu Duo's mental power was shaken violently. Chapter 15. Large-Scale Construction. He stared at the tall plant, his eyes flashing with joy. After a while, he whispered, "Ginkgo tree." Yes, Lu Jinggu had discovered it before, when he looked at the ancient ginkgo in the video. The light in his eyes was particularly gentle, so he should like it very much. Now it seems that she guessed right. She did not disturb Gu Duo, and also looked up at the ginkgo tree. But her thoughts had already flown away. Ginkgo has been known as a living fossil since ancient times. How many historical waves has the one carefully protected in the capital star witnessed? If it knew that it was the only one left in the entire universe, would it be heartbroken? This thought was too heavy, and Lu Jinggu felt heavy in his heart. After a long time, she gently exhaled a turbid breath. This interstellar era may have many powerful places, but it has lost its roots, history, and all the glory of the past. She had a vague feeling that perhaps this was her mission to travel through time. Lu Jinggu was dizzy by the sudden thought, and wondered if she was too ignorant. "Miss Lu." A low voice suddenly sounded, and Lu Jinggu shuddered, came back to his senses, and looked up at Gu Duo. "What's wrong?" Because of the backlight, Gu Duo's face was a little dark, but his eyes were surprisingly bright. At this moment, these bright eyes looked at her sincerely, and his voice suppressed excitement. "Miss Lu, you will be the most grateful person in the entire alliance." "Ah?" Lu Jinggu was a little surprised. She was not used to being looked at so eagerly, and couldn't help but joked, "I still want to be the richest person in the entire alliance." Unexpectedly, Gu Duo did not hesitate. "This wish will definitely come true." Lu Jinggu, ? What's wrong with you? Can't you hear that I'm joking? However, he has calmed down. "Do you still want to continue building?" Of course. Ornamental buildings are not counted in the task requirements. With the help of Gu Duo's spiritual power, she built another residential building, thank God. Both residential buildings were counted separately, and a seed store. There was still one functional building missing. She originally wanted to build one at random, but before she started, she caught a glimpse of a new picture. Qianhusi, which can be built only when the number of tradable buildings is 2 or more, manages Taoyuan's money and population. This function looks very confusing. Taoyuan is obviously showing a trend of self-sufficiency. What's the use of money? With this curiosity, she couldn't help but build Qianhusi. Task 2 is completed, and one of the conditions of Task 3 is also met. Can't wait to go into Qianhusi for a visit. It looks a bit like a pawn shop. There is a row of wooden fences on the high counter, and 4 small windows are opened at equal intervals. There are 4 empty chairs in the back. It seems that staff will sit on them at any time. Lu Jinggu blinked, waved away the weird feeling, and turned to look to the left. A whole wall of whiteboards, with a few neat lines of words on it. Treasury, 1,003 interstellar coins. Population, 1. Temporary staff, 3. Guardian Beast, to buy. Resource reserves, few. Gu Duo also saw these words and hesitated. The temporary staff are me. Xing Lian and Yi Fuet? Yes. You asked before whether to settle down. Is it for this? I guess so. My skill. Cough. Lu Jinggu lied uncomfortably. To be honest, I am also confused. But I feel that if there are more people, I will be much more relaxed. Gu Duo thought for a while, and then seemed to understand something. Nodded and said, after I leave, I will send you a group of people to help. Really? Her eyes lit up. Thank you so much. After thinking for a while, she added, it must be reliable. Don't worry. For some reason, Gu Duo's 2 short words made her feel very trusting. So she decisively threw the matter to the other party to solve. After walking around Qianhusi for a while, she didn't find any new features. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart, could it be an abandoned building? But the Taoyuan system didn't have a destruction option. So she had to let Qianhusi stand here. She went to the pig farm and the chicken coop to take a look. And these 2 buildings were very pleasing. The pig farm has big fat pigs. 1 male, 2 females, and 3 piglets. As long as they are carefully cared for, they can achieve sustainable development. The same is true in the chicken coop. With a big rooster and 5 hens, and a few white eggs scattered in the chicken coop. Lu Jinggu's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out 4 eggs. What is this? Gu Duo was confused, and he stretched out his hand curiously and fearfully, wanting to touch it. He only heard a click. It broke. Gu Duo screamed and a tone of the planet exploded. Not necessary. She quickly ran back to the kitchen, found a bowl to catch the egg, and turned to look at Gu Duo, who followed her. The 1.80 meter tall man looked sad with a look of I was wrong. Is this edible? Yes. It is also a kind of food. The invisible ears and tail drooped again. I broke it. Don't be so sad. Lu Jinggu held back his laughter conscientiously. You have to crack the shell when you eat it. Really? Gu Duo looked up hopefully. So I can still eat this later? You are so depressed because you are afraid that you can't eat this egg? Lu Jinggu was helpless, but still nodded. The other party was visibly happy. After calming Gu Duo's emotions, she put away the eggs under his reluctant gaze, and she was going to open up new farmland. Gu Duo volunteered. I help. Can you farm? She just wanted to borrow his mental power, not to exploit him in all aspects. However, he was very confident and insisted, I've seen it twice. It should be almost done. Let me try. So she gave him a set of tools, and the 2 of them started working on 1 field each. Soon she noticed the difference. The process on her side was simplified. But Gu Duo couldn't enjoy such convenience. So after she finished the 3 newly added plots of land, she barely finished there. Thanks to Gu Duo's strong body, the area of the field produced by the system was not large. Otherwise, it would not be finished in 1 day. Fortunately, the maturity time is still accelerated. Otherwise, Taoyuan's land will have to rely on herself in the future. After planting rice, wheat, corn and cabbage in the 4 plots, she breathed a sigh of relief. With a smile on her face, finished. Thank you for your hard work. As soon as she finished speaking, the system prompted, Task 1 completed. Are they moving so fast? Lu Jinggu was shocked and hurried to the edge of Taoyuan to see. The straight camphor wood fence stretched endlessly. How did you do it? She widened her eyes. You know, it takes a lot of time to dry a tree into wood. In the original estimate, they were able to tie the fence before leaving, which was already a very good speed. Xing Lian's dirty face was full of smug smile. Thanks to Yvette. She has fire ability, which is perfect for drying wood. Yes. This is a world with superpowers. Walked over to check. The camphor wood was dry and solid, and there was no problem of overbaking. She gave a thumbs up and praised sincerely, Miss, you are really amazing. Yvette smiled reservedly. It's a bit difficult to control the temperature, but I still did it. Gu Duo glanced at her and raised his mouth slightly. The progress of the plan was greatly improved, and Lu Jinggu was in a very good mood. When she was in a good mood, she was particularly generous. She waved her hand and said, Have something for lunch, and I make a big dinner for everyone in the evening. What is a big dinner? Gu Duo's 3 people didn't know, but it didn't prevent them from hearing the word eat. Their eyes lit up. In the afternoon, they played the role of butchers. Luckily, Gu Duo and Xing Lian were both experienced with knives, under Lu Jingu's command from a distance. They actually succeeded in slaughtering a suckling pig. A bonfire was set up, and the suckling pig with spices all over was roasted on the fire. The fragrance quickly turned from light to strong, and the 3 people and 1 beast squatting opposite couldn't help swallowing their saliva. The eyes were full of desire, and the gaze seemed to have turned into a hook, wishing to snatch the roasted suckling pig directly. Lu Jingu was amused and felt a little warm. At this moment, she was no longer a ghost from another world, but finally had a little feeling of home. She was eating and drinking well on planet 7133. But she didn't know that someone in Lu's house on planet 584 was furious and swept everything on the table to the ground, saying viciously, "What does it mean to lose contact? Can that loser come up with anything else?" Chapter 16 Days of Separation. Lu Hongda is a completely different person from his sparse name. He is both sinister and tyrannical. But who made him the most promising heir of this generation of the Lu family? So no one dared to resist him. At this moment, his study was in a mess. After smashing it, Lu Hongda felt a little less angry and looked at the messenger gloomily. "Where are those 2 rubbish? Ask them to come see me." They didn't come back. The subordinate was sweating profusely, but he didn't dare to wipe it off. Whoosh, a meteorite used for decoration flew past his ear. The subordinate was shocked, but he gritted his teeth and didn't dare to hide. He just bowed desperately and begged for mercy. "Go find those 2 losers. Thinking they'd be alright if they run away?" Lu Hongda gritted his teeth. "Also arrange for someone to go to star 7133. Remember, you must bring back that loser's body." With a vicious light flashing in his eyes, he grinned. "After all, she's my sister. It's my duty to collect her body." Even if he didn't look up, his subordinates were trembling with fear, and finally got a word to get out, and hurried away, having no idea that his half-brother was still thinking about him. Lu Jingu had a very happy life these days. A roasted suckling pig completely captured the hearts of Gu Duo and the other 2, and they worked very hard, asking every day, "Is there anything I can help with?" They all rushed to feed the pigs and chickens, and they were particularly excited. Lu Jingu was curious. "Don't you think the smell is bad?" "What's the matter?" Xing Lian waved his hand nonchalantly. When planet 6730 was first discovered, the entire planet was shrouded in a terrible stench. Since I participated in the cleanup mission, I think any smell is acceptable. She noticed that when he heard planet 6730, Gu Duo showed a hint of disgust. It seems that this is not an exaggeration at all. She was a little curious about how terrible the smell on that planet must be. In any case, she was still very happy that someone rushed to do all the hard work. But the time to say goodbye came soon. After breakfast that day, Gu Duo said that they were leaving. She was prepared for this, but she still couldn't hide her reluctance in her heart. She lowered her head to hide it, and raised a smile. "I'm counting the days, and I prepared something for you to eat on the road." It was no surprise to see that Gu Duo's eyes lit up when he heard the word eat. She smiled and took out a few boxes. The crops planted 2 days ago all had a good harvest. She made flour, made dumplings, and arranged them neatly. "This needs to be frozen. Your ability is ice-related, which is just right." She stuffed the box into Gu Duo's hands, and then she took out a few boxes and handed them to Yvette. "This is braised pork rice. It can't be kept for a long time. Eat it at noon later." Then there was another big box. "This contains pastries that can be kept for a long time. And these?" She turned out a bunch of bottles and jars. "Brand new unopened seasonings. Take them all back." A variety of things also filled the table. But it was not over yet. She ran out, and after a while, she came back carefully holding a flower pot. "This is for you too." "What is this?" Gu Duo's pupils trembled. Ginkgo trees are not easy to grow in pots. "This is called mint," she explained carefully. "You can cut some leaves appropriately, wash them, soak them in water, and drink them. It can cool down and relieve heat." Looking at the potted plant handed to him, Gu Duo froze. The pot was full of lush green, swaying slightly, as if it was proud of its vigorous vitality. He stretched out a finger eagerly and gently touched the cool leaves. His joy was beyond words. But the final words he said were rejection. "This is too precious. I can't take it away." "Why?" She didn't understand. It was just a small pot of mint, and the added feng shui value was negligible. So even with her mental power, she could make many pots at once. Except for Taoyuan. Only Shimilua can survive in the entire galaxy. If I take it away, it will only wither quickly. It's better to let it grow well here. Lu Jingu didn't think so, actually. I was about to ask you for a favor. I can't leave star 7133 for the time being. So I want you to take it out, and see how the plants grown in Taoyuan will be outside. This time Gu Duo didn't refuse. The way he took the flower pot seemed as if he was holding a fragile rare treasure in his hand, which made people feel funny, but also inexplicably sad. Lu Jingu almost impulsively wanted to take a batch of seeds to give to him, but she finally forced herself to hold back. The seed store had not been open to them before, and she couldn't mess up her rhythm because of a moment of weakness. I will select people to come as soon as possible, Gu Duo solemnly promised. Have a good trip, Lu Jingu instructed them. The three of them boarded the spaceship. Looking back every few steps, she kept waving her hands and watched the small spaceship slowly rise to a high altitude, then suddenly accelerated and soon disappeared from sight. Patting Debai's head, alas. Now we are the only ones who depend on each other. Debai wagged his tail wildly. Well, you are quite happy. Now no one will secretly use their mental power to bully you when you eat. Turning her head to look at Taoyuan. The flowers and trees are intertwined, and it looks more and more deserted. After a long while, she suddenly rolled up her sleeves and shouted, "Come on! There are still many things to do." She took Debai to the seed shop. She pushed the door open with her own hands, and the store was truly opened. Glass jars of different sizes are placed on the shelves of the antique Duobao pavilion. Each jar is full of seeds, and their names are written on a palm-sized card. With the seed shop, the 6 farmlands can play a greater role. But the most exciting thing is that some seeds are specially marked in the introduction as improved version, which can grow in extremely harsh conditions. She vaguely felt that the interstellar era, when plants were almost extinct, might correspond to the words extremely harsh. It was for this reason that she chose not to open the seed shop to Gu Duo. It was not because she was afraid that he would go crazy, but because she was afraid that her guess was wrong, and she would give people hope and then shatter it. That was the cruelest thing. So she had to verify her guess first. She did it right away, picked a few sunflower seeds marked with the words improved version, and left Taoyuan with her tools. The change in air inside and outside was the most intuitive. When breathing, the lungs seemed to be burned, and soon people felt dizzy and heavy. Debai was very nervous and held the corner of her clothes, trying to drag her back by force. "Don't worry, I'll be fine soon," patting its head to comfort it. She didn't dare to go any further, so she dug a hole on the spot, buried the seeds in it, and watered it carefully. She marked it with a circle of stones, and then ran back to Taoyuan quickly. Feeling the gentle power washing over her body, she breathed a sigh of relief. A few days later, Lu Jingu went to water the seeds every day. But so far, the area enclosed by stones is still motionless. It is inevitable to be a little disappointed, but I decided to wait patiently for a few more days. Debai doesn't like to leave Taoyuan, but he accompanies her every day, and this day is no exception. Lu Jingu took the water from Taoyuan spring and watered the area carefully, muttering to herself, "Little seeds, you have to work harder. Look at this era. There are more than 7,000 planets, but there are no plants. How lonely it is. There are large tracts of land waiting for you to decorate." She kept talking and watered the area bit by bit. Just as she was about to get up, Debai suddenly let out a fierce bark. She looked up quickly, and after seeing the scene in the distance clearly, her eyes shrank. Chapter 17 Smart Black Beast. Countless black beasts were approaching rapidly along with a poisonous storm in the distance. "Let's go!" She and Debai rushed into Taoyuan one after the other, and quickly moved out a square metal box. This was left by Gu Duo before he left, just to deal with the black beasts that might appear. After all, Taoyuan needs a lot of feng shui value to purify the living black beasts, and she can't afford so many pets. But he didn't expect that the poisonous storm and the black beasts would appear together. Lu Jingu gritted his teeth and quickly opened the metal box. Soon the box turned into a small precision instrument, and the silver-blue luster floated in the container below. It was the mental power left by Gu Duo. He thought very carefully, and knew that Lu Jingu's mental power was not enough to support this instrument. Now just turn on the switch to achieve the effect of dispelling the black beast. Staring at the position of the black beast, when the distance was almost right, she decisively turned on the machine. With a light hum sound, the silver-blue light on the machine flashed. The running black beast paused. They are very sensitive to danger, and Gu Duo's mental power can undoubtedly be marked as extremely dangerous. After hesitating for a moment, most of the black beasts turned around and ran away. But there were still 3 that finally rushed towards Taoyuan. It seemed that their strength was not strong enough to drive them away, so she turned off the instrument. Dabai lowered his body, let out an angry roar, and was ready to fight at any time. Lu Jingu's face was serious, and he held the knife in his hand. This was not from Taoyuan's weapon rack, but also a gift from Gu Duo. It is said to be the latest black technology on the capital star. It only takes a little mental power to burst out powerful lethality, which is most suitable for her. But now there is a problem. The poisonous storm is close at hand. She can't leave Taoyuan to fight. It's best that Dabai can keep the enemy out of the door. If not, glancing at the giant tree, she can only pray that the feng shui value can hold up. After thinking so much, it was actually just a blink of an eye. A black beast has already pounced in front of her. Dabai howled angrily, and a flash of lightning flashed on the short horns on his forehead, and a lightning bolt flew towards the black beast. The opponent was unable to avoid it, and his body was wrapped in electric light, twitching and rolling into the peach garden. Dabai didn't even look at it, and jumped at the second black beast. Lu Jingu gritted his teeth and raised the knife. According to the previous practice, he put a trace of mental power into the knife. Buzz, the seemingly ordinary blade suddenly vibrated, and the sharp teeth on the blade rotated at high speed, like many tiny electric saws. Aiming at the neck of the black beast, she cut it with force, and then rolled along with the momentum, avoiding the spurting black blood. The black air on her body just began to spread, and the black beast howled and stopped moving. A quick glance at Dabai. It was fighting with the second black beast, and for a while the black air and white hair flew everywhere, and it was not clear who was the winner for the time being. Ignore it and focus on the last black beast. Its body size is only about half of Dabai, but the black smoke coming out of its body is like substance, which shows that the poison is very strong. At this moment, it just stood there lightly, and the poison quickly dyed a piece of land black with its 4 claws as the center. Fortunately, once the spreading toxins came into contact with the fence of Taoyuan, they made a series of chi-chi sounds and evaporated into a light white mist, which could not invade at all. Subconsciously, I glanced at the giant tree. The feng shui value was slowly decreasing, but it was still within an acceptable range. Lu Jingu noticed that the black beast was looking down at something, and then cautiously stepped back a few steps. After reacting, she was shocked. It noticed the effect of Taoyuan, so it refused to get close. This black beast has amazing intelligence, and it may be difficult to deal with. But on the other hand, the smarter the creature, the less likely it is to take risks easily. Maybe it can be scared away directly. However, the black beast did not leave, but the other side decided the outcome first. Dabai seized the opportunity and struck another lightning bolt. While the opponent was paralyzed, he bit the enemy's throat. After a stalemate, the black beast stopped moving. Dabai dragged the corpse into Taoyuan very cleverly. The bodies of the 2 dead black beasts disappeared quickly like ice and snow melting. Dabai lowered his head and spat hard. It seemed that the black beast had a bad taste, even though there was a strong enemy beside him. Lu Jingu couldn't help but smile softly. Then both the man and the beast stared at the last enemy. Its dark eyes looked at them for a moment, and suddenly turned its head. The poisonous storm was already in sight. With a gloomy look, she grabbed the hair on Dabai's neck and ordered, "Let's go back to the house first. Anyway, if the other party enters Taoyuan, the purification function will be triggered, and it will be difficult to pose a threat to her even if she is in pain." It was the first time she faced the poisonous storm directly, and she sincerely prayed that Taoyuan would be strong enough. As soon as she closed the door, Taoyuan was completely surrounded by the howling poisonous storm. The wind was black, and the dust and stones blown up were all black and gray. The poisonous smoke rose up with the wind, as if dyeing the sky black. Looking through the glass, Lu Jingu couldn't help hugging Dabai tightly. This is simply the end of the world, and such scenes are played out countless times a day in the entire Interstellar Alliance. The Alliance has developed 7,613 planets, and this number has not changed in the past 30 years. Is there no more planet to be developed in the vast universe? Of course not, but the increasingly severe interstellar pollution has prevented the Alliance from expanding. It is said that the planets numbered after 7400 have completely become dead stars. Except for the black beast. Any life form, even if it just enters its atmosphere, will die in just a few minutes. Therefore, the Alliance explicitly stipulates that no interstellar citizen may cross the defense line to avoid bringing back toxins. But even so, interstellar pollution is still spreading, and the defense line is constantly shrinking. The Alliance has tried every means to slow down its speed. Pessimists predict that sooner or later, even the capital planet will become a completely dead star. Looking at the howling black storm outside the window, she felt that this statement was not unreasonable. After an unknown period of time, the poisonous storm finally subsided. Lu Jingu took a deep breath and opened the door solemnly. The black smoke was bound by an invisible force and quickly sank to the ground. Then it disappeared without a trace, like melting snow particles. Taoyuan returned to its original state, as if the doomsday scene just now was an illusion. Huh? She exhaled forcefully, and her heart, which had been hanging high, finally let go completely. But at the same time, there was a heavy burden on her heart. She finally understood why Gu Duo looked at Taoyuan and herself with expectations. Ah! Ah! Dabai's low roar brought her back to her thoughts. Looking up, Lu Jingu couldn't help but frown. The clever black beast not only did not leave, but also took an elegant step and began to circle around the fence. From the looks of it, it didn't take the angry Dabai seriously at all. A strange idea emerged. The black beast seemed to be observing Taoyuan. Could it be that it wanted to find a flaw to attack? The corner of his mouth curled slightly. Then it was destined to be disappointed. After watching it for a while, he found that the other party did not make any other moves. So Lu Jingu stopped paying attention. Anyway, as long as it dared to come in, the purification effect would naturally be enough for it to drink a pot. The crops in several fields were ripe, and she was very busy. Before leaving, he patted Dabai's head. Don't bark. It doesn't dare to come in. Dabai stopped barking obediently and followed the footsteps of his master. Neither the man nor the beast noticed that the black beast looked at their backs, and a strange light flashed in its ink-like eyes. Chapter 18 New Partner. After working hard to harvest all the crops in the field and selecting new vegetables from the seed store to plant, Lu Jingu wiped the sweat off his face and wiped 2 tomatoes on his sleeves. He stuffed one into Dabai's mouth and ate the other by himself. All natural, pollution-free tomatoes. The taste was amazing. Both the man and the beast squinted their eyes happily, immersed in the sour and sweet taste. Meow. She scratched her ears and seemed to hear a cat's meow. Meow. The meow became more urgent. Turning her head, she saw a fluffy creature sitting there. Sensing her gaze, it licked its front paws gracefully and meowed again. Where did this come from? The cat-like creature looked at the tomato, then at her. Meow. Seeing that she didn't respond, it repeated the process. Meow meow. And again, meow meow meow. Lu Jingu picked up a tomato and asked hesitantly, "Do you want to eat it?" Meow. Roared Dabai scratched the ground threateningly and opened his big mouth. He felt his palms were slightly wet, and the tomato had been taken away. Dabai chewed and snorted proudly. Jealous already? Lu Jingu looked helpless. The cat opposite suddenly had a pair of wet eyes, looked at her aggrievedly, and meowed softly again. Oh my god! It's so cute! With a scream in her heart, she immediately picked up another tomato and pushed away Dabai's mouth. Come here and let me touch it, and I let you eat it. She squatted down and coaxed softly. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she seemed to see the kitten glance at Dabai proudly. But in the blink of an eye, it came closer gracefully, lowered its head, and rubbed against her hand. Such soft fur! Lu Jingu was immediately attracted by the soft fur, and put the tomato to its mouth while gently stroking its back. It felt great. It ate a tomato quickly, cleaned itself carefully, and then came closer and rubbed against her legs very gently. She felt her heart was about to melt, and she couldn't help but pick it up. Dabai aw. It seemed to remind her to be careful. However, little kitty was very well behaved, nestling in her arms without moving, with a posture of, whatever you want. Okay. Don't be jealous. Lu Jingu stroked Dabai twice and said happily, It's too quiet here. Wouldn't it be nice to have more friends? She lifted up the kitten and observed it carefully. After a moment, she made a decision. Your pattern really looks like clouds. From now on, you be called Xiao Yunyun. Dabai. This is Xiao Yunyun. She held up the new pet and introduced them to the two seriously. Xiao Yunyun. This is Dubai. You will be friends from now on. So you must get along well. Xiao Yunyun showed a smug expression and stuck out her tongue at Dubai. But it was stuck in the armpit with its back facing Lu Jinggu. So she didn't see this lively expression at all. But Dubai's sudden grinning was seen. So she patted Dubai's head again. You are my brother. You must be sensible. Xiao Yunyun's expression was stunned. Dubai opened his mouth and cried ayo, and suddenly became very happy. Without understanding the undercurrent between the two, she put Xiao Yunyun down and started moving things into the warehouse. After trying, she found that only the materials put into the warehouse would be counted in the storage volume by Qian Husi. Although the warehouse looked simple, it had an excellent preservation effect. So she naturally moved all the things there. And it was not a big deal to take as much as she needed every day. After moving things, she felt tired and planned to go back for a nap. She went to find Dubai and Xiao Yunyun, and was shocked to find that the two were fighting. However, when she looked closely, Dubai stretched out his wet tongue and licked Xiao Yunyun's forehead firmly. So Xiao Yunyun's fluffy hair immediately stuck to her face, greatly reducing her beauty. Not to be outdone, it licked Dubai's nose with its tongue. Achoo. Dubai sneezed immediately. Ha ha ha. She couldn't help laughing. Walked over and touched one of them a few times. I thought you were fighting. But it turns out you're getting along so well. She picked up little Yunyun and sat on Dubai's back. She happily commanded, let's go home and rest. She squinted her eyes and smiled happily, not knowing that the two little ones looked at each other and rolled their eyes, following the location of Taoyuan vertically upwards, all the way to the atmosphere of star 7133. Gu Duo and the other two were watching the screen, until the figure above disappeared under the eaves. Xing Lian let out a long sigh. My God, the poisonous storm and the black beast tide were actually solved like this? Without waiting for Gu Duo and Yi Fu to speak, he hammered his palm again. The cracked cloud beast actually took the initiative to enter Taoyuan to be purified, and was so close to her. It was clearly recognized as the master. If this gets out, I don't know how many people will be jealous to death. Aren't you jealous now? Yi Fu joked. I'm not, Xing Lian denied. But I'm really envious. This luck is too good. Gu Duo said nothing, but suddenly thought of the time when they first met. She said, maybe when people are extremely unlucky, they will always encounter some good things. He felt that if the girl was allowed to choose, she probably wouldn't like such good luck. She handled it well. Let's go. He lowered his eyes and stopped looking at the screen, and ordered, yes. Xing Lian and Yifet naturally had no objection. But Xing Lian still joked, the boss really values Miss Lu. Gu Duo did not comment. He was unwilling to be lonely and asked, but boss, since you are so worried, why don't you just take her back to the base? After all, this is a useless planet. Miss Lu's mental power is only F. Who knows what kind of unsolvable danger she will encounter? Gu Duo glanced at him, and before he answered, Yvette said dissatisfiedly, you also know that she is a mentally useless person. How can such a person be qualified to be with the boss? Take her back to the base. Do you want to make the boss a laughing stock? Wow. Yvette, haven't you heard that eating people's mouths are soft? Then I also exchanged my labor. And I didn't eat her for free. Yvette said confidently. Boss, it's not a big deal. She has consumed so much mental power. She didn't lose out. Okay. Xing Lian couldn't argue with her, so he raised his hands and surrendered. You are the most reasonable. I won't argue with you. However, Yvette was still worried. Her moist eyes were full of worry. Boss, her skills are indeed rare, but her mental power is not enough to support her use. She can't rely on borrowing other people's mental power for her whole life. Right? Besides, only those above the double S level can lend mental power. Gu Duo frowned slightly. I have my own rules for this matter. You don't have to worry about it. And don't reveal her existence for the time being. At the end, his eyes turned cold. The two immediately felt the importance of this matter and hurriedly responded seriously. The spacecraft without any signs quickly arrived at the first space jump station. They had to jump several times before they could return to the base. The space jump station looks like a horizontal 8, with two circles on the left and right, which are the jump points for leaving and arriving. They naturally lined up on the left. When it was their turn, the jump point on the right suddenly lit up. A small spaceship appeared out of nowhere in the ring and slowly left without stopping. Xing Lian started talking again. 7,000 plus planets have been polluted to varying degrees. And there are still private spaceships coming at this time. I really don't understand what these rich people are thinking. Gu Duo glanced at the spaceship in the distance casually. There was no mark either. It was probably some Loki rich man. Chapter 19. People come and go. Lu Jinggu has been working on two things these days. Cooking and building houses. After research, she already knows how to develop Taoyuan residence. The right to use the residential buildings. Perhaps because she is the owner of Taoyuan. The first residential building automatically belongs to her. So it was not until she built the second residential building that she found out that the residential building can be set with the right to use on the system management page. Before Gu Duo and the other two left, their names were listed in the new residential building right selection. In other words, the sign of becoming a Taoyuan resident is to own a property here. But it is only the right to use. As the owner of Taoyuan, she can take back the residential building at any time. And correspondingly, the person will lose the status of a resident. Another surprising discovery for her is that food has a strong restorative effect on mental strength. Originally, her mental strength would make her faint for a whole night to build a residential building. But now, Lu Jinggu is holding a bowl of cold mixed tomatoes, choosing to build a residential building while picking up the sweet and sour tomatoes in her mouth. Mental power was consumed rapidly and replenished quickly. With this method, how much she could build in a day depended on how big her stomach was. And the sequelae were just a little dizziness. So it only took her a few days to build 2 neat rows of houses in the southwest of Taoyuan. It was far away from the east where she lived. So when Gu Duo's people came, they could be temporarily arranged here. If they were honest and diligent after the assessment, they could become the first batch of residents in Taoyuan. She was happily planning, and suddenly felt her left and right trouser legs being pulled. She picked up 2 pieces of sugar and tomatoes and threw them down. Dabai and Taoyuan licked their lips in satisfaction and stared at her bowl eagerly, thinking that there were already 11 vacant houses, enough for the task. She simply sat down cross-legged, divided the tomatoes in the bowl into 2 piles, and let them eat to their heart's content. Dabai and Taoyuan were both eating hard. But suddenly, Dabai barked at the sky. Taoyuan also raised her head. Although she didn't shout, her eyes were alert. With her hands on the awning, she barely saw a spaceship landing. It's really strange, she said to herself. Isn't it a waste planet? Why are there so many people coming and going? As the altitude of the spaceship dropped, she could see more clearly. There was no sign on the shell, which made her eyes sink slightly. After Gu Duo's special training, she was no longer the poor little girl with poor common sense. She knew that in addition to the open spaceships, noble families often have private spaceships without signs. Some are for traveling without being disturbed, while others are for some gray industries. So why did this spaceship come to planet 7133? Before the other party landed, she went back to the house, put the knife on her waist, and took out a gun. Gu Duo provided it with all his heart and recorded her fingerprints. Unfortunately, the attack intensity of laser weapons is closely related to mental strength, so she didn't take it out when dealing with the Black Beast before. But when used against people, the lethality depends more on the crosshairs and the shooting position. Dabai has already stood at the edge of Taoyuan, staring at the landing spaceship, like a big dog guarding the house. Taoyuan is nowhere to be found. But it is too late to find her now. Lu Jinggu put his hand holding the laser gun in his pocket and watched the hatch of the spaceship slowly open. After a while, several people filed out. The first person was about 17 or 18 years old, thin, a little malnourished, and seemed very harmless. But the hairs on her body stood up. She knew this person. His name is Wen Ji, and he is Lu Hongda's right-hand man. He looks like a teenager, but he is actually very cruel and ruthless. It is said that he likes to listen to the screams of people when they are dying, in order to be able to relive those sounds at any time when he is bored. He records them when torturing people, and then plays them as music. The original body was very afraid of him, and this person did threaten the original body many times in private, saying that her voice was very nice, and if she screamed when tortured, she would definitely be the most perfect one in his collection. So he was looking forward to the day when the original body would fall into his hands. This poor girl was scared to death, and she would have nightmares every night when she met Wen Ji. Now that he suddenly appeared, the emotions left by the original body were at work, and Lu Jinggu subconsciously wanted to escape and hide. However, she woke up quickly. Taoyuan couldn't stop these people from entering. So where could she hide? Besides, she had to buy. And she was no longer helpless. So she might as well fight with her back to the water. After calming down, she straightened her back and stared at the other party with sharp eyes. When Ji and his group had already discovered her existence. But they were also shocked by the vibrant Taoyuan. And stayed for a while before walking over here. From a distance, when Ji could sense the vigilant and hostile gaze. Unexpectedly, the exiled life did not torture this useless lady to death, but made her glow with a completely different brilliance, feeling even more attractive. He couldn't help licking his lips, and couldn't help imagining her screams when she was tortured. That kind of unyielding and helpless scream of pain must be very beautiful. When Ji was so excited that his hands and feet were numb, and he wished he could catch her now, and use all the means he knew to make her suffer. Bayu, the laser flew over, and when Ji and others stopped in time, one step away, there was a bottomless pit on the ground. Lu Jingu's face was calm, and he warned, "You are not welcome here. Please leave immediately. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude." When Ji's eyes flashed with a stronger interest, staring at her, without saying a word. But a young lady with long brown hair and a gentle smile said softly, "Ajin, it's me. I'm here to see you." Lu Jingu glanced at the other person, and his eyes became colder. Of course she remembered this person. Louisa Joss, Lu Hongda's fiancée. For some reason, she has been staying in the Lu family for several years. She has always had a good relationship with the original body. After she read the original body's memory, she was almost fainted by the overflowing tea fragrance. Seeing that she didn't speak, Louisa showed her usual innocent look. "My poor Ajin. You must be scared. Don't be afraid. We are all here to help you. Ahung is afraid that you will not live well here. So he asked us to send you something without telling your father. And by the way, there is also Aunt Lu's video." She explained like the most caring elder sister. "Aunt Lu misses you very much. But she is too busy. Recently, there is a big construction project to be done at home. Aunt Lu really can't spare the time to come. So she recorded a video for me to bring to you. Ajin, let's watch Aunt Lu's video together." "Okay." Lu Jingu's eyes were heavy, and an urgent feeling rose in his heart. That was the residual thought of the original body. And in a way, she also regarded Lu Nianjun as her mother. So she raised her chin slightly. "Come here. No one else is allowed to come near." Louisa opened her eyes wide. "Oh my god. Ajin, are you doubting us?" And Wenji's eyes became more and more interested. And suddenly he waved his hand, and said in a hoarse voice, "Just do what she asks." "But," Louisa frowned and whispered, "she seems crazy. You let me take risks? What are you afraid of?" Wenji patted her shoulder. "Don't you still have that?" With a gleam in her eyes, Louisa smiled sweetly again. "Ajin, then I'm coming over." Chapter 20. There are surprises in the cell. In memory, Louisa Joss is an ordinary level of mental strength D, and the awakened skills are more life-oriented, and she has no combat power. But she still did not relax her vigilance. She stared at Wenji and others, and ordered to buy at the same time. "Go. Watch her." Louisa wanted to come to her side, but just as she stepped into the scope of Taoyuan, her face changed because of the fresh air, and she saw a huge animal rushing towards her. Ah! She was so scared that she couldn't help screaming. Dabai landed lightly on the ground, and the tip of its front paw was only about an inch away from Louisa's feet, and disdain flashed in its golden eyes. Lu Jingu smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. Dabai is very well behaved and won't attack people casually. The implication is that if you want to play any tricks, it's not casual." Louisa managed to calm down and patted her chest. "This lightning beast is too big and scary. Can Ajin let it go away?" As she spoke, she showed a weak smile. In the past, whenever she saw her like this, the original body would always compromise quickly. This is the only friend, and the original body cherishes it very much. However, this time, Lu Jingu simply answered, "No." Ajin, the beautiful eyes slightly widened, as if very surprised. After a moment, seeing that she did not show any sign of softening, she turned into extreme disappointment and pain. Louisa hung her head. "Ajin, are you blaming me? But although I have an engagement with Ahong, as long as I am not married, I am still just a guest staying here. How can I interfere with Uncle Lu's decision?" 2 drops of crystal tears slid down her cheeks, which was really heartbreaking. However, Lu Jinggu was hard-hearted and pouted. Don't you have a video of my mother? Why don't you play it? Louisa panicked. Is this loser possessed? He didn't even come to comfort her when she cried. Feeling insulted, she bit her lips angrily, with resentment flashing in her eyes. But that thing can't be used unless you get close to it. Louisa wiped her tears and continued to maintain a sad expression. Okay. Let it go. I come over to show you the video. The size of the virtual light screen is up to you. Just turn up the screen so I can see it clearly. I didn't expect her to be so stubborn. Louisa was angry and a little flustered, and couldn't help but look back at Lu Jinggu also looked over, and his heart sank. The group of people disappeared. Damn it! I was still too naive. After being distracted by Louisa, I didn't pay any attention to the movements of others. My first reaction was to turn around. Ah! Help! Fuck! Several screams and curses rang out. Lu Jinggu was startled and ran to the place where the sound came from. Louisa wanted to catch up, but Dabai pressed her to the ground with one paw. It bared its teeth threateningly, and saliva dripped onto Louisa's face, scaring her so much that she rolled her eyes and fainted. Lu Jinggu arrived at the scene after bypassing 2 rows of houses. Xiao Yunyan squatted on the open space, licking her paw gracefully. Around it, 5 big men, including Wen Ji, were lying on the ground in a mess. She was very confused. So who would tell her what happened? Soon, Dabai dragged Louisa, who looked like a dead dog, over. Okay. A crisis was resolved inexplicably, but she was in a dilemma about how to deal with them. These people were clearly here with bad intentions, and it was absolutely impossible to let them go. Besides, they had already seen the existence of Taoyuan, and if they let them go, it would inevitably be leaked. But she couldn't bring herself to kill them all directly. After all, this was not a life and death struggle, but a group of people who had lost the power to resist. What should I do? Lu Jinggu scratched her head, habitually trying to find a solution from the system. As a result, she actually found one. Prison cell. Building description, used to detain prisoners. The minimum detention time is 5 minutes, and the maximum is lifelong. P.S. The prisoners who can escape from the Taoyuan prison cell are still in their mother's belly. Hee hee. Lu Jinggu blinked, moved his eyes away from the arrogant system text, and decided to build a prison cell behind the pig farm. He took a cup of rice milk and chose to build while drinking. After drinking the rice milk, the prison cell was also built. She went in to take a look. There was a long and narrow corridor at the entrance, and there were small cells on both sides. There were stairs going down at the end. It turned out that there were 3 floors underground. The dungeon was even more gloomy. Although there were no torture instruments or anything, she still felt very depressed. But for detaining bad guys, this environment is too perfect. So he asked Dabai to drag Wen Ji and others one by one, and each person had a dungeon to deal with. For each person, she could set the detention time individually. This time was changeable. So Lu Jinggu set it to lifelong without hesitation. Humph! Let these people come from afar to harm her. Then she got a surprise. The management page prompts, you can set the labor reform time. I hurriedly studied it. It turns out that prisoners who are detained for more than 12 hours can set the labor reform time. The specific labor project is determined by the existing facilities in Taoyuan. In addition to farmland, pig farms and chicken coops, grocery stores, seed stores and money households also provide labor reform positions. But currently these 3 options are gray. And the prompt is, there is no management staff in this building. She was surprised and happy. It seems that Taoyuan still has many functions to be discovered, considering that Wen Ji and other men are very aggressive. She didn't know if there would be any problems if they were released to work. So she decided to experiment with Louisa first. So she set her labor reform address to Pig Farm and chose the shortest half an hour for the duration. As soon as the setting was completed, Louisa groaned and slowly opened her eyes, seeing the environment she was in. She was shocked at first, and quickly looked at Lu Jinggu. Ajin. Where is this? Why did you lock me up? Holding her arms across her chest, she looked at the other party's panic to cover up the resentment in his eyes, and smiled. You want to kill me, and I just locked you up? Which is already very merciful. Ajin. What are you talking about? We are here to help you. How could we kill you? Help me? With a slight curl of her lips, she leaned forward slightly. Before I was exiled, you didn't help me. And when I was exiled, You didn't show up. But you came to help me when the poison storm didn't kill me. Spreading her hands, she chuckled. But her smile was not as bright as her eyes. Louisa. My mental strength is poor. But I'm not stupid. Do you really think I don't know that the triangular eyes and gorilla before were sent by Lu Hongda? Yes. She had thought it through a long time ago. The original body's father, Lu Yiming, the current head of the Lu family, still needs to appease Lu Nianjun. And there is no need to kill the original body. The only people in the Lu family who would want to kill the original body are those whose interests conflict with those of Lu Nianjun and her daughter. After all, once the original body dies, Lu Nianjun will be severely hurt. After all, there is no one else who has the motivation and ability to do it except the heir-to-be Lu Hongda. She was observing Louisa's demeanor while she was talking. And sure enough, she saw her eyes flickering and subconsciously avoided her sight. After the initial panic, Louisa wanted to quibble. But she was already impatient to listen and waved her hand. Don't talk too much. You should go to labor reform. Labor reform? Louisa was confused. The next second, something strange happened in this cell. Chapter 21 Population is coming soon. Voice broadcast. Prisoner 013 begins labor reform. Location, pig farm. Time, half an hour. Before the voice fell, shackles suddenly ejected from the floor and walls on both sides of the cell. Louisa subconsciously wanted to hide, but the shackles were extremely fast. And with 2 clicks, her hands and feet were cuffed. What is this? Louisa tried to pry it open in fear, and a flash of lightning flashed. Ah! Ajin, why are you doing this to me? Lu Jinggu was very interested. It seemed that Taoyuan also had control measures for prisoners who were sent out for labor reform. I just don't know if these will work on stronger people. She decided to pick a weaker one from the remaining few people to try. The cell door opened automatically. Louisa didn't move at first, and wanted to trick her into letting her go. Then the shackles continued to discharge at a frequency of once every 10 seconds until Louisa walked out. When she left the cell and basked in the sun, the shackles on her hands began to flash green arrows, pointing to the pig farm. Louisa was shocked enough that she didn't dare to make trouble at all, and followed the instructions obediently. But she kept saying, Ajin, how could you do this to me? Have you forgotten how close we were before? As she spoke, she cried beautifully. Lu Jinggu ignored her and touched his chin with regret. Alas! Why don't you run? I want to see what will happen if the prisoner tries to escape. Louisa shuddered and looked at him in shock, forgetting to shed tears. That expression seemed to say, Are you crazy? Heh. She sneered. What's so surprising? I survived a life-threatening situation, so it would be strange if I was deceived by your tricks. Is shedding 2 tears caring? She would rather have the cruel training like Gu Duo. At least it gave her the capital to try to survive. Lu Jinggu lowered his eyes, thinking of that stunning face. He wondered where they were now, and whether everything was safe. The 3 people who were remembered had just stopped at a space jump station. There was a branch of Qiying, the largest trading house in the Interstellar. Why should we buy people here? Yvette grumbled dissatisfiedly. Dachi is Blake's lackey. Why send them money? It's not appropriate to send people with too strong mental power to Taoyuan. Xinglian understood the boss's idea very well. Why not buy some people from the slave market? We are not afraid that they will cause trouble for Miss Lu. Isn't it the most convenient here? Yvette did not understand. But she felt very unhappy when she thought of Gu Duo's repeated unusual actions for Lu Jinggu. Qiying's trading house was very lively, especially the place where slaves were bought and sold, which was crowded. The Interstellar Alliance experienced several population explosions and absorbed some non-human interstellar races, and the population was extremely large. But as mental skills become more and more important, ordinary people with levels below the average cannot use the machines driven by mental power that are popular in various industries today. And even survival has gradually become a problem. Only newly discovered planets often cannot directly transport a large number of equipment for various reasons, and can only be developed slowly by manpower. So the Alliance has enacted a law that these people must go to dangerous borders to do hard labor after they become adults. And the Alliance will provide the necessary materials for survival. But there are exceptions to everything. And there are always some people who are unwilling to work hard and risk danger. At the same time, some nobles believe that using machines to meet the needs of life, like ordinary families, how can they reflect their nobility and difference? So I don't know when. The nobles have started to use servants. Retro style. So these ordinary people who don't want to do hard labor have a new place to go, out of the need to balance the forces of all parties. And the fact that the pace of developing new planets has been greatly reduced due to interstellar pollution. And it can't consume so many ordinary people. The Alliance tacitly accepted this behavior. In Gu Duo's childhood memory, there were also several servants around him. But those were servants of the Gu family. This was the first time for a young lady to buy slaves in person. When he saw those goods that were half-dressed and looked like animals being inspected wantonly, he frowned slightly. This kind of scene made people feel uncomfortable instinctively. Fortunately, his purchase requirements were completely different from those of the picky nobles. They just needed to be able to work, obedient, and have a low mental level. So within 10 minutes, a row of goods was delivered. Lu Jingdu didn't want to make it too exaggerated at once, so he asked that only 10 people would be enough. He was about to leave the first 10 people, but suddenly remembered how she looked at him in a daze several times. Although she pretended not to know every time, she must like her face very much. Gu Duo pursed his lips and picked out a few who looked more delicate and good-looking. Don't take these. Among the rest, the ones who looked too unbelievable to human aesthetics were also picked out. He always felt that if he sent someone with such appearance, she would complain. There were exactly 10 left, and he took a closer look. Very good, ordinary appearance, and generally F or U mental power, which met his requirements. He paid the money readily, and Qiang Trading House put the lowest level suppression ring on this group of commodities. Xinglian sighed. The Dachi family is really good at doing business. In fact, what can these people's mental power do? The low-level suppression ring is not expensive, but it makes people feel that the trading house is particularly concerned about the interests of customers. Gu Duo did not comment and took them to the spaceship docking point. Next to their small spaceship, there was another small spaceship. A man with long platinum hair, narrow eyes, and a calm temperament stood in front of the spaceship. Xinglian waved his hand happily when he saw it. Yida. My lord. Xinglian. Yvette. The two sides met up, and Gu Duo handed the 10 people directly to Ida. The target location has been sent to you. Take them there. You stay there for the time being. If Miss Lu needs anything, try to satisfy her. If you can't do it, send me a message. Yes. Ida obviously knew the mission well, and without asking any more questions, he took the group of people on the spaceship. Yvette was surprised and doubtful. Boss, sending Ida over is a waste of talent. I have my own arrangements. He didn't explain much, just ordered to continue the space jump. Yvette felt that this was an excuse. Gu Duo clearly valued Lu Jinggu too much, so he sent one of his confidants over. She lowered her eyes and bit her lip, and the jealousy in her heart could not be suppressed. Lu Jinggu didn't know that in the vast universe, a spaceship was flying with the people she needed. At this moment, she was standing outside the pig farm, frowning in disdain. If you can't even do such a small job, what use do I have for you? Chapter 22. The labor force is here. Louisa really cried this time. I have never seen such a disgusting place in my life. It smells so bad and disgusting. Completely forgetting the beauty of crying, Louisa complained with tears and snot. I am the daughter of the Chiao's family and Ahong's fiancé. How can you humiliate me like this? Lu Jinggu looked indifferent. Anyway, I don't keep idle people here. If you can't even do this little job well, then you can only forgive your sin with your life. Dabai grinned in cooperation. Xiao Yunyan glanced at Louisa with contempt and continued to lick her fur. Louisa didn't think it was a threat. In her opinion, Lu Jinggu was crazy. There is no reason to talk to a madman. Of course she didn't want to die, so she could only cry and work. Clumsy. She didn't complete the task in half an hour. The Taoyuan system was very considerate and automatically extended the working time. If you didn't finish it, you couldn't rest and you didn't have food. Seeing the people frowning and sweeping the floor slowly while holding their breath, Lu Jinggu suddenly smiled, picked up Xiao Yunyan, patted Dabai, and said to them, let her work first. We go eat. Louisa's eyes flashed. After a while, Lu Jinggu was out of sight, and she straightened up carefully. After waiting for a while in fear, the shackles did not shock her, and she tried to walk a few steps outside the pig farm. Still no response. Louisa was overjoyed and judged that the so-called automatic shock was just a trick played by Lu Jinggu. Now that she was not there, the shock would have no effect. Think you can scare me like this? So naive. Throwing down the broom, Louisa ran away. She didn't even care about Wenji and others who came with her, and just wanted to get back to the spaceship immediately. The spaceship has an automatic driving system, so it can fly smoothly even if there is only one person. After she leaves safely, I must let Lu Jingu know what will happen if he humiliates her. And the oasis that suddenly appeared on the waste planet must be of great interest to Ahong. And if she brings back this news, her status will be greatly improved. The more Louisa thinks about it, the better it becomes, as if she has seen a bright road waving to her. She has left the range of the pig farm for more than 10 meters. And suddenly, warning, the prisoners in labor reform have deviated from the original coordinates and are determined to have a tendency to escape from prison. A huge alarm sounded in the cell, resounding in every corner of Taoyuan. And Louisa's shackles suddenly lit up with a dazzling, flashing red light. And a strong electric light burst out instantly. Ah! A shrill scream sounded. The electric light lasted for 10 seconds. And Lu Jingu poked his head out and saw a little black man with smoke all over his body. Louisa had fainted. Good guy. She couldn't help but exclaimed. This is too powerful. Led to Bai dragged the person back to the cell, and found that Wenji and others were awake. Of course they couldn't be honest. In fact, as soon as Lu Jingu showed up, violent mental power attacked her head-on. They didn't care that Louisa was by her side. However, when the terrible mental power just came out of the cell, the 5 cells suddenly lit up. Walls, floors, fences. Every place was lit up with dazzling white and purple light. And the electric light was like a spirit snake wandering around. The 5 big men didn't even scream, and they fell to the ground. Lu Jingu was startled, and shrugged after a moment. Can't you be honest? Why bother yourself? And it also affects the efficiency of work. The defense of the cell was so amazing that she had a lot of confidence in the safety of the labor reform time. There was no need to try again, and the 6 people were directly set to work for 8 hours a day. 2 went to the pigpen, 1 went to the chicken coop, and the remaining 3 were responsible for taking care of the farmland. It was perfect. But she needs to provide food and drink for the prisoners, which is very simple. Just cook a big pot of porridge every day. Add vegetables and a little meat. After all, it is to atone for sins. So don't think about big fish and meat. Not only is it impossible, the 6 people who woke up again and were forced to work found that Lu Jingu made delicious food in various ways. And the fragrance was much more unbearable than labor reform. The surprise of drinking the sticky and smooth white rice porridge for the first time was quickly defeated by the rich fragrance. Torture. This woman is a natural cruel official. The 6 prisoners gnashed their teeth. However, even when Ji, who had a mental power of level A, lost his temper under the all-round electric shock service in the cell. So when Ida, who had seen the photos of Taoyuan from the boss, landed, his calm face cracked a little because of the completely different picture from his imagination. Were you sent by Gu Duo? After watching a video recorded by Gu Duo, Lu Jingu's attitude suddenly became enthusiastic. Thank you so much for troubling you. You must be tired after coming all the way here. Come on. Drink some soy milk first. I welcome you in the evening. Before Yida could say anything, a cup was stuffed into her hand. Looking at the white liquid inside, he was a little confused for a moment. This is called soy milk? Lu Jingu has gone to see the 10 people. Knowing that the Interstellar Alliance can actually buy and sell slaves, she felt a little uncomfortable. As an outsider soul, she deeply felt that although technology in this era has advanced rapidly, other aspects have regressed a lot. But now she is not even enough to protect herself. And she is powerless to do other things. She can only guarantee that those who come to Taoyuan will be treated fairly if they have no bad intentions. At this time, she held a tray and greeted the timid 10 people with a smile. Line up. 1 cup each, and try our Taoyuan specialty first. Since these people are slaves for public sale, they have naturally been trained by the trading house. Seeing that Lu Jingu is the future master, although they are all surprised and doubtful, they still immediately line up as instructed, and then carefully hold a cup. After that, they are all dumbfounded. No one knows what is in the cup. Lu Jingu also took a cup and gulped it down in front of everyone. Drink it. It tastes great. She encouraged everyone. Ida tasted a small sip cautiously. The soy milk was filtered several times and added with a small amount of white sugar. The smooth and slightly sweet taste immediately conquered the taste buds that were spoiled by the nutritional paste. The 10 slaves were not so bold and still hesitated and dared not move. Lu Jinggu did not urge them, but just smiled at them and drank his share one mouthful at a time. Suddenly, a little girl with black curly short hair and slightly purple eyes put the cup to her mouth. Gulp, her eyes lit up, and she tilted her neck and drank it all in one breath. After licking off the white foam around her mouth, she said happily, "It tastes good. Thank you, master." The others finally followed suit. And then, they were all conquered by the sweet soy milk without exception. Lu Jinggu's ears were filled with flattery. "Thank you very much for the gift from the master. Is this the nectar from God? The master must be the son of God. How can I be so worthy of such a great master like you?" The sincere master made her feel uncomfortable, and she shouted, "Listen to me." Everyone immediately shut up and looked at her timidly. It seemed that she scared them. Scratching her head, she softened her voice. "Don't call me master in the future. There are no slaves here. I hired you to build Taoyuan. If you do a good job, you may become a resident of Taoyuan." These people looked at each other. They were all mentally weak and could not do any job. The word employment was too unfamiliar to them. After a long silence, the purple-eyed girl took the initiative to speak. "What do you need us to do?" Lu Jinggu smiled, but did not answer at first. Instead asking, "What's your name?" "My name is Wanya." The girl hesitated for a moment before answering. Yida's eyes darkened, and his mental power suddenly locked onto the girl. Chapter 23. I escaped. Yida's mental power level is A+. Although his target is Wanya, he deliberately does not restrain himself. The pressure he exudes also makes other slaves silent immediately. Seeing that he is very serious, Lu Jinggu knows that there is a reason. Looking at Wanya again, the little girl is already sweating. Her face is pale, and her knees are shaking slightly, as if she will kneel down at any time because of the pressure. Alas, he sighed softly. Looking at Wanya like this, it is really a bit unbearable. Such a young child is still a junior high school student on Earth. "Mr. Ida, please take back your mental power first." Looking at her, Ida slowly released the suppression of Wanya. Wanya seemed to have just come out of the water, soaking wet, with her head down, not knowing what she was thinking. She didn't feel like talking anymore, so she simply said, "3 people can live in each of these houses. You can divide them up and take a rest. I tell you about work in detail when we have dinner." Everyone actually prefers to know what they will face in the future, but no one dared to disobey her, so they all left obediently. Wanya didn't dare to move, just stood there with her hands down. "Come with me," Lu Jinggu said simply. When they arrived at the residence, she asked Dabai and Taoyuan to look after Wanya, and she invited Yida to sit down in the house and asked, "What happened just now?" She trusted Gu Duo, so she also believed that the person he sent here would not go crazy without a purpose. Sure enough, Yida explained in a deep voice. She was lying just now. Ah? She had never expected such an answer, so she became curious. "How did you find out?" Yida explained a few words. It was only then that she realized that his mental power skill was very special, which was actually perception. In short, if we talk about perception alone, he even surpassed the level of 3s. His mission is to protect Lu Jinggu, so he is always alert to these newly bought slaves, and never relaxes his mental monitoring. Therefore, when Wanya answered the name, the slight emotional fluctuation was caught by him. Lu Jinggu couldn't help but sigh. "You are too good. You are a human lie detector." Yida, however, was not proud at all. "This person is not available. What do you plan to do with him?" "Don't be so polite." She first said something off topic. "Just call me Xiao Jin. I feel uncomfortable listening to you coming and going." Yida pursed her lips as if she wanted to say something, but finally endured it. She didn't dwell on this matter, and turned to say, "As for Wanya, I talked to her first. It can be seen that he is quite disapproving. But Lu Jinggu will not be easily influenced by others when he is determined." Wanya was still called in. She seemed very nervous, and glanced at the two of them quickly, as if trying to observe their expressions. But Yida had an icy face, and Lu Jinggu was not a real innocent girl. She was expressionless at this moment, and people could not guess what she was thinking. Wanya became even more nervous, subconsciously pinching the corner of her clothes, and stood still with her head down without saying a word. "Why did you lie just now?" Lu Jinggu was very direct. I. The little girl seemed to deny it, but was immediately frozen by Yida's indifferent glance. It seemed to be a smart one, and guessed the key at once. Yes, Yida has a special way to distinguish lies. So you better tell the truth now. She smiled slightly. If you really don't want to tell the truth, I won't keep people with ulterior motives. So I have to erase your memory and send it back. Yida's sight drifted over. Wanya widened her eyes and stammered, Wash. Wash memory. Yes. Don't think I'm scaring you. Look at me here. Have you seen the second one in the entire alliance? Lu Jinggu was seriously fooling people. This example is too convincing. Since we can create a unique place with lush flowers and trees in the entire galaxy, it seems that there is nothing wrong with having a way to erase people's memories. Tears flashed in Wanya's big eyes. She suddenly knelt down and cried, I'm telling you. Please don't erase my memory. I have something that I absolutely cannot forget. And don't send me back. As long as you are honest. I am too lazy to cause trouble for myself. Lu Jinggu promised. Wanya looked at Yida timidly again. But she also knew that in order to judge whether it was a lie or the truth, Yida would never leave. So she gritted her teeth and whispered, Actually, my name is Wanchia. Lu Jinggu found that the little girl was observing her and Yida's expressions. Her heart moved. Is there something special about this name? After all, Gu Duo's special training could not be comprehensive. So she had no idea where the problem was. So she looked at Yida. The latter immediately reacted and spoke for her. Wanchi? The Wanchi tribe. The natives of planet 7444? Yes. Wanchia hung her head. I escaped from planet 7444. Someone has been trying to catch me. So I lied that my name is Wanya. Yida frowned. Looking confused, Lu Jinggu couldn't help asking, Mr. Yida, what are you thinking about? Planet 7444 has become a dead planet 10 years ago. The last Wanchi tribe member refused to leave his hometown, and was declared dead in the same year. So she couldn't have escaped from planet 7444. But I didn't find any trace of lying. Wanchia was very excited. I didn't lie. The dead planet was a conspiracy. We were not exterminated at all. We were still struggling to survive on planet 7444. Everyone tried their best to send me and several other people out, just to spread the voice of the Wanchi tribe. But the action was discovered by those bad guys. They had been trying to catch us. So I had to sell myself to escape arrest. Woo woo woo. I didn't lie on purpose. Please don't send me back. The tears she had been holding back finally flowed down. And soon her face was covered with tears. Lu Jinggu could feel that she was really scared. How could she not be scared? If she was sent back, she would have to explain the reason for the return. If the person who arrested her was more powerful, he might find her along this line. But Wanchiya's words were too bizarre. Death Star. Can normal life still survive? Lu Jinggu frowned and asked after a while, You said there were bad guys who caught you. Who are they? Wanchiya shook her head. I don't know. I was born when star 7444 was about to become a Death Star. At that time, the wise men in the tribe had already noticed that something was wrong. So they concealed the existence of me and my friends, in order not to be discovered. We never dared to go outside. She cried and hiccuped, I don't know. Hiccup. How are the other people who escaped? Lu Jinggu and Yida looked at each other. His face was cold. And suddenly said, I'm afraid there is a big conspiracy behind this matter. I must inform the adults. She thought so too. If the Death Star is a lie, who is the person who spread this lie? What is his purpose? I dare not imagine how many people like the Wanchi tribe there are on the planets after number 7400. Okay. Go ahead. She agreed with Ida's idea. Wanchia was terrified. I can't say it. Because she was too scared. The little girl was shaking like a sieve and couldn't even speak. She felt distressed just looking at him, and couldn't help but reach out to hug him. The sudden warmth made Wanchia freeze. Don't be afraid. Lu Jinggu gently touched her back. Don't be afraid. Listen to me. Your people may be facing a shocking conspiracy. We need help. Gu Duo may be the one who can help you. The trembling little girl was startled. Gu Duo? Is he from the powerful Gu family? Chapter 24 The Best Way to Close the Distance. Lu Jinggu looked at Yida. The latter simply, said. Wanchia suddenly calmed down a lot. She said with tears in her eyes, The wise man said that the generals of the Gu family helped the Wanchi clan. They are friends. We who escaped should find a way to go to the Gu family for help. A smile bloomed on her wet little face. If it is Mr. Gu, I am willing to tell him the matter. This is the first time that Lu Jinggu truly felt how much influence Guduo's surname has. It seems that she accidentally hugged a particularly strong golden thigh. Once Yida followed Yida to contact Guduo. After the two came back, Yida said, "Please keep this child for the time being." In fact, without him saying it, Lu Jinggu also planned to do so. "You should tell others that your name is Wanya." She smiled and touched the little girl's head. "You can stay here without worrying about pollution." Wanya's eyes sparkled with tears again, and she gratefully agreed. "Don't cry." She stuffed a piece of maltose into her mouth. "Is it delicious?" There is no child who doesn't like sweets. The little girl's eyes were wide open, and she nodded repeatedly. After dealing with this matter, Lu Jinggu took a nice nap. When she got up, half of the afternoon had passed. Yawning and walking out of the house, she was startled by the people gathered in the open space. "What are you doing?" She looked at Yida in confusion. "They have been resting for more than 4 hours, and still have no work to do. They are very uneasy. So they are waiting for you here. Are all interstellar residents so hard-working?" "Because of the existence of 6 prisoners. Lu Jinggu, who has been lazy recently, is a little ashamed. Well, everyone has been on the spaceship for so long. Don't you really need to rest more?" A middle-aged man with a simple and honest look bowed and said, "You are so kind. Not only did you give us the nectar, but you also allowed us to rest for so long. It's enough. Yes, please let us work. We have rested. Whatever you say, we will do it." Lu Jinggu was puzzled to find that they were all worried. Yida explained in a low voice, "If the value of slaves is not reflected, most of them will be resold or driven away by their masters. If you don't assign them work, they will feel uneasy. So that's it." Lu Jinggu was helpless. Is it wrong for her to want to be a compassionate boss? Looking at the pairs of uneasy eyes, she could only take a step back. Since everyone has rested, the first job is to prepare dinner together. As expected, everyone looked puzzled. The cheapest nutrient solution can provide 24-hour satiety. And interstellar people have long lost the concept of breakfast, lunch and dinner. But no one asked questions, and followed her obediently to the warehouse. She called a few men in, brought out large baskets of vegetables and meat, and everyone came to the house again. There were too many people, and the kitchen was not spacious enough. So they simply lifted the tables and started processing food outside. But she had to demonstrate first. This is called bell pepper. Wash it with water first, and then cut it like this. This is potato. Wash it, peel it, and then slice it. This is corn. Just cut one into 3 sections. This is pork. Cut some into strips and then dices, and some into slices. This is called egg. Crack the shell, and stir it with chopsticks. This is chicken breast. This is chicken wing. This is called chicken leg. Gently cut a few cuts, and then put it in here to marinate," she explained while doing it, and encouraged everyone to try it. It was naturally stumbling at the beginning, but after all, it was not a very difficult job, and soon everyone was able to do it. She boiled a large pot of water, put a bunch of mint leaves in it, and then took it aside to cool, and it became a pot of mint tea. After cooking white rice, she lit 4 fires in the open space, set up an iron plate, and began to demonstrate how to cook. Put the sliced meat and diced meat on the red-hot iron plate, and it will make a sizzling sound soon. Wait for the golden oil to seep out, and then throw corn, potatoes, and other vegetables on it. Stir-fry gently with a spatula, and it will be a sizzling iron plate. As spices such as cumin are sprinkled on, the soul-stirring fragrance spreads, and Lu Jinggu is surrounded by the sound of swallowing saliva. Dabai and Taoyuan squeezed over at some point, seeing so many people fighting for food with him. Dabai bared his teeth and let out a threatening growl in his throat. Everyone immediately dispersed in fear. Without even raising his head, Lu Jinggu slapped Dabai on the forehead and warned, "There are so many. Enough to burst your belly? Don't protect the food like this." So everyone watched its momentum plummet, and it put its big head on its front paws with grievance, making a woo-woo-woo sound. Suddenly it wasn't so scary anymore. In a place she couldn't see, Xiaoyuan rolled her eyes, turned over, and revealed her soft belly. She rubbed against her feet, and made a soft mimi sound. This act of coquetry immediately softened her heart. She took the time to touch Xiaoyun's belly, and said with a smile, "You can eat it in a while. Wait a little longer." Suddenly she remembered something. "Mr. Yida?" "What race is Xiaoyun?" After a long time, She didn't hear the answer. She looked up and found that the other party's slender eyes were doubled because of surprise, staring at Xiao Yunyun with an expression of I saw a ghost. Mr. Yida? Are you okay? She couldn't help but worry. Yida seemed to wake up from a dream. I'm fine. She looked at Xiao Yunyun in confusion. It didn't pay any attention to Yida at all, and was still acting coquettishly. Is there anything wrong with Xiao Yunyun? I have never seen such a split cloud beast, Yida explained. So Xiao Yunyun is a cracked cloud beast. What a cool name. The creatures in the Interstellar Alliance are very diverse. She made up for some common sense. But she still didn't understand this aspect. So she didn't know what these 3 words meant. She just smiled and said, in fact, animals also have various tempers. Xiao Yunyun is very good like this. I like it very much. As she spoke, the first batch of food was cooked. So she asked everyone to look over. The meat is cooked like this and can be eaten. There is rice over there. You can fill the rice, and then choose your favorite dishes to eat together. As she spoke, she divided the dishes into 2 bowls, and stuffed them into Dubai and Xiao Yunyun. The 2 immediately came over, breathing out the heat while eating hard. Let's move. Teppanyaki is fun only when you do it yourself. Waving her hand, she let everyone disperse. The 10 people consciously gathered around the other 3 bonfires. At first, they were quiet, but after screaming because of a few drops of oil splashing, everyone found that Lu Jinggu didn't mind at all. So they gradually dared to speak. Lu Jinggu invited Hida to try teppanyaki. Humming happily. Are you going to set rules for them? Hida looked at the 10 people who were already laughing and talking. Maybe this will make them slowly forget their identities. She smiled. I said that there are no slaves in Taoyuan. They are just my employees. In terms of status, we are all equal. You are really different. Yida seemed to have a hard time choosing a word to evaluate. Are you trying to say that I'm stupid? She laughed. Yes. Maybe it's really stupid to do this. But it doesn't matter. She is Lu Jinggu from the flower-growing family. Some things are deeply rooted in her bones, and will never be abandoned. This meal, in which everyone participated, achieved her expected purpose. At the meeting the next morning, the timidity in the eyes of the 10 people disappeared a lot. And they accepted the new title. She said, well, you can call me boss from now on. You are the first batch of workers in Taoyuan. The current treatment is food and accommodation. Working 8 hours a day. And 2 days of rest a week. Although you are new here, you must have felt that this place is suitable for living and is a real paradise. If you are willing, you can become the first batch of residents of Taoyuan. This is your home. Taoyuan is just being built. And there are many things to do. I hope you will work together with me to build this home. Her tone was not fierce, but it made everyone very excited. Many people murmured the word home, and their eyes were filled with tears. Chapter 25 Upgraded. After spending 3 days observing these people, Lu Jinggu was very satisfied with them. They were hardworking, honest, and probably cherished their current life because they had a hard time before. What surprised her even more was that Uncle Chung, who had a simple face, got the hang of farm work very quickly. And he was also particularly interested in planting. He stayed near the farm every day during his rest time, observing the growth of each crop. She accidentally saw Uncle Cheng's little notebook. In just a few days, it had already recorded more than a dozen pages, all of which were his observations, questions and thoughts on crops. I believe that Uncle Chung will perform better in this regard in the future. Another sister Zoe, who was in her 30s and had sparse hair, was born in a very remote planet. Because of the backward development, she still ran a small shop passed down from her family a few years ago. In recent years, the business territory of the Dachi family has expanded to her hometown, quickly squeezing out the ordinary livelihoods of the local people. Ordinary people like her with mental power could not find a job in the Dachi family's industry, and finally fell to selling herself. It was sad to say, but it was a good opportunity for Lu Jinggu. She was just trying to test what difference it would make if the store had managers. So Sister Zoe took over and became the manager of the grocery store. A separate grocery store management page appeared in the Taoyuan system. There were a lot of settings, including custom prices for goods, reserve quantities, on-shelf and off-shelf options, employee salaries, etc. But she couldn't use them for the time being, so she simply chose the default settings. It seems that with the administrator, the building has truly changed from system hosting to player self-management. In other words, her management authority over Taoyuan has been further expanded and refined. This is very important. Taoyuan cannot be closed to the public forever. In her plan, Taoyuan will become a tourist city that accommodates a certain number of residents. These options will be very useful at that time. Another surprise is Wanqiya. Her mental power level is only E, but she has awakened 2 skills in a rare way. But Yida said this is a feature of the Wanqi tribe. Extraordinary memory is a skill that the Wanqi people are born with, and it has nothing to do with the level of mental power. Wanqiya also awakened a skill called rapid calculation. In other words, the little girl not only has a very good memory, but is also very good at arithmetic. She is much better than those fast calculation prodigies on Earth. Lu Jinggu couldn't help but sigh, if this child is not a Wanqi, she is definitely a god of learning. Wanqiya was very frustrated. My skills are useless and can't help my sister. Oh, yes, because she is the youngest among the 10 people. Lu Jinggu does not hire child labor, so he lets her call him sister and does not arrange any work for her. So the little girl came to the door and protested this kind of free food and free drink life in a tactful way. Ida chimed in, although you said Taoyuan doesn't need slaves. They were bought in the same batch after all. It's not the lack of slaves that is worrying, but the inequality. Okay, that makes sense. But what should she be asked to do? Lu Jinggu has never thought about it until now. The Qianhu division is responsible for statistics. Is there any more suitable position than this? The key is that the work is easy and will not exploit children. So she waved her hand and Wanqiya became the manager of the Qianhu division. Knowing that she was in such an important position, Wanqiya was both terrified and excited, and swore repeatedly, I will definitely not let my sister down. Looking at the people who left with their backs straighter, Lu Jinggu was also very happy. In short, she was quite satisfied with these 10 people. So one morning, she gathered everyone together and asked, are you willing to be the first residents of Taoyuan? She felt that although Taoyuan was good, it was impossible for everyone to be willing to settle down. For example, Gu Duo and his friends obviously have their own responsibilities, and will not change their original intentions for a comfortable life. So it is necessary to ask for everyone's opinions. Unexpectedly, as soon as the voice fell, there was already crying and laughing around. It doesn't have to be like this. Facing a pair of grateful eyes, she laughed dryly. If everyone is willing, I am willing. I am willing too. And me. And me. Finally, Uncle Chung answered solemnly on behalf of most people, Boss, we are all willing to become residents of Taoyuan. This is the luckiest thing in our lives, since everyone is so determined. She didn't say much and started to allocate residential houses directly on the system interface. A residential house can be allocated to up to 3 users, but it does not mean that only 3 people can live in it. Now that Taoyuan has few people and many houses, she generously allocated 1 to each person. When she announced the residential house allocation plan, everyone celebrated wildly. It seems that no matter when, owning a property is an obsession in the bones of ordinary people. She asked everyone to clean up their own houses. Now there is still a problem. Looking at the only 2 houses that were not occupied, she lowered her eyes and looked at Wanqiya, who was very uneasy. Sister, I'm sorry. The little girl's head almost dropped to her chest. Just now, everyone expressed their opinions excitedly. Only the little girl did not speak. Since I asked you, I will respect your opinions. You don't need to apologize. However, these words did not comfort Wanqiya, but made her even more sad. After thinking about it, she simply sat down cross-legged, took out 2 pieces of maltose like a magician, put one in her mouth, and handed one to Wanqiya. The little girl took it, but did not eat it. It was obvious that she was still in a low mood. Yeah, I think you still like it here, right? After thinking about it, she decided to take the initiative. Of course, I like it here very much. Wanqiya answered quickly. I like my sister too. And everyone else. I like them all. As if she was afraid that she would not believe it. The little girl emphasized it several times. Then can you tell me why you don't want to become a resident of Taoyuan? She blinked in confusion. I just find it strange. If you like it, why don't you want to settle here? Wanqiya bit her lower lip and slowly said, I still have to save my people. I can't stay here forever. The little girl looked extremely guilty, but her eyes were very firm. Lu Jinggu suddenly realized. She smiled, looked at the depressed person with her head down, and reached out to rub her hair hard. Silly girl. Becoming a resident of Taoyuan does not mean you have to stay here forever. What? Wanqi opened her eyes wide. It's only natural. Isn't it? She spread her hands. Just like when a young bird grows up, it has to leave the nest. And when a young animal grows up, it has to be independent. You are a resident of Taoyuan, but you always have the right to leave freely. But no matter when. As long as you are a resident of Taoyuan, this place will always be your home. Can I really, can I? Wanqi's voice was trembling with excitement. Crunch. Lu Jinggu bit the candy in his mouth and smiled brightly. Of course. I keep my word. And I promise you that after we rescue your people, if they are willing and meet the requirements of Taoyuan residents, they can also come to settle down. Wanqi's eyes opened wider, and tears rolled down. After a moment, she said in a crying voice, I do. Sister, I am willing to be a resident of Taoyuan. He hugged the little girl and patted her back soothingly. At the same time, he opened the management panel with one mind. Selected one of the vacant houses, pulled down the user column, selected Wanqi, and confirmed. System prompt, Mission 3 completed. Upgrade conditions met. The warm and gentle wind blew across the entire Taoyuan, with a giant tree as the center. Chapter 26 What to Do. Everyone came out to watch the fun. The warm wind blew across the entire Taoyuan, and flower buds appeared on the giant tree in the center. Two of the flower buds were particularly large, trembling slightly in the wind, and the tightly closed petals suddenly cracked a little. Flowers are a magical scene that interstellar people have never seen before. Seeing the two flowers fully bloomed, they cheered. Lu Jinggu also wanted to cheer, but it was because of a system prompt. Open the second Taoyuan system. The current number of constructions, 0/2. I thought Taoyuan could not be moved after landing, but I didn't expect that it would have such a function after upgrading to level 3. It's also very simple to open the second Taoyuan. Just break off the flowering branches and insert them at the target address. Although the reasons are completely different, her eyes staring at the two flowers are as hot as everyone else. It was late at night, and Taoyuan, which had been bustling all day, returned to silence. In the cell, the 6 tired prisoners were holding on and didn't fall asleep. Louisa's originally beautiful brown curly hair had long since fallen apart, and blue eye bags had formed under her beautiful eyes. She gritted her teeth. If I had known that loser was so heartless, I shouldn't have been so nice to her. When Ji sneered and said bluntly, the loser was stupid before, but he wouldn't be so stupid that he couldn't see through your hypocrisy for the rest of his life. Whose side are you on? Louisa was very embarrassed. Are you going to feed pigs here for the rest of your life? This resonated with others, and they also said, yeah. Brother one, I really don't know where that loser got these things. I sweep chicken shit every day, and the smell of chicken shit all over my body can't be washed off. Farming is not easy either. It takes half a day to turn the soil, and the tools can't use mental power at all. My hands are useless. Isn't the most outrageous thing that she cooks in different ways every day? The response to this sentence was a loud swallowing sound. It seems that everyone has reached the limit of patience. Right? When Ji sneered and asked suddenly. That's right. Brother one must have a way. What should we do? When Ji leaned against the wall, looked at the shackles with deep eyes, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Don't worry. There will be results soon. Louisa suddenly remembered something and asked in a low voice. You asked me to give you that thing yesterday. Do you have a plan? Human hearts are always greedy. When Ji did not answer her, but sighed with emotion, Louisa rolled her eyes, but she felt much more at ease. She lay on the hard bed and took a deep breath involuntarily. Although life in the cell was hard, the air was no different from any place in Taoyuan. The sweet and comfortable feeling when breathing was one of the important reasons why she could endure such a life. She had guessed countless times what this paradise-like place was. Now that she knew that Lu Jinggu was about to end, Louisa couldn't help but start to fantasize. Since that loser can do it, does she have a chance to? If she can own this magical place, what is the Lu family? She will become the most distinguished guest of the 7 alliance families. Louisa fell asleep with a smile on her lips and full of fantasy. When the 2 stars slowly rose, Uncle Chung and others got up. They have gradually adapted to the life in Taoyuan. 3 meals a day, and a peaceful life of working from sunrise to sunset, which makes them feel that it is the happiest time of life. But on this day, no one made breakfast, and 10 people gathered in Uncle Cheng's residence. They gathered around the immortal table, looking at the things on the table with sharp eyes like knives. It was a small cylinder, full of lavender liquid. This is what the prisoner gave me. Sartre, a thin young man with a head full of wool curls, had a straight mouth and his eyes seemed to be on fire. He also promised me a lot of benefits. Thinking that this would allow me to deal with the boss. He is dreaming. He said the last 3 words firmly. Others were also furious. Sister Zhou clenched her fists tightly. The boss has given us such a good life. Whoever wants to destroy it is our enemy. That's right. Everyone agreed. Uncle Cheng's honest face was full of gloom. The boss is just too kind. No matter what work there is, we can complete it. Why keep these guys with bad intentions? Uncle Cheng is right. Sart slammed the table. The boss can't do it. Why don't we do it? I agree. Agree. This is a good idea. For a while, the crowd was excited, and everyone wanted to take a knife to the cell now. I don't agree to do this. The little girl's voice, still with a childish voice, suddenly stunned the excited crowd. Uncle Cheng and Wan Qi looked at each other with cold eyes. The boss is usually kind to you, but now you are against us protecting her? Everyone's eyes were suddenly filled with hostility. However, the small body refused to give in. Wan Qi said slowly, if necessary, I am willing to protect my sister with my life. Then why do you object? Sister Zhou said quickly. Protection is more than just talk. Sister is kind and doesn't treat us as slaves. But we should not forget our identity. She pursed her lips. No matter what those prisoners want to do, how to deal with them should be decided by sister. She slowly glanced at everyone, and her bright eyes made everyone subconsciously avoid. Don't forget, sister asked us to build a paradise, not to interfere in areas that should not be intervened, let alone make decisions on her behalf. The little girl's words were so powerful that a group of adults suddenly felt ashamed, and they lowered their heads and couldn't speak. Sartre was still a little unconvinced, but after mumbling a few words and getting no response, he finally quieted down. After a while, Uncle Cheng sighed deeply. Alas, Xiaoya is right. We have been too arrogant recently, and almost forgot our identity. Sister Zhou nodded. Indeed. The trainer said that slaves do not need to have their own thoughts. As long as they can complete the master's orders, we should not make decisions for the boss. Then what should I do about this matter? Sartre scratched his hair. Tell the boss everything. Uncle Cheng made a decision for him. If the boss decides to execute those prisoners, we will do it, so as not to dirty the boss's hands. Okay. I tell the boss when he gets up. The atmosphere became harmonious again. Just now everyone was hostile to Wan Qi, but now they praised her again. No one noticed that there were 2 figures standing outside the window, one tall and one short. Yida's cold face softened slightly. Their loyalty is true. Congratulations. They have been completely conquered. Lu Jingu smiled and shook his head. I really only need employees. Slaves. The dregs that had long been abandoned by the flower-growing family. She didn't want it all. Listening to everyone praising Wan Qi, she whispered, let's go. Don't let them see. The 2 left quietly. Seeing that she looked relaxed, Yida asked, those prisoners are not honest. What are you going to do? Alas. She sighed deeply at this. If possible, she hoped to keep her hands as bloody as possible. But the fact is that she had no intention of killing. But the enemy repeatedly wanted to kill her. Suppressing her reluctance, she said calmly, I will have my own plan when I get that thing. Feeling Yida suddenly looking over, she blinked in confusion. What's wrong? Chapter 27. Treat others the way they treat you. Yida's lips curled slightly. You looked a bit like the adults just now. I look like Gu Duo? She was stunned for a moment, and it took her a while to react. Did Yida smile just now? How rare. When she got up on a normal day, Sartre really took the initiative to find her. Boss, the prisoner named Wenji gave me this while feeding the pigs. He was a little nervous, still afraid of being blamed. Lu Jingu was mentally prepared, and just nodded calmly. What does he want you to do? He told me to find an opportunity to press this thing on the boss, and then press this switch. Sart spilled the beans. He also said that as long as I did it, he would give me enough money to spend in my lifetime. Help me move to planet 584. And my future family would also be able to live, study, and work on planet 584. The conditions are quite tempting. It seems that Wenji is determined to kill her. However, Sartre said firmly. I'm not tempted. Even on planet 584. I'm still a slave. There are better masters in the world than you. Right, boss? He suddenly remembered that Lu Jingu hated being called master and changed his name. But she figured it out. In Sartre's mind, boss and master were just two different names, and they meant the same thing to him. She was very helpless about this. But she also knew that this kind of change in concept requires time and opportunity, and it can't be achieved overnight. So she nodded. You did a good job on this. Then she handed over a note. Then go to Aunt G and get a knife of meat, 5 kilograms of rice, and a basket of vegetables as a reward. Sartre did not receive any blame, but received so many rewards. So he left happily. After telling everyone about the incident, Wanchia asked sharply, You just finished telling the story. And your sister gave you the note? Yes. Sartre cherished and stroked the note. In fact, the food we usually distribute is enough. I thought about keeping this note, which was written by the boss himself. Several people were envious. It was Sister Zoe who reacted. Fortunately, we did this. The boss really knows everything. What do you mean? Sartre was at a loss. The reward note was prepared early, which shows that the boss knows what happened. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. They didn't think there was anything wrong. But their awe of Lu Jingu went up a level when G and others started today's labor reform again. He and Louisa both work in the pig farm, and they are busy cleaning the floor. But both of them pricked up their ears, expecting the noisy sound coming from the residential area. However, even when the sun was high in the sky, Taoyuan was still peaceful. Are the people you arranged reliable? Louisa couldn't help but ask in a low voice. When she ignored her. But a few pigs kept calling out to her, and Louisa frowned and dodged away in disgust. Just as she was about to ask again, she suddenly heard a lot of noise, gradually coming towards them. Could it be that they succeeded? The two of them looked up at the same time, looking over with hope. The next second, Louisa's face changed drastically. Wenji narrowed his eyes and looked at the person who was leading the way. There was no extra expression. Surrounded by the crowd, Lu Jingu stood still and smiled faintly. You don't look surprised. To the winner. You win. This time, I was one step behind. He sneered. But what can you do to me? Don't forget, I am Master Hong's man. We have been out of touch for so long, and the Lu family should be on the way. If you bombard it, I don't know if you can be lucky enough to survive. He licked his lips. It would be a pity if you die like this. The faces of Uncle Chung and others changed, and they were obviously frightened by this. Indeed, life in Taoyuan is too beautiful to be real, but it also seems particularly fragile. After all, Taoyuan has only a circle of fences that are more decorative than practical, although it magically expands with the upgrade. And other common protective shields, surface to her energy cannons, and other things in other alliance cities are all gone. Hee. A chuckle interrupted the tense atmosphere. Lu Jingu was calm and composed. I don't know whether the Lu family will come or not, but you won't see that day anyway. She took out the cylinder. Louisa immediately stepped back in fear. Seeing her reaction, one could guess that this thing was definitely not simple. Even when G, who had always been calm, had his eyelids twitching. So what if you are Lu Hongna's man? She waved her hand. Do you think I care? Sartre and others, who had received instructions long ago, pressed towards Wenji. He would naturally not sit there and wait for death. But Ida's mental power was also released. In terms of level, the two were actually on par. But in terms of control skills, Wenji was far inferior to Ida. So he was suppressed as soon as they met. Although he was not powerless to resist, he had no spare energy to deal with others. So this perverted executioner finally got his turn to be pressed to the ground in humiliation. Unable to maintain that calm expression any longer, he struggled and screamed, Lu Jingu, you dare to touch me. Young Master Hong will not let you go. What a joke. Will he let me go if he doesn't touch you? Lu Jingu's mouth curled slightly. As he spoke, the 4 people who were doing labor reform in the chicken farm and farmland were driven over. Originally, everyone looked confused. But when they saw this picture, their expressions changed drastically. With a face as cold as ice, she glanced at these people coldly and said lightly, Today, I will show you what will happen if you are not honest. Then she took a step forward. Uncle Chung whispered, Boss, let us do this kind of thing. A glance showed that they all had concern in their eyes. Obviously, No matter who was asked to do this, they would not refuse. The cold heart warmed up, and the ice in her eyes melted. She smiled gently. It's okay. I can. To survive in this world where the strong prey on the weak. She can't always shrink behind others. Gu Duo said something right. If you want to live, you have to rely on yourself. Taking a deep breath, she took another step forward, facing Wenji's curse, and pressed the cylinder in her hand tightly on the back of his neck. With the force of the thumb, there was a click. A sharp needle popped out from the front of the cylinder, and the lavender liquid was injected into his body in an instant. She hid her trembling hands behind her back without making a sound, and her voice was steady. Okay. Let him go. Sartre and others immediately retreated and spontaneously blocked in front of her. The next second, a shrill scream that was not like a human voice sounded. Wenji grabbed his scalp with both hands, and soon banged it against the ground. Because of the pain, the veins on his forehead and neck bulged, and his originally pretty face suddenly became very scary. Although she was mentally prepared and guessed that the liquid was definitely not a good thing, she was still shocked. It was hard to resist running away, but she couldn't help looking away and whispered, "What on earth is this? I didn't ask before because I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to do it after knowing it." Yida immediately answered, "This is a mental power dissolving agent, usually used for criminals with strong mental power and difficult to control." Lu Jinggu frowned, "But my mental power is only F. What's the point of dissolving it?" Glancing at her lightly, Yida carefully picked a reason. No matter what level, using a dissolving agent will cause great pain. Gu Duo's instructions rang in his ears. Don't let her know about your mental power problem for the time being. I can only say sorry in my heart. Chapter 28 Construction Crisis. The painful howl lasted for a quarter of an hour. During this time, Lu Jinggu kept forcing himself not to move, while Louisa and the others had collapsed to the ground out of fear. Wenji finally fainted with his body soaked. Ida checked and said with certainty, "He is useless. Send him to the cell." She closed her eyes and ordered softly. Zhang Shu and others drove the other prisoners away. She sat down with a pale face after forcing herself to go home. The terrible cries seemed to still echo in her ears. If she was not lucky enough, the tube of solvent should be used on her. Killing people is not the end of the earth. Lu Hongda is going to kill her heart. Taking a deep breath, she slowly clenched her fist. Wenji's words were not alarmist. The people said by Lu Hongda have been out of contact again and again. He will definitely take it seriously. The next time Taoyuan will welcome. I am afraid it will really be the Lu family's private armed forces. She had to move faster to have the power to protect herself. Opening the Taoyuan system, she carefully studied the new tasks she had seen long ago. Task 1. Open the second Taoyuan. Current progress 0/2. Task 2. Build a military camp and form an army 0/3. Task 3. Form a caravan and trade with foreign countries 0/5. Task 4. Upgrade residential buildings. Intermediate residential buildings 0/10. Advanced residential buildings 0/5. Task 5. Taoyuan is upgraded to level 4. Requirements: Feng Shui value 1072/2000. Functional buildings November 30th. Residents 11/50. Transaction volume 1003/100000. None of the 5 tasks is easy to complete. Lu Jinggu sighed and decided to solve the preliminary problems first. To open a certain function of the Taoyuan system, you must first build related buildings. For example, the army. Even if you ask Gu Duo to borrow people now, it cannot meet the task requirements, and you need to build barracks first. For example, a caravan needs to open the trading house, and the prerequisite for opening it is to have a building with trading function *5. So she held a pile of food and started to eat and build at the same time. The open space in the north was used as the camp for Taoyuan's garrison, and a barracks was built first. This building occupies an unexpectedly large area. After it was built, it was discovered that in addition to the neat dark green barracks, there was also a large playground in front and behind. It looks quite like that. After looking at the management page of the barracks, it was found that a barracks can accommodate up to 3 troops, and it comes with a recruitment page. Although Taoyuan's population is too small now, it is impossible to recruit soldiers. She still set it up to open recruitment. The southeast is planned as a future trading area. After the seed store and grocery store, she chose a clothing store and a butcher shop. She was a little hesitant about the last one. The area of the third-level paradise is not small. But considering that it needs 50 residents to upgrade to the fourth level, high-end residential buildings take up more space. There is also an army of 200 people. And the location of ornamental buildings must be considered. So the place cannot be filled up casually. So functional buildings must be chosen. Looking at the remaining store pictures, she couldn't make up her mind for a while. Uncle Chung happened to come over. Boss. He lowered his hands a little stiffly. I have something to report to you. Go ahead. After closing the system page, she decided to solve this problem first. Uncle Chung was a little embarrassed. But he still mustered up the courage to say, I still have a lot of things I don't understand about the work in the field. Everyone also has many questions about the pig farm and the chicken coop. So everyone is thinking about whether we should buy a batch of e-books to learn by ourselves? Star 7133 is a waste star that has been reported to the Alliance. In fact, it is a quasi-dead star. The Alliance will naturally not make any more investment. And the Star Network satellite has been withdrawn long ago. Besides, the trading house could not equip the goods with optical computers. So Uncle Chung and his team had no way to contact the outside world. The only people who currently had optical computers in Taoyuan were Lu Jinggu and Ita, and the 6 prisoners. But without the Star Network, Lu Jinggu and his team's optical computers were not very useful. Only Ita, who obviously had a special way of contacting Guduo. So Uncle Chung and his team thought about it, and decided that they might have to ask him for help. But obviously, they didn't dare to go directly to Ita. Lu Jinggu was quite surprised that they were so eager to learn. But this was a good thing. But she was worried that she could find relevant content in the books published by the Alliance. After all the interstellar people were eating it. But Uncle Cheng's suggestion gave her a flash of inspiration. There was a building that might meet everyone's needs. The bookstore. Chewing a piece of rice cake, she left the bookstore next to the clothing store. Come on, Uncle Chung. Let's go in and take a look. Pushing the door open, the scent of books and ink hit her face. The ceiling-high bookshelf, which is made of varnished wood, is neatly filled with various books. There is a beige sign in the upper middle of the bookshelf, indicating the category of the books in this area. She quickly browsed through it, and soon found the categories of agriculture and animal husbandry. Uncle Cheng's eyes lit up, and he forgot to be restrained. He directly took out a book, Basic Knowledge of Agriculture, and read it eagerly. After watching him quietly for a while, Lu Jinggu quietly left. 5 buildings with trading functions were complete, and a trading line could be built. She held the remaining food and ate, while materializing the building in a good location. A black hole suddenly appeared in front of her, and her pitiful mental power didn't even last a breath. The feeling of having one end of her mental power stuck and being pulled into an extremely stretched line came again. But this time, the suction was stronger, and it was almost doubtful that the whole brain would be pulled away in the next second. Lu Jinggu couldn't help screaming. Uncle Chung was immediately alarmed, and he ran out of the bookstore and screamed in fear, "Boss! What's wrong with you?" However, his mental power was only F, and he was completely helpless. After a panic, he ran away frantically. Soon, the others gathered around. Please save the boss. Uncle Chung placed his hope on Yida. Lu Jinggu was already half unconscious due to the pain, and his face was as pale as a ghost. Lord Yida, please save my sister. Tears flashed in Wan Chiya's eyes. Thump, thump, everyone knelt down, please. Yida's icy face turned pale, and he said with difficulty, I have no way. Only with mental power above S can I borrow power without the assistance of instruments. Lu Jinggu shrank into a ball and trembled violently, and he couldn't even scream. For the first time, Yida hated his own weakness. What should I do? What should I do? Wan Chiya rushed over crying. Sister, don't scare me. However, Lu Jinggu did not respond at all. Her breath quickly became weak. Oh no! She can't bear it anymore. Yida was so anxious that sweat oozed from his forehead. He gritted his teeth and tried to force out his mental power. Although he knew very well that if he forced out his mental power without a high enough level, he would probably become a fool if he failed to save the person. However, he couldn't care less now. Suddenly, there was a bang sound above his head, and a cool mental power flew over from the air. Chapter 29 I Have a Temper. Yida looked up in surprise. My lord. But he saw an escape capsule falling rapidly from a high altitude. This speed is too fast for the escape capsule. It may fall into pieces after landing and fail to protect the passengers. But it is also because of this that the mental power that was pulled to the farthest can quickly approach the ground. Then at a certain height, it finally touched Lu Jinggu. The powerful suction force was instantly transmitted from her mind to Gu Duo. While controlling the escape capsule at an extremely high speed, he had to endure the pain of his mental power being forcibly drawn away. Gu Duo felt dizzy for a while, and hot blood from his nose flowed down, dripping on his front and control panel. Yida was extremely frightened. The escape capsule was less than 100 meters away from the ground, but there was no sign of stopping at all. If this goes on, the plane will be destroyed and people will die. He released his mental power desperately, trying to help support the escape capsule from the outside. This was not only a suicidal move, but also had little effect. Yida groaned in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. The trading house that caused this dangerous situation finally materialized successfully and stood steadily not far away. Lu Jinggu, who was in a coma, did not hear the system prompt. The foreign trade channel was activated. In order to ensure the safety of Taoyuan, the military force was detected. It was detected that the barracks recruitment was in progress. The conscription channel was officially opened. The first batch of soldiers will arrive in 3 days. Please prepare for the reception. The Taoyuan defense system is fully activated. The crown of the giant tree flashed a burst of brilliance. But at this moment, everyone was attracted by the escape pod, and no one noticed this change. At this moment, the escape pod was only 70 meters from the ground. If it were in other cities, this height would have hit the high-rise buildings, and the speed of the escape pod still did not decrease. My lord! Yida was horrified. In a flash, invisible energy suddenly popped out from the roots and branches of the giant tree. Those energies were like long whips, tightly wrapping the escape pod, and the length was shortened rapidly at the same time. So the escape pod suddenly changed from a vertical fall to an oblique movement. The sudden change of direction during high-speed movement put a great test on the escape pod. Gu Duo and Yida, who tried to catch the escape pod. A few teeth-grinding sounds were heard, and the escape pod finally failed to hold on. Several cracks penetrated its shell. If it had not been entangled by the invisible energy, it would have completely fallen apart. Boom! Flutter! The invisible force brought the escape pod to crash into the lush branches and leaves of the giant tree, causing a tremor. But miraculously, the giant tree did not lose even a leaf. And the escape pod was also a disguised, safe landing. It was just that the process was too thrilling. And Yida, who was always calm, stumbled several steps before he could run steadily towards the giant tree. Gu Duo was also hit hard. But after the transaction was materialized, his mental power was released, and he could concentrate on protecting himself. So he was dizzy for a while, but it was not a big deal. Now all he had to do was leave the escape pod. The pod was torn into pieces, so it was not difficult to get out. He pushed the hatch that had been split in half, but there was no response. Gu Duo was stunned for a moment, and tried again. Still no movement. He used his mental power to sweep, and found that the invisible force had tightly wrapped the escape pod. To describe it, the escape pod was like a huge cocoon. He tried to use his mental power to move those forces, but there was no response at all. There was no counterattack, and no attention. But at least one thing was certain. These forces came from the huge tree. He was relieved immediately, since it was related to Lu Jinggu's skills. She would be able to get out of trouble when she woke up. He told Yida about the situation, and all that was left was to wait. Lu Jinggu felt as if a small hammer had been hitting his forehead, making him numb and painful, and he couldn't rest well at all. Stop knocking, she shouted and opened her eyes, staring at the familiar ceiling. It took her a while to remember what had happened. Fuck. Is the trading house so scary? She sat up with her head covered. The throbbing pain became more intense with her movements. If possible, she just wanted to sleep until the headache was gone. But Ida's voice came from outside. If you wake up, can you help me get the adults out first? She opened her eyes slightly. She was incredulous. Gu Duo is here? Yes. In order to help you. The adults used the escape pod to accelerate from high altitude, and were trapped by the giant tree when they were about to hit Taoyuan. It turned out that he helped her again. A warm current flowed through her heart, and she immediately said, I'd be there right away. Only when she walked out did she notice the system prompt. Such a big surprise came. She was so happy that she even forgot her headache. Whatever you think will come true. Taoyuan has a defense system. Now, even if Lu Hongda sent private armed forces, she would have the power to protect herself. It was only then that she realized that the giant tree would restrain the escape pod, which was also part of the defense system. After all, the escape pod would fall into Taoyuan at such a high speed, which would inevitably cause great damage. Standing under the tree and looking up, unlike other people who could not see anything, she could clearly see the light green energy in her eyes. They wrapped the escape pod layer by layer, leaving no gaps at all. And there was a line of words on the green cocoon, unknown high-altitude attack object. Should it be released? Yes or no? Of course. Choose yes. Crack, the escape pod lost its support and was completely broken into pieces. The wreckage did not fall to the ground, but was entangled by green energy again. The system probably judged that these were garbage, so it didn't know how to operate it. And these fragments disappeared. Gu Duo was free from the shackles, jumped down directly, and landed on the ground easily. When their eyes met, Lu Jingu suddenly asked nervously, "Are you injured?" "Nothing." Gu Duo's eyes were serious. "I've said before that the weak should do what they can. I can't always arrive in time." Lu Jingu was speechless. This person's mouth is still asking for a beating. Does she have no face? Besides, this is indeed an accident. Who knew that the mental power required by the trading house was so huge that there was no chance to replenish her? But he couldn't say that he was wrong. Lu Jingu was speechless and finally turned around and left. "You still have the energy to scold me. It seems that you are really fine." Gu Duo's eyes sank, showing a bit of anger. Just when he was about to chase after him and say something, he was stopped by Hida. "My lord, Miss Lu is sorry." "Sorry?" He was puzzled. "Why?" "Hida." "After a long time," he said dryly, "girls are thin-skinned. Not to mention in front of her subordinates." Gu Duo then noticed that the 10 slaves sent were also nearby. He didn't understand what thin-skinned meant. There was no difference between men and women in the army. But he could understand not giving face to the boss in front of his subordinates. "I was negligent," he admitted decisively, and gave up the idea of catching up to continue his education. Lu Jingu returned to the room angrily. I don't know if it was this stimulation, but her headache was relieved a lot. After doing nothing for a while, she found herself thinking about what delicious food to make to welcome Gu Duo in the evening. Just now, she saw a spaceship parked outside Taoyuan, and there should be other people coming together. So I have to make more. After reacting, she snorted and said to herself, "This guy lectured me as soon as we met, and he still wants to eat the food I cooked?" However, she said so, but she still ran to the kitchen to get busy. But when she was preparing the ingredients, she suddenly laughed a few times and took out a batch of crops that had just matured recently. While she was preparing, Gu Duo came. She forgot her temper after a while and said happily, "Don't worry. I treat you to a big dinner tonight." In the past, when Gu Duo heard the word big dinner, he would definitely be very excited. But this time he said in a heavy tone, "Don't worry about that for now. I have something to ask of you." Chapter 30. A new map is about to be opened. He was too serious. Lu Jingu was shocked and said quickly, "You said, as long as I can do it, I will not refuse." Gu Duo then told him about the recent events one by one. It turned out that the reason why he only contacted Yafuit and Xing Yan in the end, after being ambushed last time, was that he suspected that there was a traitor around him. After contacting the base through the secret channel, the killer arrived before the helper, which further proved this point. That's why he deliberately stayed in Taoyuan for a few more days, just to give the traitor an illusion that he was really in trouble, and the follow-up plan could be carried out with confidence. Then he suddenly went back and really caught a few guys who were ready to make trouble. What he never expected was that these people were so cruel. They secretly buried 3 toxin bombs on planet 679. The so-called toxin bomb is to store the corpse of the black beast in a special container. The container has a self-destruct system. Once it is activated, the container is destroyed, and the toxins of the black beast corpse will spread. Planet 679 is a major energy planet, and the series of industries formed by it have attracted a permanent population of more than 300 million, with the Alliance controlling thousands of habitable planets. This is already a populous planet. It is conceivable that the spread of toxins will cause terrible consequences. Gu Duo's people recovered 2 toxin bombs before the container self-destructed. However, it took too long to search for the last one. When they arrived, A town built on the energy mine had been polluted, and the residents were poisoned to varying degrees. Gu Duo's direct troops were stationed on this planet, and one of their tasks was to protect the safety of Planet 679. He could only take those with severe symptoms back to the base, and the military doctors could deal with such severe poisoning. No one expected that the crazy enemy used a chain of tricks. Among the more than 1,000 deeply poisoned patients, one was a spy. He hid the glass test tube in his stomach. After entering the base, he cut open his stomach to take out the test tube and release the mental force inducer inside. This inducer is a special version, which is 10 times more powerful than the ordinary version and can be transmitted through the air. This drug is specially provided by the army. Lu Jinggu had never heard of it before. He asked in confusion, "What is the use of the inducer?" Gu Duo paused and explained, "The army will be equipped with inducers. Once we encounter an enemy that is difficult to defeat, we will take it ourselves when necessary. It only takes 10 seconds, and the mental power will be improved by at least 2 levels." She narrowed her eyes and keenly grasped the key point. This drug should have strong side effects. Right? After looking at her deeply, Gu Duo nodded. The effect of the inducer lasts about 30 to 40 minutes. After the effect disappears, the mental power will inevitably go berserk. If the level of berserk is relatively high, it will go completely berserk and irreversible. Lu Jinggu pursed his lips. The Interstellar Alliance divides mental power berserk into 5 levels, from 1 to 4, which can be temporarily relieved by taking mental power inhibitors. But once it reaches level 5, the person will go completely crazy, with extremely strong destructive power and uncontrollable. Such a madman has only 2 outcomes. Either he explodes because of pain, or he is shot dead by the Alliance army. It is a result that is certain to die. What is the situation on Planet 679 now? She clenched her fists and stared at Gu Duo nervously, fearing that she would hear the answer of corpses everywhere. As soon as I noticed something was wrong, I ordered the entire army to take the highest level of inhibitors. In addition, the army has the strictest management of mental power, so the current situation of the garrison is relatively stable. She breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, "Not bad. Not good." Gu Duo denied it. She opened her eyes wide and suddenly had a terrible guess. Could it be that the people also? Yes. He closed his eyes painfully, because the toxin bomb caused the pollution to expand rapidly. A large number of people gathered near the garrison for safety. Then we distributed inhibitors to the people as soon as possible. But there were too many people, and the army's reserves were insufficient. We could only give them to people with high mental power levels first. After all, once they go crazy, they will cause greater harm. She nodded silently. If it were her, she would probably handle it this way. But this is only a temporary solution. Gu Duo pressed his brows tiredly. I have asked the Capital Star for help, hoping to allocate more inhibitors, and also asked the Sin family for help. Their unique saint skills can also effectively alleviate the rage. But the land and air have been polluted, and the Alliance has no way to solve it. So, Lu Jinggu already understood what he meant. Only Taoyuan can solve this situation at present. The mint pot was a little wilted after leaving Taoyuan, but it didn't wither. However, after the toxin bomb exploded, it only survived for 1 day. Gu Duo's eyes were burning. But that day, everyone who entered my office felt that the air was a little fresher than outside. She suddenly realized, so after leaving Taoyuan, plants can still purify toxins, but they can't develop sustainably. Sustainable development. Gu Duo thought about the word, smiled bitterly and nodded. That's what I mean. But now we can only do it urgently. This means that she needs to materialize a large number of plants, which will inevitably affect the construction of Taoyuan. He looked apologetic, but she said decisively, I have a better way. If it were a few days ago, only Gu Duo's method would be available. But now, everyone watched Lu Jinggu break a blooming branch. With a click, it seemed like the sound of everyone's heart breaking. Cheng Shu and others didn't dare to speak. But Gu Duo opened his eyes wide in shock. What are you doing? He felt so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. If you put this on star 679, you can build a new paradise there. It took him a few seconds to react, and he looked at Huaji with an extremely enthusiastic look. Really? More real than real gold. Great. Star 679 is saved. Gu Duo had never been so ecstatic since he was a child. He impulsively stepped forward and picked up Lu Jinggu and turned around. After putting him down, he said without hesitation, I asked Xing Lian to prepare, and we go back immediately. He left like the wind, leaving Lu Jingu standing there blankly, her face red as if blood could drip out. Sister, your face is so red, Wan Qi asked worriedly. Are you okay? No. I'm fine, she stammered in response. But her heart was beating like a deer. No. Don't think about it. She patted her cheek hard. He was just too happy. He must have wanted to hug the flower branch. But it just happened to be in her hand. Yes. That must be it. After convincing herself, the heat on her face finally subsided. She breathed a sigh of relief and remembered Gu Duo's last words. Ah? Should I follow him too? She reacted belatedly and hesitated. As a ghost of the flower-growing family, she didn't have a very good impression of the Interstellar Alliance. On the contrary, 7,133 stars, because of the Peach Garden as the base camp, made her feel safe. Exploring the outside world, she wasn't ready yet. But if she didn't go to open the second Peach Garden for the first time, she was really afraid of problems. The two sides were too far apart, and the situation on 679 stars could not be delayed. Alas, she sighed heavily. She felt she had no choice. Chapter 31 Busy Preparations. Since we are leaving with Gu Duo, we naturally have to make a lot of preparations. First of all, we have to arrange things here. Call everyone and announce that Uncle Chung will temporarily take over as the general manager. The warehouse authority is open to him and Aunt Ji, the administrator. Wan Qi is the manager of the money and household department. He has the right to check and record all the materials in and out. The three of them can supervise each other, which just forms a perfect material use process. For the new stores, there will be no management personnel for the time being. But the purchase policy of replacing interstellar coins with working hours is open. There is no way. Taoyuan has no economic source now. And there is no interstellar coin. At present, everyone's salary is in kind. Then we have to check the new functions carefully. Only then did I find out that the system prompts. The first batch of soldiers will arrive in 3 days. Wasn't it recruiting soldiers from Taoyuan residents? She was shocked. I quickly checked the detailed description of the barracks. Fortunately, the barracks have complete supporting facilities. And even the canteen is fully automated. By the way, Gu Duo was very interested after taking a look and wanted to introduce several fully automatic kitchens to his troops. As long as the range and quantity of materials that can be used in the barracks are set, there is no need to worry about the life of the army. As for training, it is not clear how to proceed for the time being. So I can only wait until I come back to look at it. When I look at the trading house again, I know why the mental energy consumption is so terrible. It actually comes with a network. To be precise, it comes with a complete trading platform. You can buy from outside, or put the goods on sale. The trading house comes with a logistics system, so she doesn't have to worry about the transportation of bought and sold goods. The powerful and complete functions are completely worth the consumption during construction. Despite this, Gu Duo couldn't help but teach him a few more words. If you are dead, what's the use of the best functions? Obsessed with studying the functions of the trading house, she pretended not to hear the other parties muttering. Because Taoyuan products mature very quickly. The average maturity period is between 2 and 5 days. Now the warehouse, including pigs, chickens and eggs, has piled up into a small mountain. It is completely possible to sell some of them. After calculating the consumption, she set a batch of goods on the shelves. Considering the terrible performance of the Interstellar Alliance in terms of food, each product is also thoughtfully accompanied by a copy of the eating guide. Since it is a one-of-a-kind business, she did not hesitate to be a profiteer. The lowest price of the product is the same as 100 bottles of nutrient solution. However, within 3 seconds of being put on the shelf, the system prompt sold out. Something is wrong. It will take a while for the food refugees to study what these are. Even if they are willing to buy them back and try them, they will not clear out the stock directly. Lu Jingu was very confused. And then he noticed that Gu Duo was operating on the optical computer. Why does the interface look familiar? Did you buy all of them? She pointed at the screen expressionlessly. Gu Duo nodded and answered dissatisfiedly. I want as many of these things as you have. Why bother so much? But she didn't want to have only this one customer. Not to mention, I left a batch of supplies for you in the warehouse. Free of charge. The emphasis is on the last 3 words. Not too much. Okay. Lu Jingu held his forehead. After going back and setting it up again, when the storage volume of each commodity reaches a certain amount, The excess will be automatically put on the shelf. While setting it up, he warned, don't buy out again. I need more customers. Not to be your full-time supplier. Gu Duo looked a little unconvinced, probably thinking that being a full-time supplier was no problem. He didn't bargain again. However, Lu Jingu put his hands on his waist and said loudly, if you don't agree, I won't go with you. He hit the soft spot. And he immediately said, I know. However, he secretly thought in his heart, at worst, let the troops come to buy. Then it won't be me who bought out. Without knowing that he was calculating in his mind, Lu Jingu noticed other functions. You can set whether Taoyuan stores have the online shopping function. But currently only grocery stores can be selected. It seems that the store needs to have an administrator. But there is no rush for this. I told Sister Zoe to open the online shopping function for the grocery store first. I look back at the situation and then consider other stores. The most important thing for the trading house is to complete the form a caravan task. But now this function is gray and unusable. So she has to put it aside for the time being. After she was almost done with her work here, she immediately dragged Gu Duo to the farm and livestock area. Borrow your mental power for a while, she said bluntly. This is more convenient than trying to stuff food in. The third level Taoyuan can open 4 new fields, bringing the total to 10. These 4 plots of land are all used to plant fruit trees, so that everyone will have fruit to eat after meals in the future. 2 fish ponds were open next to it. She had been craving for fish for a long time. There was a cowshed and a sheepfold. It was time for cow milk, goat milk, beef and mutton to be served. After building so many functional buildings in one go, the feng shui value of Taoyuan dropped a bit too much. So she selected several kinds of beautifying flowers and trees, and built a small park near the western residential buildings. Decorative lights, leisure stone benches and other things. This area was planned as a residential area, and the environment was naturally beautiful. As a result, after building several ornamental buildings, the system suddenly prompted, residential buildings *8. Meet the upgrade conditions. Whether to upgrade to intermediate residential buildings? Click to see, and you will understand. The 10 residential buildings are arranged in 2 rows in a 2x5 pattern. And those ornamental buildings are basically on the periphery. According to the game terminology, the 8 residential buildings at the 2 ends are just within the influence range. But the 2 sets in the middle are not in it. So they are missed in the upgrade. This is easy to solve. Plant a few flowers and plants near these 2 sets of residential buildings. So all 10 residential buildings have successfully met the upgrade conditions. After choosing to upgrade all, the houses in front of them shook slightly. And the appearance was obviously more refined than before. Uncle Chung and others were surprised and happy, and went in to check. Lu Jingu also looked around Wanchiya's house. And then he knew why the yard was so empty before. It was completely reserved for upgrading. Now the 2 entrances have become 3 entrances, and the second entrance has changed from 3 rooms to 3 main rooms, 2 on the east and west sides. There is also a row of back rooms in the third entrance. There are also many more flowers and trees. It can fully meet the living needs of a large family with 3 generations living together. Uncle Chung and others were excited and terrified. The boss's house is still so simple. But we live in such a big house first. How can this work? She had to comfort, don't worry, everyone. I will upgrade my house when I come back. And upgrade it to a high-end one, which is definitely better than yours. Everyone was relieved after saying this. The things that should be arranged were almost done. And she hurried to make food, and resolutely did not eat nutritional blocks during the journey. The new crops that had been taken out before were still placed in the kitchen. She smiled and rolled up her sleeves to work. When the food smelled fragrant, everyone was too busy to eat. They stood by the fence and watched the group of people who were about to board the spacecraft reluctantly. Sister, can I go with you? Wanchiya cried. Suddenly they had to separate, and the little girl realized how much she depended on Lu Jingu. This time we are here to solve the pollution of Planet 679. And the identities of the bad guys on Planet 7444 have not been investigated yet. It is inconvenient for you to show up for the time being. It is safest here. And this is my home. I will leave it to you all. Please help me take care of it. Patting the little girl's head, she explained softly. Wanchiya sobbed a few times, and said with all her strength, don't worry, sister. I will definitely protect this home well. Then please. She spoke sincerely not only to Wanchiya, but also to Uncle Chung and others. Don't worry. Boss, I wish you a safe journey. Under everyone's reluctant gaze, the spaceship took off and gradually disappeared into the starry sky. Chapter 32. A very bad situation. Lu Jinggu looked out the porthole in surprise. In the vast universe, the huge 8-shaped ring seemed like a miracle. She wanted to lie on the window to see more clearly, but Gu Duo pulled her back. You will feel uncomfortable when jumping in space. The stronger your mental strength, the weaker the discomfort. Lu Jinggu, this dog era really reflects discrimination against useless people everywhere. The spacecraft slowly drove towards the ring on the left. She had no expression on her face, but quietly tightened her palm holding the handrail. She couldn't avoid the fear of the unknown. Suddenly, a cool breath enveloped her. She turned her head in surprise, and before she could speak, everything in front of her was fluctuating. The light spinning feeling caused symptoms like motion sickness, but before it reached the level of nausea and vomiting, the rippling vision stabilized again. Gu Duo's mental power faded, and she realized belatedly, is it already done? Xinglian, who was sitting in the driver's seat, burst out laughing. How long do you think it will take? I thought it was like going through a tunnel, and there would be a series of processes. Running to the porthole, she found that the scenery was indeed different. The space jump station was just desolate, but there was a huge purple-red planet nearby. She was shocked to see the spaceship flying past the planet, and she was speechless for a long time. On the way to the next space jump station, Lu Jinggu was amazed. Unlike the coldness near star 7133, the route here was very lively. Not to mention the small, medium and large spaceships coming and going. What attracted her more were the aircrafts of various shapes. Some were like real giant octopuses, with 18 tentacles floating. Some were like huge solar pots, rotating and passing by them. There were also donut-shaped ones, rolling up and down. Will you really not get seasick if you sit inside? Gu Duo stood beside her at some point and explained in a low voice. Those aircraft with particularly strange shapes are generally not owned by humans. So that's it. She opened her eyes wide, as if she could see through the aircraft and see the creatures inside. Looking at her hands on the window, staring at the passing spacecraft without blinking, Gu Duo thought of his childhood pet again. It also likes to open its round eyes and explore everything with great curiosity. When nestling in his arms, it will squint its eyes and look very enjoyable. It is also very similar to the way Lu Jinggu looks when eating. Xinglian leaned close to Yida's ear and whispered, "Why does the boss look at Miss Lu like that? I'm afraid he will reach out and touch her hair the next second." Yida glanced at the window expressionlessly, and then calmly looked away. "Hey, are you curious at all?" Xinglian kept talking. "Boss has never looked at Yif with this kind of eyes. Don't you worry about your sister?" Yida simply got up and left. "Boring." Xinglian rolled his eyes and hid in the corner to continue watching. As soon as he stuck his head out, he met Gu Duo's cold eyes. Xinglian ran after Yida without saying a word. "Old E. Wait for me." "Ha. Boss. Miss Gu. Are you looking at the scenery?" "You continue." "Continue." Lu Jinggu looked confused. "Why is he a little weird?" "Don't pay attention. He is often crazy like this." Xinglian, "Boss. I heard it." "Okay." Obviously, Gu Duo doesn't care. No matter how beautiful the scenery is, you will get tired of it after looking at it for 10 consecutive days. Lu Jinggu sat cross-legged on the bed and began to study the Taoyuan system to pass the time. Away from star 7133, some of the system settings turned gray and could not be operated temporarily. But all data was still fed back to her in real time. For example, the trading bank. The stored transaction amount has reached 34,187 interstellar coins. The mission requires a transaction amount of 100,000, which seems not difficult to achieve. She felt relieved. Looking at the barracks, the First Army had been recruited a few days ago. The page densely records the basic information of the members of the First Army, and you can click in separately to see more detailed information. What surprised her was the race. In addition to the ordinary humans, there are actually a small number of non-human races. Among them, there is a lonely elf, which is particularly eye-catching. She ran to ask Gu Duo, "Does the Interstellar Alliance have the elf race?" The previous classes were in vain. Gu Duo looked at her sternly. Elves are just legendary creatures. At least the Alliance has not discovered their existence yet. She didn't have time to care about him taking the opportunity to teach her a lesson. Lu Jinggu stared at the word elf. In the system, and scratched his head. Could the Taoyuan system also connect to different dimensions? What do elves look like? Are they really as beautiful as the legends say? And are they the favorites of the gods? Curiosity is like a cat's paw, scratching at my heart. I really want to go back and see it right away. Apart from this special discovery, there is nothing else to pay attention to. When she was about to get bored, they finally arrived at their destination. Looking at planet 679 through the porthole, she intuitively understood why Guduo was so anxious. 1/5 of this planet has turned black. That is evidence that the air and land are polluted by toxins. Guduo said in a heavy tone, if it continues to expand at this rate, it will take less than 3 months for the entire planet to be uninhabitable. More importantly, interstellar pollution will start from this planet and continue to spread to other places. This is the most terrifying. Planet 679 is already part of the Alliance's hinterland. If pollution breaks out inside, interstellar people will soon face a desperate situation. The spacecraft landed smoothly. The hatch opened, and a group of people were waiting outside. Boss, a neatly dressed female officer saluted in a standard manner. The capital star urgently allocated 15,000 inhibitors. But there are too many violent people, and there are still only enough for B-level and above. We have to take confinement measures for C-level and below. Yes. The Sin family sent 30 members with Saint skills. Thanks to them, the confined people can survive until now. Got it. The spread of the toxin has not slowed down significantly. It is inferred that the toxin bomb uses the corpse of a near king beast level, and the possibility of coexistence is 0. If the pollution cannot be effectively resolved, experts recommend that evacuation be organized immediately. If it is too late, I am afraid that even the interstellar route will have to be deterred. Lu Jinggu was shocked when he heard it. If there is no interstellar route, the evacuation of so many people is almost an impossible task. 2 eyes fell on her. Guduo's eyes contained too many emotions, including expectations, worries, and questions. She softened her heart and immediately said, I start right away. The female officer and others looked at her in confusion. It seems that Guduo really kept his promise, and did not reveal a word about Taoyuan even to his trusted subordinates. She was grateful in her heart. So she smiled at him and comforted him, don't worry. I believe everything will be fine. Guduo was slightly startled, and after a moment, he curled his lips and said, His boss actually smiled at a little girl. Except for Yida, who maintained her icy face. Everyone else's jaw dropped to the ground. She didn't think there was any problem, and rolled up her sleeves with full energy, in order to purify as soon as possible. I think the best location is the Toxin Transmission Center. The female officer's face changed, and she blurted out, no. Chapter 33, using my data as the calculation standard. Lu Jinggu was puzzled. Then he heard the female officer say, the pollution center has the heaviest toxins. Judging from the intensity, it is very likely that a black beast has been born. It is too dangerous to enter rashly. So that's it. She then understood the danger and said apologetically, I'm sorry. I didn't think it through. Everything is up to you. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. As if she didn't expect her to be so easy to talk to. The female officer was stunned and didn't speak at the first time. Guduo ordered, start calculating the deepest position in the contaminated area now, and give me the results in 4 hours. After a pause, he added, use my mental power as the calculation data. Everyone was shocked. And Xing Lian stopped smiling. Boss, why don't you let me escort Miss Lu into the contaminated area? The female officer objected fiercely. If something happens to you, the 7th Army will be leaderless, and the Black family will definitely take advantage of the situation. Why don't you hand this task over to us? If there is a problem with Star 679, do you think Black will miss this opportunity? Faced with the opposition of his subordinates, Guduo only asked back calmly. All the voices stopped abruptly. Lu Jinggu could see that his question hit the nail on the head. The Gu family and the Black family are both one of the 7 major families in the parliament. But it seems that their relationship is like fire and water. Guduo looked over one by one, and seeing that his subordinates were no longer talking, he continued, besides, as soldiers, we should not fear life and death in order to protect the people of the Alliance. As the commander of the 7th Army, I should lead by example. In addition, Lu Jinggu suddenly had a premonition that this man was going to start again. Are your mental powers as strong as mine? If it is dangerous for me to enter, can you bear it? Sure enough, it was the truth. But when it came out of his mouth, it made people want to punch him. However, looking at the looks of Xinglian and others, they were obviously very accustomed to it, and none of them had any strange expressions. In the end, they followed Gu Duo's meaning and used his mental power level as a parameter to make calculations. We will leave in 4 hours, so take the time to rest. She was taken to the 7th Army's base and arranged a separate room. However, after Gu Duo left, she couldn't calm down at all. When she just came in, she saw the temporary residences of the people around from a distance. Some people were obviously behaving abnormally. A little boy about 10 years old was digging a pit like a dog. His hands were covered in blood. His relatives wanted to stop him, but the boy tried to bite them. A middle-aged woman in her 40s was talking to herself in the air, constantly releasing her mental power. Fortunately, her level was not high, so she had no lethality. There was also a pair of elderly people who suddenly fell to the ground, hammering their heads desperately, saying that they were going to explode, and were carried away by the military doctor who rushed over. Such behaviors are endless. And these people were those who were not detained and imprisoned after the 7th Army screened them and thought that their mental power was weak or their skills were not lethal. The violent people who were really dangerous but could not be assigned inhibitors were all fixed with their limbs and put on inhibitor rings. But Gu Duo told her, imprisonment can only temporarily prevent them from hurting others or themselves. Once the saint of the Sin family can no longer support them, and these people cannot get effective treatment, the level of rage will rise rapidly. Most of them can't bear the pain brought by rage, and will choose to self-destruct to end their lives. Self-destruction will of course have an impact on the surroundings. So if it really comes to that, these people will either be killed in advance or sent to a deserted place to fend for themselves. In short, it's not a good ending. All this makes it difficult to calm down. She walked around the room, just hoping that the calculation data can come out quickly, and praying that the second Taoyuan can be as powerful as the main body. The 7th Army also hopes to solve the problem quickly, so the calculation data came out not long after 3 hours. Gu Duo brought the best protective clothing in the army, and the female officer assisted her in putting it on. When everything was put on, Lu Jinggu felt that it was difficult to stand. This set of protective clothing that covers from head to toe weighs at least 30 kilograms. Because toxins can spread in the air, the protective suit cannot be equipped with a portable convection system, which means that she is in an airtight state. It only took a few minutes for her to feel like she was soaking in water. The female officer suddenly saluted her, "Miss Lu. Although I don't know what method you have to deal with the pollution, the 7th Army and all the people of Star 679 will remember your standing up today." Facing the other party's firm gaze, Lu Jinggu's heart was also burning. He returned the salute with difficulty. "Don't worry. I will do my best." Gu Duo, who was also wearing a protective suit, came over and stretched out his hand to her. She approached with difficulty, and the two were tied together in a way similar to a parachuting instructor and a student. The ceiling rotated and opened, and Gu Duo turned on the thruster behind him. The two slowly rose into the air, adjusted their direction after reaching a certain height, and flew towards the polluted area very quickly. Quick! Follow the adult signal, and be ready to support at any time. Although they knew long ago that because the toxin has a strong corrosive effect on any metal, and the larger the area, the faster the corrosion rate, so they can't use aircraft or spacecraft, but will use thrusters that can be basically covered by protective clothing. But this flying experience is still too exciting. Lu Jinggu subconsciously stretched his arms back and hugged the person behind him tightly. The other party seemed to lower his head, and then his left arm came across and tightly embraced her waist. This hug made her relax a little, and she wanted to see the scene on the ground. Just as they passed a light red forest, Gu Duo's voice sounded in the communicator. "That's the Shamero tree." But she felt that Shamero was more like a mutant. Under the sunlight, this plant shines with a metallic luster all over, and the red leaves are not suitable for photosynthesis from a structural point of view. In comparison, the colorful earth plants are more pleasing. Suddenly, the sight darkened, and Lu Jinggu came back to his senses and found that they had entered the contaminated area. You can still see the situation nearby from the outside, but after going 1,000 meters deep, it was pitch black in front of you. So this is what it looks like to be completely polluted. Suddenly I thought of Wanchia. Could it be that the Wanchi tribe is struggling to survive in this environment? I can't imagine how they did it. Gu Duo controlled the thrusters to land. The visibility here is too low. And it's too close to the city. It's not safe to continue flying, he explained in a low voice while untying the connector. The two separated, but he grabbed Lu Jingu's hand again. Although separated by a thick protective suit, she still twisted a little uncomfortably. I can walk by myself. Your mental strength is too weak to effectively reduce the weight of the protective suit. I can help you save some effort. In fact, you only need to say the last sentence. Complaining in her heart, she followed Gu Duo to go deeper. According to the calculated data, they were going to a location about 500 meters away from the center of the pollution source. The journey was not peaceful. As experts predicted, this level of pollution would kill those who did not have time to leave. And it was also very likely to give rise to black beasts. They encountered many attacks in the dark. Lu Jingu could not even see the attackers. And only when the blue light lit up did she realize that there was a black beast. Under such circumstances, they could not move faster. She felt as if her legs were filled with lead. And the target seemed to be far away. Chapter 34. Serial Poisonous Schemes. Getting more and more tired, Lu Jingu felt that his lungs had become a broken bellows. And every time he breathed, he wheezed loudly. Let's take a break. Gu Duo's voice suddenly came from the communicator. She was startled and was about to press the communicator to speak, but suddenly realized that because she had clenched her fists at some point, the communicator had already been triggered. So he took the initiative to ask for a break after hearing her heavy breathing. After realizing this, a warm current flowed through her heart. Just as she was moved, there was another sound from the communicator, which was the prelude to the other party's speech. Rolling her eyes, she said first, "Don't talk." She didn't want to feel moved in the last second and choked and vomited blood in the next second. The two stopped to rest. To be precise, Lu Jingu sat on the ground, and Gu Duo was still on guard with a sword. It was dark all around, making people feel very depressed. She seemed to be sitting on a stone, which hurt her but. So she reached out her hand and dug in the ground twice, touched the hard object, and pulled it out. When she saw the object in her hand clearly, she couldn't help screaming. It was half of a skull. With a flash of sword light, Gu Duo picked up the bone. Breathing stiffly, she suddenly didn't want to sit down at all. She climbed up with her hands and feet and said in a trembling voice, "Let's go." She didn't dare to think about why the uneven feeling under her feet was caused, or how many corpses were hidden in the dark land. Gu Duo silently grabbed her arm and helped her move forward. After a while, his deep voice sounded. This time the toxin spread. Some people didn't have time to evacuate, unless they were transformed into black beasts. Their skin and flesh could not resist the erosion of the toxins at all. They would be corroded to bones in a few days. I forgot to tell you this. Sorry. She pursed her lips hard, and her intense emotions collided in her chest. She couldn't help but accuse, who planned all this? Why did he do this? What good would it do him to get a completely polluted planet? There was silence in the communicator, because of the anger and 3 questions in a row. She calmed down a little, looking at Gu Duo's back. She breathed a sigh of relief. She was overstepping her authority. Although the two sides were in a cooperative relationship, she was not Gu Duo's confidant after all. And she shouldn't worry about these things. There are several suspects at present, but there is no evidence for the time being. Gu Duo suddenly said, I didn't want to involve you, but if I think about it carefully, if the pollution of 679 planet is solved, people with interest will definitely find your existence as long as they check. He sighed, no matter what. You are already involved. I was thinking wrong. Lu Jingu stared at him blankly, and didn't speak for a while. Gu Duo killed a black beast with a sword, and said, I guess you have already figured it out. I was born in the Gu family, which is one of the 7 major families in the parliament. Moreover, I am not a collateral family, but a direct descendant of the Gu family of the capital star. Yeah, I guessed it. Among our 7 families, from the perspective of factions, the Gu and Gongsun families are closely related, while the Black, Dachi and Alexander advance and retreat together, and the remaining Sun and Xia families are considered neutral. These are things that ordinary interstellar people can hardly access. She tried her best to remember them, just in case they are useful in the future. From the perspective of the development of the Alliance, it is good that the 7 most powerful families are not a monolithic entity. But this balance has gradually been broken. The Black family is increasingly dissatisfied with the status quo, and it is very obvious that they want to replace the Gu family and become the first family in the Alliance. You should know what the Gu family relies on to stand firm. Right? He asked suddenly. Every interstellar person knows this. Right? Lu Jinggu said without hesitation. Alliance's highest generals, Xingzhou generals, are almost all from the Gu family. The Gu family represents the strongest combat power of the Alliance. In fact, in the Enlightenment textbook that every interstellar person must learn, there is another sentence. The Gu family is also the family with the most sacrifices among the 7 major families in the parliament. Famous generals have always been like beauties, and they are not allowed to grow old in the world. Gu duo. Without any pride. For soldiers, perhaps dying on the battlefield is the most noble destination. But for their relatives, these are indescribable pains. Although separated by thick protective clothing, she still couldn't help clenching her fingers, wanting to convey her comfort to the other party. Gu Duo looked back at her. Through the glass mask, she seemed to see the corners of the other party's mouth raised. If you want to overthrow the Gu family, you must first destroy the most fundamental thing of the Gu family. He continued calmly. The soldiers in the Gu family are the foundation. After understanding the meaning of the words, she was shocked. So it seems that the attack on star 679 is actually aimed at you? It has always been me. Even if she didn't understand politics, she understood everything at this moment. This is a series of vicious plots. And Gu Duo was ambushed as the first link. If he could be killed violently, it would be the result the enemy wanted to see the most. But if it failed, and Gu Duo returned to the 7th Army safely, there would still be the poison bomb. But if Gu Duo returned, he would definitely investigate the truth of the conspiracy, and the traitor would be exposed, and the poison bomb would naturally be dismantled in time. So the person behind the scenes arranged the 3rd ring. It was also the most poisonous ring. If Gu Duo didn't care about the lives of those people, he would violate the duties of a soldier. When public opinion came together, he would be punished even if he didn't die, and his reputation would be damaged, and his future promotion would inevitably be hindered. But it is more likely that Gu Duo ordered to protect those innocent people. So the spy had the opportunity to sneak into the base of the 7th Army. No matter what the result is, Gu Duo and the 7th Army can be accused of dereliction of duty, which led to the tragedy of star 679. What a vicious scheme that is linked together. Taking a planet, or even the future of the Alliance, just to fight for power and profit. She exhaled a breath of turbid air, and felt her hands and feet cold. As expected, no matter which era, political struggle is the darkest. Be careful. Gu Duo suddenly turned around and pressed her down. His weight pressed down for only a moment, and then suddenly disappeared. She quickly turned over and looked up, but saw that the white protective suit was rising rapidly into the sky. But in a moment, the darkness swallowed Gu Duo, and no matter how wide she opened her eyes, she could not see anything. She nervously pressed the communicator and shouted, Gu Duo! Gu Duo! Don't be afraid. A low voice came with a rustling sound of electricity. It's a giant-winged golden eagle black beast. You stay alert. I will kill it, and come to join you. Knowing what happened, she was not panicked at all, and quickly pulled out the knife behind her. Darkness breeds fear, and she always feels that there are malicious eyes everywhere. I don't want to die. She gritted her teeth. Since she can't see, she will try to listen. Although the black beast can be invisible in poison, it will make sounds when it moves. There is movement on the left. She slashed with a knife. Nothing was touched. Before she could retract the blade, a black beast jumped out from behind. Lu Jinggu only had time to twist her upper body and try to keep the blade horizontal. Bang! The blade was knocked out, and the black beast quickly took advantage of the force and jumped again. Ah! The heavy front paw pressed on her shoulder, and she was pressed on her back. Chapter 35 Danger. Now she was unarmed. In the thick black smoke, there was a smelly saliva dripping onto the mask. She was afraid and nauseated, and struggled hard. The black beast was not big, but the power it burst out between life and death really allowed her to successfully flip it aside. But the black beast turned over flexibly and rushed towards her again. Its movements were too fast, and the darkness greatly restricted Lu Jinggu, and he was knocked down again without dodging twice. The black beast opened its mouth and bit down on her neck. She desperately grabbed its neck with her hands and pushed it up, and felt that she hit a hard object while struggling. Dang. It was her knife. But now she couldn't free her hands to pick it up. Not only could she not free her hands, but her arm soon trembled and bit uncontrollably. If this continued, her throat would be bitten through. What should she do? She tried to call Gu Duo, but there was no response in the communicator. Presumably, his fight was not easy either, so she had to give up the idea of asking for help. The shadow of death loomed over her, and it seemed that no matter what she did, she would die. Unless she crossed her left arm, and with the last bit of her weak strength, she desperately reached for the flower branch in her leg bag with her right hand. It was too difficult. This was the hope of 679 stars. So before setting off, Gu Duo specifically instructed that the flower branch must be carefully protected. Now this protection has become a death warrant, and the panic situation did not give her time to open the leg bag. The black bee suddenly exerted force, and its right front leg accurately stepped on her left wrist. Crack! The wrist was stepped on the ground at a weird angle, and the bone made a crisp sound. Ah! She almost fainted from the pain. The black bees took the opportunity to bite it off. Is he going to die? No! I don't want to die. As a strong feeling of unwillingness rose, invisible tentacles suddenly stretched out. Her consciousness was covered by the cold tide, and in just a second, she lost her perception of the outside world. In the blink of an eye, the panic dissipated, and the eyes were like inorganic glass beads, looking coldly at the black beast that was close at hand. The sharp spikes twisted by the mental power quickly pierced the upper jaw of the black beast and went straight into the brain. The spikes suddenly expanded and directly turned the dark brain into a brain. The black beast screamed, and its body lost strength and pressed down. But it was hit from the side by the mental power and flew out horizontally. Lu Jinggu stood up and swept slowly with cold eyes. The malice hidden in the darkness retreated one after another. With a contemptuous smile, she was about to leave, but suddenly lowered her eyes to look at her legs. After a moment, she slowly untied the tightly protected leg bag. A delicate and beautiful flower branch was revealed. A strong disgust flashed in the glass eyes. She took out the flower branch and looked at it, reaching out to grab the blooming flower. Huh? You are there. Huh? What are you doing? Gu Duo walked out of the darkness with a panting sound. The two sides inevitably looked at each other. The face under the mask changed drastically, and he released his mental power without hesitation. The powerful and equally powerful mental powers collided silently. Humph. After all, he had just experienced a fierce battle. Gu Duo was slightly inferior, retreated 3 steps, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Lu Jinggu. But he just shook. Go back, he roared, and his mental power attacked again. In response, she sneered coldly. Heh? The two of them attacked each other with mental power again and again without any skills. It seemed that they were temporarily evenly matched. But a faint black air began to appear on Gu Duo's face. After another mental power bombardment, he spit out a mouthful of blood on the mask, and couldn't help but yelling, Lu Jinggu, wake up! Dang, he stepped on something. With a kick, Lu Jinggu's knife jumped into his hand. Gu Duo suddenly threw out his knife with a thought. The target was the right hand of Lu Jinggu. She did not dodge or evade, and directly blocked the flying knife with her mental power. Gu Duo took the opportunity to rush forward, and the dark blue flashed, and the blade had already stabbed in front of the opponent. She was immediately in a panic. Sure enough, although the mental power increased sharply, the individual's skills would not suddenly become stronger. After all, that race was not good at close combat. With a plan, he pressed closer and closer to the opponent, and forced her to retreat step by step. Finally, he seized an opportunity, and the sword and mental power attacked at the same time, finally forcing Lu Jinggu to let go of the flower branch in his hand. He grabbed with his left hand, followed by several consecutive sliding steps to distance himself, and while colliding with her mental power for the nth time, he thrust the flower branch into the ground with force. Whether she can wake up depends on whether you can give her strength, Gu Duo shouted angrily. Turned around and fought with her again. Lu Jinggu didn't know when she fell into a daze. She only knew that the voice of the Taoyuan system suddenly rang. The second Taoyuan has been detected to meet the conditions for opening. Opening progress, 10%, 15%, 20%. Her brain was working hard, and she vaguely felt that something was wrong. It seems that it has not reached the scheduled position yet, but she did not find a way to interrupt it, so she could only let the system continuously report the progress of opening. Little did she know that her body was running away frantically, while Gu Duo tried his best to stop it. Not far from them, the blooming flowers withered quickly, and the light green fruits quickly turned from green to red, and then fell from the branches. The thin roots were deeply rooted in the soil, and with a light snap sound, the top of the fruit cracked, and the tender green leaves raised their heads in the blink of an eye. Lu Jinggu had a trace of fear in his emotionless eyes, and he wanted to escape more desperately. In her eyes, Gu Duo, who tried his best to stop him, was as annoying as a fly. With an impatient TSK, she suddenly poured out all her mental power. The sudden withdrawal of all mental power would put a great burden on the brain, and it might even turn into a fool from then on. This was almost a fight to the death. But in order to escape, Lu Jinggu obviously had no time to care about anything else. Gu Duo gritted his teeth and was about to do the same. No matter what, he couldn't let her run away. At the critical moment, a giant tree rose from the ground. Spring water gushed out from the roots of the tree, and a warm wind suddenly swept the two people's position, and then stopped abruptly at a step away. Ah! Lu Jinggu screamed hysterically, and the next second, he was forced back to the dark and unknown place by the power emitted by the giant tree. He closed his emotionless eyes, and when he opened them again, he was already full of confusion. But he didn't have time to say a word, and fell forward. Gu Duo opened his arms, but a strong sense of dizziness came over him, and he fell back directly, with his eyelashes trembling slightly. Lu Jinggu woke up from Gu Duo's arms again. He quickly got up and noticed a giant tree standing not far away. Looking at the system prompt again, he finally confirmed that the second paradise had been opened. There was also a line of prompts naming this place. She casually said Taoyuan number 1 and went to check on Gu Duo's situation. She was shocked when she saw the face behind the mask covered with a layer of black hair, which looked very ominous. Chapter 36. Let's start planting trees. Gu Duo, how are you? The person lying down had his eyes closed and did not respond. Lu Jinggu suddenly noticed that there were several tears on the left side of his protective suit. It looked like the marks of bird claws. It must have been caused by the battle with the giant golden eagle black beast. The airtight protective suit was damaged, which meant that the toxins could invade it. But now he fell to the ground, and the damaged parts of the protective suit were almost all pressed down, which formed an almost closed space. So Taoyuan's power could not enter, and the toxins that had already invaded continued to hurt him. Then just take off the protective suit. No. Even take off the helmet. Reaching out to touch the connection of the helmet, the left hand felt a sharp pain as soon as it exerted force. Beads of sweat fell and hit her mask. Suddenly she remembered that her wrist was broken when she was fighting the black beast. This hand was completely useless. Only the right hand was left, and it was not easy to take off the tightly fitted helmet. She had no choice but to press Gu Duo's chest with one knee, and with her teeth and right hand, she finally opened several safety buckles with great effort. Then she pushed hard, and the mask and helmet rolled away. The power of Taoyuan surged up, and Gu Duo's face became visibly better. Relieved, she sat softly on the ground, not wanting to move at all. After more than 10 minutes, Gu Duo suddenly turned over and looked around vigilantly. It can be seen that everything is fine. Lu Jingdu smiled with relief and waved weakly. Then he relaxed, walked over and rubbed her neck for a while, and then helped her take off the helmet with force. Voila! The sweat accumulated in the helmet fell down, and Gu Duo was stunned, blurting out, "Why are you sweating so much?" "It's too hot and tired, so I keep sweating." She didn't think it was a big deal. After taking off the protective clothing on her body, there was more sweat inside, even now that they were close. Wouldn't Gu Duo smell her sweaty odor? She looked at him warily, but fortunately, his eyes were clear, and he didn't show any disgust. "Sorry. I didn't think of that." The sudden apology made her confused. "Why are you apologizing all of a sudden?" The military has a training on how to use mental power to maintain the feeling of the body's surface, including temperature, humidity, etc. Gu Duo was a little at a loss for a rare occasion. But this kind of training also exists in the folks. And I didn't expect that the Lu family didn't even teach you this. So that's it. Lu Jinggu smiled bitterly, thinking that he had suffered in vain. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, he tried to comfort her, but in fact, even if the Lu family taught you, the mental power probably wouldn't last long. Okay. Shut up. Lu Jinggu had no expression on his face. Perhaps he was really guilty. And he shut his mouth without objection. He began to help her take off her protective clothing. The angry woman didn't want to pay attention to him. But when she saw that her left arm was about to be touched, he still moved vigorously. She had to remind him, "My left wrist is broken. Please be gentle." Gu Duo's eyes sank, and his movements became much gentler. But no matter how careful she was, it was still difficult to avoid touching her wrist when peeling off the protective suit. She gritted her teeth and endured it, but her face turned pale little by little. When the protective suit on her left arm was peeled off, she saw a strange protrusion on her left wrist, and the surrounding area was red and swollen, which was very scary. "Damn it. That thing actually hurt itself," Gu Duo cursed. But the voice was too soft. She only heard the word damn. The other party was angry because of her injury, and she had to comfort him. "I was unarmed and almost killed by the black beast. Fortunately, you came back in time to save me. I am lucky to have only this injury." As soon as the voice fell, Gu Duo looked up at her. The deep meaning contained in this look made her a little confused. "Did I say something wrong?" "No," he replied in a muffled voice. "I promise to protect you." "I'm sorry." The invisible ears and tail drooped again, resisting the urge to touch his head. She whispered, "I should also apologize for not placing Taoyuan number 1 in the designated location. It doesn't matter. As long as it has a purification effect, it will purify this area sooner or later." For some reason, I always felt that he choked. But what he said makes sense. But after all, the later the pollution center is purified, the more pollution will continue. But she had just seen that the giant tree could not be moved after it was planted. So she could only upgrade Taoyuan as soon as possible and expand the scope to the pollution source. After thinking about it, she asked Gu Duo for his opinion. "The first priority now is to purify the pollution. Don't consider the problem of living for the time being. How about we just plant trees? Your hands. You don't need to plant trees with your hands." She didn't care. "Just deal with it simply first, and use the medical cabin when you return to the base." After taking a look at her, Gu Duo stopped trying to persuade her and gently held her wrist. The cold mental power wrapped around her skin, protecting her wrist like a transparent gel. Then he took out the emergency medical kit he carried with him for secondary fixation, and hung her arm around her neck with gauze. And the simple treatment was completed. From beginning to end, Lu Jinggu endured without making any sound. Only the fine beads of sweat on her forehead exposed her feelings. "Bear with it for a while. I contact them to drive the medical car to the nearest place to wait for you." Gu Duo seemed not to notice her patience, and only said softly, "Well, there's no need to get too close. Safety first." Raising the corners of her mouth and smiling slightly, she brought up the business. "Can you still support me and lend me mental power now?" "As much as you want." The man was very proud. A sidelong look appeared on her face. The two began to plant trees. The more consuming the ornamental building is, the more feng shui value the single unit will increase, and the higher the bonus after forming a feng shui formation. Since Gu Duo was full of confidence, she did not hesitate to choose the more expensive ones. For tall plants, Cathaya, Ironwood, Davidia involucrata, and Ginkgo biloba. They were supplemented by Podocarpus, Sephora japonica, Osmanthus fragrans, Camellia, Wisteria, Magnolia, etc. The feng shui formation was also planned, and 9 trees were used as the first basic formation. The feng shui value jumped wildly, and Taoyuan number 1 was directly upgraded to level 1. She continued to plant flowers and trees, but did not expand the feng shui formation just now. Instead, she laid 4 small feng shui formations with flowers and trees in different directions. As soon as the last feng shui formation was completed, the warm wind that made people happy swirled across the entire Taoyuan. This is a more advanced interlocking method in feng shui formation. The 5 directions of east, west, south, north and center, which seem to be independent feng shui formations, actually complement each other. Once the formation is completed, there may be an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. The empty Taoyuan number 1 is just right for experimentation. The wind stopped, and the feng shui value on the giant tree soared to more than 900 points. What's even better is that Taoyuan number 1, as a subland, does not need to repeat the upgrade task. As long as the feng shui value is enough, it will be directly upgraded, provided that it cannot exceed the level of the main city. Now Taoyuan is level 3. And this place is only level 2. There is still room for development. Looking at Taoyuan number 1 with many empty spaces, she suddenly had a bold idea. Chapter 37. I won't be a big nemesis. Gu Duo worked tirelessly to provide spiritual power. Seeing the crown of the giant tree growing bigger and bigger, he felt that he could fight for another 100 years. Unexpectedly, Lu Jingu suddenly stopped. I'm not tired, he said quickly. I just have an idea. Looking at the man who seemed to be injected with chicken blood, she was quite helpless. Gu Duo looked puzzled, but she didn't explain for the time being, but looked up at the sky, probably because of the lack of vegetation. Whether it is 7,133 stars or 679 stars, the surface morphology is very unremarkable. Take this polluted area for example. It is basically flat. Of course, this is a good thing for purification work, but it is not so wonderful for landscape diversity. Now the feng shui array is arranged on a plane, and the changes and routines are slightly insufficient. I remember that the Alliance's floating technology is very mature. Right? She suddenly asked. Gu Duo responded quickly. Well, you want to use the floating technology? Yes. Can it be obtained in a short time? The 7th Army's warehouse has several spare floating devices, which can be lent to you first. Military equipment? She was surprised. Will it not affect you if you call it at will? The current situation on Star 679 can be regarded as wartime, as long as the pollution spread can be solved. Calling the 7th Army's reserves is nothing. That's good. She became happy. After thinking about it, she discussed with Gu Duo, how about we send the ideas with high violent levels first? By the way, get the floating devices together, and when those people are ready, they can help in Taoyuan. Help? Gu Duo was stunned, not expecting this at all. Yes, it is said that a little kindness will bring resentment. I am not a member of the 7th Army. I helped solve the problem, so it is not too much to ask for a little reward. Right? She tilted her head and smiled, and said very naturally, once the name of Taoyuan spreads, it is impossible to be completely free. Besides, once there are more people, regular maintenance will be required. Who will bear the cost? As if he knew her for the first time, he looked at her deeply for a long time. Lu Jingu let him look at her openly, and her attitude was very clear. Her position would not change. After Taoyuan was exposed, it would inevitably cause an uproar. She didn't want to become a big scapegoat, so it was better to set a clear price early. If Gu Duo couldn't accept it, that was his business. She shrugged in her heart, but didn't realize that there was a hint of expectation on her face. Expecting to get the support of this person, Gu Duo lowered his head in thought, and didn't notice her expression. After waiting for a long time, the other party still did not respond. She felt a little disappointed, but she didn't want to show it awkwardly, so she started to walk around Taoyuan, pretending to consider the layout, trying to forget Gu Duo's attitude. Just after walking a few steps, he had already caught up with her in big strides, and the two walked side by side. Lu Jingu had a temper tantrum and deliberately stepped away. However, Gu Duo did not notice this little action, and said in a deep voice, after the news of 679 stars spread, Taoyuan will definitely attract everyone. If it is a charging system, what should ordinary people do? So he was thinking about this problem? Lu Jingu's dissatisfaction disappeared, and he walked closer calmly, and smiled. I don't charge money directly. Gu Duo's big eyes were full of doubts. I've thought about it. How long will it take to build Taoyuan into a big city with my F-level mental power? It's better to recruit people to build Taoyuan. Those who do a good job can have priority to buy Taoyuan housing. As for the maintenance costs, she blinked like a cunning little fox. We all live here, so we have to spend money. This is a very simple plan, but it is enough to show the future business ideas of Taoyuan. Gu Duo thought about the feasibility of this plan and nodded for a long time. Although you lack common sense, you are unexpectedly talented in this aspect. Can you swallow the first sentence? She glared at him unhappily and received an innocent look. Forget it. Why bother with such a straight man? Lu Jingu comforted himself and quickly talked about business to calm down. Then let's plant some more trees and upgrade Taoyuan number 1 to level 3 first. Then you can pick up people. In addition, I have to trouble you to lend me a team of people first. After these people wake up, I am afraid that some people will be dishonest. I understand. Don't worry. Choosing a large enough open space, Lu Jingu planted a small forest, mainly common with plants such as pine, cypress, fir, and beech, although it does not constitute a feng shui formation, because the number is large enough. It slowly increases the feng shui value to more than 1,300 points, successfully breaking through the level 3 range. Suddenly, Lu Jingu felt something and hurriedly looked to the northwest. Taoyuan seems to have expanded to the source of pollution. The two looked at each other and saw joy in each other's eyes. Guduo pressed the bracelet, and the mecha form was turned on in a minute, and the steel arm hugged Lu Jingu. Show the way. Because he was wrapped in the mecha, his voice seemed even deeper and more magnetic. It was so loud that people couldn't help but feel their heartbeats speed up. She curled her fingers and said quickly, "Go northwest first." When her feet stepped on the ground again, Lu Jingu lost all his romantic thoughts. Staring at the chicken coop afro. Staring at Guduo with dead fish eyes. The latter calmly removed the mecha and did not forget to teach him, although your mental power is only F. It is still possible to form a protection on the surface of the body in a short time. You have to practice. Thank you. She gritted her teeth. However, the steel straight man could not hear anything wrong, and responded very politely, "You're welcome. A companion on the same boat. It's my duty to help you." Her eyes were almost rolling up to the sky. In order to avoid being angry to death, she decided to ignore this person and focus on the location of the pollution source. You can find that place at a glance. It was only then that she realized that the toxin bomb was the name of the realist school. This was a complete disaster after the explosion. There was a huge hole on the ground, with ruins everywhere and many frightening traces. She felt cold and couldn't help asking, was there anyone around at the time? Guduo looked deep and said after a long time, "This is the only way to go out of the city to the mining area. Miners will receive protection and excavation machines here." And the explosion happened when they were ready to go to work. There was no direct answer, but the meaning was clear. There were many people here at the time. It is conceivable how tragic the explosion was. But now there are no traces. Needless to say, the flesh and blood of the corpse must have been corroded by the toxins, and the skeleton was polluted and would be purified by the expanded paradise. There was no trace of the existence of those innocent people who died. Lu Jingu pursed his lips tightly, and his heart became more and more disgusted with the mastermind behind the scenes. After a while, she said, "Let's build a monument here. If we can count the names of the dead, we engrave their names on it." She looked at Guduo earnestly. Guduo's eyes softened. "Okay. I have someone count the names and send the names over." After calming down, she slowly walked to the big hole and looked down. The black beast's corpse that was the source of the pollution had disappeared, but several pieces of broken metal fragments could be seen, which must be the special container that sealed the corpse. "Is it the Black family that caused all this?" she suddenly asked. Maybe it wasn't the Black family themselves, but the probability that they were involved is more than 70%. She lowered her eyes and suddenly sneered. Chapter 38. They are coming. You will find the murderer. Right? Of course. Guduo's face became serious. This explosion caused at least 1,000 casualties, and the direct and indirect losses are incalculable. Just based on these, it is enough to make the person who planned all this go to the guillotine of the Alliance. Lu Jingu nodded, and his turbulent heart finally calmed down a lot. When Guduo's order was transmitted back to the 7th Army's base, the command center had exploded because of the satellite image. The picture transmitted back from the sky showed that in the thick darkness, a point suddenly appeared. It was as if an invisible hand injected a lot of clean water into the thick ink, and the water flowed to neutralize the darkness. A huge tree crown appeared in the satellite image. Oh my god! What is that thing? It looks like a tree? Who is familiar with the Alliance Ancient Species Encyclopedia? Come and see if this is a tree? Yes, it is a tree. Alliance, I can actually see a tree with my own eyes. Where did this tree come from? Where is the adult? Is the tracking signal stable? The vital signs were declining just now, but now they have recovered. The adult is near the tree. Could this tree be made by the adult? I think Miss Lu is more likely. Xing Lian leaned against the wall with his arms folded, looking left and right with a proud look. Alas, looking at this group of country bumpkin colleagues, he felt so lonely. Someone glanced at Xing Lian in excitement and suddenly reacted. Xing Lian, have you known Miss Lu's ability for a long time? A shout like spring thunder woke up everyone. The men swarmed over, and Xing Lian just shouted, What are you doing? And was drowned by the crowd. Tell me what this is. Did Miss Lu awaken a skill related to plants? When can we touch that tree? Everyone had countless questions, and they all came at Xinglian, making him dizzy. He suddenly realized why he'd left immediately when he saw the satellite map change just now. That guy must have expected this situation a long time ago. Damn it! Why didn't you remind him? But you think you can stay out of it this way? You wish. With a turn of his eyes, he planned to divert the trouble. Just after shouting loudly, Ida has lived in Miss Lu's Taoyuan for almost a month. The electronic door silently opened, and the person who was donging stood at the door and said forcefully, "The master has ordered that you take the spare floating device and the special medical cabin, as well as the group of people with the highest level of violence, and immediately go to Taoyuan number 1. In addition, Xinglian, the master ordered you to take a team of elite troops to station at Taoyuan number 1. Yes. The soldiers who were in a mess just now were busy in an orderly manner in a blink of an eye. Have you calculated the location of the pollution boundary closest to Taoyuan number 1? Check the condition of the violent patients. And don't let anything go wrong on the way. The medical cabin is here, ready to receive them. The first team has assembled. Boarding." Lu Jinggu suddenly heard a movement in the sky. As soon as he looked up, he saw that the black fog at the border of Taoyuan was stirred by something. After a while, a transport ship with a bumpy shell rushed into Taoyuan. "They are coming." Gu Duo, who had been wandering around for some time, suddenly appeared. As soon as he finished speaking, a communication request sounded from his optical brain. "Boss, where do we stop?" Xinglian asked as soon as the optical screen popped up. Gu Duo tilted his head, and Lu Jinggu whispered, "Let's stop at the open space below them." Unexpectedly, the voice still came through, and Xinglian simply said, "Okay." The communication was hung up, and the two watched the transport ship slowly descend. Unknown to them, in the command cabin of the spacecraft, Yvette said dissatisfiedly, "She is not our leader. You should wait for the boss's order." "What does it matter? The boss has asked Miss Lu for her opinion." Yvette was even more unhappy, "But the boss hasn't spoken yet. Have you forgotten who your superior is?" "I haven't." "You are too fussy." "Shut up." Yida spoke coldly, ending the argument between the two. He looked at Xinglian. "Yifute is right about this matter. You should wait for the adults to speak." "Oh, I was wrong." Xinglian bowed his head. He looked at his sister again. "Yifute, you should give enough respect to Miss Lu. She saved this planet." Yifute snorted unconvincedly, and immediately felt that her brother's eyes became more severe. "Finally," she said reluctantly, "I know." Bang! The transport ship landed smoothly. The rear hatch slowly opened, and the fresh air rushed in first. My God! Why is the air here sweet? The people of the 7th Army were fine. Although their pupils were shaking, they still maintained the order of the army. The saint of the Tsin family who came with the army to take care of the violent man has already screamed in surprise. Soon they got off the transport ship and stepped on the land of Taoyuan. Suddenly a member of the Tsin family burst into tears. He knelt on the ground suddenly, leaned over and kissed the ground. As if some chaotic switch was pressed, all the Tsin family members cried and laughed. Some people ran towards the giant tree, and with a snap, they spread their hands and feet and stuck to the giant tree, as if it was a long-lost lover. Some people rushed to the spring water and drank the spring water without thinking about it. Some people even started to take off their clothes. Lu Jinggu was stunned for a moment, and this person took off his coat and shirt, and saw that his hands had already grabbed the waistband of his pants. She quickly covered her eyes. "Tie him up. Let him wake up first." Gu Duo's unhappy voice sounded. "Yes." The soldiers tied him up immediately. The person who was stopped was very unconvinced. "Don't stop me. This is a miracle. I must let every inch of my skin be baptized." He twisted and was carried away, patting her chest. She was still frightened. My God! Are these people crazy? Gu Duo looked helpless. The Tsin family is a fanatical naturalist, and has been promoting a proposal to concentrate all forces to restore the natural ecology. But he didn't finish. But Lu Jinggu already understood. This proposal will definitely not be passed. After all, for most people, protecting nature is not as important as making money and developing stronger scientific and technological forces. Alas, no wonder they are so excited. She felt that it was understandable. No, the kind just now was too crazy even in the Tsin family. Gu Duo denied it mercilessly. Okay. One rectangular sealed box after another was pushed out. What is this? The confinement box is usually used to temporarily control berserkers during wartime. Then the soldiers pressed a few times on a certain part of the box, and a panel slowly dropped down. The sudden influx of light seemed to stimulate the berserkers inside, and they suddenly screamed wildly. Ah! Heal you! Heal you! Let me go! Lu Jinggu looked closely and saw that the people in the box, regardless of age, were all fixed to the box with restraint rings around their necks. They struggled desperately, not caring about the blood marks on their bodies. As these people moved, most of the restraint rings began to flash red rapidly. Sir, these restraint rings are reaching their limit. Should we replace them? Anxiety flashed in Lu Jinggu's eyes. Could it be that the soothing effect of Taoyuan is only useful for the early stage of berserkers? Chapter 39 Turning Point. 5 minutes passed, and the madness of the violent man did not ease at all. Everyone's face showed an unconcealable disappointment. The Tsin family gathered together silently and began to use their mental power to comfort these people. But whether it was potions or skills, they could only treat the symptoms. The only effect was to temporarily delay their painful life. In the end, they still couldn't escape death. Hee hee. I thought these people could be saved. Yifut sneered. If I had known this would happen, why would I let them suffer for so long? Yifut? Gu Duo shouted coldly. Lu Jinggu clenched his fists, but couldn't say a word of rebuttal. According to the laws of the Alliance, people who still cannot stop violence after taking a certain amount of inhibitors are allowed to be humanely executed. This is responsible for others, and also reduces unnecessary pain for violent people. If she hadn't had expectations for Taoyuan, she closed her eyes in pain. The explosion had killed so many innocent people. Should she continue to let the consequences escalate? Why didn't Taoyuan work on these people? She pulled her hair anxiously, and accidentally pulled a few strands off with too much force. But she didn't understand her irritability at all, and she wanted to scratch her head again. Her wrist was held. Gu Duo looked at her quietly. It's enough to purify the pollution. These people, I will definitely find out who is behind the scenes and avenge them. I don't understand. Taoyuan is obviously effective for violent people. Why? She seemed not to hear what he said, and frowned tightly. Is it only the main body that has this function? Thinking of this, she suddenly held Gu Duo's hand and asked nervously, what if we send them there? Maybe we can save them. Being stared at by these bright eyes full of trust and expectation, Gu Duo felt for the first time that denial was such a difficult thing. But he had no choice. Avoiding Lu Jinggu's gaze, he whispered, that's impossible. With their violent level, they can no longer withstand space jumps. The long distance between star 679 and star 7133 is a natural chasm that cuts off the last chance of survival for these people. Lu Jinggu felt that all the strength in his body was drained at once. I vaguely heard Gu Duo order the confinement boxes to be resealed, the outer shell of the transport ship to be repaired, and then they would be sent away. What after they were sent away? She didn't dare to think about it. Among those people, the youngest was a child under 10 years old. There were also pregnant women with big bellies, but the mothers were violent, and the chance of the babies surviving was less than 1 in 10,000. This was only the group with the highest violent level at present. There were more people waiting at the 7th Army's base, and the inhibitors were getting less and less effective for them. In the end, perhaps they would all die. The joy of arriving at Taoyuan number 1 disappeared completely, and everyone was busy in silence. Asshole. Xing Lian had just closed a confinement box. It was the box that trapped the child. The small body, which was less than half the height of the box, twisted wildly, and the face that should have been innocent was full of hideousness and madness. Don't let me catch him. I won't be called Xing Lian if I don't tear that man into pieces. The pain gave birth to anger, and he punched the ground with a fist. His eyes were already red. Actually, Yif wanted to say something. Gu Duo and Yida looked at her at the same time. The same coldness in the two pairs of eyes made her subconsciously shut up. Miss Lu. You? Gu Duo's eyes were also bloodshot, but he still tried to comfort her. I remember these soldiers are going to stay. Right? For some reason, she didn't want to hear any comforting words at this moment, so she hurriedly interrupted the other party. Yes. He was silent for a moment, and obediently changed the subject. Then they all need a place to live. I get it. She walked away in a trance, even forgetting that with her mental power, she could faint directly just by building a house. Gu Duo's eyes sank slightly, and he winked at Yida, followed silently, and released his mental power. A residential building rose from the ground. Then the second, the third. She was completely immersed in the construction. Only in this way could she forget those painful faces. Because of this, she also ignored the screams in the distance. Suddenly someone grabbed her arm hard, and a little pain called back her attention. The violent man has calmed down. Gu Duo's words made her eyes burst into amazing brilliance. When she ran to the temporary placement of the confinement box, Xing Lian and others were busy opening the closed box again. She saw the child at a glance. Perhaps too tired, he fell asleep in the imprisoned posture with his head tilted. The expectant mother was sobbing, and although she couldn't move, her gentle eyes were always on her protruding belly. As if sensing the mother's worry, a small footprint suddenly bulged out through the clothes. As if telling her mother, "I'm fine." The mother burst into laughter. More violent people opened their eyes and looked around curiously, with relief on their faces after surviving the disaster. She felt her legs soften and almost sat on the ground. Her strong arms supported him, and her moist eyes raised to meet Gu Duo's gaze. "You did it. You saved them all. And saved me too." Lu Jinggu smiled. She murmured, "So that's how it is. Becoming a habitable place is the key to the soothing effect of Taoyuan." The residents of Star 679 never thought that one day they would be so happy surrounded by poisonous fog. The bonfire illuminated their faces, reflecting pairs of hopeful eyes. They were so lucky that as long as they were willing to work for Boss Lu, they would have priority to obtain the qualification to settle in Taoyuan No. 1. After walking on the edge of life and death, nothing is more attractive than living in such a beautiful place. So when Lu Jinggu mentioned recruiting workers, all residents signed up enthusiastically. But Boss Lu, who has regained his composure, is not so easy to fool. First, several underage children were ruthlessly rejected. "Boss Lu, he is indeed young, but we can already work." Several children aged 13 or 14 did not hesitate to draw a line with Zheng Zixuan, the child who was less than 10 years old. "No, you should still be studying." Boss Lu was rude and showed no mercy. The children sat aside with grievance. "But if your family comes here to work, you can also live together." As if they heard the sound of nature, they suddenly became happy again, chattering and discussing that they must contact their families as soon as possible. Lu Jinggu suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Gu Duo, "Should Taoyuan No. 1 introduce a school?" In fact, there is a school building in the system, but she is a little worried that the ancient Taoyuan system will come up with these things, which will delay the children. Gu Duo responded, "Once Taoyuan's reputation is known, these will not be a problem." "That's true." She nodded and put the matter aside for the time being. After confirming the first batch of workers for Taoyuan No. 1, under Gu Duo's guidance, she turned on the optical brain and logged into the Star Network, registered Taoyuan Group on a special website, and signed employment contracts with them one by one, clapping her hands to attract everyone's attention. She smiled and said, "Everyone, have a good rest tonight. Starting tomorrow, we still have a lot to do." When Lu Jinggu fell asleep, he didn't know that the word Taoyuan had caused quite a stir on several planets. Chapter 40 Star Network explodes. Although Gu Duo had the idea of buying Taoyuan Trading House, the situation on Star 679 was urgent, so this matter could only be put on hold for the time being. So inevitably, Taoyuan Online Store entered the sight of a few people. The first time it attracted widespread attention was by the most popular female star, Isabella. She is a hybrid of humans and foreigners, and is known as the contemporary first beauty who unified the aesthetics of the entire interstellar space. What worries fans is that Isabella also inherited the fragile stomach of her foreign father. That is a race that is particularly picky about food. It is said that the biggest reason for becoming an endangered race is that it has a poor acceptance of nutrient solution and the like. So the most common news fans hear is that Isabella has to see a doctor again because she can't eat. The gifts given by fans of other stars are all various famous brands and limited editions. Isabella's fans are keen on collecting nutrient pastes of various flavors. After all, nutrient blocks are not available to ordinary people, and giving them to their idols. Even so, Isabella still looked fragile. Although this fragile and unique beauty has become her unique symbol, which has helped her career to a higher level. If Isabella herself were to say it, she would rather fill her hungry stomach with a meal. By chance, she saw the online store of Taoyuan Trading Company. The crisp lettuce and the 3D holographic picture made Isabella want to eat it for the first time. So she bought all the products without hesitation, which became her most regretful decision later. Why? Why not start the shopping mode? Of course, at this time, Isabella was just holding the mentality of I hope the picture is 50% consistent with the real thing. The express came very quickly, and she happened to have a live broadcast to give back to fans that day. Isabella suddenly had an idea and simply did a live broadcast of unboxing, unpacking the big incubator in front of the camera. The audience who were originally obsessed with licking the idol's beauty were suddenly attracted. Isabella forgot to control her expression in front of the camera for the first time. It was exactly the same as the picture. The aroma of fresh ingredients penetrated her nose, and she had exhausted all her willpower to control herself from drooling. Some fans who came in halfway through the live broadcast due to work delays, and passers-by who accidentally clicked in were surprised to find that the style of the big star's live broadcast room today was very strange. Isabella was trying to handle the food according to the edible guide given by the online store. Her agent Taoyuan was forced to come to help. However, for those who have never been exposed to cooking, many processing methods are too difficult. In the end, she chose to try vegetable salad, and was glad that she even bought the seasoning. My baby is going to eat these unknown things? No. What if they are poisonous? Yes. Yes. What is the agent doing? Stop, Sasha. Am I the only one who wants to know what these are? They look really appetizing. The person above, the student majoring in ancient species archaeology, tells you responsibly that this is a plant called lettuce, which is indeed a food recorded in the Earth civilization. But it just looks like it. The ancient species has long been extinct. It must be an artificially synthesized similar product. These are not important. What is important is why my wife wants to eat this kind of thing. The person above, Sasha has married me. Sasha's legitimate husband said, draw your swords. You scumbags above. Can you stop YY? Sasha is really going to eat it. I have called the emergency number. Am I the only one who thinks this is a gimmick of Sasha's company? In order to create a highlight, my baby is actually put at risk. Everyone go and protest. So a bunch of fans actually went to the company's official account to protest. Isabella had no idea about this, and she had no energy to pay attention to the comments. If Taoyuan hadn't kept whispering to her, pay attention to your image, she wouldn't have been able to even pick up the fork gracefully. Isabella picked up a leaf of lettuce. A few drops of sauce were about to fall, and she quickly stuffed the leaf into her mouth. It had a strange taste, but it was not difficult to accept. As her teeth moved, she seemed to hear a crisp click. The string of reason almost broke. Crystal tears dripped down. The fans who were holding their breath were furious. Oh my god. Is it so bad? Ah. Sasha is crying. Sasha is crying. Sasha is crying. My heart is broken. Who on earth provided this garbage? I'm going to kill them. I called the emergency number. Baby. Hold on. The fans were in a mess with countless imaginations. But the next second they heard Isabella shouting, who all in? Go place an order quickly. Buy it no matter how much is in stock. After that, the audience never saw the idol's face again. For the first time, many people knew that eating hard was more than just an adjective. After finishing a bowl of vegetable salad, she wiped her tears and responded to a fan. Sad? No. 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 I was moved by the delicious food. The comments were silent for a moment, and suddenly exploded. 90% of them were, I want all the information about this store in 1 minute. However, Isabella announced the end of the live broadcast and turned off the camera without any nostalgia. Such a treasure shop must be enjoyed by oneself. However, the power of netizens should not be underestimated. Taoyuan took the lead, but only grabbed a few products in the end. At that time, Isabella did not realize the seriousness of the problem, but only instructed the team to add the task of shopping. Next time when new products are released, you must buy them all, she said. Just think about the many ways to eat in the guide, and the saliva in the mouth will overflow. However, before the next stocking of Taoyuan online store, buyers have received the goods one after another. Starnet exploded. Earth civilization ingredients reappeared. How did the mysterious Taoyuan do it? So this is what meat tastes like. Barbecue-flavored nutritional paste. Get out of the interstellar space. Good news for patients with nutrient solution vomiting. Experts say there is hope for a cure. A certain congressman believes that this high-end ingredient should be given priority to those with strong mental power. and it is recommended that the alliance contact Taoyuan quickly to avoid causing dissatisfaction among those with strong mental power. In the end, this report caused strong disgust among the people, and the report was soon filled with angry abuse from ordinary people, and finally had to be deleted. Anyone with a little political sense knows that Taoyuan has caught the eyes of the nobles. I don't know when it may have become special supply for the upper class. This seems to be the default rule of the alliance. Even if ordinary people have many dissatisfactions, they can only curse a few words on the Starnet. After all, ordinary people have no room to resist in front of a spiritually powerful person. All they can do is to buy things frantically before they are monopolized by the nobles. The people thought well, and the upper nobles had already set their sights on the back of the online store. But what they didn't know was that the nobles had tried every means and still failed to uncover the mysterious veil of Taoyuan. So when the new company Taoyuan Group appeared on the website where the business was registered, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. It's impossible that there is no information about the registered company. However, when these people couldn't wait to click on the details of the Taoyuan Group, many dull faces appeared in front of the light screen. Many people said in unison, "How is this possible?" Chapter 41 The Last Mouse. The same sound also appeared in the Gu family of the capital star. Gu Duo's father, Gu Li, the leader of the Gu family in the parliament, rarely lost his mature and prudent demeanor and rubbed his eyes vigorously. When he looked at the light screen again, he found that the column of the owner of Taoyuan Group was still brightly marked with the two words Gu Duo. He repeated again, "How is this possible? The Gu family is not without business. But Gu Duo, does that kid have the concept of doing business in his mind? Connect me to the 7th Army Command." Although they are biological father and son, he cannot violate the rules and contact directly while Gu Duo is serving in the 7th Army. The unexpected reply from the 7th Army was, "The adults are out on a secret mission and cannot be connected for the time being." Gu Li had to give up. And then the next second, his communicator was blown up. Whether it was a private number or a public account, it kept beeping. Gu Duo didn't know how much of a headache his old father had. He was indeed on a secret mission. A few days later, the violent people were sent to Taoyuan No. 1 in batches. This was a big move, so it was impossible to cover it up completely. Therefore, the whole station was filled with a sad atmosphere. For violent patients who were ineffective against inhibitors, being sent away was obviously not a good thing. This situation was deliberately created by Gu Duo in order to paralyze some people. "Boss, I caught him," because he had been working hard for several days in a row. Yvette's face was not very good, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. "I caught the mouse's movements." Gu Duo, who was dozing off next to him, suddenly got up and ordered coldly, "Let's go. We must not let him run away this time." 2 hours later, Lu Jinggu, escorted by 2 soldiers, brought what Gu Duo needed and met him outside Taoyuan No. 1. In addition to Gu Duo and his group, there was another man he didn't know. He was full of wrinkles and looked like a rag made of expensive materials. "Who is this?" When she went up to him, she was very confused. "A rat." Lu Jinggu, ? Xing Lian, who still couldn't rest, explained, "The boss has always suspected that there are people hiding in the 679th planet besides the previous ones. Otherwise, how can they have evidence to attack us without spreading the plight of the people?" She suddenly realized, so this person is the last chess piece of the other party? Yes, if you'd spent a lot of effort to catch the clue. And then we went to raid with the boss. Xing Lian was proud. This rat is quite vigilant. But it's a pity that the boss has targeted it. And it's impossible to run away. The man shouted at this time, "I am the person in charge of Dakin Energy 679th star. The 7th Army cannot arrest me casually. If your robbery behavior spreads out, it will definitely cause an uproar." His hands were handcuffed, but there was not much fear on his face. Instead, he threatened Gu Duo, "Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a member of the Gu family." There was an agreement when the 679th star was developed. The military was only responsible for protection, and business and people's livelihood were handed over to our company. Now the 7th Army has neglected its duties and caused such a heavy loss. If it spreads out, you will definitely be held accountable. Lu Jinggu frowned. She didn't know much about the alliance laws, especially the military laws, so she was really worried. However, Gu Duo just glanced at him coldly, and seemed to be very disdainful of even talking to him. At this time, Xing Lian appeared again, Ha ha ha. You don't think those so-called black materials have been successfully spread, right? What do you mean? The man's face changed drastically, and his calmness just now was no longer there. When the boss knew that you had buried the poison bomb, he had asked Yvette to block the entire 679-star network. Your so-called external contacts were actually all simulated replies made by Yvette's intelligent AI after capturing the star network information. But you are cunning enough. We have been keeping our troops in place, and you have been shooting and changing places. But, TSK, what's the use? Seeing the other party's face turn pale, he was even happier. We caught him. You thought that the evidence that discredited the 7th Army was intercepted by us. Lu Jingu suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Yvette had not appeared when he first arrived at 679 star. It turned out that Gu Duo had arranged it. He couldn't help but look at the other party with admiration. And Gu Duo happened to look over. I want to take this person back to the capital star. In addition, the star network has been reopened. Let's go up and check the news. Forgetting all the spies and conspiracies, she quickly turned on the light brain to check. There were posts discussing Taoyuan everywhere. She was very lucky. Fortunately, she had been careful when registering and used Gu Duo's identity. Otherwise she would be annoyed to death now. Gu Duo was about to leave for the capital star, and came here to bring some samples back to the capital star. Avoiding the captive, he whispered, it is inevitable that Taoyuan will enter the sight of the nobles. In this case, I will definitely bring you enough chips. Thank you. Now that everyone is on the same boat. She did not say anything more verbally. Just waved her hand, and watched them board the spaceship and leave. When Gu Duo comes back, the situation will surely be different. After thinking for a while, she shook her head. It is useless to think too much. So let's get busy with the things in front of us first. There are too many things to do in Taoyuan number 1 now. Back to Taoyuan number 1. Just when 5 floating devices were slowly rising. Boss, the test data of the floating device has passed, and can be used. Jack, a temporarily promoted manager, came to report. Okay. I know. Lu Jingu brought a lot of food and teleported to the first floating platform. She wanted to try whether the previous idea could be realized. Try to plant a banyan tree. The floating platform is a smooth metal surface, which should not be planted. But as the feeling of mental power being extracted appeared, soil began to appear on the ground. Then, a sapling broke out of the soil and grew rapidly, with branches stretching and aerial roots hanging down, as if knowing that the device under its feet could not be destroyed. The roots of the banyan tree began to grow in all directions. Finally, the entire floating device was tightly wrapped by the roots. From below, it looked like a big tree floating in the air. Such a big movement made the people below stunned no matter what they were doing. Even the well-trained soldiers of the first detachment could not control the obsession in their eyes. No matter how many times, seeing ancient species turn from legends into reality is so fascinating. Lu Jingu breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that his idea was successful. The air is also considered to be the scope of Taoyuan. So the Taoyuan system still works, creating land out of thin air without land. Even interstellar pollution and mental power rage can be solved. This is actually very normal. Then, we can proceed to the next experiment. Chapter 42, Connecting Two Places. The 5 floating platforms presented different landscapes. The locations of these platforms were carefully calculated and just matched the layout of a certain feng shui formation. In order to achieve the conditions of this feng shui formation, she vomited. No way. Who knew that the artificial landscape waterfall would consume so much energy, causing her to eat 7 cakes and a glass of juice? Ugh, but the effect is amazing. The feng shui value of Taoyuan number 1 directly broke through the 2,700 point mark. If it weren't for the main level limit, I believe number 1 would have successfully entered the 4th level. The experiment was a great success. Sure enough, the landscape formation has a greater bonus, and civilian floating devices can be bought. So increasing the feng shui value of Taoyuan in the future will not be a problem. Lu Jingu rested for a day, and then continued to build Taoyuan number 1. The current plan is that ordinary buildings such as residential buildings will be built by the workers themselves. She is responsible for the function and viewing these 2 types of buildings. Maybe she can do more in the future. However, Lu Jingu looked at the management interfaces of the 2 Taoyuans and felt that it was a waste to build some buildings repeatedly. For example, the seed store. Number 1 also needs to open a field, but seeds can be purchased from the main body. The long distance between the two sides is an obstacle. They are both Taoyuans. Is there no way to connect them? She couldn't help talking to herself, as if responding to her. As soon as the voice fell, two pictures lit up in the Taoyuan system. Looking closely, one is a barracks, and the other is a trading house. The horrible experience of building the latter made her dare not touch it casually. But the barracks can be tried. And the first team has been living in tents. It's time to improve it. Still planning the barracks in the north. She materialized a barracks while eating. The system prompt sounded. The army transmission system is established. Do you want to redistribute the garrison troops immediately? The management interface of the barracks automatically popped up. This interface is now divided into two halves. The left side is the management interface of Taoyuan, and the garrison army is displayed as Taoyuan Army 1. On the right is Taoyuan number 1. There is nothing under the station troops, but there is the words First Detachment of the 7th Army of the Interstellar Alliance in the temporary troops below. She tried it, and found that she could indeed remove Taoyuan Army 1 from the left, and then choose it on the right. She was very curious about the transmission system. But considering the complex races of Taoyuan Army 1, and the fact that they could not be without protection, she held down her eager hand. But her eyes looked uncontrollably at the picture of the trading house. What should I do? I really want to try it. But Gu Du is not here. So it's too stupid. Forget it. My life is more important. Just as she was about to give up, she suddenly noticed that there was a line of small words under the description of the trading house. All branches will have their construction costs reduced by 90%. The fire in her heart suddenly burned. I really want to try it. In order to be on the safe side, she held a handful of sugar in her mouth and brought a glass of juice to her mouth to ensure that she could replenish her mental strength as soon as possible. So she chose to build a branch of the trading house. With a dizzy feeling in her head, she quickly bit off the candy and swallowed it, and then quickly drank half a cup of juice. Boom, the trading bank branch landed successfully. Sitting on the ground, listening to the system prompt, she held her dizzy head and laughed. It is detected that Taoyuan branch number 1 has been opened, and the warehouse has not been found yet. Qianhusi, please build it as soon as possible. So these two supporting buildings are still needed? After thinking about it, she ran to the highest floating platform. This is a small garden, surrounded by flowers and trees as a wall, with a pavilion and a shallow pool in the middle, and a small open space. Taoyuan number 1 is to be open to the public, and the warehouse cannot be used by everyone. So it does not need to be built where people gather. So the warehouse was built here, and the Qianhusi was built directly next to the branch. Ding! The trading house system is officially running. Taoyuan and Taoyuan number 1 can exchange materials through the trading house and warehouse, and the host can freely travel between the two places through the Qianhu division. Opening his eyes wide in surprise, he never thought that the Taoyuan system had such a function. He hurried to the Qianhu division. The layout is exactly the same as Taoyuan. The whiteboard on the left wall shows the current data of Taoyuan number 1. The only difference is that there is an extra door on the wall behind the counter. Holding her pounding heart, she pushed open the door. There was no discomfort, as if she was going home normally, and pushing open the bedroom door from the living room, she saw a familiar back. How convenient. Lu Jinggu smiled, and did not alarm the other party. He quietly went back to Taoyuan number 1. Wan Qia sat at a workstation, muttering the warehouse in and out data while recording it. Suddenly, she seemed to feel something, turned her head, and found that there was an extra door behind her. After observing carefully for a while, I couldn't figure out the function of this door. Her experience in the escaped life taught her that it was right not to touch the unknown things that suddenly appeared. So she didn't care about the door in the end. But she was a little confused. She seemed to have sensed her sister's breath just now. Lu Jinggu was not in a hurry to go back. Everyone must be surprised to see her. She still had to explain. It would be better to finish the things here first, and then go there peacefully. First went to find Xing Lian. He held a branch that he had pulled from somewhere in his mouth and leaned against a big rock with a limp. Why didn't the boss let Ida, the icy-faced one, stay here? He looked up at the sky and wailed. With me here? The road is so lively. Maybe he thinks you're too noisy. Who? Xing Lian jumped up angrily, but lost his temper when he saw Lu Jinggu's face. It's Miss Lu. Is there something you need from me? Seeing him say I didn't hear anything just now, she couldn't help but laugh. It's not a good idea for the soldiers to live in tents all the time. Let's pack up and live in the barracks tonight. Barracks? Is there such a thing in Taoyuan number 1? Come with me. She smiled mysteriously and deliberately kept it a secret. After Xing Lian finished visiting the well-equipped barracks, he looked much more excited. I would like to thank Miss Lu on behalf of my brothers. Although they, as soldiers, have lived in worse environments. He was still very grateful to Lu Jinggu. Your own soldiers are the ones you care about the most. Lu Jinggu waved his hands repeatedly. You have worked hard to protect the people. This is what I should do. See if there is anything that everyone should avoid eating so that I can arrange food for the barracks. Is this appropriate? Although Xing Lian was careless, he knew that this was a considerable expense. Especially now that Taoyuan ingredients were in short supply. What's inappropriate? Lu Jinggu didn't care. The military and the people are one family. Besides, I just did what I could do. She decided the matter very domineeringly. After confirming that they had nothing to avoid eating, she directly copied a copy of the recipe of Taoyuan barracks. The things in the warehouse were divided into two. As for the fact that the trading house determined that the reserves were insufficient, and the shelves were temporarily postponed, she didn't take it to heart. She also didn't notice that Xing Lian repeatedly savored the 5 words the military and the people are one family. And his eyes became brighter and brighter. Late at night, in the vast research institute on planet 555, there was a loud bang, accompanied by angry curses. Garbage. All garbage. The servants were used to it, and listened attentively to the noise in the room until they heard the sound of the door closing. Then they filed in and quickly and silently cleaned up the mess on the floor. Chapter 43. A large number of visitors rushed in. Why haven't you added new products yet? According to the previous rules, the products should be added today. Have the products been monopolized by the nobles? Whoa! Please don't. I will die if I can't eat these foods in the future. I can't believe that I have been eating the garbage-smelling nutrient solution for decades. Please hold on to Taoyuan. I haven't grabbed it once. Amid the eager anticipation of the interstellar people, Lu Jinggu was drafting a recruitment introduction for Taoyuan number 1. Although some of the residents of Star 679 have devoted themselves to the construction of Taoyuan, not everyone can stay. Many of them originally worked in energy mines and could not just switch to other places because the pollution source has been purified. The poisonous fog outside Taoyuan number 1 has slowly spread and faded over time. Of course, there are still effects, such as the air of Star 679 has a faint sour smell. Long-term breathing of such gases will cause slow erosion to the human body. But Dakin Energy couldn't give up this place. They transferred a batch of portable ventilators, and the miners were about to resume work. As for the fact that this would cause greater mental consumption and increased work difficulty, what does this have to do with the lofty capital? In short, after a brief period of chaos, in the eyes of some people, 679 planet has begun to return to normal. The 7th Army's blockade of the outside world has also been gradually lifted. Reporters who have been eager to move for a long time and envoys sent by the nobles have applied to go there in a swarm. Compared with the public's concern about whether they can buy ingredients from Taoyuan, they are more concerned about the abnormal disappearance speed of the poisonous fog on 679 planet. There is no precedent for the treatment of interstellar pollution, but it is a long and arduous process, often accompanied by a large number of sacrifices. But 679 planet is located in the heart of the Alliance and has to be rescued. But the rescue operation encountered resistance at the Black family. They demanded that while sending out rescue, the commander of the 7th Army, Gu Duo, be arrested and sent to a military court for dereliction of duty. Gu Duo is the brightest star of this generation of the Gu family, so the Gu family will not easily let him be blamed. But the doctors who can awaken the skill of purification are all from the Black family. If the Gu family does not give in, the Black family will not send anyone out. Although they are accused of taking human life lightly, the Black family is the most staunch supporter of the life hierarchy theory and does not care at all. On the contrary, they directly stated that although ordinary people on the 679 star are innocent, it is also because of the incompetence of Gu Duo and the 7th Army. Because the situation is urgent, the attitude of the parliament finally began to lean towards the Black family. Although the Gu family received a private promise that they would investigate it carefully. If the matter had nothing to do with Gu Duo, they would definitely clear his name. But after the military court was really held, there were too many things that could be done, and the Gu family could not rest assured. But in the end, they could only acquiesce to this result. In any case, they are a military family, and the word guardian is naturally engraved in their bones. At this time, the satellite image of Planet 679 showed that a large area of poisonous fog dissipated at an extremely fast speed. This was already surprising enough. But what surprised everyone even more was what appeared after the toxin dissipated. The capital planet urgently dispatched a group of ancient species research experts to conduct a comprehensive study of the satellite image. After consulting a large amount of information, all experts affirmed that is a tree. Judging from the shape of the leaves, it is likely to be a peach tree. But can a peach tree grow so big? Maybe it is a mutant? Or maybe it just looks similar. In any case, it is a living plant. The experts came to a conclusion, looking at the bigwigs eagerly, and said in unison, "We are going to Planet 679. So it is not surprising that Taoyuan No. 1 not only welcomed a bunch of reporters, noble servants, but also a team of experts. Lu Jinggu appeared wearing a mask bought from a trading house and introduced himself. "You can call me Ah Jin. Commander Gu is not on this planet at the moment. I am in charge of the Taoyuan No. 1 project for the time being." The reporters wanted to speak eagerly, but then they remembered something and looked at the arrogant noble servants. The difference in status was clear at a glance. As for the expert team, they had long been attracted by the plants all over Taoyuan. If it weren't for the group of soldiers with live ammunition standing around them, clearly showing that they were not allowed to walk around at will, they would probably be the most unorganized and undisciplined group of people. The noble servants gathered together, but their positions were clearly distinguished, showing the different levels of the masters behind them. There were two people at the head. The one on the left stood as tall as a pine tree. Although he was wearing a suit, he could not hide the imprint of the army at all. He was out of tune with the people around him. But Lu Jinggu had a good impression of him at first sight. People from the flower-growing family are naturally full of trust in soldiers. She was sure that this person must be the representative of the Gu family. And 3 steps away from him, barely side by side, was a typical aristocratic butler. Of course, there was nothing to say about his appearance. The appearance of a servant who could appear in front of the master was also strictly required. It was that people always felt that he looked down on people. For example, now, he looked at Lu Jinggu with a slightly raised chin. His arrogant demeanor seemed to have cast a solidified magic. From getting off the spaceship to now, this butler and the other aristocratic servants behind him, let alone speaking, did not even have any extra expressions. His condescending attitude made people's fists itch. Didn't it? Was Lu Jinggu the kind of person who rushed to please? She didn't even look at them for a second. And she operated the light computer by herself. A large light screen popped up, and a copy of the Taoyuan No. 1 management measures, provisional, appeared in front of everyone. She said calmly, "General Gu understands the Alliance's curiosity about Taoyuan No. 1. So he agreed to your request for a visit, interview and research. But he also hopes that you will abide by the rules here and not cause any unhappy things." The reporters could not afford to offend the nobles, nor did they dare to touch the military's tiger whiskers. So they immediately read carefully, and even took the initiative to save a copy in their own light brains for easy reference. The representative of the Gu family looked solemn. "I understand." The experts were even more straightforward. "As long as we can get some samples for research, any rules can be discussed." The rest of the people obviously looked unhappy. The leader smiled slowly, without looking at Lu Jinggu, lowered his eyes, and adjusted his knee cuffs, and said arrogantly, "General Gu is fine. But the 7th Army didn't even show up a deputy commander. Do you look down on the Black family? Oh, now she knows which family this person is from. Originally, I thought I couldn't just be influenced by Gu Duo. I had to get to know the Black family in person before deciding my attitude towards them." Now Lu Jinggu felt that if favorability had a numerical value, a bright red letter of -10,000 would appear above her head. Seeing that others had finished reading the management regulations, she simply put away the light screen and turned around and left. "Reporters, please follow me. Experts, follow this soldier. You," the representative of the Gu family said simply, "My name is Qi Yuliang. Mr. Qi can go to the residence to rest first, or come with the reporters." Qi Yuliang chose to follow the reporters. As for those guys who didn't even bother to look at her, they were directly ignored. Chapter 44. Thinking the other party is illiterate. As the group of people gradually disappeared, Hawk King finally lost control, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. The servants of other nobles behind him whispered, "Where did this bumpkin come from? How dare you treat us like this?" "Oh, Who dares to do this? I think it was Gu Duo's instruction. It is possible that he is not on planet 679. Maybe it's just an excuse. Mr. Jean, what do you think we should do now? As the saying goes, dogs rely on the power of others. The servants of these noble families are as humble to their masters as they are arrogant outside. They have never encountered such a cold reception. They barely maintain the etiquette at this time. But they were very angry in their hearts. If they were not facing this peach blossom land, they would have turned around and left long ago. Naturally, they would have many means to make the ignorant guy cry and beg them. But now, everyone looked at Hawk King. Hawk King sneered in his heart. Do these people really respect him so much? Of course not. It's just that this so-called Taoyuan is now the most eye-catching new thing in the entire alliance. I'm afraid that each family is determined to get it. But they didn't expect that this unknown person in charge would be so arrogant. They couldn't lose face and wanted to see what he would do. After all, he represents black. In his heart, Hawk King just wanted to walk away. But he couldn't. Relying on the convenience of the 5 words, Butler Black. He knew more than others. So no matter what, he couldn't just leave like that. He maintained perfect upbringing on his face. But his eyes were full of haze. But he still walked in front of a soldier. If we want to enter Taoyuan number 1, what should we do? I am willing to apologize to the person in charge for my rudeness just now. Wait. When the black family has mastered everything in Taoyuan, he will retaliate one by one for the humiliation he suffered today. The soldier didn't care what he was thinking, and only answered in a serious tone, in view of your uncooperative attitude. If you want to enter Taoyuan number 1, please recite the entire text of the Taoyuan management measures, interim first. Those who recite it correctly will be allowed to enter. But those reporters just now only need to read it once. The soldier glanced at the protester and said nothing. Hawk King narrowed his eyes, and was not sure whether the 7th Army was deliberately making things difficult for them, or whether it was the idea of the person in charge. But he smelled a bad smell. He made a mistake. He knew that the Gu family and their direct army were very hostile to the black family and its allies. So he shouldn't have had a falling out with the person in charge from the beginning. Although the other party looked really ordinary, and was not worthy of his attention. But Hawk King silently repeated the 4 words flexible, and took the initiative to say, please send me a copy of the management measures. The other servants looked at each other, and showed their light brains. After Lu Jingu led the reporters away, Hawk King and others didn't stay in her mind for even a second. She took the initiative to introduce, what you are seeing now is the residential area planned for Taoyuan number 1. Residential? Residential area? Originally, she was still thinking about what happened just now. Whether it was a signal released by the Gu family. But now the reporters directly threw these thoughts out of the window. A short reporter with slightly blue skin asked anxiously, will it be allowed to live here in the future? He asked what everyone was thinking. Before this, everyone thought this was some secret research result of the 7th Army. I was very happy to be allowed to come here for an interview. No one thought that Taoyuan number 1 might be fully open to the public. Lu Jingu smiled and nodded, of course. I'm afraid you don't know yet. 679 planet suffered a terrorist attack before. Although the 7th Army tried hard to rescue most of the residents. But the original town here was completely destroyed. So General Gu decided to rebuild Taoyuan number 1 here. And it can also be regarded as a pilot. Now it seems that the experiment is very successful. And it can be promoted to the whole alliance in the future. This is what she and Gu Duo had discussed long ago. Pollution broke out on 679 planet. Which is an unavoidable fact. Instead of letting the enemy make a fuss about this, it is better to hold the initiative in their own hands. Sure enough, as soon as the voice fell, the reporters were in chaos, and all kinds of questions came in a mess. Lu Jingu quickly raised his hand to suppress it, and waited for everyone to calm down before saying, more specific news will be announced to the public later. I know limited information, and I'm afraid I can't answer you well. Please be patient. Let's go back to Taoyuan number 1. After all, her identity to the outside world is the person in charge of the construction of Taoyuan number 1. So it is normal to say so. Although the reporters are a little unwilling, they still withdraw their attention. But there are so many things worth asking about Taoyuan number 1. After actually entering the residential area, everyone felt that their eyes were not enough. Is that a flower? Several reporters swarmed to take pictures. Yes. This is called a rose. Please don't touch it casually. There are thorns on their stems. However, it was too late. The anxious reporters had already pricked their fingers. But they were not angry at all. Instead, they raised their fingers with small red dots and jumped excitedly. I was pricked by a rose. Oh my god! I was actually pricked by a rose. Then more reporters deliberately touched it and joined the carnival. Lu Jinggu, The only one who was relatively calm was Qi Yuliang. But his eyes were glued to one plant after another and couldn't move. This is a real miracle. Miss Jean. How did you do it? Just a little good luck. She believed that she was telling the truth. But from Qi Yuliang's expression, it was obvious that she didn't believe it. She was dry-mouthed while introducing various plants along the way. And she had to popularize science for these ignorant interstellar people. Look! The tree just dropped a leaf normally. But these people ran over in shock, looking like they had lost their parents, and almost hugged the tree and cried. She quickly explained. This is a normal phenomenon. Just like people lose their hair. It doesn't mean that the tree will die. After finally calming the reporters, I didn't expect to be popularized. Star people don't lose their hair a long time ago. Baldness is their own choice. Okay. Everyone thinks that the other party is illiterate. After finally bringing this group of primary school chickens, she was almost deafened by screaming all the way to the residential houses that have already grown in size. Lu Jinggu is ready to start the main part of today. After taking them to visit a residential house and receiving a lot of praise, she cleared her throat, smiled like a cunning little fox, and asked, "What do you think of Taoyuan No. 1? If you were given the opportunity to live here, would you be willing?" "Without a doubt. I would." The reporters responded loudly with 70% sincerity and 30% support. "Well, now's your chance." She waved her hand. Chapter 45 The First Step of Recruitment. A huge light screen lit up behind her. The blue-skinned reporter whispered, "Taoyuan recruitment brochure." The previous content was not eye-catching. But when they read to the end, they screamed, "Outstanding employees can get priority to buy or rent Taoyuan No. 1. Become a temporary or permanent resident of Taoyuan. You can enjoy pure natural and pollution-free food. All public green spaces in Taoyuan are open for free." Ms. Jean, are these true? Finally, the blue-skinned reporter asked on behalf of everyone. In an instant, all the cameras were aimed at Lu Jinggu. At this moment, the pressure on the Star Network increased sharply. Countless people learned about Taoyuan's recruitment through various channels and rushed into the live broadcast rooms of major media. I don't know how many viewers stared at the masked figure in the middle of the screen. Lu Jinggu was not in a hurry and gently opened her red lips. Of course, the recruitment information of Taoyuan No. 1 will be uploaded to the group website tomorrow. Anyone who is interested can sign up. However, since Taoyuan No. 1 has a heavy construction task now, we will give priority to the following types of talents. Whether it is the reporters on the scene or the audience in front of the screen. They all subconsciously pricked up their ears. First, those who have a skill in construction. Second, those who have a certain research on ancient civilization and can participate in the design of Taoyuan No. 1. Third, those who have relevant skills and experience in planting. She smiled and added, "Of course, we also need other talents. And we will also work hard to promote new towns in the Taoyuan model throughout the alliance." In addition, as Taoyuan's production capacity increases, the number and variety of goods will continue to increase. Everyone can pay attention to the Taoyuan Group's website for purchase. Hawk King and others finally finished reciting the Taoyuan management measures, interim, and came over and just heard this sentence. They whispered again. What does this person in charge mean? Does Taoyuan products have to be supplied to ordinary people all the time? This must be a conspiracy of the Gu family to win over the hearts of the people. Oh! What qualifications do ordinary people have to use those precious things? Even if it is the Gu family, I am afraid they can't withstand the collective pressure from our main family. That's right. I think the Gu family is confused. Now is the era of strong spiritual power. Mr. Jean, can you contact the main family quickly? Don't let this person in charge talk nonsense. Hawk Jean looked at Lu Jinggu with a gloomy face, and his heart was also aroused. This person relied on the Gu family behind him, and didn't take the nobles of the alliance seriously. He glanced coldly at the person who just spoke to him, and a flash of disdain flashed in his heart. These people want to use him as a gun, which is also a fantasy. With a turn of his eyes, he already had an idea in his mind. With a smile on his face, Hawk King said in a pretentious tone, "What everyone said makes sense. We came with good intentions, But this person in charge is obviously very prejudiced against us. Why don't we be patient? I believe that as long as we communicate well with her, she will understand the sincerity of the adults we represent. After saying that, he did not stay to listen to the speech, but walked around Taoyuan. No matter how others cursed the old fox in their hearts, they all scattered and explored on their own. Lu Jinggu stood high and naturally saw this group of people. Seeing them scattering, she raised her eyebrows slightly, but did not send anyone to stop them. Anyway, places that cannot be entered are guarded by people arranged by Xinglian, and other places are for them to see more. Although she did not intend to let the nobles control Taoyuan, their money and manpower are undoubtedly top-notch, and she did not want to let them go. Taoyuan and Taoyuan No. 1 are now paying in-kind wages, and it can't always be like this in the future. Where do more and more workers get their wages? She smiled. She continued to explain the conditions for obtaining Taoyuan residence to the reporters, the audience behind the camera. After the explanation, her recruitment plan was not over yet. Lu Jinggu clapped her hands and said enthusiastically, "Everyone has worked so hard for so long, and I believe you are tired. Please follow me. The canteen has prepared food. Please taste the food of Taoyuan No. 1. Someone wanted to say something, but his colleagues quickly covered his mouth. "What are you doing?" He lowered his voice obediently. "I just ate the nutritional paste yesterday. I'm not hungry at all." "Are you stupid? Taoyuan's ingredients are now being snapped up on the website. You have free food and you're still refusing? That's right. If you don't want to eat, forget it. Don't drag us down." "Who said I don't eat?" The person who reacted stiffened his neck. "I want to eat. Because Taoyuan and No. 1 have mutual supplies. There are many dishes that can be made here." Lu Jinggu picked out a few people with cooking talent early, and after learning some theoretical knowledge first, he let them practice in the cafeteria for a while. I have to say that, probably because of the development of mental power, the learning ability of interstellar people is really good. The food in the cafeteria is not top-notch, but the home-cooked taste is up to standard. If she ate it herself, she would still be a little disgusted. But for the food refugees, this is already a full banquet. The reporters ate without raising their heads, and quarreled countless times over a chopstick of food during a meal. And the audience in front of the camera also looked at the table of red, green, and white dishes, and tears flowed from the corners of their mouths. Many people immediately made up their minds to sign up to work in Taoyuan. More people clicked on the Taoyuan online store again and were surprised to find that it was actually new. It took only 10 seconds for the goods in the store to be sold out. But at least it proves that Taoyuan's products are indeed not monopolized. In conjunction with Lu Jinggu's speech just now, many people were very moved. If they didn't get it this time, they didn't have to despair, and they would try harder next time. After a lively meal, Lu Jinggu arranged for the reporters to move freely. She specially allocated several houses for temporary visitors, saying that if they felt tired, they could go and rest on their own. But the reporters were like chicken blood, and they didn't know how to write the word tired at all. They ran everywhere, all looking for exclusive news. Qi Yuliang didn't leave. When they were having dinner just now, he was the most restrained among all the people. Lu Jinggu had noticed this a long time ago, and smiled slightly at this moment. "Mr. Qi seems to have something to say to me alone." "Yes, Miss Jean. I'm here on behalf of the Gu family. Can I have a word with you?" He looked around. It was still lunchtime, and people were coming and going in the cafeteria. Lu Jinggu understood and took him to the Qianhu division. There is no management staff here yet, and it is not open to the public at ordinary times, so it is very quiet and deserted. Qi Yuliang showed a satisfied look. His face straightened, and he saluted her and said, "First of all, on behalf of General Gu's father, Chairman Gu Li, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you. Thank you for saving General Gu. The Gu family will remember this great favor and will definitely repay it." It seems that Gu Duo has already told the process of their acquaintance. Lu Jinggu waved his hand. "You're welcome. The escape pod happened to fall near me. Gu Duo was just lucky." Qi Yuliang did not comment on this, but did not dwell on it. He was obviously not good at roundabout ways of chatting, and said very directly, "Chairman Gu Li has another matter to ask." "You go." He stared at Lu Jinggu's eyes and asked word by word, "Taoyuan Group is actually yours, right?" Chapter 46. Someone is poisoned. Lu Jinggu was not surprised at all. In fact, when she and Gu Duo discussed using the other party's name as a cover. He said that this matter would probably not be hidden from the family. He didn't even need to confess actively. He was sure that after the initial surprise, his family would soon react. But they didn't intend to deceive the Gu family. So she was not panicked, but smiled and admitted openly, yes. Qi Yuliang accepted this well. Instead of blaming him, he nodded in understanding. It seems that you don't want to expose it to others too soon. I don't want the mutant skill to become the patent of the upper class. But now, I don't have enough power to resist this pressure. She did not hide it. The man's sharp eyes stayed on the mask. And after a while he slowly said, the Gu family is also the upper class in your mouth. But Gu Duo said that the Gu family has no desire to monopolize. Do you trust Gu Duo very much? Compared with the previous topic, she felt that this question was more difficult to answer. She tilted her head and thought for a while. And then she chose her words carefully. Gu Duo is a typical soldier. After a pause, she smiled again. You too. Qi Yuliang's eyes warmed. He could hear the sincerity of this statement, which was undoubtedly a high compliment for people like them. Lu Jinggu was full of sighs. Everyone in the flower-growing family may have a special feeling for the word soldier. And because of her childhood experience, she especially admired these iron-blooded men. She even had the wish of I want to be a military wife. But unfortunately, for some reasons, she still maintained the record of single from birth until her accidental death. And the initial trust in Gu Duo came from his unconcealable military temperament. Miss Jean? Qi Yuliang's doubtful voice interrupted her memories. With an apologetic smile, she was about to say something when there was a sudden commotion outside. Where are you? Jean? Help! The voice sounded familiar. And she quickly stood up and looked outside. Zheng Zixuan was running around like a headless fly. Many reporters were attracted and followed him, trying to ask what happened. Seeing the child's anxious expression, she quickly said, I go out and see what's going on. I go with you. Qi Yuliang stood up. Without refusing, she said thank you and ran out quickly. Zheng Zixuan. Someone shouted from a distance. And the child raised his eyes and saw her, and cried and ran over. Sister Jean, please save my parents. She was shocked and didn't care about the crowd watching. She asked, what happened? The mine cave collapsed and they were trapped underneath. Zheng Zixuan's tears flowed even more fiercely. After they were rescued, they said that my parents' ventilators had problems, and they were poisoned. Now, their lives are hanging by a thread. Whoa. Sister Jean, I'm afraid they can't hold on. Poisoned? Oh my god. They're dead? Some people sighed in a low voice. Can the mine cave collapse now? Some people found it strange. Yes. With the development of technology, the word collapse is almost lost in the long river of history. And even if it happens with a very small probability, the problem can be solved quickly with the awakened magical skills. So everyone found it incredible. Only Lu Jinggu, because of the memory of his previous life. His hair stood up instantly and asked immediately, where are they? At the entrance. Zheng Zixuan responded with tears. She ran first, and the reporters reacted very quickly and followed immediately. This is big news. Behind the reporters followed a group of Taoyuan workers, who were watching the excitement. In the end, only Hawk King and others were left standing here. They represented the face of the host family outside. So of course, they couldn't run so rudely. Now they walked slowly, and approached the entrance, while talking again. Toxin pollution? This is hopeless. Right? Not necessarily. The pollution on star 679 is not serious. And it can still survive with the best medicine. TSK. That kind of medicine is not only expensive, but also very rare. Cheap. Hawk King glared at the person who spoke in time. The man knew he had said something wrong, and looked around guiltily, and found that they were all his own people. Then he smiled. Mr. King is too careful. Better safe than sorry. This is the ancestral motto of the Black family, he said lightly. But when it came to the words Black family, the man didn't dare to argue and apologized reluctantly. I was reckless. Humph. Hawk King responded with his nose, and then said, ordinary people can't afford that kind of medicine. But pinning their hopes here? I think they will be disappointed. His tone was full of deep regret, as if he was really worried about Zheng Zixuan. The others exchanged meaningful glances, having understood what he meant. They all turned on the photo-taking mode of their optical computers, and quickened their pace. Lu Jinggu had no intention of thinking about what they were going to do at this moment. as she had already seen Zheng Zixuan's parents. They were lying on stretchers unconscious, with a layer of obvious black air covering their faces, which was somewhat similar to Gu Duo's situation when he opened Taoyuan number 2. But, she frowned, always feeling that something was a little strange. Qi Yuliang suddenly whispered, "The concentration of the toxin is not right." This sentence was like lightning, splitting the fog in her mind. And she immediately reacted. The current pollution level of star 679 should not be so serious. Well, someone is playing tricks. Qi Yuliang's eyes were like lightning, sweeping over the people crowded at the entrance. Most of the people who said Zheng Zixuan's parents here were their coworkers. But there were also a few people who were dressed out of place, and they looked like supervisors at first glance. Now, regardless of their identities, these people all looked anxious. After learning that Lu Jinggu was the person in charge here, they all said, "Please save them quickly." Yes, Xiao Xian only has these 2 relatives. If something happens to them, he will be too pitiful. If you can really save these 2 employees, our company will definitely reward you handsomely. The last sentence was said by one of the supervisors. "Who are you?" "I am Lin Qi, the new person in charge of Dakin Energy." The man handed out a business card. "For the previous incident, our company is very shocked and sorry, and hopes to make up for it a little. But now," he looked very anxious, "it is still important to save people." Lu Jinggu took the business card, and did not see anything from his actions for the time being. But it was true that human lives could not be delayed. She waved her hand, "Carry the people in first." The entrance to Taoyuan number 1 was specially built by the 7th Army, and was not within the scope of Taoyuan. So she said this. Zheng Zixuan wiped his tears, and hurriedly lifted the stretcher with his uncles. But just after taking a step, Hawk King's malicious voice sounded. "Miss Jean seems to be confident." She looked up and found that in addition to the reporters, their brains were also filming. And she immediately understood. With a sneer, she pretended not to hear this sentence and only urged, "Go in quickly. Saving people is important." As she spoke, there was movement in the sky again. Looking back, she found that a very ordinary small civilian spacecraft was slowly falling. It must be someone who was allowed to come for an interview. No one had time to pay attention to this featureless spacecraft. So when the gray-haired young man was pushed down in a wheelchair, he only saw the backs of a group of people noisily going away. He immediately frowned. Chapter 47. "I'm here to apologize to you." The white-haired old man dressed as a housekeeper said immediately, "Master, this is not the research institute. You have to bear with it." "Humph." The young man snorted coldly, pushed his glasses, turned his eyes away in annoyance, took out a pair of earplugs from his pocket, and plugged his ears directly. "As for how to enter Taoyuan, the servants will negotiate." Unexpectedly, the servants just turned back and transmitted a copy of the Taoyuan Management Measures, Interim. "What is this?" The young man took off his earplugs impatiently, and the messy sounds filled his ears all at once, making his delicate eyebrows frown tightly. "Master, Taoyuan number 1 requires everyone who enters to read it before they can enter." The young man wanted to say something, glanced at the soldiers standing as straight as pine trees, and finally swallowed his words back and turned on the light brain to take a look. A second later, he signaled the servant to push the wheelchair over. "A team of soldiers, according to the regulations. You need to." "I have memorized it." The young man was impatient. "They are all my servants. I will be responsible for their behavior. If there is any violation, I will also accept the relevant punishment." The soldier's words were blocked halfway, and he was a little skeptical. Even if the learning ability of interstellar people is generally strong, reciting in 1 second is a bit too much. However, the young man didn't want to wait any longer, and started to recite the whole text. 10 seconds later, the young soldier interrupted him expressionlessly. "Okay. Please come in. Most of Taoyuan number 1 is open to visitors. The canteen provides 3 meals a day for a fee, and the residential houses with accommodation signs hanging in the southwest are rented out. The shops currently use unmanned self-service shopping mode. You can consult my comrades at any time for other precautions." The gate was opened, and the young man and a group of servants finally entered Taoyuan. Lu Jinggu and others had already gone far away, and the area was quiet at this time, with only a slight rustling sound of the wind blowing. The young man's brows relaxed a little, and his face was no longer so irritable. Looking at the green all around, he gradually became shocked. "Are those reports true?" he muttered to himself, controlling the wheelchair by himself. stopped next to a ginkgo tree, and carefully placed his hand on the trunk. His eyes suddenly widened. It feels the same as the capital star. This is true. The white-haired old man quickly opened the management method, quickly found the relevant regulations, and found that there was no touching of plants. This one. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But he still couldn't help but remind the young man, the Capital Star Museum has already issued a lifetime ban on you. You must not make any more trouble. Humph. I'm not that stupid. The young man sneered. Since this is made by Gu Duo, let him send me some for research later. You are right. How about I contact Master Gu now? No. The young man stared at him angrily. The old man had taken care of him for more than 20 years. So how could he not know the young master's awkward personality? He had to take his finger off the light brain with regret. He stayed by the ginkgo tree for a while before he started to walk to other places. He was attracted by the scenery of Taoyuan unconsciously. How did he do so many ancient species? He was obviously very unconvinced. But the facts were in front of him, and he couldn't help but be unconvinced. As he was sniffing the light fragrance of flowers, there was another noise. He couldn't help but frown and rubbed his temples hard. The housekeeper hurriedly said, "You have a headache again? Why don't we settle down first, and you take a rest first?" Before he finished speaking, a tempting and rich fragrance came from the direction of the noise. The young man's movements suddenly stopped, and his eyes behind the lenses brightened. "It smells so good." He sniffed hard. "What is this smell?" For a moment, he couldn't even care about the most annoying noise. The people around him were all slightly happy when they saw him like this. The housekeeper coaxed him, "Since you like this smell, why not go over and take a look?" "Well, let's go." But following the smell, you will inevitably pass by a noisy crowd. The housekeeper winked at the servants, and everyone was alert, fearing that their young master would suddenly go crazy. Lu Jinggu had just sent someone to the medical cabin. The poisoning of Zheng Zixuan's parents was even more serious than that of Gu Duo before, which showed that something was wrong. But now the two of them were still unconscious because their internal organs were severely damaged, and they could only receive treatment in the medical cabin, and nothing could be asked. But the sharp reporters have already noticed a fact, so they are desperately trying to seize the opportunity to interview Miss Jean. If I am not mistaken, the toxins in the bodies of the two have disappeared? What is going on? People who are eroded by toxins from interstellar pollution will have obvious black skin. After detoxification, the black will naturally fade, so it is easy to distinguish. This could not be hidden, so she did not intend to cover it up. She simply took this opportunity to make public a fact. Yes, Taoyuan #1 does have a powerful purifying effect on toxins entering the body. The scene was in chaos. What does this mean? The reporters are not stupid. One by one, their eyes were shining, staring at her, as if they saw some gods descending to the earth. Even the noble servants, who looked at people with their noses, were stunned. Oh my God! Is this true? The complexion of those two people just now has indeed improved. Is there really such a place in the world? To be honest, I am tempted to live here. The last sentence caused many tacit smiles. They recorded the footage of Zheng Zixuan's parents from the entrance to the time they were sent to the medical cabin. Originally, it was useful, but now they all chose to send it directly to the owner. Hawk King, who had not participated in the discussion, had an extremely ugly face, but he quickly sent the video out like everyone else. After thinking about it, he also added an evaluation of extremely dangerous. After doing all this, he quickly adjusted his expression. However, when he saw Lu Jinggu's face among the excited reporters, he couldn't control his eyes, and a trace of sharpness flashed. Because Zheng Zixuan's parents still needed some treatment, everyone finally dispersed. But Lu Jinggu was still busy. Zheng Zixuan avoided everyone and came over. When she saw the child, she was very surprised. "Why don't you accompany your parents? Why do you have to find me now?" "Sister Jean." He knelt down with a plop, tears streaming down. "I'm here to apologize to you." He was shocked by this action, and hurriedly pulled the man up, bent down and patted his knees, then frowned and said, "Men have gold under their knees. Don't kneel down at every turn." He pressed the man to the seat, turned around and poured a glass of milk, and took out a plate of cakes. "Calm down first, then tell me what happened slowly." Chapter 48: The Naughty Child with Chunibyo Syndrome. Zheng Zixuan didn't dare to touch those things at all. He lowered his head and choked up. I actually know that there is something strange about my parents' poisoning. They said that the medical cabin they prepared was not of sufficient quality. So they asked me to send them to Taoyuan number 1. I guessed that they might take the opportunity to cause trouble. But my parents are going to die. He rubbed his eyes hard and wanted to kneel down again. Lu Jinggu stopped him firmly and understood what he meant. Although the child noticed that something was wrong. He couldn't watch his parents die of poisoning. But he was afraid that someone would take the opportunity to make trouble. So he came to her to confess as soon as possible. Which was also a disguised warning. Looking at the child who was so sad that he was shaking all over. She sighed deeply, raised her hand, and pressed it on the top of the child's head. Rubbing it hard. Feeling the warmth on his head. Zheng Zixuan raised his head in surprise. In fact, I have already noticed something is wrong. She told him truthfully. The pollution of Planet 679 is not enough to poison your parents so deeply. Zheng Zixuan was stunned. Then you still let mom and dad come in. You can't just stand by and watch them die. And I remember that there are no other relatives in your family. Right? The child reacted immediately. His eyes were red. And his voice choked again. Thank you, Sister Jean. She smiled and said softly, leave these things to us adults to deal with. You are still a child. Stay with your parents well. And if you have any problems, you can ask the soldiers around for help. They will help you. Okay. Zheng Zixuan nodded vigorously. After a few more words of comfort, seeing that his emotions were finally stable, he let him go. But before he could catch his breath, someone from the cafeteria came to look for him again. Miss Jean, please go and have a look. Someone is making trouble. With a frown, Lu Jinggu hammered her sore thigh, thinking that the management system of Taoyuan number 1 must be established as soon as possible. Otherwise, if there are a few more people, she won't even have a chance to catch her breath. When she rushed to the cafeteria and saw it, she laughed in anger. The layout of Taoyuan number 1's cafeteria is similar to the layout of restaurants in movies and TV dramas, with wooden square tables and benches on all 4 sides. If you squeeze in, one table can seat 8 people. It's not very comfortable, but it can accommodate more people to dine at the same time. There are private rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors, and the environment is better. However, considering the nature of those nobles, the private rooms are not directly open to the public unless Lu Jinggu wants to use them himself or has her permission. And no one among the visitors of Taoyuan number 1 has received such an honor. But now, the servants have surrounded the 1st floor. It's time for the cafeteria to serve dinner, and many people are blocked outside, with indignation on their faces. But they dare not say much. Lu Jinggu squeezed into the crowd, frowning. What's going on? Everyone saw her as if they had seen the backbone, and complained, Miss Jean, this guy said he was a friend of Commander Gu. He thought we were too noisy and drove us all out. We still need to order food. Isn't it said that Taoyuan number 1 is not allowed to engage in privileges? Everyone was indignant, but they all lowered their voices at the same time, showing that they were still afraid. Her eyes sank, and she directly dialed Xing Lian's number. Miss Jean, what's wrong? Xing Lian was on duty outside the warehouse. Come over to the cafeteria for a moment. I'd be there soon. After a while, Xing Lian ran over in a hurry. Look, is that Gu Duo's friend inside? Boss's friend? Xing Lian was extremely surprised and quickly leaned over to see. It doesn't matter if she doesn't look. But her face changed. Fuck. Why is this lunatic here? Do you know him? Her brows frowned even tighter. Xing Lian coughed lightly and whispered in her ear. This is the little genius of the Gongsun family. Master Gongsun Qi, known as the most powerful scientist in the interstellar era. Many new technologies of the Alliance come from him. But his personality is a bit. He spread his hands and shrugged, with a bitter face, showing how difficult this person's personality is with his actions. Seeing Gongsun Qi, and then looking at the situation around the cafeteria, Xing Lian immediately understood, and explained with a bitter face, Gongsun Qi has severe headaches, and he will feel uncomfortable if there is a little noise. So there is nothing on the 555 star where he lives except for the research institute and an airport. I went there once. TSK. It's even more deserted than a grave. He added, he and the eldest brother have known each other since childhood. But to say they are friends, well, it's better to say that the two of them are on different paths. They don't like each other very much. But if there is really something, the adults also trust him. I understand. A relationship of love and hate. Lu Jinggu nodded to show that he understood. Turning her head to look at everyone, she said softly, "Everyone, please be patient. The matter will be resolved soon. Please wait a few minutes before going into the cafeteria to eat." Although Xing Lian's explanation was not loud, the people around him still heard it clearly. In fact, when they heard the 3 words Gong Sun Chi, everyone quickly shut their mouths. At this moment, everyone nodded and subconsciously held their breath. The scene was quiet, and at first glance, it seemed that everyone was performing a pantomime. Lu Jinggu walked in, and Xing Lian followed with a bitter face. Just then, she heard Gong Sun Chi getting angry. "What do you mean it's not ready yet? I don't believe it. If you can't see the thing that emits that fragrance in 10 seconds, you will kill him." Her face sank, and she immediately classified this person as a naughty child and middle school syndrome. A white-haired old man bent over and explained, "I just went to see it. And the dish is indeed still in the pot. You just wait a little longer. The breathing of those people outside is disturbing me. Drive them away." Gong Sun Chi was obviously taking his anger out. Squeak, Lu Jinggu pulled open a stool, and the legs of the stool made a friction sound. "Get out." A small knife with a silver handle that looked like a scalpel flew over. Xing Lian quickly blocked it, and the knife was blown away by his slap. And it stabbed into the wall without a handle. It can be seen how sharp the knife is. If it is thrown at someone, it will definitely hurt. "You need to be punished." Her anger is almost full. Sitting down, she glanced at the cold handle of the knife and said coldly, "If you damage public property, you will be compensated according to the price. And you will need to work for 3 days as a punishment." Raising her chin slightly, looking at Gong Sun Chi's distorted face, she added slowly, "You will wash dishes in the cafeteria for 3 days." The young man seemed to have heard a great joke. "Ha ha ha. You want me to wash dishes?" After laughing a few times, he suddenly stopped and said disdainfully, "Do you know who I am? No one in the entire alliance dares to talk to me like this." The old man next to him suddenly said, "Master, you forgot that Mr. Gu, Master Gu, Masterson, all dared to talk to you like this." Gong Sun Chi's cool and arrogant temperament was suddenly broken. Seeing him choking, staring at the old man without saying anything bad, Lu Jinggu's anger strangely calmed down a little. Naughty children are not scary, but hopeless naughty children are scary. And she, sorry, is very good at dealing with naughty children. Dong dong dong. She bit her fingers and knocked on the table, but with such a slight sound. Gong Sun Chi frowned, not caring to glare at the housekeeper who was ruining the show, staring at her impatiently. "Stop making noise." Chapter 49. Food is a weapon. Gong Sun Chi. "Right. Let me introduce myself first. I am Ajin, the current person in charge of Taoyuan number 1. Ignoring his words, Lu Jinggu controlled the rhythm of the conversation. "I heard that you are Gu Duo's childhood friend." Gong Sun Chi looked at her suspiciously, and then looked at Xing Lian. "What is the relationship between this woman and Gu Duo?" The topic jump was so big that everyone was stunned. Xing Lian answered dryly, "Miss Ajin is a friend and companion that adults value very much." "Friend?" He was even more suspicious. That poisonous Tum ghost can have friends? It seems that she was also a person who was harmed by Gu Duo, and suddenly felt a little close to him. With this feeling, her expression eased a little. "Tell your people to get out of the way. For Gu Duo's sake. Your violation this time can be ignored." "Humph." Gong Sun Chi turned his head and looked like I didn't hear anything. The housekeeper apologized. "Miss Ajin, my young master can't stand noisy places. Can you make it easier for us?" "No." She shook her head. "There is no privileged class in Taoyuan number 1. If you don't want to eat in a noisy place, you can stay in the residential area and ask someone to pack the food to take back." Gong Sun Chi was furious because he had never been rejected like this before. "I want to eat here." With a cold look, she stood up suddenly. "Captain Xing, follow the rules. This title means that official business is handled impartially and personal feelings are not mentioned." Xing Lian carefully glanced at her face, coughed lightly and said, "Young Master Qi, you'd better listen to her arrangements. All matters of Taoyuan number 1 have been handed over to Miss Ajin. She can expel you directly at her command." Gong Sun Chi was furious. "Aren't you afraid?" Halfway through the words, he suddenly thought of Gu Duo's past, great achievements, and the second half of the sentence was silent. He glared at Lu Jinggu angrily for a long time, but seeing that she was not afraid at all, he knew that his usual methods were useless. Is this woman a split from Guduo? She was born to anger him to death. But he didn't want to be driven out. Gong Sun Chi pushed the wheelchair and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Let's go. The housekeeper just pushed a few steps. And he suddenly pointed at the strongest servant. You stay. And you must buy all the dishes later. Before the servant could answer, Lu Jinggu said first, I'm sorry. The dishes in the cafeteria can only be sold one by one. Are you targeting me on purpose? Gong Sun Chi shouted angrily. Do you know how big a dish in the cafeteria is? She rolled her eyes. With your body, it's probably enough for you to eat for 3 to 5 days. Don't be too greedy. After giving him a heartfelt lecture, she saw the people behind the counter starting to serve the dishes, and waved her hand. Okay. You guys go. However, Gong Sun Chi couldn't walk anymore. The dishes tonight were dongpa pork, green pepper and poached eggs, cold mixed potatoes and celery, stir-fried cabbage, and mushroom and mincemeat soup. The staple food included steamed buns and rice. At this time, pots of food were served. White, oily, green, plus a stronger aroma. It was simply the ultimate enjoyment of vision and smell. And the aroma that made him do this was from dongpa pork. After all, Dongpa Jusha wrote, don't rush it when it's cooked by itself. It's delicious when it's cooked enough. So it's understandable that he was so tempted that he lost his mind, looking at the neatly arranged pieces of dongpa pork on the shallow plate, which even trembled slightly due to being moved. Gong Sun Chi felt that leaving now would be the biggest regret of his life. While he was hesitating, Xing Lian whispered, Master Chi, once Miss Ajin has made a decision, even the boss can't let her change her mind. If you want to stay, quickly withdraw your people. Glancing at Lu Jinggu, he always felt a little unconvinced. The other party looked ordinary, and obviously looked very weak. However, he didn't dare to gamble. If he couldn't taste that dish, what was the meaning of his life? Gong Sun Chi waved his hand, and the housekeeper understood and quickly called back the servants who were blocking the outside. Then, while others hadn't come in yet, he quickly pushed the young master to a table in the corner. Why should I sit here? Gong Sun Chi was dissatisfied. You see, this place is remote, and there are few tables around. Let others sit down. And there will be no outsiders around you. You wear earplugs, so the sound can be lowered at least, the housekeeper explained. Gong Sun Chi narrowed his eyes, and was about to say something. But he finally approved of this plan. Others swarmed in. They were used to 3 meals a day, and they would be hungry if they didn't eat on time. They didn't care that Gong Sun Chi was still there, and they all rushed to the window to get food. The housekeeper observed for a while, and then called a few servants to line up. Soon, Gong Sun Chi had 4 dishes, a soup and 2 staple foods in front of him. It was indeed one of each. But since there were so many of them, they were willing to spend money. This was not a violation. Lu Jinggu looked at it for a while, and said to Xing Lian, thank you for your hard work here. Don't let him make trouble again. She usually didn't eat in the cafeteria, so she went back to the residential area. Then she saw Chi Yuliang again. The latter smiled lightly. I heard that Gong Sun Chi is here? I guess it's embarrassing for you. He is just a naughty kid who hasn't grown up. It's not difficult to deal with him. To deal with food refugees. The food of the flower planting family is a weapon that can sweep away everything. Hearing this evaluation, Chi Yuliang's smile widened. This is the most talented scientist in the Alliance. The outside world will think you are crazy when they hear your evaluation. High IQ. Low EQ. What's the problem? She remembered a very popular sitcom. The protagonist was also a person with a very low EQ. To use a popular saying, he was alive thanks to his roommate for not killing him. At present, it seems that Gong Sun Chi is even more evil than the male protagonist. Chi Yuliang came here specially, and he had something else to say. Gong Sun Chi has almost never left Star 555. I didn't hear that he was going to travel when he was in the capital star before. It is estimated that he is doing it privately. Once it spreads, it will definitely cause a sensation. You have to be careful. Be careful? Lu Jinggu was puzzled. He is the most precious brain of the Alliance. Going out privately is a big deal for the Alliance. I understand. This is still a hot potato. But she is not worried. If it is only about the soothing effect on rage. She is very confident in Taoyuan. I know. Thank you for reminding me. At nightfall, she thought she could finally be quiet for a while. But the system suddenly warned. A strong pollution source is detected. Please pay attention to the feng shui value. Please pay attention to the feng shui value. Please pay attention to the feng shui value. It was emphasized 3 times in a row, as if she was afraid that she would not pay attention. She jumped up. Her eyes were gloomy, and immediately opened the map of Taoyuan number 1 to check. The red dots representing warnings and hostility moved rapidly on the map. She dialed Xinglian's number while putting on her clothes and running outside. Chapter 50. The crisis has not been resolved. The 2 red dots on the map suddenly split into 2, and Lu Jinggu hurriedly notified Xinglian. It was not yet late at night, and Taoyuan number 1 was full of people walking, chatting, and playing. Suddenly, they saw her running by, and they all asked, what happened? But she had no time to answer, and only stared at the 2 fast-moving red dots on the map. On the giant tree, the feng shui value numbers that only she could see were falling madly. It dropped much faster than when Dubai was purified, and when Xiao Yun sneaked into Taoyuan and took the initiative to accept purification. It has only been a few minutes since the alarm sounded, and the feng shui value has decreased by nearly 500 points. All the soldiers of the first team went out, in groups of 3, and started a dragnet search directly. When everyone saw this posture, they all realized that something really happened. In addition to the reporters rushing out, the temporary residents hurriedly called their children to hide back home. Lu Jinggu suddenly felt something was wrong. She couldn't catch up with the first red dot, and the speed difference between the 2 sides was a bit big. But the layout of Taoyuan number 1 was in her mind, and the movement path of this red dot could only be described as incredible. There were buildings on the road, but the other party seemed to be able to pass through the wall. The memories of 2 lives told her that there were no ghosts in this world, and naturally there were no ghosts, spells, etc. So the other party could never break through the wall. It was possible to fly over the eaves and walls, but if that was the case, something on the roof would be seen from a distance. But everything in her sight was normal, and there was nothing strange on the roof. Then there was only one possibility. The enemy is underground. Informing the soldiers of this discovery, she stared at the red dot and tried to calculate the direction of the other party's advance. The 2 separated red dots were almost running in opposite directions at this time. Her eyes shrank, and she had 2 very bad guesses. Go to the southwest. An enemy is going to the residential area. And the other target gradually became clear. The central giant tree. She rushed over quickly, followed by a crowd of reporters. Lu Jinggu shouted helplessly, "Don't come over. It may be dangerous." However, danger also means that there may be big news. Some reporters stopped hesitantly, but there are always a few crazy ones who hesitated for a moment and continued to follow. The colleagues who stopped by them gritted their teeth and followed again. Lu Jinggu. They are all ruthless. At this time, the feng shui value is dropped by 1,000 points, and she really has no time to care about them. Lian took a shortcut in several flowers and trees, and suddenly the view in front of her was clear. Under the starlight, the giant trees and springs looked as calm as before. But the system map showed that the place where the red dot stayed was near the roots of the giant tree. Xinglian personally brought a combat team here, and Lu Jinggu pointed to that place, indicating that the other party was below. Then he saw Xinglian and the other 2 put on mechas together and approached that position with a surrounding momentum. The red dot here moved in a small range, and Lu Jinggu frowned. It seemed that the other party was looking for something. Xinglian and his men arrived quickly, and the 3 mechas started to move at the same time. Their movements were almost identical, a tacit understanding that they had developed after countless trainings. With a muffled sound, the land surrounded by the 3 of them suddenly arched up high, and then suddenly sank down. Squeak! Squeak! With a panicked cry, a black shadow about the length of an adult's arm was rushed into the air by this force. Xinglian and his 2 comrades waved their left hands together, and metal chains flew out at the same time, tying up the black shadow. At the same time, their right hands were raised, and 3 lasers interlaced, and it seemed that the black shadow had nowhere to escape. However, the black shadow twisted its body flexibly in the air and narrowly avoided 6 attacks. It even adjusted its body shape and was about to flee to a deserted place. Click! A wooden cage appeared out of thin air, just right, and just locked the black shadow in it. Lu Jinggu wiped the sweat off his face, and his nervous mood finally relaxed. As early as when she saw the shadow, she had found something that could be used in the system, but she was not confident that she could control the timing well. Fortunately, The result was perfect. The wooden cage fell to the ground with a thud, stirring up a small dust. In the cage, a creature that looked a bit like a mouse was hitting the railings frantically, with its mouth full of sharp teeth. However, no matter how it hit, bit, and scratched, the ordinary wooden cage showed extraordinary firmness, not moving at all. Not even a mark appeared. Seeing this, she was completely relieved. Taoyuan products are indeed of excellent quality. Xing Lian went forward to check, but suddenly stopped 3 steps away. Plop! Xing Lian, Captain! Lu Jingu and the 2 soldiers shouted together. The master fainted, and the mecha was naturally recovered, revealing Xing Lian's face full of black air. Don't go over there! She reacted immediately, and stopped the soldier with a roar. At the same time, she turned around and said to the fearless reporter seriously, "Don't come over here. Otherwise you will be kicked out immediately." This threat was effective enough. They stopped immediately, but still refused to disperse, recording and taking pictures from a distance. "Miss Jean, we have to save the captain." The little soldier was very nervous, but did not dare to struggle hard. The order they received was to ensure Lu Jingu's safety at all costs, so it was naturally impossible to take the initiative to get her. "Don't worry. Xing Lian will be fine." Looking up at the giant tree, the feng shui value on it was still decreasing wildly. The optical brain communication popped up, and a similar creature was found in the residential area, but it was more difficult to capture it there. There were already more than 20 ordinary people, plus a dozen soldiers who were poisoned and fainted. Fortunately, the rat was still caught. "Find a way to bring it here," Lu Jingu said simply, and then turned to the soldiers around him and said, "One of you goes to the cafeteria, and the other goes to my kitchen, and bring me all the edible things." This order was so strange that both of them were stunned. She growled, "Go!" Time was really tight, because the system was already frantically prompting, "Warning! The feng shui value is too low. Taoyuan number 1 is about to be downgraded." Although she didn't know the consequences of the downgrade, it sounded like it was not a good thing, and she didn't want to take the risk. The 2 soldiers hesitated for a moment, but still ran away quickly. "Call more people to help, and move as many as you can," she chased and told him. Soon, the people who escorted the other rat and the people who moved the food came. The soldiers used a relay to escort the rat, and several of them fainted along the way due to poisoning. Lu Jingu quickly made another cage and locked the bound but struggling rat in it. Then she ordered the soldiers to disperse the reporters and gather all the fainted people for care. Then she sat cross-legged on the ground and stuffed a bowl of cold dompa pork into her mouth. The solidified lard was disgusting, but she swallowed it without blinking, and at the same time chose an ornamental building to materialize. Chapter 51 Unexpected Help. The layout of Taoyuan number 1 appeared in her mind. She couldn't help but feel fortunate that she had reserved enough upgrade possibilities for the feng shui formation when she first planned it, and what she had to do now would definitely shock the alliance once it was spread out, and might destroy the illusion that Taoyuan number 1 had nothing to do with her. But she couldn't care about these. The reporters were still trying to squeeze forward, wanting to get closer to Lu Jingu, and inevitably pushed and shoved with the soldiers. I don't know who noticed something was wrong first, pointing at the air and screaming. Everyone subconsciously looked up, gasping, and stopped moving one by one, holding their equipment and shooting desperately. In the end, even the soldiers couldn't help but look up. Just one look, and the sight couldn't be retracted. The outline of the building was slowly emerging in the air. Just a phantom, but it was enough to shock people. Lu Jingu groaned, and the familiar pulling feeling appeared. Without hesitation, she stuffed another mouthful of food, chewed it twice, and swallowed it forcefully. Then another mouthful, and another mouthful. The feeling of having her mental power sucked away and then replenished quickly made her feel dizzy, and the feeling of nausea suddenly came up, and she couldn't help but vomit. The action of eating paused, and the replenishment of mental power immediately couldn't keep up. It was as if a sharp dagger was inserted into her brain and stirred vigorously. Her eyes went dark, and she almost fainted. But perhaps because she had experienced it several times, her resistance was stronger. In the end, she maintained a trace of clarity, grabbed a steamed bun with difficulty, and stuffed it into her mouth. It was as if an invisible hand was painting the translucent building with color, making it slowly solidify from the roof. But the speed was too slow, and she might have to finish all the food. Too much. A disdainful voice sounded. She was numb with pain, and it took her a while to react to someone talking and slowly moved her eyes. The old housekeeper pushed Gong Sun Chi's wheelchair with one hand and held an umbrella-like object with the other hand, and turned out from behind the giant tree. A faint light fell from the edge of the umbrella, as if a shield was enveloping the two people. At this time, the soldiers and reporters were attracted by the magnificent building in the air, and no one noticed the two people who suddenly appeared. Lu Jinggu was surprised why they were here, but she had no time to talk. Just desperately stuffed food into her mouth, forcing herself to eat even if she kept vomiting. Gong Sun Chi's eyes flashed with disgust, and he signaled the housekeeper to stop 5 steps away. The light shield around the umbrella shook violently, and a slight hissing sound was heard, as if something was colliding and melting with it. Glancing at the 2 rats not far away, it goes without saying that it was the extremely strong toxin. The toxins on these 2 rats were obviously different from those of ordinary black beasts. The diffusion speed was not fast, but the concentration was extremely high, and because it was colorless and difficult to detect, the closer you were, the more affected you were. Gong Sun Chi's umbrella obviously has a similar function to protective clothing, but it is still dangerous if you get too close. She used her eyes to signal them to leave quickly, but there was obviously no tacit understanding between the 3 of them. Gong Sun Chi had no intention of leaving, but raised his hand to take off his glasses. As soon as he raised his hand, the glasses fell squarely on her legs. He said in a very unhappy tone, "Put them on." Lu Jinggu? She had no idea what this person was doing. Ugh, as she thought about it, she couldn't control the feeling of vomiting. Gong Sun Chi quickly looked away and took out a pair of earplugs. His disgust was evident. Lu Jinggu, if you are sick, just leave if you dislike it. The previous move once again interrupted the delicate balance of consumption and replenishment. She groaned in pain and couldn't see anything in front of her. The old housekeeper said anxiously, "Miss Jean, the young master's glasses store spiritual power. You can use them after putting them on." She gasped, and her aching brain could hardly understand the meaning of this sentence. But in the end, she slowly reached out and grabbed the glasses. The pain made every second infinitely extended. She forced her eyes open, relying on great willpower to avoid fainting, and then raised her hand inch by inch, finally putting the glasses on the bridge of her nose. The hot, violent mental power suddenly surged into her brain, and was sucked clean in less than a second. The process of coloring suddenly accelerated, and the magnificent building turned from virtual to real, and finally with a thud, it fell to the ground completely. The feng shui value, which was just about to be downgraded, suddenly stopped. The warm wind rose out of thin air, as if they had self-awareness, and directly blew a small whirlwind with the 2 rats as the center. Squeak! The screams were sharp and piercing, and the whirlwind soon rang with the sound of flesh being fried in oil. Lu Jinggu didn't care about the 2 rats, and only stared at the feng shui value that was in danger. Suddenly, her eyes blurred. It turned out that the value was changing wildly, because the speed was too fast. She couldn't see it clearly, but the system's shrill alarm finally stopped, and she breathed a sigh of relief. After about 10 minutes, the screams of rat came to an abrupt end. At the same time, the change of feng shui value also completely stagnated. 3,970 points. Not only did it not downgrade, but after purifying the pollution source, it even rose by more than 1,000 points. She breathed a sigh of relief, and the crisis was finally resolved. She slowly got up. Her whole body seemed to have just been pulled out of the water, and it was all cold sweat from the pain. She took off her glasses and was about to return them, but she saw that Gong Sun Chi had already put on another pair of glasses. After taking a look at the pair in her hand, he said without hesitation, "Throw it away. I don't want it." Tired to death and still being disliked, Lu Jinggu bit his back teeth. Forget it. Who let him really help me? Seeing that the other party didn't want to look at her anymore, she silently folded the glasses and put them in her pocket. "Thank you for your help." She thanked him sincerely, and after a moment's thought, she added, "You will be exempted from the compensation for damaging the canteen today and the 3 days of volunteering to wash dishes." Gong Sun Chi was furious. "You still want me to wash dishes? So to thank you, it has been exempted." She forced a faint smile. "But please abide by the management regulations in the future. Otherwise you will still be punished." His eyes behind the lenses were wide open, and he looked unbelievable. "You are so ungrateful. After all, One thing is one thing. She shrugged. But just thanking like this is really not enough. I will send some food over tomorrow to express my personal gratitude. Who cares? Gongsun, she whispered. But did not really refuse. Lu Jinggu had no time to argue with him, and ran to check the 2 wooden cages. The creatures inside were upside down, with blood swaying at the corners of their mouths, and they were obviously dead. Strange. Can't Taoyuan purify living things? Miss Jean. The poison people have woken up. The soldiers in the distance cheered. Turning around, he saw Xinglian running over quickly. He looked nervous and looked her up and down. After confirming that she was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you are okay. Otherwise, I can't explain to the boss. Humph. Relying on you. She is probably stuffed to death. I think Guduo is mentally ill. What's the point of letting you stay here? Let's see how he will thank me this time. Gongsun Chi not only did not leave, but for some reason, he also started to attack Xinglian and Guduo. Lu Jinggu held his forehead and suddenly believed that he and Guduo were good friends. After all, 2 poisonous tongues attacking each other may very likely be sympathetic to each other. Okay. The most important thing now is to find out where these 2 things came from. Chapter 52 Lu Jinggu's Methods. Her knowledge of interstellar creatures is still at the most basic level, so she doesn't know it. However, Xinglian has served in the army for many years and fought in all directions. So he should, just when I thought so. I heard Xinglian exclaimed. Very shocked. What on earth is this? The 2 people's eyes met, and he scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. Sorry. I don't know this. But don't worry. I will send a message to Yida. He reads all kinds of strange books. He should have seen it. Once he is not facing Gongsun Chi, his chatterbox attribute returns. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a loud sneer. Heh. Xinglian shut up immediately. At some point, the earplugs were removed, and the wheelchair turned in a different direction. Gongsun Chi looked at them from a distance and coldly spat out 3 words. No knowledge. Lu Jinggu felt tired, but still took the initiative to speak. So Master Gongsun knows this thing? What if he knows it? Please tell me. What's in it for me? Click. She seemed to hear the sound of veins jumping on her forehead. After looking at him for a few seconds, she suddenly turned around and left. Gongsun Chi raised his eyebrows. I can guarantee that even Guduo doesn't know this thing. She heard it, but didn't stop, and soon walked away. TSK. Gongsun Chi played with his fingers boredly. It's boring. Go back and rest. The old housekeeper pushed the wheelchair obediently, but expressed his opinion. Master, I think you will regret it in a while. TSK. I never. The voice stopped abruptly, and he turned his head sharply. Not only him, but everyone present was attracted by the attention. Lu Jinggu returned with a pot of bright red stuff in her hand and a big kettle on her finger. The tempting aroma emanated from the pot, and there was a loud noise of countless people swallowing saliva. No one cared whether Gongsun Chi was in it. Everyone was going crazy with the smell. The reporters couldn't help shouting, Miss Jean, what is this? Can we have a taste? The soldiers had better self-control, but they couldn't help staring at the pot. Putting the pot on the stone table, she smiled and said, I'm afraid not. I was just trying to make it to satisfy my craving tonight, and the amount was not enough. Everyone immediately showed disappointment. However, everyone can help make it again tomorrow, just as a celebration of Taoyuan #1 overcoming the crisis today. Oh yeah. Everyone couldn't help cheering. Please rest now. Reporters. Xinglian. I trouble you brothers to work hard to find out where these 2 things came from. Although they didn't know each other, it didn't stop them from finding the source. Don't worry. Xinglian was also swallowing hard, but he still forced himself to go and make arrangements, perhaps with the carrots to be eaten together tomorrow hanging in front of them. The reporters finally dispersed obediently. Lu Jinggu sat in the open air and began to put on gloves, looking up at the master and servant who were motionless not far away. He raised his lips slightly and exerted force between his fingers. Click, as the head was broken off. The bright soup splashed out. Drip, drip. The sound of the soup falling into the basin seemed to be amplified several times with the fragrance, and was accurately captured by Gongsun Chi. Usually, a little sound would make him angry, but this time, he just felt that his soul was being hooked away. His dark eyes stared at her movements through the lenses. He felt that if this woman had any gratitude, she should immediately invite him to taste it. However, she only peeled off a few sections of the back shell with skillful movements, then grabbed the tail and twisted it hard, and the whole white meat was pulled out, and then dipped it into the soup. When she lifted it up again, the white and tender meat was stained with bright red oil soup, and finally the meat covered with soup was stuffed into her mouth. Woo! Delicious! She squinted her eyes in ecstasy. All this fell into Gong Sun-chi's eyes, as if it was pressed in slow motion by an invisible hand. Every detail was so clear, and the temptation was magnified countless times. Seeing Lu Jinggu picked up another red thing and started to peel it, he could no longer bear it, and said in a low voice, "Lu Jinggu, I just helped you." As he said that, he cast a glance at the newly completed building. She also looked over and nodded, "Yes." So I said, "I will send you a batch of free food tomorrow." The pure natural food produced by Taoyuan is now invaluable. She pretended not to understand what the other party meant, and ate several foods in quick succession, and exclaimed sincerely, "It's so delicious." Then she saw Gong Sun-chi's wheelchair rushing over, and he said irritably, "That is a modified experimental animal, generally used for biological experiments. Are you satisfied?" A look of smugness flashed across her face, and she immediately sent the news to Xing Lian. "I believe that as long as they have a direction, they will know how to investigate." After doing all this, she looked up at Gong Sun-chi, who had already sat at the table with a look of eagerness, and suddenly showed a smile of awakening. "So Master Gong Sun wants to eat this? Come on. Come on. Let's eat together. Grandpa Butler, come too." "Can I too?" The old butler seemed flattered. "Of course. Such a big pot. I can't finish it myself." "You didn't say that just now." Pretending not to notice Gong Sun-chi's eyes, she enthusiastically distributed gloves and poured 3 cups of milk from the kettle, while introducing, "This is a little spicy, and ice milk can relieve the spiciness." Gong Sun-chi had just arrived for less than a day, and the food in the cafeteria had already amazed him. But after all, he had eaten very little. He stared at the white ice milk for a long time before carefully sipping it. His eyes lit up. He gulped down half a cup. Lu Jinggu simply pushed the pot over. "Pour it yourself after you finish drinking." He picked up another food and demonstrated to them how to eat it. Although Gong Sun-chi had given him gloves, he obviously didn't plan to do it himself. The old housekeeper learned it seriously, peeled one carefully, and put it in front of the young master. Lu Jinggu couldn't help rolling his eyes. "It's fun to peel it and eat it yourself." He dipped the meat on his hand vigorously, and quickly stuffed it into his mouth before the soup slid off. Gong Sun-chi blinked and found that if he kept asking the housekeeper for help, the last step would be difficult to complete. Unless he didn't mind being splashed with soup. He had just eaten the one that the butler had peeled. It had a slightly elastic texture, tender meat, and a slightly spicy taste. It was even more addictive than the dompa pork at noon. Would it taste better after dipping it in the soup? Unable to resist the temptation, he took the initiative to reach out and pick up one. Then, he couldn't stop eating. At first, Gong Sun-chi's movements were a little unfamiliar, but then he started to compete with Lu Jinggu to eat. On the other hand, the old butler stopped after tasting a few, and smiled at the 2 young men who were unwilling to be outdone. Chapter 53 Cruel Scene. It didn't take long before only some seasonings were left in the basin. Gong Sun-chi picked up a piece of star anise and tried to take a bite. "Ha ha!" Lu Jinggu gloated. After laughing enough, he explained, "These are seasonings, usually not eaten directly." Gong Sun-chi finished a glass of milk and felt that the taste in his mouth was lighter. But when he looked at the empty basin, his eyes were still full of desire. "What is this? It's so delicious." His eyes were burning. "I can eat it every day." "You're dreaming." She curled her lips, took off her greasy gloves, and threw them into the basin. "This is called spicy crayfish. It's very troublesome to clean. I was planning to invite a few friends to have supper at night. Today you have a bargain." "Crayfish," Gong Sun-chi murmured and repeated. "There is such a delicious food in the world." The villain in her heart spread his hands proudly. "This is a super delicacy in the flower-growing country, which has to be artificially cultivated because of being eaten. It's really a waste of talent to use it against you. But anyway, the purpose was achieved. Just after cleaning up here, Xing Lian called her over there. When Lu Jinggu rushed to the outside of the room where the medical cabin was placed, he only heard the painful crying from inside. Xing Lian stood at the door with an extremely ugly face. "What's the situation?" Lu Jingyu went to meet him. The scene is tragic. Do you really want to go in? She paused for a moment before she said in a deep voice, "Let's go." As soon as she entered the door, she felt that everything she had eaten tonight was coming up, and she quickly turned her eyes away. Zheng Zixuan was protected by a soldier behind him, and he almost died of crying. She felt sad. This child finally couldn't escape the fate of becoming an orphan. She walked over and touched the child's head. Zheng Zixuan looked up with tears in his eyes, and the next second he threw himself into her arms and cried loudly, "Sister Jean, Dad and Mom died so tragically." It was really tragic. The couple climbed out of the medical cabin at some point. They were probably in too much pain before they died. Their limbs were twisted into strange shapes, and their expressions were very hideous. There was a big hole in their abdomens, and there were bite marks around the wounds. Thinking of what happened tonight, she already had a guess in her mind. She wanted to vomit again. She didn't dare to think about the cause of their death anymore. So she coaxed Zheng Zixuan out of the house. The child witnessed the tragic death of her parents and was mentally unstable. She could only ask Xing Lian for help. With the help of Xing Lian, Zheng Zixuan fainted. After placing him in the side room of her house, she whispered to ask what happened. He was lucky. He felt thirsty in the middle of the night, so he went outside to get some water. After drinking, he wanted to go to the toilet, so he left the house. Lu Jingyu sighed. From an outsider's perspective, Zheng Zixuan was indeed lucky. But perhaps he himself did not think so. The child will stay with me for the time being. His parents. After hesitating for a while, she still spoke. Try not to damage the body more. After the examination, ask the military doctor to tidy it up. I understand. Xing Lian nodded. Miss Jean, this matter is too weird. I will arrange 2 people to stand guard for you, just in case. She lowered her eyes and thought about it, and she agreed. Although it was a bit inconvenient, she could not care about it for safety during such a busy time. Probably because of the scene. She didn't sleep well all night, and woke up with big dark circles under her eyes the next day. But she saw Zheng Zixuan woke up at some point, and was sitting in the yard in a daze. "Axian," she called softly. The child slowly turned his head, his eyes red and dry, as if his tears had dried up. After staring at her blankly for a long time, he howled in pain and asked, "Sister Jean, who killed my parents? Why? Why them?" He was like a little beast forced into a desperate situation, not knowing how to get out. Lu Jingyu's eyes were also filled with tears. He walked over and hugged the person in his arms, trembling in his voice, but very firmly said, "We will find those bad guys. No matter who they are. Your parents' revenge will be avenged." "Really?" He looked up hopefully. "Yes. I believe that good will prevail over evil. Those evil people hiding in the dark will never be able to hide their true colors." Touching his forehead gently, she whispered, "I will tell you any clues. If we catch those people, we will let you decide how to deal with them." Letting out another mournful howl, he curled up with sobs. There were no tears in his eyes, but his eyes were bloodshot. "Good boy. Sleep for a while. You need to rest." She glanced at Xing Lian, who had just come in. The latter understood and came over to give Zheng Zixuan a gentle slap. "According to your instructions, his parents' affairs have not been publicized. But too many reporters have seen the previous things, and it would be difficult to hide everything." "I didn't intend to hide everything." There was a storm in her eyes. "Such a powerful toxin. It's definitely not something that any laboratory can produce. Can you find it out? We have already locked on to several laboratories." "But," Xing Lian hesitated for a moment, but still said honestly, "It is almost impossible to search these laboratories because of the involvement of various parties. In that case, let them come to us on their own." She twisted her fingers slowly. "Using such cruel means, it is nothing more than feeling that the existence of Taoyuan is a threat to them. In that case, let Taoyuan become more eye-catching. I think even the 7 major parliaments, none of them can cover the sky with one hand." Xing Lian proudly puffed out his chest. "Of course not. Not to mention that you have the boss behind you. So once they find that they can't destroy it, they will naturally find a way to subdue or even cooperate with us. At that time, we will." She slowly talked about a plan, and Xing Lian's face became more and more exciting. "Do you think it's feasible?" "It's so feasible." Xing Lian raised his thumbs, thinking in his heart, "I didn't expect Miss Agent to look weak. But like Ida, she is a black guy. I must not offend her in the future. Except for the soldiers of the 7th Army. Everyone didn't know what happened afterwards. But they soon learned about the existence of the unique delicacy crayfish. And it is said that everyone can taste it today. So everyone started looking forward to it early in the morning. Lu Jinggu was not in the mood to celebrate. But she didn't pour cold water on them. Took everyone to the newly opened pond. The 4 ponds here all raised crayfish. Originally, she had a little selfishness. But now it seems that she has done the right thing. There is even a premonition that the crayfish in these 4 ponds will soon be insufficient. Everyone learned to clean the crayfish. And she cooked a large pot of ingredients. After the food was cooked, she declined everyone's enthusiastic invitation and took a pot of shrimp home alone. Ah Xian, come and eat. She called out a few times in front of the door. But there was no movement in the room. Feeling something was wrong, she rushed in, only to find the room empty. Zheng Zixuan was gone. Chapter 54 Frequent Troubles. She immediately went to ask the 2 soldiers guarding the house. No one had seen Zheng Zixuan leave. The child disappeared quietly. At the same time, the official website of Taoyuan Group was almost flooded with information from job seekers. Lu Jingdu had to deal with these messages first, and only asked Xing Lian and his men to find Zheng Zixuan. Taoyuan No. 1 needs many types of work, but because the materials used are completely different from those in the outside world, most people need a certain amount of training even if they are selected. So the first batch of survivors who joined received good news one after another. They were promoted and became the first batch of grassroots management of Taoyuan No. 1. They will adopt a one-to-many approach to help future new employees adapt to the work as soon as possible. The recruitment work lasted for a full week, and new job applications continued to fly in during this period. Lu Jinggu found that most job seekers were low-level people. They were just ordinary people. In addition to working as laborers in the alliance, they could only join a noble to seek protection for their work. The emergence of Taoyuan Group gave them a third choice. Still free, and may even have priority to become a resident of that magical place. This is the first time since the development of spiritual power. Ordinary people may enjoy it before those nobles. Anyway, ordinary people like them. Their lives are almost the same wherever they go. Why not give it a try? Lu Jinggu didn't know that 80% of these job seekers filled out the job application form with the mentality of it's worth a try. She replied to every job seeker with a sincere attitude. Those who were admitted, of course, congratulated them on their admission and agreed on the arrival time. Those who failed to find a job temporarily also replied with a sincere rejection letter. At first, there were only joys and sorrows in a small range, until a rejected job seeker posted 2 rejection letters on the Star Network and added a note. Is the selection officer of Taoyuan Group a high IQ AI or a real person? My sister and I both submitted job application letters, and the result was of course no surprise. We were both rejected. But this is not the key point. The key point is that when my sister and I comforted each other, we found that the content of the rejection letters we received was actually different. You can take a look at the pictures I posted. The 2 letters have similar structures, but the contents are completely different, and the words used are very beautiful. To be honest, I didn't understand some of the words until I looked up the meanings of ancient words. At first, everyone was full of, "Ha! I sympathize with the poster," and everyone comforted him without sincerity. But gradually, more and more job seekers posted the letters they received, and everyone was surprised to find that they were all different. And as the poster said, there were some words in the letter that they found very difficult to understand. Someone who claimed to be a professional in ancient civilization research jumped out. Many of the words here are idioms from the Earth civilization era, a country called flower planting, and a small number of poems. I'm risking my life to say that even the professors in our department are not as good as this selection officer in using these idioms and poems. So the background of Taoyuan Group can be seen from this. It's really amazing. There was another round of ha 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 below this reply, and everyone wished him to keep his vest tight. In short, the attention of Taoyuan No. 1, which had originally declined, has regained a lot because of this incident. At this time, the major media outlets on StarNet broke the news about Taoyuan No. 1. The headlines were more eye-catching than the other. Thoughts triggered by Taoyuan cuisine. What have we lost? Taoyuan Horror Night. The arrival of miracles. A new era for builders? The reporters chose different angles to report. Because of this, the audience can better restore the facts. Everyone has different focuses on this matter. And the Lu family's focus is naturally on the constructors. This is the foundation of the Lu family. Among the middle and lower classes, the Lu family's builders are the best and most famous. And Lunian's joining really made the Lu family see a possible way to enter the upper class. Because of this, the Lu family has paid close attention to all constructors in the past 10 years. Suppression, luring, bribery. If it doesn't work, you can destroy them. Although the Lu family has not yet become a first-class wealthy family, these methods have been very skillful. Lu Shuo was reading all the reports about Taoyuan No. 1. After a while, he turned off his laptop and asked in a deep voice, "What do you think?" His secretary, Dongsheng, the second in command of Lu's construction company, said respectfully, "I think we need to do a field investigation. If the person in charge, Ajin, is really so talented, we might as well win her over first." How to win her over? She seems to be Gu Duo's person. Hasn't Miss Jiaoxi been missing for a long time? The seemingly irrelevant answer made Lu Shuo laugh. He seemed to be talking to himself. Yes, she has lived in the Lu family for so many years, and we have never treated her badly. Who knew she would run away without saying a word? She is really ungrateful. Dongsheng's eyes flashed with understanding, and he followed his words and said, "After all, she is a young lady. Maybe she has someone else in her heart. But Master Hong will be sad. A real man will never have trouble finding a wife?" Lu Shuo waved his hand. "Go and tell the Chiao's family that since they don't like our Lu family, forget about this marriage. Since the two families have known each other for many years, the Lu family will not pursue it." "Yes, you are really magnanimous." Dongsheng flattered him. Lu Shuo looked happy and put this little thing aside lightly, and mentioned Taoyuan No. 1 again, but there is no need to let Hongda go directly. Just send someone to investigate the details first. Dongsheng said, "Boss, this may not be appropriate. Please look at this report." He called up a report, enlarged the attached photo, pointed to a few people in the background and said, "These people should be from the capital star families." Lu Hongda squinted his eyes for a while and frowned. "Are you sure?" "Sure. Although it is not the most important family. He is a servant. But he is also a person who can speak. If we just send someone there, wouldn't it be too disrespectful?" "You have a point." Lu Hongda nodded slowly. Taoyuan No. 1 may be just a gimmick, but these people can connect those companies. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision. Let Hongda go there. The key is to build good relationships with the people of these companies. "Boss, you are wise." It was Dongsheng who reminded him, but he did not take any credit for it. He flattered him again, which made Lu Shuo feel more comfortable. Lu Jinggu was not clear about the Lu family's plan, because several pieces of black material about Taoyuan No. 1 suddenly broke out on Xinguang at the same time. The note of the card was very subtle, and many people who had passed the recruitment also backed out at this time. Backing out would be fine, but they also expressed on Xinguang that they were afraid and always felt that their life safety was not guaranteed and so on, which brought a lot of rhythm, making the people who were skeptical about Taoyuan tilt their balance again. So she got busy again. Chapter 55. One wave has not yet subsided. Another wave has risen. Gu Duo came back at this time. Someone deliberately released this news, just to undermine the confidence of ordinary people in Taoyuan group. He said very confidently, as soon as he entered the door. "Humph. Do you need to tell me?" The person who answered him was Gong Sun Chi. "Why are you here? Why can't I be here?" Lu Jinggu looked at the two elementary school kids pecking at each other helplessly, and said unhappily, "Are you going to eat or not? If you don't want to eat, go out. If you want to eat, wash your hands and sit down." The two guys who were said to be children's childhood sweethearts stared at each other for a moment. One pushed his glasses and occupied one side of the table in a dignified manner, and the other turned around to wash his hands, since trying Lu Jinggu's cooking skills through crayfish. This, Alliance's strongest brain, started the road of free meals. He showed up on time every time for meals, and no matter what she said, he could eat calmly anyway. It seems that his temper suddenly changed. The old housekeeper went to her privately and described Gong Sun Chi's life as miserable. It must be said that this trick worked. Anyway, she couldn't bear to drive him away. In the end, it became the scene in front of her. Around the table were Lu Jinggu, Gu Duo, Gong Sun Chi, and the old housekeeper. She looked helpless, and the old housekeeper smiled. The two men sitting face to face treated the table as a battlefield. and they ate a meal with swords and swords. In the end, she slapped the table and got angry. Can you still eat properly? If you don't want to eat, go to the cafeteria. Although the cafeteria is good, it is far inferior to her cooking skills. The two of them became much more honest, but they still had to confront each other from time to time. After the meal, the old housekeeper took the initiative to take the responsibility of cleaning up, and the three of them sat in the yard, each with a cup of tea, and started to talk about recent events. Just block those job seekers who betray us. Taoyuan will not open any channels to them in the future. They will regret it one day. Gong Sun Chi narrowed his eyes, and his face was full of anger. Gu Duo snorted, but did not refute. It seemed that he also agreed with this statement. Lu Jinggu looked at the light brain and suddenly sneered. What's wrong? Lu Hongda applied for a visit. She showed the message to the two of them. The application for a visit was very formal. In the name of exchanging construction experience. No need. You have a mutant skill, which is very different from ordinary builders. There is no point in communicating with them. Gu Duo said casually. Of course. The Lu family. Hee. She clicked the rejection button casually without giving a reason. Turning her head, she asked Gu Duo again, How is my mother? We sent someone to contact her, but she refused to leave. What? She was so surprised that she sat up straight, and the tea in her hand spilled. Gong Sun Chi sked, and handed over a piece of paper. She wiped it absent-mindedly and asked, Why? Without waiting for Gu Duo to answer, she muttered to herself, Does she miss the Lu family? It's impossible. She's not stupid. She knows that the Lu family is just squeezing her. Is she really in love with Lu Shua? Not really. Then her vision is really bad. Why? She looked at Gu Duo after all the speculation seemed unreliable. He shook his head helplessly. I don't know. She just said that she had something to do and refused to go with us. Even in my name? Even in your name. Lu Jinggu was silent. She couldn't figure it out and was a little disappointed. Could it be that the original body's memory was self-beautified? Otherwise, she couldn't find a reason to explain why the other party gave up reuniting with her daughter. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her emotions and said calmly, Since she doesn't want to, let's put it aside for now. Gu Duo looked at her deeply and whispered, Don't worry. I've asked someone to keep an eye on her and won't let her get into trouble. Got it. She smiled and nodded. Thank you. While he was chatting with Gu Duo, Gong Sun Chi was operating the light computer next to him. When the two of them finished chatting, she refreshed the interface casually and saw the latest hot news floating at the top. Gong Sun Chi, the most powerful brain in the alliance, said, It's all bullshit. What kind of title is this? It's vulgar. But I just want to click in and take a look. Who farted? What fart? What does it have to do with Gong Sun Chi? Lu Jinggu was no exception and clicked on the title curiously. Then I saw a long and eloquent scolding article. I have to say that the wording is a bit appreciated by both the refined and the vulgar. Meaning, to sum up, the main idea is this. Those who say that Taoyuan is not good are talking nonsense. I am here, waiting for you to fight. Lu Jinggu, thank you. It's not to help you. Gong Sun Chi did not give face and rolled his eyes. If they curse like this, then what am I doing here? No matter what you are doing, it is good for me. She smiled after thinking about it. I just successfully tested cheese yesterday. I will make cheese ice cream for you tomorrow. The word eat is like a switch. The two men opened their eyes wide and looked at them eagerly. Gong Sun Chi said first, Since you are thanking me, he can't have it. Why? When I was working with Miss Lu, you were still smashing things on star 555. Gu Duo showed no weakness. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Lu Jinggu yelled, Shut up. Both of you. The world was finally quiet. The effect of Gong Sun Chi's post was surprisingly good, and the wind direction of the star network changed. Not long after, another star named Isabella posted a dynamic. I have applied for the next advertisement to be filmed at Taoyuan No. 1. I hope it will be approved. Then I will bring the fans a live broadcast of Taoyuan No. 1's life. I believe that you will not be disappointed. After all, how can a place that can produce such delicious food be as terrible as some people say? The accompanying picture is a plate of salad and a glass of milk. This statement once again attracted the attention of the entire network. Compared with Gong Sun Chi's lofty status, such a big star is of course more down to earth. After the fans all declare their love, A large number of passers-by expressed that they will continue to pay attention. There are also countless envious and jealous speeches. There is no way. Taoyuan products are really too difficult to grab. With their endorsement of Taoyuan #1, the bad remarks were gradually suppressed. However, the storm did not stop there. There are 3 major media on Xinjiang, which are controlled by the 7 major parliaments behind the scenes and are jokingly called official media. Under these 3, there are 5 well-known integrated platforms. On the surface, they have nothing to do with the 7, but from the broadcast and release of news, these 5 have their own preferences for the 7 parliamentary families. That is, they support different people. This time, it was Hongmei Hotspot that launched the attack, releasing a set of very horrifying and bloody photos. Is Taoyuan really safe? Our station's exclusive news is that Taoyuan may give birth to mutant black beasts, and at least 2 people have been killed. As soon as the news came out, the whole network was in an uproar. It's nothing else. Just because Hongmei is a media that has always been biased towards the Gu family. And now, is this tearing down its own station? Chapter 56 Terrible Means. As an outsider ghost, she didn't know the factions among these media, and she didn't know why Gu Duo's face turned pale after seeing the publishing platform. But she was also angry. How did these photos leak out? This was the first time she got angry in front of the 7th Army. The photos posted by Hongmei Hotspot were the scene of Zheng Zixuan's parents' death. The high definition and censored pictures were scary enough and attracted people's attention. But this was undoubtedly a secondary injury to Zheng Zixuan, especially since the child is now missing. People are more worried about what will happen after being stimulated. Xing Lian was ashamed and lowered his head to explain quickly. We analyzed the recorder images on the soldiers and confirmed that there was an ultramicro drone shooting system at the time. We were careless. He called up the light screen, and several pictures were exactly the situation in the medical cabin at the time, and a certain position in the air was specially marked. Gu Duo's expression was very gloomy. The first team go to receive the punishment in 3 batches. Yes. Xing Lian didn't say a single extra word. Lu Jinggu felt a little bit sorry. Even if these images were processed, she looked at the marked position and thought it was just a small bug. But this was the 7th Army's business, and it was not convenient for her to intervene. So she refrained from speaking. Gong Sunchi touched his chin and suddenly said, as far as I know, this kind of ultramicro drone is not available to the public. There should be goods on the black market, but the transactions there are difficult to check. Gu Duo continued. But there should not be many people who have the channels to afford it. Gong Sunchi's eyes behind the lens were very sharp, and he smiled coldly. Red Rose Hotspot has this way. Gu Duo tapped the table lightly and fell into thought. Yida brought people over, my lord. The autopsy results are out. Say, a very small amount of biological capsules were found in the stomachs of the 2 dead. It is inferred that the time of being corroded and digested by gastric juice was shortly before the 2 died. Biological capsules? She wondered what this was. Gu Duo showed a look of disgust, and explained after a moment, the container shell of the toxin bomb is a similar substance. She didn't react for a while, and asked, how could they have that kind of thing in their stomachs? Then she saw several men on the scene exchange glances, as if hesitating whether to say it. But since the matter was aimed at Taoyuan, she felt that she should find out. At least she could be more cautious in the future. Yida? You say? Gu Duo ordered helplessly. Yida lowered her eyelids slightly, covering the pity in her eyes, and said in a steady voice, we dissected the bodies of the 2 black beasts and found that their biological cells grew and matured rapidly within 4 hours. So it is speculated that someone put the 2 black beast juveniles into biological capsules, and then put the biological capsules into the stomachs of the 2 dead. The gastric acid gradually dissolved the biological capsules, and the 2 black beast juveniles grew rapidly, and finally bit through the biological capsules. Ugh. She couldn't help but retching, interrupting Yida's words. Finally, I know why there are bite marks on the abdomen of the deceased. It was because the black beast bit from the inside when it came out of their stomachs. Such a hideous death posture also has an explanation. She trembled all over, but she couldn't control the picture that emerged in her mind. Suddenly, she was glad that Zheng Zixuan was not here. Finally, the nausea was a little better. She gritted her teeth and said 4 words, Dick and Energy. We do suspect this company now. But, Ida glanced at his boss, and saw that he didn't stop him. So he continued, Dakin energy has many noble forces, including the Black family behind it. Before there is clear evidence, even the Gu family can't accuse the other party casually. She clenched her fists tightly and said hoarsely, then find evidence. As long as they did it, it is impossible to leave no trace. I will arrange this matter. Gu Duo handed over a cup of warm water. Don't interfere. Taoyuan number 1. I have applied to directly include it in the military protection zone. Once approved, the 7th Army's base. You can move it directly. It will be more difficult for someone to make a move here. You just need to build this place up. And those people's conspiracy to attack Taoyuan will naturally fail. Holding the warm cup of water, her mood slowly calmed down. And she nodded after a long time. I know. Looking up at Gu Duo, spread the news. Are you sure? He was slightly startled. Now is not the time you want. I was naive before. The struggle Taoyuan faces is not just a simple business competition. One passive step will lead to another. I don't want to fall into that situation. I know. Then start the publicity early. He nodded. And Yida turned around to make arrangements. Gong Sunchi was dissatisfied. What are you talking about? What do you want to do? His headaches have improved a lot recently. And he has time to mind his own business. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jinggu and Gu Duo looked over at the same time. Young Master Gongsun, who claimed to be fearless, felt a chill on his body, and instinctively moved his wheelchair back a little. Gu Duo and Lu Jinggu suddenly smiled together. By the way, our strongest brain is still here. Such a good title. Don't waste it. What do you want to do? Gongsun Shi was alert. Anyway, you have already posted a post to scold people for Taoyuan. So it's not too much to help again. Right? Lu Jinggu spread his hands. How to help? He still didn't relax. Gu Duo continued. The conclusion of the research of the strongest brain in the alliance is that Taoyuan farmland is expected to become the key to reviving ancient species. How about this title? Gong Sunchi relaxed a little. Just like that? He was a little suspicious again. Why do I feel that you are plotting against me? Impossible. Gu Duo went straight over, squeezed the old housekeeper aside, and grabbed Gong Sunchi's wheelchair. Write it now. Just in time for the first wave of publicity. Gong Sunchi was pushed away in a daze. She shook her head with a smile and got up to prepare. Just when they were busy preparing for the counterattack, Lu Shua was in a tantrum. What do you mean by rejected? Currently, all visits to Star 679 must be applied for. And Master Hong's exchange application was rejected within less than an hour after it was sent. And there was no reason for feedback. Dong Sheng bowed slightly. His tone was very puzzled. Judging from the signals currently released by Taoyuan Group, although they do not intend to give privileges to the nobles, they have not shut them out. The Lu family has a good reputation, and the construction engineer seems to be a talent that Taoyuan Group is in urgent need of. He couldn't figure out why this exchange application was rejected. But of course he couldn't answer Lu Hongda I don't know. So he racked his brains for a moment and speculated. Could it be that Taoyuan Group's construction engineers are unique and are unwilling to communicate with the outside world? Lu Jua felt that this possibility was very high, and his anger subsided a little. But he still sneered. It seems that it will not be able to achieve anything if you cherish your own things. Dongshun quickly agreed. After a while, Lu Jua said again, since they don't welcome construction engineers, let that rebellious girl try. And tell her that if this matter is done well, her mother will be given a half-year vacation. Chapter 57 The Life I Long For. The dispute over Taoyuan number 1 on the Star Network is getting more and more intense day by day. There are supporters and opponents. Each has enough reasons to make it difficult for the spectators to distinguish who is right and who is wrong. In such an environment, it is inevitable that some people will be shaken. On the agreed date, only 45 of the 100 new employees originally planned to arrive showed up, except for those who were obviously bribed and turned against the team at the beginning. There were about 30 people who quietly expressed their withdrawal. For this, Lu Jinggu could only express regret. After entering Taoyuan, the new employees uniformly received all-day live broadcast consent form. Finally, 15 people signed the consent form, and Taoyuan Group arranged live broadcast accounts for them. And these new employees began pre-job training. Both the supporters and opponents of Taoyuan Group began to take turns squatting in 15 live broadcast rooms. Then the audience was confused. Why is the induction training for these people so strange? What about wood processing, tile firing, farmland planting, garden maintenance, animal husbandry, The barrage and comments are all puzzle questions. However, for these new employees, they are also confused. But no one expected that the greater shock is still to come. With the end of the half-month induction training, these people were assigned to different positions, and the 15 anchors began a completely different work life. 8 of them received the job assignment notice, farmland management. What is this? For ordinary people, farming is already a word in the pile of old papers, and they can't understand its meaning at all. Even after training, they are still confused. Not much better than the audience. Until the morning of the official job, Taoyuan No. 1 manager Miss Jean appeared in person. And before leading them to the workplace, she said seriously, "The job you are about to go to is very important to Taoyuan No. 1. I hope you can take this job seriously." As they walked, the camera followed them. They arrived in the northeast of Taoyuan. Before this place had been blocked by a high earth wall, and no one could get close except the soldiers of the 7th Army. But right in front of them, the earth wall suddenly collapsed silently, recovered by Lu Jinggu, and the scenery behind was exposed to everyone without any cover. "Oh my God!" someone exclaimed. It was impossible not to be surprised. Behind this was a whole piece of farmland. On the left were undulating golden rice ears. On the right were rows of various vegetables. And in the distance were clearly planned fruit forests. Although everyone had become accustomed to the lush growth of various flowers and trees in Taoyuan, at this moment, something dormant in the body seemed to awaken, making people feel like crying with joy. Lu Jinggu stood with her back to the light, and the sunlight outlined a golden edge around her body. She raised the corners of her mouth to the new employees, and the audience in front of the camera also saw this smile. They all heard her soft but firm voice. "Here is the first step for the diet to return to the Alliance. Go and see the fields you will take care of in the future." She waved her hand with a smile. "There are numbered plates and crop names on the ridges. Use what you have learned. If you don't understand anything, you can ask your team leader. You are also welcome to use your break time to study in the school or go to the bookstore to study on your own." The new employees walked into the fields as if in a dream, almost floating. Some viewers insisted on watching the training live broadcast for half a month. And at this time, they actually recognized a lot of crops. Every time they recognized a kind, they felt ecstatic. In the end, for some reason, the barrage was full of 5,555 representing crying. Finally, one comment finally expressed everyone's thoughts. "Although the flowers and trees in Taoyuan No. 1 are shocking, I can only travel there occasionally to experience them. But when I saw this field full of hope, I suddenly felt that everything there is closely related to me. Perhaps we can look forward to the day when we can live a life of full warehouse of rice and bells and tripods again." Countless +1s flooded the live broadcast screen, following the exposure of Taoyuan's thousands of hectares of farmland. Gongsunchi published a rigorous report on the study of Taoyuan group as a hope for the revival of ancient species. Putting aside those obscure and profound words, the central idea of the report is only one: whether it is the food provided by Taoyuan No. 1 canteen or the ingredients sold in Taoyuan online store, they are all pure natural ancient species grown from the ground. Those so-called artificial synthesis theory are groundless and malicious slander. In the article, he called on those who are willing to restore the ecology of the Alliance to cooperate with Taoyuan Group as soon as possible to conduct research and promotion of these ancient species. Gong Sun-chi is a well-known figure in the research community. He has repeatedly endorsed Taoyuan, which has already attracted the attention of his peers. Once this straightforward appeal came out, many research institutes responded actively. In just a few days, the staffing of a joint research institute of a certain scale was completed. And then, they had to wait for the qualification review. Not everyone can do research in Taoyuan No. 1. Lu Jinggu made a series of big moves, and Taoyuan No. 1 became a place that many people yearned for. There is only one shadow that has not been lifted: the death of Zheng Zixuan's parents. Although they produced a video of the deceased being poisoned and sent to Taoyuan, they could not confirm that the two had biological capsules in their stomachs at that time. Hongmei Hotspot intentionally or unintentionally guided everyone's thinking that the two mutant black beasts were born under the influence of Taoyuan, and Zheng Zixuan's parents were just unlucky to die under the gnawing of the black beast. Sometimes, ambiguous words without evidence make people think more. Just like what Red Rose Hotspot is doing now. Interstellar pollution is a problem that cannot be solved by all the forces of the Alliance. And what means does this Taoyuan group, which suddenly appeared, use to purify the pollution? Or is this purification just an appearance and actually brings more serious consequences? For example, the mutated black beast. Such seemingly reasonable but unsubstantiated speculation is the most difficult to deal with, because once someone refutes it, the other party will ask a soul-searching question: how to prove that this purification has no sequelae? How to prove that the mutated black beast did not appear because of sequelae? Lu Jingu rubbed his nose and said in a deep voice, "This kind of verbal battle is meaningless. No need to heat. Anyway, the construction of Taoyuan number 1 is on track. I plan to go back first. I arrange a spaceship to take you." Gu Duo was about to contact his subordinates. "No. There is actually something I haven't had time to tell you." She stood up. "Let's go to Qian Hu Si." When she pushed open the door, she saw Gu Duo's expression as she wished. She smiled proudly and made an inviting gesture. "Would you like to go back with me and take a look?" Chapter 58 Guest Appearance as a Pervert. Lu Jingu and Gu Duo suddenly appeared in the paradise of 7,133 stars, which also shocked the people here. When they understood how the two came back, Wan Qi opened her eyes wide. "So I felt my sister's breath that day. It was not my illusion." "Yes, but I was just testing it at that time. There were still many things to do over there, so I didn't come." Touching the little girl's head, she thought of another missing child. "They are all about the same age, and I don't know where Zheng Zixuan is now." But facing the happy people, she did not reveal her inner melancholy. After talking and laughing with everyone for a while, Uncle Chung and others began to report the situation here. Everything was running in an orderly manner. The only surprise was suicide? Who? The prisoner whose mental power was melted. She frowned, looked at Gu Duo, and the two went to the cell to check the situation together. There was a faint smell of blood in front of Wenji's cell. Looking through the fence, I saw that his limbs were spread out. It seemed that the shackles on his wrists and ankles had some kind of power, forcing him to be fixed on the floor in this position. There was gauze around his neck, and there was a faint trace of blood seeping out, which showed that he didn't leave himself any room when he was attacked. Dang dang, she knocked on the fence gently. Wenji's tightly closed eyes moved slightly, but did not open. Although he was rescued, he seemed to have lost hope in life. Uncle Chung followed and explained. When the alarm sounded, we came over and found that he had cut his own neck with broken tiles secretly brought from the pig farm. He was already trapped at the time, and we just bandaged his wound. Lu Jingu pushed the door open and stood next to the motionless man, looking down at him. After a long time, she snorted coldly. "Compared to those who have been tortured by you, your life is much more comfortable now. You are still a man if you want to die like this?" Wenji's throat moved, but still did not respond. "Since you want to die so much." She tilted her head. Her smile seemed to be innocent. "Why not provide the last bit of value?" The ominous meaning in the words made Wenji unable to hold back. He looked at her coldly and asked in a hoarse voice, "What do you want to do?" "I suddenly remembered that the maid who took care of me at the beginning seemed to be arrested and interrogated by you because of stealing." "Right?" She played with her fingers and said casually. "I never saw her again. I heard that her brother ambushed you on the road and had a leg chopped off." "Right?" Wenji's eyes shrank. These things were all told to the original body by his evil taste, just to see the original body trembling with fear. Now the same thing makes him feel terrified. He couldn't help but ask again, "So what? What do you think they will do if the murderer who killed their daughter and crippled their son is handed over to this family?" She raised her lips slightly. "The other party also lost his mental power. TSK. TSK. I think they will be very happy." Wenji's face was livid. It can be seen that he has already thought of the terrible future. He likes to torture others so much, so he naturally thinks that if he falls into the hands of his enemies, he will definitely be tortured. Waste. Miss also has a vicious heart. I was wrong before. His throat was injured, and his words were fragmented, but everyone still understood. However, Lu Jingu had no reaction. She has seen a lot of cruel methods during this period of time, and she has grown up quickly. Such words are completely painless. "Gu Duo, can you help me send him over?" she asked softly. "Don't let him have the opportunity to commit suicide. Revenge should be left to the victim himself." Gu Duo stood in the shadow of the door, and a powerful voice came. "Of course, no problem." He turned around to contact his subordinates. Wenji's eyes widened. He never expected that his fate would be decided with just a few words. "Lu Jingu, you dare!" Don't get excited. Looking at the blood stains on the gauze, she kindly reminded. The wound will split open, and you will only suffer more. Kill me if you want to. Don't even think about humiliating me. Haha. Isn't this what you taught me? She lowered her eyes and sneered. Now your mental strength is worse than mine. So what if I humiliate you? Meeting Wenji's eyes that were almost spitting fire. Her smile became brighter. Welcome to the world of losers. Wenji was blindfolded, his mouth and ears blocked, and his whole body tied up in a confinement box. He was sent to Planet 679 by Qian Husi, and then directly escorted to the spacecraft. What will be waiting for him? Lu Jinggu didn't bother to guess. Too many things happened during this period of time. On the surface, she was not affected and arranged all the things of Taoyuan No. 1 in an orderly manner. But she had already suppressed a fire in her heart, because of those enemies who are unscrupulous, and because of this fucked up era. Today, I played a guest role as a pervert, and this evil fire suddenly dissipated a lot. No wonder the saying goes, either you die under heavy pressure, or you become perverted under heavy pressure. After simply dealing with Wenji's affairs, she went to see several other prisoners. They heard everything that happened, and when they saw her, their eyes were full of fear. It seemed that they were afraid that if they disagreed, they would also be said to be tortured. After all, they are all Wenji's gang. And who doesn't have a dark past? Lu Jinggu smiled slightly. Reform well. If there are still people who want to die, I don't mind giving you the last chance to shine. A group of people nodded vigorously. And even Louisa, who is best at sweet talk, didn't dare to say a word. After dealing with the things in the cell, she breathed a sigh of relief. But when she turned around, she noticed that Uncle Cheng's expression had changed. Before, he looked at her more with gratitude, and after getting along with her for a long time, he felt a little bit like an elder. Perhaps it was because of this that they had the idea of making the decision for her. But now, Uncle Cheng's eyes were filled with a bit of fear. Feeling her gaze, he quickly lowered his eyes, his posture respectful and humble. With a twitch of her lips, she finally said nothing. Just asked Uncle Cheng to go and do his work, and he didn't have to accompany her. After he left, Gu Duo suddenly said, "That's good." With just 4 simple words, she strangely understood what he wanted to express. With a slight smile, she nodded, "I know." Taoyuan was attracting more and more attention, and she needed to make her subordinates feel in awe, with respect and fear. It would be less likely to be infiltrated. She looked up at the sky and felt that the sky of 7,133 stars had become much clearer after being away for a while. After a while, she whispered, "One day, I will build a paradise on every planet in the Alliance, and then let those who do evil can only watch from outside the paradise." Turning her head to look at Gu Duo, she smiled mischievously. "Let them see it, but not eat it, and make them angry to death." He also smiled faintly and whispered, "Okay." Chapter 59 Data Sharing. This time she came back mainly for the construction of Taoyuan. Taoyuan No. 1 had already passed the upgrade conditions, but it was unable to go further due to the main body level limit. There was also no time to study the barracks and other buildings. She went to the barracks first. According to Uncle Cheng and others, the barracks seemed to have its own barrier, and no one else could get close to it casually. But she was obviously not restricted by the rules, and walked over easily. Before she got close, she heard a loud call. When she walked over, she found that Taoyuan's army was training. It was the composition of the warriors that made her teeth ache. Although I have long known that there are many non-human races in the Alliance, the ones I saw when I came through basically maintained human form. Unlike these in front of me, those who look like big octopuses remind people of the delicious grilled octopus feet. Those with big heads and thin bodies can't help but worry whether their necks can support the huge heads during training. Or maybe they have grown 2 heads. One is concentrating on training, and the other turns to look at her. Lu Jinggu felt a mental shock. Gu Duo was also a little surprised to see these non-human warriors. "Are these soldiers you recruited?" "Yes. This is my base camp after all. It can't be without any defense." She thought the other party was surprised about the recruitment thing, so she explained. Unexpectedly, he was shocked by something else. "You can actually recruit these races." A hint of deep meaning appeared in his eyes. "It seems that your network is much wider than I thought." "What network?" she muttered, but knew that no one would believe this truth. After all, she couldn't say that these were soldiers recruited by Taoyuan herself, since she couldn't explain it. She could only smile and let it go, without looking at the non-human warriors, who were easy to lose sand value. Her curious eyes wandered around other places. There was a unique elf in the first army, and she had been curious for a long time. However, after searching around, she didn't find anything that would make people's eyes shine, and she didn't want to delay their training, so she had to give up for the time being. I just reopened the recruitment channel of the barracks. One barracks can accommodate 3 troops. Now the upper limit of 2 Taoyuans has reached 6, which is far from enough. Then I went to the trading house for a walk. This time, I finally had time to study it carefully. I found that it was not only the trading house, but all the buildings with trading authority, and the income could be directly connected to the Qianhusi. As long as the ratio was set, a part of the income would be automatically transferred to the Qianhusi. That is, the account of Taoyuan. Every day, the money in the Qianhusi account can be used for many purposes, such as maintenance funds, soldiers' salaries, etc., which can be spent from it. But the premise is that there are managers. Lu Jinggu understood that if you just want to make a secluded paradise and let the system run autonomously, it will be fine. But if you want to build it into a big city for many people to live in, then managers are very important. Their existence can activate many new functions, combining the convenience of the system with manpower. Thinking of this, her heart suddenly moved, and a hint of inspiration flashed by. But it was too fast, and she couldn't grasp it. Finally, she had to give up the search for inspiration, and she started to build with a pile of food. There are many conditions that need to be met for the main body of Taoyuan to be upgraded to level 4. And the easiest one is the feng shui value. With the experience of number 1, she became more and more adept at arranging. And soon a chain array appeared in Taoyuan. The warm wind suddenly blew, and the feng shui value on the giant tree changed for a while, and finally stopped at 2,688 points. It is not very high, but it has reached the upgrade requirements. The transaction volume of 100,000 has long exceeded the standard, and the construction needs can be built by Gu Duo in the next few days. Only the high-end residential buildings, caravans and residents have not yet met the standards. Looking at these numbers, she suddenly said to herself, are the values of Taoyuan and number 1 shared? After that, she pricked up her ears. Sure enough, in just a moment, the system responded, the second Taoyuan shares data with the main body. That's easy. Now her future plans have changed. The base camp is not going to be open to the public, so she doesn't want to recruit any more people. The soldiers in the barracks cannot reveal information about Taoyuan to the public because of system constraints, so they are not restricted. And the residents mean uncontrollable and mobile. She doesn't want to take the risk of exposing the base camp, and data sharing just meets her needs. In addition, through the barracks, trading houses and warehouses, the materials and troops on both sides can be easily mobilized, which will be more convenient in the future. Buildings that need to be kept confidential or not convenient to open to the public can be built on the 7133-star side. Nodding with satisfaction, she praised, it's really a smart and considerate system. I like it. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that the buds on the giant trees are redder. After checking, she said something to Wanjia and others and returned to star 679. But this time, she had upgraded her weapons. With more than 100,000 interstellar coins in hand, there were so many things she could do. First, she promoted an old employee who had been eyeing her for a long time to become the manager of the Qianhu division. And then she recommended several assistants. The Qianhu division of Taoyuan number 1 was fully staffed, and all employees received a notice the next day to cancel the in-kind compensation and change to the normal use of interstellar coins to pay wages. The low salary that they worried about did not happen. Everyone calculated that according to the current prices of Taoyuan number 1, their living standards could not only be further improved, but they could also save some money for emergencies. The managers of other stores adopted the competitive recruitment model and took up their posts based on their abilities. Within half a month, managers arrived one after another, and Taoyuan number 1 was basically no different from the operation of ordinary cities. Lu Jinggu scattered most of the management responsibilities and only took care of the construction planning here. During this period, the floating equipment and other goods she ordered from the trading house arrived one after another, and a huge floating island appeared in the southeast sky of Taoyuan number 1. She rolled up her sleeves and prepared to get started. Then Gu Duo and Gong Sun Chi had a quarrel about who would provide mental power to help. Gong Sun Chi fiddled with his glasses. The stored mental power can be called at will, freely and conveniently. There is an upper limit to storage. Gu Duo was unwilling to be outdone. It is safer to connect the mental power directly. The level gap between the two sides is too big, and the brain of the weaker party is equivalent to being open without reservation. You call this safe? Lu Jinggu was shocked. It was the first time she knew there was such a hidden danger, and she couldn't help but frown slightly. Gu Duo noticed it, and his expression darkened. I didn't take the opportunity to spy on your brain. I'm not doubting you. She shook her head quickly. I originally wanted to hire an S-level expert to provide me with mental power if possible. Before she finished her words, she saw the two men in front of her open their eyes in the same way. You're dreaming. Okay. You two sometimes have a tacit understanding. Chapter 60 High-End Residences. Finally, the two sides reached a compromise and used the mental power stored in Gong Sun Chi's glasses first. And Gu Duo was ready to support at any time. Last time the mutant black beast was purified, Taoyuan had an extra magnificent building that was not open to the public. They all thought that this time they could witness the birth of an equally shocking building. Unexpectedly, Lu Jinggu began to transform the terrain of the floating platform. This place is composed of several floating devices. The ground is silver gray and flat, without any ups and downs or decorations. For the Mechanical Alliance, this terrain is the most suitable for building anything. But for Taoyuan, it is too dull and boring. Before, she chose to plant trees directly, using the fact that plants need soil to take root, and covering the floating platform with land, which can actually be regarded as a bug exploitation. But that is only applicable to a single floating platform with a small area. And this large floating platform can only be honestly modified using the system's built-in terrain construction function. Of course, it also requires mental power, and the consumption is no less than construction. Wearing brand new glasses, Lu Jinggu first covered the ground with soil, layer by layer, until not only the silver gray base was completely covered, but also a thick enough height. This step directly consumed half of the storage in the glasses. Then she started digging a ditch. The excavated soil was piled up in a good location, slowly forming a low hill. Then she started laying turf on the ground. Only about 1/8 of the position was laid, and the mental power stored in the glasses had been consumed. Gu Duo was about to take over, and Gong Sun Chi threw another pair of glasses. Lu Jinggu, Gu Duo, suddenly knew what was in the bag on the wheelchair armrest. Finally, after laying the turf, she changed to the third pair of glasses, took a deep breath, and continued to raise the earth mountain. Plants, rocks, soil, combined with each other, gradually raised the mountain. Finally, a clear waterfall fell on the mountain. This step directly drained a pair of brand new glasses. But it was not enough. Fortunately, Gu Duo had been paying attention and replenished his mental power in time. The cool waterfall fell along the mountain, forming a shallow lake at the foot of the mountain, and then meandered along the previously dug river channel, and finally fell from the other side of the floating platform with a roar, falling straight into the spring water below. As the gurgling water formed, the surrounding environment suddenly became lively. Gu Duo and Gong Sun Chi's eyes lit up, and they all thought of a word: supernatural work. Lu Jinggu was also quite proud. At this moment, it was hard for her not to feel like a creator. This is a real natural environment. But the work is not done yet. Putting on a pair of glasses again, Gu Duo, how much inventory do you have? She began to build houses at the predetermined location. No more. No less. Just 5. Just embedded in the 5 bends of the river channel. If someone who understands feng shui comes to see it, they will find that the location of these 5 houses is completely in line with the excellent feng shui position of being surrounded by mountains and water. Therefore, as soon as the 5 houses were put on the ground, she hadn't done anything yet, but the system prompted that they could be upgraded to primary houses. Of course, she chose to agree. Then the 5 houses shook together, and their appearances were completely different. Gu Duo had seen it, and was not surprised at all. But Gong Sun Chi opened his eyes wide. Can a builder play like this? You are surprised by what you have seen. Needless to say, he was ridiculed by his baby friend. Lu Jinggu rubbed his eyebrows. Although 2 big guys lent their mental power, the system must first absorb her power when building. So her brain has been in an empty state since the transformation of the terrain. This taste is not pleasant. But strangely, it also gives her a strange sense of satisfaction of clearing her mind. It was this strange sense of satisfaction that made her persist and rejected Gu Duo's suggestion of taking a break. She began to plant flowers and trees on the floating platform. To upgrade from a primary residence to a high-end residence, it requires not only the number of ornamental buildings around the residence, but also some special conditions that need to be met. For example, there must be a leisure park near the high-end residence. Another example, Taoyuan number 1 must have a place to buy luxury goods. The concept of luxury goods is all-encompassing. In addition to luxury brands recognized by the Alliance, there are also silk, porcelain, jewelry stores, etc., all included. At present, Taoyuan number 1 has not yet recruited external investors, so Lu Jingu can only build silk clothing store, porcelain shop, and tea shop under the floating platform. At the same time, the floating platform was built as a miniature nature reserve. And finally, the upgrade conditions were met. 5 residences were upgraded to another level. Looking at the area that has at least tripled, she finally understood why the task specifically prompted leave enough space. It takes a lot of time to walk through the 5-entry mansion. Lu Jingu nodded with satisfaction. Such a house must be able to get money out of the pockets of the nobles. Gu Duo and Gong Sunqi rarely did not quarrel. They were both stunned. One looked up at the exquisite hanging flower column, and the other touched the screen wall at the door. They were all speechless. After a long while, the two of them moved their eyes away with difficulty and asked in unison, "Is this house for sale?" They looked at each other very tacitly. Gu Duo, isn't the place as big as 555 stars enough for you to live in? Gong Sunqi, you can't fit in such a big house of the Gu family. Right? Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Lu Jingu waved her hand with pain. Stop quarreling. This house is indeed planned to be sold, but only for nobles. She smiled cunningly, looked at the two and asked, "Do you think there will be a market?" The two understood her idea at once, thought seriously for a moment, and both felt that it was very interesting. After all, there are only 5 houses like this in the entire alliance, and scarcity makes things valuable, which just fits the mentality of those nobles. So the Taoyuan Group website, which has attracted the attention of the entire network, suddenly updated a message. There are only 5 sets in the universe, which perfectly combine ancient civilization and modern technology. The unique luxury retro residence is for sale. Do you want to experience the natural scenery of Taoyuan? Do you want to taste the pure natural food of Taoyuan? Do you want to experience the beautiful life with peaceful spirit and no pollution? Taoyuan Villa is officially on sale, with only 5 sets. While stocks last, successful buyers can obtain Taoyuan temporary resident status and receive a beautiful gift. Following the advertising words, there is a 360-degree 3D picture of the high-end residential building. After many people clicked it, they held their breath because of the luxurious beauty in front of them. The feeling is completely different from the cold metal square house, which makes many people excitedly say, it is worth it to live in it in this life. At the same time, Lu Zhua and Lu Hongdao were also looking at the 3D map of the high-end residential buildings, and both of them had very gloomy faces. Chapter 61 sold out. The special villa of Taoyuan number 1 attracted great attention, and its appearance was matched by its expensive price. After the sales interface was released, many people left comments praising it, but everyone refreshed it several times, and the 5 sets were still 5 sets, and the imagined scene of being sold out did not appear. Someone said jokingly, "I would like to buy it, but unfortunately my wallet is not strong enough. I want to ask if it can be purchased in a group." Lu Zhua stared at the inventory for a long time, and finally sneered with relief, "Ha! It seems that everyone knows the goods, and knows that this kind of fancy shelf is useless." Changing his angry look just now, he elegantly drank a sip of green tea-flavored nutrient solution and asked coldly, "Has the rebellious girl set off? She is already on the spaceship to planet 679. Has her application been approved?" "Yes. In the name of writing and collecting folk songs. It was approved." Dongqing's answer made Lu Zhua's face twisted for a moment. The next second, Lu Hongdao exclaimed, "Dad, look at the sales volume." His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly refreshed the page. He saw that the inventory had changed from 5 to 2, not to mention how angry Lu Zhua and his son were. The spectators also noticed this change immediately. Everyone was immediately excited to guess which one was the first to make a move. Each noble had supporters, and everyone analyzed from financial resources to vision, and then to the closeness of the connection with Taoyuan number 1. For a while, it seemed like there were many senior analysts. When everyone was arguing, someone suddenly shouted, "It's sold out." The arguing spectators realized that the inventory had quietly become zero. Not long after that, the buyers of the 4 houses surfaced. Gu, Gongsun, Sin, Blake. They didn't escape the speculation of the spectators. Are the blacks going to be neighbors with their political enemies? To be honest, the 7 families are neighbors in the capital Star. Everyone was surprised by this combination. But what made everyone most curious was, am I the only one who cares about who is the buyer of the other house? At this moment, Lu Jinggu was reading the name of the last buyer, Isabella? This name is a bit familiar. After searching on the Star Network, it suddenly dawned on him. It turned out to be the female star who first attracted the attention of Taoyuan website and then spoke for Taoyuan. By the way, I browsed her account and found that she was either showing off various delicacies recently or lamenting. I didn't get the new products in Taoyuan this time, and there were only a few posts promoting the latest developments. If you don't know, you might think she is a food and advertising blogger. But this did bring back her memory. Among the many applications marked as Taoyuan Business, she found a message sent a few days ago. Advertising shoot. She touched her chin. It's also a good opportunity for free publicity. After carefully checking the shooting requirements and confirming that it would not harm Taoyuan number 1, she gave a positive reply. Meanwhile, Huayan was nagging, "My ancestor, you are too greedy. You spent all your savings to buy that house. You haven't even been to the place. Aren't you afraid it's a scam?" Isabella rolled up a piece of salad, chewed it, and immersed herself in sadness. Last time Taoyuan launched new products, I didn't get what I wanted, and the stock is about to run out. You said that if you move to Taoyuan, you won't have to worry about running out of food at any time? The agent rolled his eyes and said earnestly, "You are so careless. What if these things are actually artificially synthesized, as speculated on the internet? Who knows if they are harmful to the human body?" The big star who believes in only delicious food should not be let down immediately reacted fiercely. "Don't listen to those people's nonsense. You have eaten these, too. How can artificial synthesis taste like this? Besides, even Gongsun Chi spoke for Taoyuan. Can he be bribed?" The two of them thought of their brief experience with Gongsun Chi in the past, and they couldn't help shuddering. Huayan muttered, "That's true," and turned back to worry about the wallet of her star. If you lose money, you can make more money. Isabella didn't care. I'm popular now, so I'm not afraid of not making money. Besides, if I settle down in Taoyuan number 1, I can sell the house here and get a lot of money back. Seeing that she looked like she had already made plans, Huayan had no choice but to stop persuading her. It was useless to persuade her. She had already paid the full amount for the house and couldn't return it. Ah! The agent was about to check the second-hand housing market here when he suddenly heard his star scream. "What's wrong?" She jumped up vigilantly. Isabella was very excited. "Taoyuan number 1 has agreed to our filming application. The director asked me to get ready and leave tomorrow." On the Star Network, people were still discussing who the 5th buyer was. Lu Jinggu had already sent out 5 identical emails. Tell the buyers that the house is complete and ready to move in. But since Taoyuan number 1 is not yet fully open, they need to inform the number of people who will move in advance and provide relevant information. Taoyuan will make a batch of temporary resident certificates and send them by express delivery. After that, the owner can come at any time with the residence certificate. Gu, Gongsun, Sin and Isabella all responded to the message quickly. Only the black family has been silent for several days. She didn't care. Anyway, the money had been collected, and she didn't lose anything if the black family didn't live in it. If she didn't have the idea of fleecing the enemy, she really didn't want black to move in. But the black family obviously didn't plan to leave such an expensive house vacant. They didn't reply to the email, but asked Ha King, the housekeeper who stayed here, to come to Lu Jinggu. "Miss Jean, this is the information you need. After the temporary residence permit is made, please give it to me. You don't need to use Interstellar Express." She took the information without hesitation and asked casually, "Mr. Jean is going back? I haven't been summoned by the master yet." Hawk Jean had a perfect smile on his face. But the black family has an independent express route and never uses Interstellar Express. Got it. She also raised a hypocritical smile and watched the other party leave. She looked down and flipped through the information. At first glance, she saw a face as bright as a rose. Anna Black. When she saw this information, she also found the corresponding content from the original owner's memory. The noble little princess of the Black family, known as the Beauty of the Alliance Rose, also has a spiritual power of S level. What people talk about most is her kindness. She can always be seen at major charity events every year. She once appeared on Star 584 for a charity gala. The original owner saw the real person from a distance and left an indelible impression. Looking at the long list of praises below Anna Black's name on StarNet, she tapped the table lightly. Can a perfect flower really grow in the mud? Chapter 62. He is going back. Gong Sun Chi is going back. After all, he is the most important brain of the Alliance. After being away from the well-equipped 555 Star Research Institute for such a long time, the Capital Star has sent several groups of people here. The conversations are confidential, but after each conversation, Gong Sun Chi's mood is visibly irritable, mainly manifested in eating more. At that time, Lu Jingdu had a vague feeling that he was probably going back soon. Sure enough, that day, he heard him announce dryly, I will go back to 555 Star tomorrow. She and Gu Duo haven't spoken yet. He added, prepare more ingredients for me. I want to take them back. Don't worry. You can't do without it. After a period of getting along, this bad-tempered naughty child has completely changed into another person. Lu Jingdu was a little worried. Is your headache okay? Gong Sun Chi pursed his lips and didn't say anything. And it was unknown who he was angry with. Gu Duo, on the other hand, picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and replied, everyone on planet 555 will try their best not to make any noise in front of him. So you don't have to worry. How depressing that kind of life is. She complained in her heart, but didn't dare to say it out loud. She already knew that Gong Sun Chi's headache was actually caused by his overactive mental power. He was originally a 3S level strongman, and his rage was the sword of Damocles hanging over his head. The long-term research made it even more difficult for his active mental power to calm down, which also affected his temper. That's why he invented glasses that can store mental power. Unfortunately, because everyone's mental power is different, it is too difficult to promote this artifact. And this approach is just like a palliative, which also treats the symptoms but not the root cause. The more mental power is withdrawn, the more the recovery speed will be trained. And the faster the mental power recovers, the more frequently he needs to withdraw and store it. So far, Gong Sun Chi needs to use 10 pairs of glasses a day, and this number is still steadily increasing. But after arriving at Taoyuan number 1, his mental power calmed down, and he was no longer like a powder keg, because he could explode at the slightest sound. It is said that it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. When he thought about facing headaches every day after returning, and the danger that his mental power could go wild at any time, it would be strange if his face looked good. But according to Gu Duo, these people knew from birth that life does not belong entirely to themselves. They enjoy the best life in the Alliance, so they have to bear the corresponding responsibilities. Every generation of the Gu family has fought in the battlefield, and few people can die well. And the Gong Sun family has always been the most important brain of the Alliance. Watching the old housekeeper push Gong Sun Chi away, Gu Duo whispered, if it weren't for the things developed by the Gong Sun family, the border of the Alliance might have been lost long ago. Lu Jingdu nodded slightly. Whether it was the flower-growing family in the previous life or the Interstellar Alliance in this life, she always understood one fact: in the invisible places, there are people carrying heavy burdens forward. After thinking for a while, she suddenly asked, there is another flower branch on the 7133 star. Do you think it can be used on the 555 star? Since the research institute over there is not convenient to move, why not just develop the peach blossom land there? Gu Duo's eyes lit up. Are you really willing? The 555 star has a special status and cannot be opened to the outside world. Then don't open it. Just keep working hard here. She thought about it and felt that it was not a big problem. This matter needs to be reported to the Alliance for approval. If it is feasible, I will thank you on behalf of that boy. In excitement, he grabbed Lu Jinggu's hand and shook it vigorously. Because of the spiritual power, Gu Duo's palm was slightly cold, but she felt that the place where the skin touched quickly became hot. She couldn't help but look up. Today, Gu Duo had her long, smooth black hair tied up high. Because of the slight bowing of her head, a few strands of hair fell playfully from her shoulders. The tail of her hair just touched the back of her hand, as if it was scratching her heart. The hot feeling made her heart beat violently. She opened her mouth slightly but couldn't make a sound, for fear that her heart would jump out if she spoke. She pulled her hand back uncomfortably, took a step back, and lowered her head to cover her hot cheeks. Then she found her voice. "You're welcome. Gong Sun Chi is also my friend." After saying that, she found an excuse. "I go prepare the ingredients for him," and ran away quickly. She didn't feel Gu Duo's sight following her. When Xing Lian came to find him, he saw the boss looking at his hand in confusion. So he shouted strangely, "Boss, what are you looking at?" Then his hand was grabbed. Gu Duo shook hands with him seriously, and then let go with a look of suspicion. Xing Lian was confused. "Boss, why are you shaking my hand suddenly?" He looked at his palm and scratched the back of his head. "Is it because I've been too good recently?" "But boss, if you want to praise me, why not let me have a meal of crayfish? The food in the cafeteria always tastes a little worse. I still want to taste Miss Ajin's cooking." As he spoke, he swallowed his saliva. Gu Duo came back to his senses and refused without hesitation. "If you don't want to eat in the cafeteria, go eat the nutrition blocks. They will be enough for you to eat for several years." Recently, the nutrition block reserves of the first team have hardly been consumed. This is not an exaggeration. Xing Lian took a few steps back and held his chest sadly. "Boss, you are too cruel. I would rather die than eat that kind of shit. Don't you think the cafeteria is not delicious? That depends on who you compare it with. Of course, it's not good compared with Miss Ajin's cooking skills, but compared with the nutrition blocks." He showed a lingering fear. "I really don't know how I ate it before. Alas, I didn't envy the Earth civilization before. Now think about it. Theirs is called food." "Ah." He kept on nagging, and finally remembered the previous question, and asked again curiously, "Boss, why were you staring at your hand?" Gu Duo asked without thinking. "Do you feel disgusted by shaking hands with me?" "Ah?" Xing Lian looked confused. "Why should I hate it?" Frowning slightly, he said to himself. Then why did she hide? Xing Lian didn't hear clearly. "Boss, what are you talking about?" "Nothing." Putting down his hand, he said lightly. "How is the matter I asked you to investigate last time? Speaking of this, boss, there is someone you may want to meet." Xing Lian became serious. "The patrol team found him early this morning, and he just woke up. His condition is not good. I didn't dare to tell Miss Ajin directly." His eyes flashed, and he took a step. "Let's go." The two went to the barracks. At this moment, Lu Jingu was counting supplies in the warehouse. Those that are easy to store, those that need to be refrigerated, and those that need to be eaten within a short period of time. Mark and pack them one by one, and prepare to send them to Gong Sun Chi's spaceship in a while. While I was busy, the optical computer showed a message. I opened it and saw, "Miss Ajin. Miss Anna Black has arrived. And Miss Isabella's crew has also arrived." Chapter 63. Two Beauties. One of them is the Rose of the Alliance, and the other is called the First Beauty of the Alliance. Although their family backgrounds are very different, they have always been put together when competing for beauty, so they are somewhat related. In addition to the surname Blake and the special needs of the crew, she should show up. So she replied, "I'd be there right away," wiped her sweat, and left the floating platform directly to the entrance. There were many more people at the entrance than expected. Among the first group of people, the face as bright as a rose attracted attention. Lu Jingu narrowed his eyes. She claimed that she was quite accurate in judging people, and she did not feel any uncomfortable temperament from the little princess of the Blake family. On the contrary, she understood why so many people liked her and praised her. In addition to her beautiful appearance, this temperament also made people feel close. It reminded her of someone, a professor at university in her previous life. The professor was a devout Buddhist. Whenever she saw him, she could clearly feel the gentle feeling that permeated from inside to outside. 90% of the professor's salary was used to support poor children. During the holidays, letters from children all over the country were as numerous as snowflakes. And the Miss Anna in front of her exuded a temperament very similar to that of the professor. Could it be that the Black family really had a good bamboo shoot? Pursing her lips in doubt, she told herself to be vigilant. But she couldn't just kill someone with one stick because of her unchosen background. She went to meet him. And before she could say anything, a housekeeper with meticulously combed hair and a body full of serious, old-fashioned, suddenly appeared and stopped her from the crowd. Who are you? The other party said arrogantly. How can you come to greet Miss Anna so dirty? Where is your etiquette? Her good impression of Anna Black disappeared instantly. The gentle gaze behind the mask suddenly turned cold. Glancing at the housekeeper, she wondered if she was being instructed to show off her power, and how she should respond. She couldn't be too gentle. Not only was she the nominal number one person in charge of Taoyuan, but she also had the shadow of Gu Duo and the Gu family behind her. She couldn't easily lose her prestige. She couldn't be too harsh either. After all, she was the first batch of buyers of the special villa. For the reputation of Taoyuan, she couldn't offend people directly. Before she could think about it, a gentle voice sounded behind the housekeeper. Mrs. May, please don't say that about Miss Jean. She must be very busy to manage such a fairyland. It turned out that Anna Black had heard the conversation just now and had come over. Mrs. Meg's expression did not move. She slightly bowed to make way and said in a deep voice, being busy cannot be a reason for us to abandon etiquette. Miss Anna, this is respect for others and ourselves. Yes, Mrs. Meg, you are right. Anna Black was not angry, but answered very meekly. Lu Jinggu's heart moved, and he looked at Mrs. Meg carefully again. It can be seen that even a strand of her hair was carefully arranged, and every wrinkle on her clothes was just right. So that's it. She misunderstood. This is not an arrogant person, but a person who is extremely strict with etiquette for others and herself. And Anna Black was taught by a servant in front of everyone, and she didn't show any anger. She really seems to have a good temper. At this moment, the Rose of the Alliance smiled gently and nodded slightly at her. Hello, Miss Jean. I am Anna Black. I am very yearning for the life at Taoyuan No. 1. Therefore, as soon as I received the temporary residence permit, I came here immediately. I hope I didn't cause you any trouble. Hello, Miss Anna. Lu Jinggu also smiled slightly. You have the temporary residence permit of Taoyuan No. 1. So you have the freedom to come and go at any time. Of course, there will be no trouble. The special villa is ready for you to move in. You can go there directly to rest. In addition, she spread her hands, and someone naturally handed her a paper version of the management method. This is the rule that needs to be followed at Taoyuan No. 1. Mrs. Meg took it and said in a serious tone, Please rest assured. I will constrain Miss Anna's servants to abide by your rules. Lu Jinggu deliberately said, Everyone must abide by the rules of Taoyuan No. 1. The meaning of the words was very obvious. She secretly paid attention to every change in Anna Black's expression, and saw that she nodded very naturally. Of course. I will also comply. Please rest assured. Mrs. Meg did not show any emotion, as if everything was very normal. But a hostile gaze shot from behind Anna. She moved her eyes sharply and found that there were several people dressed as maids standing there, all of whom lowered their heads slightly at this moment. And no one looked at her. After watching them for a while, and still not noticing anything, Lu Jinggu retracted his gaze and smiled softly. Then I hope Miss Anna enjoys her life here. He stepped aside and signaled them to go in. Feeling Mrs. Meg's unhappy gaze falling on her, she nodded at her and said nothing more. Since the other party was not malicious and deliberately looking for trouble, she didn't intend to care too much. And after self-examination, her current image was indeed a bit inappropriate. So after Anna and her group went in, she quickly retied her hair and then met Isabella's crew. As soon as they saw the Black family's spaceship, they were very tactful and did not rush to land. Fortunately, the crew had a lot of people and equipment, so they specially rented a spaceship and had enough authority to let the spaceship float in the air and wait. When the group came down, the staff were whispering. This was the first time for many people to see the Real Union Rose, and they explained that she was much more beautiful than in the video. In addition, Isabella was in the team, so it was inevitable that they secretly compared the two. Even Lu Jinggu couldn't help but think about it when he saw the big star in person. It must be said that the title of the most beautiful woman in the Alliance is not for nothing. Compared with Anna Blake, Isabella is brighter and more charming. Her beauty is aggressive and has a strong visual impact. But when the big star smiled, this aggressiveness was immediately diluted a lot. When she asked about food as the first sentence, in Lu Jinggu's mind, the image of the other party had been completely subverted. After all, they are all foodies, so they are naturally friendly. Isabella hopes to be allowed to live broadcast her life in Taoyuan No. 1 during the filming. After thinking about it, she agreed to this request. but emphasized that the place where soldiers are on duty 24 hours a day is a confidential area and cannot be filmed or broadcast. Of course, Isabella agreed again and again. Seeing that the other party did not mention the house, she bought it all. She also tactfully kept silent, but accompanied the crew to the residential area and explained the matters that need to be paid attention to during the filming one by one. After watching them enter the rented house, she clicked on the message she received a few minutes ago. Gu Duo, come to the barracks as soon as possible. Chapter 64. Med Zheng Zixuan rushed to the northern barracks. The soldier waiting at the door took her directly to the infirmary. Who is injured? My heart tightened, and I hurriedly walked into the infirmary. This is the barracks' own medical cabin. There is no fully enclosed medical cabin. Only a row of military green beds. On one of the beds, a small figure lay motionless. I thought of many possibilities, but I never expected that seeing Zheng Zixuan again would be like this. He lay there skinny, like a broken doll that was about to break, and only the slightly rising and falling chest proved that he was still alive. He wanted to touch Zheng Zixuan, but he looked too fragile. Lu Jinggu was afraid that he would send him away accidentally, so he could only stand by the bed and ask, "What happened?" Gu Duo glanced at Ida, who explained in a serious manner. He appeared outside Taoyuan by himself. When he was found and brought back by the patrol team, he was already unconscious. We don't know what happened yet. Zheng Zixuan had many wounds on his body, and it looked like, was he tortured? She was furious. Who would do this to a child? Gu Duo said slowly, we have to wait until he wakes up to know. I suspect he escaped, so it's best to keep it secret, and don't disclose the news that he is here for the time being. Okay. She had no objection. Do you want to send a medical cabin over? The military doctor has already seen him. The external injuries are not a big deal. The coma is mainly due to the strong impact on the mental power. Fortunately, Taoyuan can soothe the mental power, so it's not serious, Ida explained. He was slightly relieved, and then looked at Gu Duo. What's the matter with calling me here? Just let her see Zheng Zixuan. She felt that it was more than that. Sure enough, Gu Duo whispered, out of caution. The military doctor checked his body. The memory was instantly revived, and she opened her eyes wide. Could it be? This time it's not in the stomach, he said seriously. It's here. He pointed to the head. She clenched her fists, and she was shocked and scared. She felt cold all over when she thought of the horrible scene that might appear. But she remembered something and asked in a trembling voice, there is no stomach acid in the head. Will this thing explode? Don't forget, the black beast cub will grow up, and it is only a matter of time before it bursts or bites through the biological capsule. The hair on her body stood up, and she couldn't help but touch her arm, and said firmly, it must be taken out. I think so too. Gu Duo nodded. But there is something you need to know. An ominous premonition weighed heavily on her heart. But she had to ask, what? The slender fingers parted Zheng Zixuan's hair, revealing a small piece of shaved scalp, with a circular scar on it that was very glaring. He just went through a craniotomy, and the biological capsule was placed in a very important position. A second craniotomy in such a short time would be dangerous. The person behind this is so cruel. She immediately sorted out the matter. He chose the brain on purpose because he was afraid that we would be alerted. Not only that, we suspect that the mutant black beast released this time is different from the previous one. She was surprised again. Then he explained, after something like that happened, it is natural for us to be more vigilant and repeat the same trick. The chance of success is too small. Not to mention that Taoyuan can purify pollution. Doesn't the person behind this news know? Yes. The enemy clearly knew that the toxin pollution had no effect on Taoyuan number 1. So why did they send another biological capsule? Thinking of this, her worries became even greater. We must take out the biological capsule and put it in a more closely monitored place for research, so we can know what's inside, Gu Duo said again. But you have to be mentally prepared. He may not survive. She shuddered and blurted out, what is the chance of survival? 30%. It's less than half. She almost fell to the ground, and Gu Duo quickly helped her up. Seeing her reluctance, he whispered, I will use my mental power to connect to his brain throughout the process. Maybe I can increase the chance a little. Sensing this sentence, all the people in the 7th Army, including Ida, looked at her with some disapproval. It seems that this method is also dangerous for Gu Duo. Deep down, she didn't want Gu Duo to take risks. But Is there no other way? Habitually open the system interface to seek the best of both worlds. She clicked on a building picture. In fact, she had seen this building a long time ago, but she had never built it. The main reason is that the medical cabinet of the Alliance is very advanced, and almost all common problems can be solved by lying in the medical cabin. If the problem cannot be solved, go to the hospital, where there are more advanced treatment equipment. In addition, there are almost lifelike prosthetic limbs. So even if you are missing an arm or a leg, it will not affect your normal life. Although the Taoyuan system has repeatedly proven its magical power, it is still difficult for her to have high expectations for the Chinese medicine clinic. Where can she find an experienced Chinese medicine doctor? But now, should she give it a try? Her eyes fell on the building introduction, specialized in treating difficult and complicated diseases, with no other disadvantages except that the medicine is too bitter. Suddenly someone exclaimed, "The biological capsule has grown bigger." They have been monitoring the situation in Zhang Zixuan's brain. Just now, the biological capsule the size of a ping-pong ball has grown to the size of a tennis ball. Everyone became nervous, and several soldiers directly put on mechas, ready to fight at any time. The military doctor reported, "The operation can't be delayed any longer. The larger the foreign body, the higher the risk of the operation. This child will have no way to survive. Similarly, if the mutant black beast comes out, the child will also die." Feeling that Gu Duo was about to speak after looking at her, she grabbed his sleeve. When their eyes met, she said quickly, "Try my method first." How to do it? Gu Duo didn't ask what it is, and jumped directly to the execution stage. "Lend me your spiritual power." He didn't say anything, but his spiritual power, with a chill, had already enveloped him. He quickly chose the Chinese medicine clinic. Humph. A strong suction force appeared instantly, and she and Gu Duo couldn't help but groan. The consumption of the Chinese medicine clinic was not lower than that of the trading house, and her uneasy mood suddenly calmed down a little. Experience has shown that the more consumed a building is, the more surprises it brings. The Chinese medicine clinic can be directly connected to the barracks, which is also something that previous buildings could not do. A door appeared directly on the wall of the infirmary. Lu Jingu walked over and opened the door, and behind it was a large room. The left side was very similar to the traditional Chinese medicine shop in her memory, and the small grids for storing medicinal materials covered a wall. But when the sight turned to the wall opposite the medicine cabinet, it was as if she had instantly traveled from ancient times to the high-tech era. The whole wall seemed to be divided into three sides. Mirrors. Mirrors. In front of them were three sets of tables and chairs, on which were placed not pens, ink, paper and ink stones, but strange instruments like typewriters. In the architecture of Taoyuan system, the combination of classicism and technology has always been calm, and this abrupt scene is the first time. But she only took a glance, and the idea of how to use these instruments emerged in her mind. Push the child over here. Chapter 65. The lie is exposed. Gu Duo personally pushed Zhang Zixuan's bed in. Lu Jingu pointed to the mirror, pushed it to the middle, and put it in place. After a while, the bed stopped right in front of the mirror in the middle. Gu Duo just said, "Then what?" and saw a light spilling out of the mirror, just in the middle of the unconscious Zhang Zixuan. A moment later, a line of words appeared on the mirror. Fee, 13,870 interstellar coins. Do you want to start treatment? Yes or no? There is also a payment interface below this line of words. It turns out that the so-called mirror is actually three screens. Gu Duo looked back at her and swiped the light brain directly at the payment. With a ding, the words on the mirror disappeared, and the light covering the bed turned from white to light green. About 5 minutes later, new words appeared. This time it was not a neat regular script, but a wild unknown font. Lu Jingu frowned and identified it, and found that it was a prescription. Before he finished reading, there was a bang-bang sound behind him. Everyone turned around and saw that a track had cracked on the ceiling at some point, and a pair of mechanical arms hung down, one of which held a small scale. They moved on the track, opened the small cabinets one by one, took out the medicinal materials from them, and placed them on the small scale, then turned around and threw them into the jar in front of the cabinet. I don't know what machine was connected under the jar, and when the medicinal materials were thrown in, there was a buzzing sound. In less than 10 minutes, the faucet under the jar opened automatically, and a bowl of black medicine flowed out. When she lifted the bowl, a very bitter taste rushed into her nose. She quickly moved the bowl away, thinking that the bitter medicine in the introduction was indeed worthy of its name. This bowl of medicine was obviously for Zheng Zixuan to take. But she was unsure. That's because something was put in her head. What's the use of a bowl of bitter Chinese medicine if the thing is in the stomach? Maybe the bitter taste can induce vomiting. But with her confidence in the system, she still planned to give it a try. Gu Duo had already half lifted the person up, and with his right hand, he put force on Zheng Zixuan's chin and pried his mouth open. The two worked together and carefully poured a bowl of bitter medicine down. Even though the person was still unconscious, Zheng Zixuan frowned and looked uncomfortable. Just as the person was laid flat, the wall suddenly shook. Gu Duo was quick and pulled her back a few steps. Then she saw the screen darken, and the floor under the bed suddenly moved. And the bed and the person crashed into the mirror. Hey! She just screamed. And the bed had passed through the wall without any hindrance. And then the mirror surface suddenly turned bright silver again. Lu Jinggu opened his eyes wide and subconsciously ran outside to look for it. According to the layout, the wall of the Chinese medicine clinic faces the backyard of the barracks. But now it is clean outside, and there is no trace of such a large bed. Where did this bed go? Back in the Chinese medicine clinic. She was confused. She just wanted to save a person. But how come he was gone in the end? Subconsciously, she wanted to ask Gu Duo for an explanation, but was shocked by his face. Before she had time to ask, a series of orders came out of Gu Duo's mouth. Today's events can be listed as the highest military secrets of the 7th Army. Anyone who leaks them will be regarded as illegally transmitting military secrets and will be executed directly. Do you understand? The sharp eyes swept over the people present, and the soldiers headed by Yida and Xinglian all stood at attention and said in unison, "Understood." Lu Jinggu was even more confused, not knowing why Gu Duo suddenly became so nervous. Waving his hand, the others retreated to the medical room. Only the two of them were left in the Chinese medicine clinic. Gu Duo approached step by step. With a full sense of oppression, she subconsciously took 2 steps back, as if she had seen a small animal that was its natural enemy, and instinctively wanted to turn around and run away. But that's not right. I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I be afraid? As soon as the thought came to her mind, a shadow suddenly fell. Gu Duo stretched out his arms and supported himself on the wall, trapping her in it with nowhere to go. Suddenly, she was pushed against the wall. But the atmosphere was scary. Instinctively leaning back to distance herself, looking up at the other person, she didn't want to show weakness, and asked calmly, "Gu Duo, what are you going to do?" His deep eyes were full of scrutiny, as if he was studying it inch by inch. And after a while he whispered, "I was arbitrary before. You don't have any mutant builder skills at all, right?" Her heart tightened. It's not that I haven't thought that this reason will not hold up one day, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Gu Duo suddenly caught the disordered breathing and moved closer. "So you deceived me. What on earth? What are you doing?" A scream interrupted Gu Duo's words. He turned his head impatiently, and Lu Jinggu also tilted his head to look out reflexively. In Yvette's eyes, Gu Duo was displeased at being interrupted. She poked her head out of the man's arms. Her eyes were like water. Her cheeks were shy. She seemed shy, and she also looked pitiful because she was bullied. For her, it was like a bolt from the blue. If Lu Jinggu knew what she was thinking, he would definitely cry out for injustice. This is not shyness. It's nervousness and surprise. Okay. Yida chased after her and apologized first. "My lord, I didn't stop her. Please accept the punishment." Gu Duo frowned, put down his arms, and stood up straight, saying lightly, "I didn't order anyone to stop people from entering, so there's no need to accept the punishment." Yvette still looked unbelievable, but Yida saw that the boss was unhappy and quickly pulled him away. As soon as they left, the atmosphere became tense again. Her mind was spinning fast, but she couldn't find a reasonable excuse for a while. To tell the truth, she was afraid that she would lie in the laboratory tomorrow. Gu Duo was about to ask something, but the sound of beep beep interrupted him again. The two turned their heads together and saw that the silver screen dimmed again. A slight rumble sound was heard, and the bed was teleported out. The child had a calm face. His head was shiny, and a 3-inch long suture mark ran across his head. Next to him was a silver metal capsule, with no gaps, as if it was naturally a hole. There was a label on the capsule, which read highly dangerous goods, recommended to be destroyed. There was also a medical record hanging at the end of the bed, with Zheng Zixuan's treatment process written in print. It was indeed opened up to take out the contents, but from the understated tone. This treatment was very simple and smooth. Gu Duo and Lu Jinggu looked at each other. He tried to push the screen, and it felt solid and didn't look like it could be penetrated at all. After a moment of silence, Gu Duo pushed the bed out. The military doctor checked and announced, "The biological capsule has indeed been taken out. There is no damage to the brain. His mental strength is gradually recovering. He will wake up soon. Zheng Zixuan is safe." Lu Jinggu was delighted. But when he looked up, Gu Duo, Yida, Xing Lian, and the soldiers who witnessed everything looked at him with complicated eyes. Only Yif looked at him with cannibalistic anger. My heart sank again. Chapter 66. Awesome child. She hadn't thought of a good reason yet, but she had made up her mind that no matter how Gu Duo questioned her, she would not tell him the truth, regardless of trust. The system was her biggest trump card, and it would never be possible to expose its existence in this life. She was like a little hedgehog, instinctively erecting all the thorns on her body, waiting to resist the pressure from the outside world. However, Gu Duo looked at her deeply for a long time, and suddenly turned to ask Yida, "Has the application for building Taoyuan on star 555 been approved?" Yida checked it on the optical computer, and shook her head, "Not yet." Push. Yes. After a simple conversation, Yida went to submit the application for the second time. Gu Duo rubbed his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "Disperse. Everything is the same as before." The warrior saluted and left silently, and Yida forcibly took Yift away. He was going to start questioning again. She was furious, and she pursed her lips tightly, with the word resistance written all over her body. However, Gu Duo did not look at her. His eyes only stayed on Zheng Zixuan for a while. And then he slowly said, "That room should not be open to the public for the time being. Everything today must be kept secret. Remember?" After a pause, she nodded. "Wait until 555 star, and let the guy explain it to you. This involves his professional scope, and I can't explain it clearly." That guy, of course, refers to Gong Sun Chi. At this moment, he finally turned his head and looked at her. His eyes were no longer so sharp, but instead contained a hint of worry. "You?" Gu Duo sighed lightly. "If there is a similar building like this again, don't build it casually. If the people of the Black family know about it, I may not be able to protect you." He said it seriously, so she naturally didn't dare to take it lightly, and hurriedly responded very solemnly. Gu Duo wanted to send the metal container for disposal, so he left first. Not long after, Zheng Zixuan woke up. The child opened his eyes confusedly, and quickly became sober the second he saw her. He jumped up. "Sister Jean, I have something to give you." Before she could reply, the child suddenly frowned and closed his eyes, as if his whole body was exerting force. Lu Jinggu only felt a slight blur in front of his eyes, as if a layer of transparent gauze disappeared. But when he looked closely, there was no change. Zheng Zixuan suddenly spit out a chip from under his tongue. After carefully wiping the chip on his clothes for a few times, he held it in his palm. "Sister Jean, this is for you." Lu Jinggu looked at his actions in surprise. "What is this?" It was hidden under the tongue. "Is this kid a spy?" Zheng Zixuan's eyes suddenly turned red, and he choked and said, "This is the evidence that those bad guys used my parents to destroy Taoyuan No. 1. "What?" She was even more surprised, and carefully picked up the chip. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. "Where did it come from? Is this the reason you got hurt?" He looked very anxious, and suddenly walked out the door. "I found a way to steal it. With this, those bad guys can't use my parents' death to frame you. I'm leaving. Sister Jean, I've been causing you trouble. Thank you." In the blink of an eye, he ran to the door, turned around and bowed 90 degrees, and then ran out. "Where are you going?" Xing Lian and a soldier were guarding the door, and they quickly grabbed Zheng Zixuan's collar. The child was startled and struggled subconsciously. "Let me go. There is something in my brain. It will bring disaster here like my parents." Her eyes sank. She hurried over to comfort. "Don't worry. The biological capsule has been taken out." "Took it out?" Zheng Zixuan looked very suspicious. "Sister Jean, don't comfort me. I heard them say before I fell into a coma that I would die if this thing was taken out. But I am still alive and well now, which means that thing is still in my brain. And it will be like... He had tears in his eyes. But he still finished his words firmly. Just like coming out of my parents' bodies. I will still die. And it will bring big trouble here. So don't stop me. Let me leave here quickly. I will leave far away. Even if I die. I will not let those bad guys succeed in their conspiracy. Looking at his determined face, Lu Jinggu felt distressed. This child is too sensible. Unable to hold him tightly, she said softly, I didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, feel your head. There is no hair left. That's the evidence that we performed surgery on you. Zheng Zixuan opened his eyes wide and raised his hand. As soon as he touched the smooth top of his head, he suddenly cried, will I really not die? After all, he is a child. And in fact, he is still full of fear of death. Don't worry. I never lie. After all, she calmed the child down and took the chip to find Gu Duo. Zheng Zixuan was not in a hurry, so he told him everything. It turned out that he had disappeared before, but he actually sneaked out of Taoyuan No. 1. He has always been a smart child. From the time his parents were poisoned, he felt that something was wrong, until his parents died tragically. He was even more sad and angry. He hated that someone killed his parents. And he also hated those people who used his parents to harm this beautiful place. Perhaps he was too stimulated. When he woke up from his coma for the second time, he suddenly awakened his skills. Hearing this, even Gu Duo showed a look of surprise. Before the age of 12, the child's mental power is in an unstable state. Therefore, the first free mental power level test must be conducted after the age of 12. And the period between the ages of 12 and 16 is the age when skills are most likely to be awakened. After the age of 16, the chance of awakening will be greatly reduced. And those who awaken skills before the age of 12 are rare. It can be said that those who can do it, as long as they do not die prematurely, have become famous figures in the history of the Alliance. Lu Jingdu also knew this, and the two looked at the child with a different look. This child is actually a super potential stock. Zheng Zixuan didn't feel proud. He believed that if he had a choice, he would rather choose to be an ordinary person and live peacefully with his parents. Back to the point. The skill he awakened was hide. As long as he used his mental power, he could completely cover up what he wanted to hide. It was with this skill that he slipped out from under everyone's noses. It was also with this skill that he hid the chip under his tongue without being noticed by anyone. But he was just a child after all. And he was accidentally discovered after stealing the chip. Facing the possible consequences, he was only worried about how to send the chip to Taoyuan No. 1. Who would have thought that those people would actually try to take advantage of the situation? After putting something in his brain, they knocked him unconscious and threw him near Taoyuan. The injuries were deliberately done to make things look more natural. So by mistake, the chip still fell into Lu Jingdu's hands. After listening to the child's thrilling experience, she only wanted to say, awesome. Gu Duo seemed to have discovered a treasure. And suddenly asked, you heard that you have no relatives? Zheng Zixuan nodded sadly. Then are you willing to follow me? This statement caused 1,000 waves. Chapter 67, Speed Up. Even if Zheng Zixuan didn't know Gu Duo's background, he must be aware that he was the commander of the 7th Army. As an orphan, if he could follow Gu Duo, his future would be guaranteed. Lu Jingdu felt that this was a good way out for the child. And Zheng Zixuan, with his intelligence, should be able to see it. She looked at the child with a smile, waiting for him to agree. Unexpectedly, Zheng Zixuan looked up at her and asked earnestly, Sister Jean, can I stay with you? Ah? This question caught her off guard, and she pointed at her nose and asked blankly, follow me? This attitude made the child a little nervous, and she stammered to explain, it's not that I have to follow my sister, but if Taoyuan No. 1 has something I can do, I want to stay. So that's what she meant. But she was very curious. You may not know that Gu Duo is from the Gu family of the capital star, and he is a strong man with a mental power of 3s. You have unlimited future if you follow him. Even I am working under him now. Gu Duo secretly rolled his eyes at her. Lu Jinggu is fearless. From the information on the surface, she was originally working for him. Zheng Zixuan rubbed the corner of his clothes anxiously and whispered, I know Uncle Gu is very powerful. But, he seemed to be at a loss for words for a moment, and his face flushed with anxiety. Seeing the child's embarrassment, she couldn't help but laugh, rubbed his head and said, we are asking for your opinion. If you want to stay, of course you can. The child looked up suddenly. his face full of surprise. But you are still too young. You must study hard first. She made a request. If you keep your grades good until graduation, if you don't change your mind after graduation, I will give you a job at Taoyuan number 1. How about it? Promise me? I promise. Zheng Zixuan answered very loudly. Lu Jinggu tilted his head, looked at Gu Duo and smiled softly. General Gu, you won't blame me for snatching people from you, right? Originally thought that the other party would not be so stingy. But who would have thought that what he saw was a very serious face? Really angry? She frowned slightly. And she felt incredible. Zheng Zixuan was obviously also frightened by this aura. But he gritted his teeth and said nothing, obviously unwilling to change his mind. Lu Jinggu had a headache and planned to say something to ease it. But Gu Duo suddenly said, why is she the elder sister and I am the uncle? Ah? Both the big and the small showed doubtful expressions. In the end, the incident ended with Zheng Zixuan being forced to change his words and call him Brother Gu Duo. After sending the child to rest, Lu Jinggu looked at the chip. This was something that Zheng Zixuan stole at the risk of his life. What was inside? Gu Duo had already handed the chip to Yvette. Perhaps she had been persuaded by her brother, so her expression was much calmer at this moment. And she quickly put the chip into the optical brain. As expected, it was an encrypted chip. But Yvette's technology was very powerful, and it only took half an hour to unlock the chip. Inside were some videos, voice records, and several encrypted files. After cracking and opening them one by one, a terrible conspiracy slowly unfolded before his eyes. Bang! Gu Duo was furious, and couldn't help punching the wall. I can fully understand his feelings. In fact, Lu Jinggu also felt that his heart was frying in oil at this moment. She looked at Gu Duo and said in a deep voice, there must be a force behind them. They are going to destroy the world. After a moment of silence, she couldn't help asking, will it be Blake? Not necessarily. Gu Duo was furious, but he didn't lose his mind. I can't think of a reason for them to do this. Yes, even if they want to compete with the Gu family for power, they have to have an alliance to compete for something. In fact, in the eyes of the general public, the status of the Blake family and the Gu family is no different. They are both at the top of the pyramid. So she also felt that the Blake family couldn't do this. I will check this matter. You? Gu Duo looked at her. The construction of Taoyuan must be accelerated. If we really can't stop this conspiracy in time, Taoyuan may be the only hope. I know. He was right. The construction of Taoyuan must be faster. When she thought of this, she couldn't stay any longer. Anyway, she couldn't get involved in the matter of arresting people. So she might as well hurry up to complete the task of Taoyuan. The second Taoyuan was opened at level 3. What surprises will level 4 have? She said goodbye in a hurry and got busy. First, check the trading house. The option of forming a caravan had been opened before. But strangely enough, the progress of forming a caravan was much slower than recruiting soldiers. It was not until 2 days ago that the 3 caravans were displayed as formed. She was still worried about how to explain if the caravan suddenly appeared. But after the formation was completed, the prompt directly changed to caravan is set off. And she didn't see where the caravan was at all. She naturally had to care about the progress of the caravan every day. But the system kept showing departed, which made people doubt whether these 3 words would remain unchanged forever. I don't know if it sensed her anxiety. When I went to check today, I found that the progress of one of the caravans had changed to under renovation. Countdown to next departure, 23 hours 42 minutes and 7 seconds. The number was still decreasing second by second. She was delighted and hurriedly checked the temporary inventory of the trading house. Her eyes suddenly widened, and she looked at the inventory list stupidly. CJ Pistol 3rd Generation Ultramicro *10. R79 Atomic Cannon *5. Q9 Miniature Plastic Bomb *20. All kinds of weapons that she had never heard of. At the end, there was a message brought back by the caravan. Carlo Planet in the 8th universe was very satisfied with this transaction. If Taoyuan Trading House could provide more meat, the other party was willing to establish a long-term trading channel. Lu Jinggu's heart was pounding. At first glance, it was just a business exchange, but it vaguely revealed the essence of the Taoyuan system. Thinking of the unusual performance of the Chinese medicine clinic, she couldn't help but press her chest and take a deep breath. This golden finger is really extraordinarily powerful. She clenched her fist and looked at the remaining 2 caravans with hope. I wonder what surprises they will bring back. After the joy, there is trouble. These weapons that are obviously different from the Alliance technology are too eye-catching no matter where they are placed. The distress consultation system. Is there a building like a safe? The kind that only I can open. The Taoyuan system can be said to be responsive. And a picture lights up. Building description. This is a private vault that only the ruler of Taoyuan can open. As a leader, how can you not have your own private money? It really meets her requirements. But she was discouraged when she saw the building conditions. Taoyuan is not high enough and cannot be built. Okay. Lu Jinggu scratched his head and temporarily transferred this batch of goods to the warehouse of star 7133. And then set it to unavailable. Check. As for the appearance being seen, there is no way for the time being. After dealing with the matters of the trading house, there is only one task left for Taoyuan level 4. While thinking, she walked into the Qianhusi of Taoyuan number 1. Chapter 68. The crowd is enthusiastic. And the upgrade is completed. Before He Ping worked for Taoyuan number 1, because her mental power was just barely at the edge of D level. She was not qualified for many jobs, and could only do odd jobs everywhere. There were even people who always persuaded her to work as a servant in the nobles' homes. She knew that although most of those who sold themselves as slaves were E and F level people, in fact, there were more and more people with D level mental power around her who were willing to work as servants in the nobles' homes. It is said that such people have higher positions than EF level people, and their lives are even better than those who are drifting around like her. But she was unwilling to do so. She didn't want to let her life be decided by the so-called master from now on. But recently, it has become more and more difficult to find a job. The more the Alliance's technology develops, the closer it is to mental power. This is like a vicious circle. In the past, useless was a name exclusive to F level. But He Ping knew that now a few people also called her that behind her back. There was little hope for the future. She had a vague feeling that perhaps one day, she could only avoid the fate of being sold as a slave by doing hard labor at the border. Unexpectedly, Planet 679 suddenly encountered a terrorist attack. The toxin spread. Violent people kept appearing. And she almost thought she was going to die here. Who could have expected that there would be such a thing as a bright future in the world? Taoyuan number 1 suddenly appeared. And she suddenly entered heaven from hell. So when the first batch of workers were recruited, she signed the contract without hesitation. He Ping had no ambitions. She just wanted to do the only long-term job in her life. If she could buy a house one day and become a formal resident of Taoyuan number 1, she would have nothing else to ask for in her life. Unexpectedly, Miss Ajin would choose her to manage the Qianhu division. She was a little worried about whether she could do a good job. But facing Miss Ajin's expectant eyes, she couldn't say no. He Ping thought she had no knowledge, but she understood the 4 words of gratitude. So after taking office, she devoted herself to work, striving to make every detail perfect, and never let Miss Ajin down. When Lu Jinggu asked her to recommend other staff members of Qianhusi, she didn't think much about it, and told him a few people who she observed and felt were honest and hardworking. Facts have proved that she has a good eye for people. Qianhusi operates efficiently and honestly, which saves Lu Jinggu a lot of trouble. Everyone is full of affection for Taoyuan number 1. When they chat on weekdays, they find that everyone has the same goal, to become a formal resident of Taoyuan. After all, Miss Jean said that after becoming a formal resident, as long as they don't commit crimes, the door of Taoyuan will always be open to them. And after Taoyuan number 2, number 3, number 4, and even more, they, the formal residents, can choose to live in any place they like. But everyone also has a consensus that it must be difficult to join such a paradise-like place. Therefore, no one dares to be ambitious, but only works diligently, looking forward to realizing this wish in a few years, or even more than 10 years. No one expected that the pie would suddenly fall from the sky. Lu Jinggu walked into the Qianhu division, and the staff headed by He Ping and everyone who came to do business greeted her. Now this mask has become her symbol, and she will be recognized at a glance wherever she goes. Lu Jinggu smiled and responded one by one, and then dropped a bombshell. I am here to ask He Ping and the others if you are willing to officially settle down in Taoyuan number 1? The scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone stared at her with wide eyes, not liking this feeling of being the center of attention. She scratched her head and laughed dryly. If you don't want to, it's okay. I do. He Ping was the first to react and shouted at the loudest voice in her life. This voice broke the state of others being stunned. And the voices of, I do too, came one after another. And the few people who were not named couldn't help asking, Miss Jean, do you think I can become a formal resident of Taoyuan? Is the crowd so enthusiastic? She was a little caught off guard. And it took a while for everyone to calm down. She said loudly, as long as you are innocent and have no criminal record, Taoyuan welcomes you. Of course, if there is a better place in the future, Taoyuan will also let you go. Someone shouted, it's so good here. Whoever leaves is stupid. That's right. It's stupid to leave. Whoever is stupid will leave. Anyway, I won't leave. Everyone echoed at once. Lu Jinggu smiled. Okay. Then I also need everyone to help me promote it. Those who are willing to settle in Taoyuan can report directly to Qianhusi. He ping. Please compile a list for me later. Yes. One of the two biggest goals in life was suddenly achieved. And her answer was particularly vigorous. When the news spread, it caused a greater sensation than expected. Regardless of how many doubts people have about Taoyuan outside of star 679. Those who have worked here for a while deeply understand that opportunities cannot be missed. That night, Lu Jinggu received feedback from Ping that almost all Taoyuan workers had submitted applications for household registration, unlike what they thought was strict. In fact, to convert these people into permanent residents, she only needed to move her fingers in the system. And if anyone was found to have ill intentions, the resident status could be removed in minutes. After thinking about it, she issued a new announcement on Taoyuan number 1. The residential houses were officially sold to the public, and they could be paid in full or in installments. The purchase qualification was only open to those with temporary residence rights. Of course, in her imagination, not many people would buy houses. After all, the price of residential houses in Taoyuan was not cheap. She did not intend to turn Taoyuan Group into a charity, and necessary profits were still needed. Given the current salary level of most Taoyuan workers, renting a house might be more cost-effective. However, once again, to her surprise, the vacant residential houses were sold out in just one day. Those who got the houses paid the down payment quickly, and they were still very happy even though they had a lot of loans. Those who were late beat their chests and stamped their feet. Taoyuan number 1 had its first large-scale protest. They strongly demanded that more houses be built for sale, and they were willing to work overtime for this. Lu Jinggu. This kind of request was the first time she had seen it in her 2 lives. But everyone's enthusiasm for buying houses was too high, and no matter how they tried to appease them, it was useless. In the end, they could only promise to build more houses for sale as soon as possible, and these people left reluctantly. In short, the task of 50 formal residents was completed. She deliberately returned to star 7133, and just after she walked out of Qianhusi here, she felt the ground under her feet shaking slightly. The warm wind blew in all directions, with a giant tree as the center. Some of the flower buds that had not bloomed for a long time swayed slightly, and the first petal suddenly cracked, followed by the second, the third. In an instant, the flowers and leaves on the giant tree intertwined, and it was beautiful. Chapter 69 Abnormal Upgrade Requirements. The movement of the peach garden being upgraded to level 4 lasted much longer than before. After waiting for half an hour, everything returned to calm. Lu Jinggu looked up at the giant tree. There were at least 20 flowers hidden in the leaves, which meant that she could build at least 20 new peach gardens. However, this was not a one-day job. She quickly put it aside and began to check the upgrade changes in the system. The private warehouse could be built, and she immediately built one with food in hand. This building with a full metal shell had 2 angry lions squatting at the door, which was quite solemn. The internal layout was similar to the warehouse, and there was a passage connected to the warehouse in one direction. She could easily transfer the things in the warehouse to the private warehouse. But the things in the private warehouse could only be taken out by herself by opening the door. It was indeed safe enough, and even the system could not directly call the items inside. Lu Jinggu put the weapons in the private warehouse without hesitation, but thought for a while before leaving, and turned back to take out a micro pistol and 2 plastic bombs. If she hadn't been so confident in the system, she would never have believed that this was actually a weapon. Whether it was the feel, size, or cute shape, it looked like a child's toy. Moreover, there were small holes for hanging on the handle and the top of the bomb. She pulled a rope through it and hung it around her neck without any sense of disobedience. Lu Jinggu believed that even if there were bad guys in front of her, They would never find that she was wearing a bomb around her neck. This was also a perfect disguise. She left the private vault with satisfaction. The changes in Taoyuan level 4 were far more than that. The most intuitive thing was the change in area. Now the range has covered almost half of the 7,133 stars. She suspected that if she upgraded to another level, the entire planet would be included. Although there was also the reason that the planet itself was not big. The expansion speed was still a bit scary. But it was a good thing. After all, it meant that the planet could be completely purified and become a suitable place for survival again. In addition, there was no upper limit to the construction of farmland and animal husbandry buildings. This was excellent news, which meant that she could vigorously develop agriculture and animal husbandry. Then a new position appeared. City management, which can be set except for the main body. Once set as a city administrator, most of the management rights of the Taoyuan city will be obtained. This made her feel relieved. In the future, the number of Taoyuan will increase. If she has to manage each one personally, she will not be able to do it. In addition, there is also an option of city style. The system prompts that the style must be selected simultaneously when planting flowers and branches. A Taoyuan can only have one style, and it cannot be changed once confirmed. Although it seems to be an optional attribute, Lu Jinggu likes it very much. In this way, Taoyuan buildings can be more harmonious and unified with the alliance style. And the future Taoyuan city will not look weird. In addition, the number of troops and caravans that can be accommodated has increased. And the new buildings are also better. These are minor details that can be studied slowly later. In short, this upgrade is not a loss. And the benefits are great. After checking the upgrade changes, she went to see the new system tasks. Task 1, build 10 second Taoyuans. January 10th. Task 2, attract a race to join. 0/1. Task 3, build a natural forest park with at least 100 plants and 50 animals. Progress, park 0 to 1. Plant 0/100. Animal 050. Task 4, establish 15 long-term trading channels. 0/15. Task 5, build 5 miracle buildings. 0/5. Task 6, upgrade Taoyuan to level 5. Feng Shui value 2608/5000, 80 points deducted for building a private storehouse. Functional buildings 35/150. High-end residential buildings 5/100. Residents 105 to 500. After looking at the various values for a while, she breathed a sigh of relief. The new upgrade requirements are a bit abnormal. No wonder level 4 provides so many branches. And there are tasks that have never appeared before. The system has not given an explanation. She currently has no clue to complete them. Fortunately, there is no rush to upgrade to level 5. She can study it slowly in the future. What is more important now is to build more Taoyuan. After staying at 7,133 star for one night, she returned to 679 star, bringing a bunch of flowers with her, thinking that as long as the application was approved, she could go directly to Gongsun to plant them. As soon as she went out, she saw Xinglian wandering outside the Qianhu division. As soon as the two met, he anxiously shouted, "You are back. Hurry up. The boss has already rushed to 555 star. Let me take you there as soon as possible." Without waiting for an answer, he pulled her and ran. There was already a spaceship waiting on the helipad outside the entrance. Lu Jinggu recognized that it was the fastest type of military, and he couldn't help but take a breath. This kind of spaceship will not be dispatched easily. It must be Gu Duo's order. 555 star. Gongsun is in trouble? As soon as this idea came to her mind, she moved much faster without Xinglian's urging. There were already soldiers waiting on the spaceship. As soon as the two of them got on, the hatch was quickly closed. In less than 3 minutes, the spaceship roared straight into the sky. When they left the atmosphere of planet 679, they passed by a civilian spaceship. The speed was too fast. She only had time to glance at the opposite side before she rushed into the vast universe. The passengers on the spaceship were also talking about it. "Isn't that a military spaceship? It's flying so fast. Is there something wrong? You don't know yet? I heard that there was another outbreak of black beasts on the border, and the military almost couldn't stop it." "Really? The annual military expenditure of the Alliance is not low. What is the military doing?" "Alas, who knows? Now the interstellar pollution is getting worse and worse. I think it's better to move to Taoyuan number 1 as soon as possible. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. That's not necessarily true. Isn't there enough false propaganda these days? You may be disappointed when you get there. So I came to see it with my own eyes. The 133 planet we live in is the center of the alliance. If you move away casually, it will be impossible to move back. You must not be impulsive. The two passengers chatted and began to lament how difficult it is to live on the central planet. No one noticed the window seat, and the young girl stared at the approaching large area of green without blinking. The girl's eyes flashed with a haze as she heard her father's threats and her mother's crying. When she heard the notice of the spacecraft's landing, it quickly disappeared. Lu Jinggu didn't want to think about the latest people to arrive at Taoyuan number 1. At this moment, she was vomiting. Gu Duo went ahead. So this time on the spacecraft, only Xing Lian tried to use his mental power to help her adapt to the space jump. But I don't know whether Xing Lian's mental power level is not enough or the mental power attributes are different. Anyway, the effect is far less than before. In addition, the spacecraft's speed was too fast and brought some discomfort. She couldn't control her vomiting from the beginning. And soon, she could only vomit stomach acid and water. She was so sad that she almost fainted. Fortunately, the distance between 555 and 679 stars was not far, and it only took 2 space jumps to get there. When she saw a silver-gray planet appearing in the distance, Xing Lian was more fortunate than her. It's almost there. Please hold on a little longer. Chapter 70. You do it. I take care of the consequences. As soon as the hatch opened, Lu Jinggu rushed out quickly and ended up bumping into someone's arms. Gu Duo took a step back and raised his hand to steady her. Are you okay? Not very well, she said weakly. I feel like I'm dying. The slightly cool mental power enveloped her, soothing her dizzy mind. As the dizziness in her brain eased, the twitching in her stomach also weakened, and she felt as if she was alive again. Sorry. Gu Duo helped her walk inside. But the situation is urgent, and we can't wait. Slowly. Vomiting all the way consumed too much physical strength. She could only half lean and half lean, letting the other party lead her to move, and heard the words, and didn't want to say a word. Her eyes scanned both sides dully, and all she saw were silver-gray energy plates, and she couldn't see the end at a glance. Not far away, a silver-gray building stretched out, which must be Gongsun-Chi's Research Institute. She instinctively felt uncomfortable. This planet is too dead, living in such a place for a long time. It's no wonder that Gongsun-Chi's personality is so twisted. He is strong enough to be not perverted. They quickly entered the Research Institute, which was even quieter. The servants who accompanied Gongsun-Chi to Taoyuan number 1 had no expression on their faces. Their movements were extremely gentle, and there was no sound at all. Seeing this, Lu Jinggu's heart tightened. If they were not still breathing lightly, he would have suspected that there were wandering souls in front of him. Passing by a series of closed doors, they stood in front of a pure white door. The camera moved silently, and after a while, the white door slid open silently. There was a bedroom inside. Should it be considered a bedroom? There was a bed and a table, but there was also a test bench, which made it difficult to tell the function of this room for a while. The old housekeeper and an old man stood by the bed, looking at the sleeping person with worry. When the door opened, they raised their heads together, and they could see that the old man looked a bit like Gongsun-Chi. Gu Duo introduced in a very light voice, "This is Gongsun-Chi's grandfather. You can just call him Grandpa Ping." Frightened by the way everyone was tiptoeing, she almost whispered, "Hello, Grandpa Ping." Gongsun Ping nodded slightly and looked at Gu Duo. "Is this what you said? The person who can help cheer?" "Yes." As soon as Gu Duo said a word, the person on the bed began to frown. A deep red sharp wind suddenly hit her, and she subconsciously took a step back. A back suddenly blocked in front of her. It was Gu Duo. The dark blue storm appeared silently and collided with Gongsun-Chi's mental power. Gu Duo carefully controlled his mental power and countered Gongsun-Chi's power bit by bit. After more than 20 minutes, Gongsun-Chi fell into a deep sleep again, and his face turned pale. "Grandpa Ping, I can't block it a few times. You decide quickly." He spoke with a breath. Lu Jinggu looked at him worriedly. No wonder he was pushed back by himself on the spaceship. It seemed that he had consumed a lot of energy before. Gongsun Ping spoke with difficulty. "The decision of the parliament has not come down yet. If you delay it any longer, he will be doomed." Gu Duo frowned tightly. Grandpa Ping. The parliament has not been able to pass it yet. It is nothing but the black family's tricks. If Achi really gets into trouble, wouldn't it be exactly what they want? After a pause, he sneered again. They have long wanted to take away the title of the first research institute of the Alliance. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They will not let it go easily. Gongsun Ping's eyes struggled. Lu Jinggu roughly understood what he heard, and was also very anxious. He couldn't help but whisper, Grandpa Ping. Rules are dead. But people are alive. If the Green Mountains are alive, there will be no shortage of firewood. Besides, as long as Gongsun Chi is successfully restored, won't it prove that our method is effective? Can they still blame us for saving people? Before he finished speaking, Gongsun Chi groaned, and his mental power burst out uncontrollably again. This time, Gu Duo took nearly half an hour to calm the man down again, and he was visibly more tired. If this goes on, Gongsun Chi will not be saved, and he will also be tired and have problems. Lu Jinggu became more anxious. The old housekeeper spoke at this time. Grandpa, the Gongsun family has made many sacrifices for the Alliance. This time, please consider Master Chi first. The man who always behaved respectfully suddenly raised his head and looked at his master. With a painful light in his eyes, I have seen the tragedy caused by violence once, and I really don't want to see it again. Gongsun Ping seemed to be hit hard by this sentence. He took a step back suddenly. His straight back suddenly bent, and a deep sadness surged on his old face. Everyone was waiting for him to make a decision. After a long silence, he whispered, Forget it. You guys do it. I deal with the parliament. Gu Duo didn't say anything, pulled her and ran away. As soon as he got out of the door, he thought she was too slow, put on the mecha directly, picked her up, and rushed out of sight. Lu Jinggu was so scared that she hugged his neck tightly. When she was put down, she couldn't help but patted the mecha hard. Of course, Gu Duo didn't feel anything, but her palm was a little painful. There was still an energy plate under her feet. She was a little embarrassed. You can't plant anything here. The Taoyuan system is indeed magical, but it is not without this limitation. She took out the flower branches and tried it as soon as she landed. The system prompted, it must be planted on the ground. It is obviously different from the ornamental building after Taoyuan was formed. Gu Duo, said him, and said in a deep voice, Wait a moment. The blue sword light flashed, and the mecha had already drawn the sword in hand. She quickly stepped back a few steps and saw him jump high. A storm suddenly appeared around him, with the long sword as the center. His mental power seemed to have turned into a blue drill. Boom! The drill hit the energy plate heavily, and then there was an uninterrupted squeak sound. The energy plate was very strong, but Gu Duo wanted to destroy it by force. The two were fighting fiercely. Lu Jinggu looked back worriedly. This place was not far from the research institute, and the sound would definitely be transmitted back. Sure enough, not long after, a furious roar was heard from the research institute. Gongsun Chi was awakened. There was a faint panic voice, but before she could tell who it was, an explosion was heard from the research institute. The deep red mental power exploded in an instant, and she felt the terrible pressure from a distance. This was the first time she faced a 3s-level violent person, and it was so terrible. She turned her head to look at Gu Duo again. He seemed not to hear the riot over there, and was only focused on destroying the energy plate, where the tip of the sword pointed. The energy plate had already sunken down a piece, and it was still a distance away from complete destruction. Boom! Boom! 2 more explosions sounded, and this time, the exclamation was closer. Turning her head nervously, she saw a hole suddenly exploded in the wall of the research institute, and 2 figures flew out. Her eyes shrank to the point of a needle. She recognized that it was Gongsun Ping and the old housekeeper. Then another figure jumped out. Even from a distance, she could clearly see Gongsun Chi's red eyes. There was no human emotion in them, only a manic desire for destruction. Chapter 71. Hurry up. The old butler quickly got up from the ground. He wiped his fingers and immediately put on the mecha. I didn't expect that he was also a ruthless person. The mecha quickly rushed to Gongsun Chi and punched him in the face. Lu Jinggu felt a sore tooth and began to worry that Gongsun Chi would be beaten. However, with a loud bang, the crimson mental power condensed into a ball and collided with the huge fist of the mecha. The old butler flew backwards again. Because of the huge impact, the mecha automatically released, And when he landed, he was already a thin and tall old man. The bright red blood overflowed from his mouth. And the old butler rolled on the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. But another figure rushed up to stop him. Gong Sun Ping's mental power was milky white, turning into a milky mental sea, wrapping the furious crimson in it. As the saying goes, softness can overcome hardness. Once Gong Sun Chi's mental power entered the sea, it really didn't move for a long time. It looked like she was indeed restrained. Lu Jinggu breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Gu Duo, and whispered, "Quick!" Before he finished speaking, the energy plate made a loud bang sound, and Gu Duo's long sword went in without a handle. The dark blue storm sank into the ground, and the next second, there was a dull explosion from the ground. She felt her feet shaking constantly, and she was about to fall down because she couldn't stand steadily for a while. Gu Duo's figure suddenly flashed, hugged her and jumped high. The flat energy plate suddenly bulged upwards, and then it couldn't bear the force and exploded into many small pieces. The soil below was finally exposed. She realized that the soil of this planet was actually dark red, and at first glance it seemed to be infiltrated with blood, which was very scary. Gu Duo put her down lightly, and was about to say something, but suddenly there was a flash. Bang! Lu Jinggu quickly covered her ears, but was still dizzy from the loud noise. Gong Sun Ping and the old housekeeper were lying in the distance, and it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. Gong Sun Chi had already rushed over in a rage. He could no longer recognize anyone, but he knew that the huge noise came from this side. He had infinite killing intent in his heart for the two people who made the noise. Gu Duo put away his sword and fought him with only the mecha. Although she was not familiar with fighting, she could see that Gu Duo was in a bad situation. After all, he had just consumed a lot of energy, and he didn't want to hurt Gong Sun Chi, so he could only focus on defense. It was just that the violent person was unreasonable. For some reason, the main target was her. Gu Duo had to split his body to protect her, and the situation became even more difficult. Time was tight, so she quickly took out the flower branch and inserted it into the fragments of the energy board. This soil was a little strange, so I must not fail to plant it, she prayed devoutly in her heart. Fortunately, the system did not issue a failure prompt this time, and the flower branch was steadily inserted into the soil. Gu Duo saw her movements from the corner of his eye, and his heart was slightly relieved. He had seen the construction of 679 star Taoyuan, and knew that the giant tree would grow up soon. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, Gong Sun Chi's mental power was entangled again, hammering down fiercely on the ground. It was easy for Gu Duo to dodge, and it was even easy to dodge with her. But what about Hua Ji? He didn't dare to gamble. He could only grit his teeth and resist, but he couldn't use his full strength. Otherwise, if he accidentally hurt Gong Sun Chi's brain, he would be useless even if he was rescued. This degree was difficult to grasp, and there was not enough time for him to think. He could only resist instinctively. The two powerful mental powers collided with each other. Gu Duo took advantage of the mecha and knelt on one knee, but didn't move a step. Gong Sun Chi flew backwards and spit out a mouthful of blood in the air, but he rolled on the ground and rushed over again. For Gong Sun Chi now, fighting until destruction can make the violent mental power a little more comfortable. The mental powers of the two collided again, and soon Gong Sun Chi became a bloody man. Lu Jinggu suddenly realized that it was a battle of equal strength. How could only one person be injured? It was just that the mecha covered Gu Duo's misery with a heart like boiling oil. She couldn't help but urge, "Hurry up!" as if she had heard it. The system prompt suddenly appeared. Soil transformation is complete. Please name it. Please choose the city style. Now she didn't have the mind to care about these. She casually said, Taoyuan number 2. She directly chose the first city style. In the first second, the flowers fell, and the fruits ripened. In the second second, they took root. In the third second, the towering trees covered the sky. In the fourth second, the gurgling spring water formed a shallow pool. In the fifth second, Gong Sun Chi's eyes were straight, and he staggered for a while, and fell to the ground unconscious. Almost at the same time, Gu Duo's mecha was released, and a bloody person fell to the ground. "How are you?" Lu Jinggu was anxious and afraid, and hurriedly supported her. "Nothing." After saying just 2 words, he fainted. This was great. She was the only one awake under the giant tree. Carefully laying Gu Duo flat, she ran to the distant research institute. Fortunately, Gong Sun Chi's servants followed the housekeeper's instructions and hid when the accident happened. When they heard the explosion disappear, they came out one after another to check the situation. She just happened to capture them. The 4 unconscious people were carried to the spring, and someone pushed a bed out of the research institute. At least they didn't sleep on the ground. As soon as Taoyuan appeared, the energy plate fragments within the range sank into the ground and disappeared without a trace. And the large area of land exposed turned into fertile black. Someone else pushed the medical cabin out, but Lu Jinggu only asked them to carry Gu Duo, Gong Sun Ping, and the old housekeeper in. I don't know if Gong Sun Chi's mental power is stable. Let him lie down for a while. The medical cabin is a closed environment. What if Gong Sun Chi goes crazy again? The waiting time is very long. Lu Jinggu looks at this and that for a while, for fear that something will go wrong. Gu Duo woke up first, pushed open the medical cabin from the inside, and sat up directly. How do you feel? She didn't realize that her worries were almost becoming real. He seemed to be stunned for a moment, then whispered, nothing. Looking down at his body, he changed into clean clothes first. Looking like this, except for his pale face, it really makes people feel more at ease. Gong Sun Ping and the old housekeeper are old after all, and it took more than 30 minutes. Only Gong Sun Chi has been lying quietly under the giant tree, which makes people worry. Fortunately, Gu Duo checked and comforted everyone. His mental strength has stabilized. The person was rescued after all. Gong Sun Ping was relieved. And then, he had the leisure to look around, looking at the giant tree with surprise. He suddenly asked, why does it seem to be a little different from Taoyuan number 1? Now the photos of Taoyuan number 1 are all over the star network, so it's not surprising that he has seen them. Others also looked up and found the difference. The giant trees have aerial roots of varying lengths hanging down from them. They are tangled together to form platforms of varying sizes, which look like naturally formed floating platforms. After a moment of confusion, she suddenly realized that this should be a change brought about by the urban style. She was in such a hurry just now that she didn't even notice what style she had chosen. Now she clicked on the system and saw that. Chapter 72. A lot of mental power can cause trouble. Fairy style. What is this? She was confused. But Gu Duo and others obviously didn't care about the difference of the giant tree, as long as it still had the soothing function. Only 1/5 of the research institute is within the range of Taoyuan. Gu Duo looked at the distance. We need to expand the area as soon as possible. She suddenly realized why Gu Duo chose this location to place the flower branches. The only 2 buildings on Star 555 are the huge research institute and the helipad connected to the research institute. The rest of the place is all silver-gray energy plates. The current location of the giant tree just makes the area of Taoyuan upgraded to level 3, which can include both the research institute and the helipad. But the problem now is, she tried it, and the energy plate can't plant trees directly. She thought it was just the flower branches that were special before. After explaining the situation, Gu Duo was about to draw his sword, but was stopped by Gong Sun Ping. If you continue to destroy energy plates, your family won't be able to protect you. Lu Jinggu was surprised. These energy plates are expensive? The result was 3 speechless expressions. He scratched his head. It seems that he said something stupid. Finally, the old housekeeper explained in a gentle voice, these energy plates, the cost of 10 pieces is equivalent to a medium-sized spacecraft. And the materials are very rare. Even if you want to mass-produce it, it is impossible. She couldn't help but be amazed. She never thought that the energy plates that looked ordinary would be so expensive. Then Gu Duo has destroyed so many before. He counted secretly, but couldn't count them clearly for a while. Anyway, more than 10 pieces. It doesn't matter. I have my own way. He looked calm. Gong Sun Ping shook his head. Before, we acted in an emergency, and those people couldn't blame you too much. But we can't continue. Not to mention that if there are not enough energy plates, the research institute can't operate normally. Seeing that he insisted on opposing, Gu Duo had to put the sword back. Then don't plant them on the ground. Lu Jinggu suggested. Use a floating device. No. Gong Sun Ping shook his head again. Star 555 is special, and can't use a floating device. Ah? She was dumbfounded. She flipped through the system with difficulty, and slowly her eyes brightened up again. I have a way, but it requires a lot of mental power. She was about to say that she would wait for Gu Duo to rest first. And then she heard the old housekeeper say, This is easy. He gestured. and a servant ran away. After a while, he drove out a luggage cart from the research institute, with 2 large boxes stacked on it. As soon as the lid of the box was opened, she opened her mouth in surprise. Inside, neatly stacked layer by layer, were all glasses. At least 400 or 500. These are the mental power that the young master has accumulated over the past year. You can use them at will. Wow! So much! How much mental power would be needed to cause trouble? She felt like she had suddenly become rich. Picking up a pair of glasses and putting them on. Feeling the slightly violent spiritual power inside, she began to choose buildings. She changed glasses one after another, and 3 buildings fell to the ground with a bang. She couldn't plant trees, but there was no problem building houses on the energy board. These 3 buildings provided 210 points, 300 points, and 330 points of feng shui points respectively, and the positions formed a small feng shui formation. Taoyuan was upgraded to level 1. After taking a look at the large and small platforms formed by the aerial roots on the giant trees, she suddenly had an idea and started to plant trees on them. Experiments have shown that plants that are too large cannot be planted, but small ones can be planted. So small and medium-sized flowers and trees appeared on the high and low aerial root platforms one after another. Here comes a bunch of roses. There grows a bunch of blue snow flowers. Here comes a little golden-edged spider plant. And there puts a weeping jasmine. Because the position is uncontrollable, she can't include all these platforms in the feng shui formation. But she makes the most of the platforms in the right position. The small feng shui formations didn't have much bonus, but they were so numerous. And she also used several of them to echo the feng shui formations of the 3 buildings. When all the air root platforms were filled, a warm breeze suddenly rose, and everyone felt comfortable physically and mentally. Level 2 was achieved, and the feng shui value requirements for level 3 were more than half. And most of the research institute was covered. Taking a deep breath, pressing her weak head, she reached out to touch the glasses again. Unexpectedly, she touched nothing. Looking down, she found that a box of glasses had been used up. Gong Sun Ping and the old housekeeper had complicated eyes. They knew very well how much mental power was stored in these glasses. Consuming such a large mutation skill, the owner's mental power was only F. This was somewhat regrettable. Lu Jingu didn't think so much. Just aimed at the glasses in another box, and planned to continue. The hand she stretched out was held by someone. And Gu Duo looked disapproving. You need to rest. I'm fine, hiss. As soon as she opened her mouth, her vision went dark, and she stumbled and almost fell. Gu Duo supported her and said in a deep voice, don't be silly. Using so many glasses will also cause consumption. But that place is not in the scope of Taoyuan yet. She said dimly. It doesn't matter. We do it tomorrow. Gu Duo looked at Gong Sun Ping. Grandpa Ping. What do you think? She was so engrossed in the construction before that everyone noticed that she was distracted, and no one noticed anything wrong. When she spoke, her face quickly turned pale, and everyone could see that she was tired. Gong Sun Ping said quickly, it's okay. Let her go to rest. Gu Duo nodded and picked her up again. Lu Jingu twisted uncomfortably and whispered, I can walk by myself. He looked down at her and sneered. The alarm bells in her mind suddenly rang. And she always felt that this person was going to say something to make people angry again. In her dizziness, she didn't think about it, and covered his mouth with her hand. Gu Duo opened his eyes wide, looking very incredible. But she lowered her head and couldn't see. She just felt that this method was effective. So she put down her hand. And the other party was still not giving up. So she covered it a little harder. She was very proud in her heart, thinking that if Gu Duo asked for a beating again, she would continue to block it. Then she remembered the height difference between the two, and it seemed difficult for her to do this if she stood on the ground. So she frowned in distress and thought. Unexpectedly, her mind became more dizzy as she thought about it, and her consciousness was shouting, I want to sleep. After thinking about it, she felt that since Gu Duo was here, it was okay to sleep. So she tilted her head and fell asleep in a second. When people fall asleep, the raised hand naturally loses strength and slides along Gu Duo's perfectly curved chin to his chest. The person who was inexplicably touched, She slept without dreams. And when she woke up, she felt refreshed. She stretched and walked out, but found a familiar maid standing at the door. Seeing her come out, she quickly made a gesture to keep silent. The two of them retreated back into the house. And Lu Jinggu asked in a low voice, "What happened?" "The old man asked me to stay here and tell you that if you wake up, don't go out for the time being. Someone from the capital star has come, and we are arguing with them." Chapter 73 Eavesdropping. Is Lu Jinggu a person who can stay here? Of course not. The maid Xiao could not bear her request, so she had to lead her to the scene of the argument. She huddled outside the window, ready to eavesdrop, when she suddenly felt a familiar mental power covering her. The chilly touch was like Gu Duo's disapproving eyes. Lu Jinggu, good guy. He died before he could accomplish his mission. However, after the mental power covered her and Xiao tightly, it did not move again. She blinked and reacted. This is to help her cover up. She smiled and put her ear under the window to eavesdrop. A slick male voice was saying something. This is a huge loss to the Alliance. Now the battle on the front line is tight, and the Research Institute is in urgent need of new inventions to help the soldiers break through. Are you doing this to live up to your family name? Are you living up to the public's trust in the Gu and Gongsun families? No one in the room answered him. The male voice paused for a moment, and suddenly softened his tone. Of course, Gongsun Qi is the most important talent in the Alliance. Everyone can understand that some losses have been caused to save him. But now that Star 555 has become like this, should you take full responsibility? The Parliament has no approve any application for the transformation of 555 star. This time Gu Duo finally responded. He said coldly, I have shown you the video of Gongsun Qi's rage. I wonder if you have any good solution for the situation at that time. The other party laughed and said something irrelevant. I am not at the scene. How can I speak nonsense? But now the 555-star energy board has suffered serious damage. Alas, you are not responsible for this part. You may not know that even if you want to repair it now, you can't make so many energy boards in a short time. It doesn't sound good news. But Lu Jinggu heard a sense of gloating. Rolling his eyes, he thought that this person's villain attribute is too obvious. This time it was Gongsun Ping who spoke. He had just said 2 words when he heard a bang sound inside. Could it be that a fight broke out inside? She thought with some worry. The furious voice of Gongsun Qi sounded. When can my research institute make the garbage come in casually? Master Gongsun Qi. I am big. The slippery sound had not had time to introduce myself, so I heard the loud noise in the bang. Pochi quickly covered her mouth, lest she couldn't help laughing. I could imagine the look of the old housekeeper when she said this. The man suddenly didn't slip, and he was angry with a normal voice. Gongsun Qi. Don't think you are. Oh. I didn't finish the words. Ouch. Oh. You guys. Wait. I will tell everyone what you do. The voice is getting farther and farther, and it seems that someone can't carry it and already run away. She was trying hard to cover her mouth and hold back her laughter, when the window was completely opened. Gu Duo leaned out and stared at her. Why don't you come in? Lu Jinggu went in through the window directly. Xiao was trembling with fear, not knowing whether she should do the same. She hurriedly said, I asked her to lead the way. Don't blame her. So Xiao was allowed to leave, and the other party ran away as if she had been pardoned. The rest of the group looked at her. Lu Jinggu shrugged. Why are you looking at me like that? She didn't think she was wrong at all, but looked at the door curiously. Who is that person? From the tone of the person just now, Gongsun Qi didn't recognize him either. Could he be the cannon fodder sent out? Who knew that the furious kid snorted coldly. Da Qi's trash. Nothing to worry about. Huh? You know him? Heh. Is this person in a bad mood after waking up? Why is he so aggressive? She frowned slightly and looked at Gu Duo with an inquiring look. But he was also serious. When he gets serious, he is more lethal than Gongsun Qi. Lu Jinggu subconsciously shrank his shoulders and asked with a dry laugh. Ha ha. You? What are you doing? Ah. Gu Duo did not answer, but Gongsun Ping sighed deeply, seeing that she didn't understand. The old man kindly explained. Da Qi Fei Yuan is the head of the Da Qi family. They asked him to come this time. On the surface, it is for accountability, but in fact, they want to find you. Looking for me? She pointed at herself, very surprised. What are they looking for her for? Taoyuan #1 is already eye-catching enough. But, after all, Xiao Duo is blocking the way. But this time, the changes on Star 555 are too rapid. They think there is something else, and they are already suspecting that there are other people behind the scenes. Fortunately, Xing Lian took you directly on the spacecraft before. And not many people knew you were here. If you are careful to cover it up, there is still room for operation. Gu Duo continued. But you are powerless. So you must not act alone again. That's right. Gong Sunchi also said with a sour face. With your little mental power, if they really want to catch you for investigation, it will be effortless. When the two of you are at the same point, the lethality is really multiplied. Lu Jingu secretly complained. But he also knew that the matter was serious. He tilted his head and thought for a while, and said, in fact, I think that if it really comes to the point where it can't be covered up, it is better to publicize it, and let every corner of the alliance know about my existence. It is also a way out. The people present were all smart, and immediately understood what she meant. Gu Duo thought about it, and nodded slowly. That's right. But before that, you'd better have more trump cards. Isn't it also increasing my trump cards to expand the influence of Taoyuan? That's not enough. Gong Sun Ping shook his head. I've heard about your limited villa. But so far, except for Anna Black, has anyone else lived there? That's true. It's really far from enough to use high-end residential buildings to expand influence. As she was thinking, she saw them exchanging glances. And they were obviously planning something. Ahem. She coughed lightly, and felt several eyes coming over. She crossed her arms and smiled. If you have any ideas, you might as well tell me directly. She said this because she knew these big shots. After all, the strength of the two sides was too unequal. If they made a decision on her behalf in the name of for your own good, it would inevitably make everyone unhappy. It is better to directly express your attitude. First be a villain and then a gentleman, so as to avoid a rift in everyone's relationship, which is not easy to repair. Gong Sun Ping frowned slightly, and after a while, he said softly, recently, there has been a proposal that has been under discussion, but it has not been made public yet, and it is still internal information. She did not respond. Since the other party has mentioned this matter, he intends to tell it. What obstacles are there whether it is internal or not? Sure enough, he paused for a while, and still told the content of the proposal, as well as the cause and effect. Chapter 74 Technology, secretly researched for 10 years. The Peach Blossom Land on Planet 555 has finally been upgraded to Level 3. Not too much. Not too little. Just enough to use up all of Gong Sun Chi's mental energy accumulated over the past 2 years. The buildings on the entire planet are just wrapped in it. So there is basically no need to worry about any sudden violent events. Since the Research Institute can provide all the necessities of life, this planet generally does not allow outsiders to enter. So other buildings do not need to be built. But after discussing with everyone, she still built a warehouse and a money office. Gong Sun Chi was directly set as the manager of the two buildings, and Lu Jinyu told him how to use them one by one. Hearing that the warehouse here can be connected to the other two places, Gong Sun Chi's first reaction was, then I won't have to worry about having nothing to eat in the future? As expected of childhood friends, they have the same foodie attributes. Feeling the death gaze, she quickly said that she would send things to the warehouse here regularly in the future. Of course, for money. Gong Sun Chi had no objection and said in a tycoon manner, anyway, there is nothing to spend money on star 555. Okay. Spread your hands. After his grandson's condition was completely stable, Gong Sun Ping rushed back to the capital star. According to the old man's words, that was his battlefield. After that, Gu Duo asked the old housekeeper to take everyone out. And only when there were only 3 of them left, he took out a video. Only then did she know that he had turned on the camera of the optical computer in time at such a sudden moment, and took a picture of Zheng Zixuan being sent into the mirror. Until then, she didn't know why this incident caused such a big reaction in Gu Duo. She even thought he was making a fuss. But now, after watching it once, Gong Sun Chi's face became extremely serious. And she knew that she thought too simply. Gong Sun Chi watched the video of just a few seconds back and forth more than a dozen times, and finally said, what happened to this child later? It took about 10 minutes before and after, and the craniotomy was completed. Gu Duo said while showing a picture of Zheng Zixuan. The suture marks on the bald head were very clear. Gong Sun Chi studied it for a while, and concluded, the medical technology of the Alliance cannot achieve such a fast healing speed. But I can be sure that this child did have a craniotomy. Gu Duo operated the optical brain, and the screen turned into a 360-degree metal container. What is in it is what was taken out of his brain. Please help me study it later. Gong Sun Chi fiddled with a 3D picture and frowned after a moment. This thing looks like a hole. It is. If there is something inside. How did it get in? Gu Duo shrugged, indicating that he didn't know. Gong Sunchi looked at the video and pictures back and forth. And after a long time he said, "These remind me of a technology that the Alliance has not yet realized." Lu Jingu was confused, but he keenly caught the details of the two men exchanging glances, and couldn't help asking, "What technology is it?" "You two stop playing dumb." Gu Duo spread his hands. She made the thing. She was immediately subjected to Gong Sunchi's X-ray-like gaze. After a while, she almost couldn't stand it. And the other party pushed his glasses and slowly said, "The Alliance has been secretly researching wormhole crossing technology since 10 years ago." Wormhole crossing? She could understand these two words separately, but she didn't understand them together. Could it be that the Alliance really wants to set up a time travel management bureau? Seeing that she was still confused, Gong Sunchi scratched his hair in annoyance. "This is a secret of the Alliance. Do you really want me to explain it to her?" Gu Duo simply said, "Only she can take out the things." "Fuck." Gong Sunchi cursed. "If this matter gets out, you and I will go to the Supreme Court, and we may be charged with treason." Without responding, Gu Duo expressed his attitude with silence. Cursing, he finally explained, "You have seen interstellar pollution before the appearance of Taoyuan. It was a terminal illness for the Alliance. Do you understand?" Little friend Lu Jingu nodded obediently. There is a hypothesis that the two ends of the wormhole are actually connected to parallel universes. She opened her eyes wide, and felt that the popular science channel suddenly jumped to the science fiction channel. In fact, this hypothesis has certain factual support. I won't explain the details because it involves too many things. In short, there is a consensus among the top leaders of the Alliance that if you can ensure safety after entering the wormhole, you can reach a brand new, unpolluted universe. So since 10 years ago, the Alliance has been committed to researching wormhole technology. For various reasons, this research has never been disclosed to the public. Until the appearance of Taoyuan, interstellar pollution can only be slowed down, not eliminated. Sooner or later, the entire Alliance will be occupied by toxins. So wormhole crossing can be said to be the greatest hope. But unfortunately, after 10 years, there has not been much progress in this area. Gong Sunchi mentioned the past 10 years in one sentence. But Gu Duo interrupted and added, "It should be said that related research has only made some breakthroughs in the past few years, all of which were brought by him." Lu Jingu suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he was so arrogant to the special envoy sent by the capital star. And his confidence was here. Gong Sunchi did not look proud at all, but said lightly, "It's a pity that we are still far from being able to truly use this technology." He clicked on the video again, thinking, if this is really a wormhole crossing technology, once it is spread out, even we are afraid that it will be difficult to resist the decision of our family. Hearing the terrible meaning in these words, her heart sank. Gu Duo leaned back, fingers interlocked, as expected. "You think so too? It's obvious, isn't it?" Gong Sunchi sneered. "In fact, you took a risk by exposing her to my grandfather this time. With your appearance, you can't get Grandpa Ping away for any reason. So what are you going to do now? You even chatted with me in secret. You really want to drag me down." Gong Sunchi seemed to suddenly think of this. His eyes suddenly widened, staring at Gu Duo unhappily. "Heh. You've eaten so many meals for free? I can pay. There's no need to sacrifice myself. You didn't plan to pay at the time. I just forgot. Can I make up for it now?" Too late. Watching the two of them bickering again in silence, and with a tendency to intensify, she endured and endured, but couldn't help but yelled, "Stop!" The voice stopped abruptly, and the two pairs of eyes looked at each other. She spread her hands and said helplessly, "From what you said, I am facing a very unusual situation. What should I do now? Hand over the technology to the country?" Her thoughts were inevitably influenced by her past life, but she saw that the two of them showed disapproval at the same time, and Gong Sunchi shook his head even more like a rattle. Chapter 75. Forced to join the game. You have to remember that for ordinary people, the Alliance is a whole, but for the real upper class, the Alliance has been torn apart. Gong Sunchi said seriously, "The 7 families are divided into 3 factions. Even if they are so-called neutral, they have their own plans. Now you are obviously biased towards our 2 families. What do you think Blake will think?" Lu Jingu has no experience in this kind of political struggle, and asked very humbly, "What will he think?" Even if you lose this technology, you can't help the enemy. The heavy meaning in the words makes people shudder. Gu Duo looked over and tapped the table with his fingertips. Dong, 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 dong. The sound seemed to knock on her heart. I understand, she whispered. If you can't use it for me, I would rather kill it. A man is innocent but guilty of holding the jade. And she is the one who has no power and influence but got the husher by. So the room in Taoyuan number 1 must not be open to the public. At least not now. Gu Duo's voice was gentle, but strangely gave her courage and calmness. After clicking on the system to confirm, she nodded. Okay. I will completely block the room and no one is allowed to enter. On the management interface of Taoyuan number 1, under the name of the Chinese Medicine Clinic, the 3 words enabled instantly changed to closed, and the name of the building turned gray, meaning that no one, including herself, could enter the room. It's done. She said this deliberately, and not surprisingly. She found that they were all a little surprised. At present, it seems that they are on her side. She doesn't really understand why, but it doesn't prevent her from showing her specialness a little bit. This is to tell them that it's worth betting on her. After all, Gong Sun Chi has not witnessed the wonders of Taoyuan with his own eyes. But he is a little surprised. Gu Duo's eyes are deeper, looking at him fearlessly. Lu Jinggu said word by word, if something irreversible really happens, the survival of Taoyuan is only a matter of my thoughts. A look of understanding flashed in his eyes, and he nodded. It's a good bargaining chip. I've got it. You don't need it over there. But can you make one here? Gong Sun Chi suddenly spoke with expectation. This? She hesitated. It seems that there is no problem in building a Chinese medicine clinic here. But Gu Duo shook his head. Not appropriate. Gong Sun Chi frowned. In fact, things may not be what you think. We can study it first. If we find something wrong, we don't need to report the results. Heh. He was responded with a sneer. Gong Sun Chi exploded. Gu Duo? What do you mean by laughing like that? Because some people are smart, but they haven't improved after so many years. The person who triggered the naughty child bomb did not restrain himself. Gong Sun Chi, you are not naive enough to think that there is really no one watching the 555 star. They are all people left by my father. The eyes behind the lenses flashed with anger. Gu Duo, even if it is you, you can't accuse them without evidence. Then you still acquiesce to have a private chat with us? The short sentence was like a sharp needle, puncturing the bluffing balloon of anger. Gong Sun Chi suddenly softened in the chair and didn't speak for a long time. Gu Duo's eyes flashed with a trace of pity, but he was still calm and clear when he spoke. Don't be lucky anymore. It will only kill you, me, and all of us. Lu Jinggu felt that this conversation really overturned her worldview again and again. But at this moment, she was not happy to see the truth. But her alarm bells were ringing. She only hated herself for not leaving earlier. She smiled dryly and moved towards the door. You guys chat. I'm leaving first. The hand behind her back had already touched the door handle, but was locked by 2 mental powers. One was cold, and the other was violent. But both were strong and dangerous enough to make her stop on the spot and dare not move anymore. 6 lines of sight collided in the air, and anger appeared in her eyes. The more so, the calmer her tone became. I always thought we were friends. You are not very friendly like this. Gong Sun Chi sneered and did not answer. But her anger was indeed directed more at Gu Duo. This person is really too much. She thought to herself that even if he wanted to pull her in, as long as he talked nicely, she would not. Thinking of this, she suddenly lost her temper. What will happen? Since she came here, she has had a goal: to live freely without being controlled by others. So she never thought about participating in a complicated and dangerous struggle. It was just a defensive mentality of I won't offend others if they don't offend me. If she had known that they wanted to drag her into a dangerous situation, would she have obeyed? I'm afraid Gu Duo already knew the answer. Her lips were pressed into a straight line, and she suddenly realized that it was better to passively know the secret and then either join or kill it. The situation, in her heart, was more angry that Gu Duo lied to me. A small voice came out from the bottom of her heart, wanting to ask if the situation today was Gong Sun Chi's idea. If the answer was yes, she would not be so uncomfortable. But reason told her that everything at present was the result of Gu Duo discovering her ability again and again, and correcting and leading step by step. Silence spread between the two. and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Duo said, "You sit down first." Heh. She lowered her eyes and smiled, with two mental powers still hovering around her. Did she have the right to say no? Deliberately ignoring the pain brought by the unknown emotion, she walked over rationally and indifferently and sat down again. The cold mental power disappeared first, and then Gongsun Chi slowly withdrew his mental power. Gu Duo looked at her and said sincerely, "I do this." Boom. A loud noise interrupted his words, and the door suddenly opened. The old housekeeper looked anxious. "Master, it's a star pirate." "Damn it!" Gongsun Chi cursed and immediately moved his wheelchair to the wall. "Star pirates can appear here. Who do you think is a fool?" Another loud noise. Lu Jingu rushed to the window and looked out. In the dark sky, for ghost-like spaceships were floating in the air. The light from the muzzles of the bottom of two spaceships was slowly dissipating, and it was obvious that an attack had just ended. At the same time, the muzzles of the other two spaceships began to gather light again. "Don't look. Go hide. Miss Jean. Follow me." Gu Duo had already put on the mecha and flew directly out of the slowly open roof. Gongsun Chi pressed a few times on the wall, and the room suddenly changed. The control console floated up from the ground. He operated it and cursed, "Fuck! If you dare to come, you will never come back." Lu Jingu was pulled by the old housekeeper and staggered out. Not long after, several more attacks fell. This time, she just saw a faint light shield appearing on the Taoyuan giant tree. But during the attack, the light shield flickered, giving people a feeling that it was about to go out. At the same time, several more spaceships slowly appeared in the sky on the other side. The old housekeeper's face changed drastically, and he handed her to Xiao Xiao, who came hurriedly and said seriously, "Miss Jean, you must not run around again this time. Understand?" I know." Frightened by the sudden battle, she could only follow Xiao Xiao obediently to run to the hiding place. Chapter 76 Kidnapped. Xiao Xiao said softly, with an unconcealable panic, "Miss, come this way. What's the matter with the star pirates?" As she ran, she kept looking back. Every part of the institute was changing. The ceiling above her head slowly opened, and the experimental equipment and walls of some rooms sank into the ground, replaced by the raised gun muzzles. With the changes in these rooms, the corridors in the institute also looked different. Even though Lu Jingu was not a road idiot, he was a little confused at this moment. Xiao Xiao did not answer her, but said, "Miss Jean, go this way." "Ah, is it this way?" She scratched her head, turned around, and followed Xiao Xiao to the other side. A trace of doubt flashed through her heart, but was interrupted by the continuous bombardment. She had never experienced a situation so close to war, and it would be a lie to say that she was not nervous. In fact, her palms were already full of sweat. So how could she think too much? Xiao Xiao flashed into the door, turned around and grabbed her wrist. She noticed that the other person's palm was also wet and cold, and her fingertips were even shaking obviously. She was slightly stunned and subconsciously comforted. "Don't be afraid. They will definitely be able to drive away the star pirates." As she spoke, she followed Shishia's power and entered the house. Just happened to bump into Shishia's guilty eyes and a word. "I'm sorry." There was a pain in her head, and the rumbling sound of the cannon gradually faded away, and Lu Jingu lost consciousness. When she slowly recovered, there was silence all around. Her fingertips moved slightly and touched a hard object. She tried to lift her feet gently again, but was immediately blocked by something. She carefully opened her eyelids a little and saw darkness. She was sure that she was locked in a very narrow place. She tried to move her whole body, but was tied up tightly. It seems that the kidnappers didn't leave any loopholes. She struggled for a while to no avail, but she was exhausted. For fear of attracting attention, she did not dare to make too much noise, and could only stop panting. She did not know how long it had been, but she suddenly woke up, and it turned out that she had just fallen into a hallucination. And at the same time, her heartbeat was a little unbalanced. This was not a good sign. The dark, lightless and silent environment could even drive people crazy. She quickly turned on the Taoyuan system. Although the actual scene was still dark, her mind felt the light. The deceived brain gradually calmed down, and she regained her normal thinking ability. The kidnapping could not be concealed for a long time, unless those star pirates could really raze planet 555 to the ground. but now recalling the reactions of Guduo and others, it is obvious that the identities of those star pirates have to be questioned. Maybe the star pirate invasion was fake, and creating an opportunity to kidnap her was the real reason. Lu Jingu did not want to think too highly of herself, but all signs showed that she might really be the center of this battle. Therefore, Star 555 is destined to survive this attack safely, unless the people who arranged the star pirates have completely broken with the alliance. Then, they will definitely find out that she is missing soon, and Guduo just used a trick to force her onto his pirate ship, so he shouldn't give up just like that. A bitter smile climbed up the corner of her mouth. After being kidnapped, she actually had to be thankful that she was the person Guduo deliberately wanted to win over. This cognition made her both unwilling and unhappy. The pain that she had deliberately ignored before also emerged faintly, biting her back teeth to suppress all these negative emotions. She warned herself, now is not the time to complain about herself. It is better to save yourself than to wait for others to save you. What if Guduo hasn't found her yet, and the kidnappers kill her first? As she was thinking, there was a sound of fast approaching footsteps outside. Someone is coming. Startled, she quickly recalled the posture when she woke up, and closed her eyes after getting ready. Click. With a slight sound, a beam of light suddenly fell on her face. After being in the dark for a long time, even with her eyes closed, she felt that the light was too dazzling, and she wanted to frown reflexively. But then, the light dimmed a little. She suddenly realized that someone was observing her from the opening position. She quickly controlled her facial movements, not daring to reveal the fact that she had woken up. The person observing in secret did not make any sound, and she could not judge whether the other party was still looking at her. But after a while, the light became brighter. Then, there was an uncomfortable bubbling sound. Why haven't you woken up yet? A man answered, a mental waste, who was attacked by mental power. It is normal to be unconscious. Are you sure she was not hurt? I am doing things. Are you still worried? Humph. The higher-ups ordered that she must be alive. And I am also cautious. Whether she is awake or not, you have to watch her carefully. Along with this sentence, there was also the sound of something closing, and the beam of light disappeared. But she cautiously did not move, and only opened her eyelids carefully until the footsteps faded away. So it was right not to make a big noise. There was obviously a guard outside. In addition, don't worry about your life for the time being. And I was knocked unconscious by my mental power. The above is all the information collected so far, which is of no use to get out of the predicament. With a bitter smile, she found that for now, it seemed that there was no choice but to wait. Fortunately, the waiting time was not long. After a subtle vibration, the container she was in began to move. Lu Jingu silently tried to restore the route. Flat road, downhill, flat road again, uphill, flat road, and then it didn't move again. There was a faint sound in the distance, but it was a pity that it was completely inaudible. It still didn't make any sense. Where was she transported to? Soon after, this question suddenly had an answer, or a partial answer. She suddenly felt extremely dizzy in her head, followed by a familiar cramp in her stomach. She just made a space jump. So she was on a spaceship again. The sequelae of this space jump have not ended yet, and the feeling of sadness came again. This was her first time to jump through space without any protection. Twice. Now she felt like her brain was going to explode. Suddenly, something cold and malicious stretched out its tentacles from an unknown part of her brain. The change that followed was that the shallow mental power suddenly overflowed. Ice froze in her eyes and gradually spread to her entire pupil, making her eyes look like inorganic glass. The Taoyuan system, which had never been turned off, suddenly began to flicker, and warm power flowed out from the management interface of the three Taoyuans. It was much weaker than the feeling when she was in Taoyuan, but it was enough to melt some of the ice. She blinked slowly, and her frozen brain creaked and resumed operation with difficulty. She was full of doubts. When did I faint? Before she could figure it out, the spaceship shook slightly. The dizziness came again, and she secretly cried out, "No way! It comes again!" Instincts acted before reason, and in the blink of an eye, the icy cold mental power turned into a barrier, completely wrapping her body, and the discomfort caused by the space jump receded like a tide. Lu Jingu opened his eyes in shock. What am I? The next second, click. Chapter 77 Escape. The darkness in front of her suddenly opened up. A pair of sinister eyes appeared outside. It turned out that the mental fluctuation just now attracted the attention of the guard. "What did you do?" Unexpectedly, the two looked at each other, and Lu Jingu's heart sank. Before she could figure out what to do, the guard had already pulled open the container and grabbed it with 5 fingers. Perhaps because of the sudden increase in mental power, her perception of emotions became more acute. The malice that came to her was disgusting. In a flash, she understood that perhaps her life was temporarily safe, but these people didn't mind giving her some physical pain. Of course, she didn't want to suffer an unprovoked disaster. Seeing that the other party's eagle-like hand was about to strangle her neck, a cold light flashed in her eyes, and she didn't react before her mental power, like the 9 nether ice, had already reached out. It seemed that this power suddenly had self-awareness and entangled the other party's mental power very skillfully. Following the upstream, it broke into the other party's brain almost without any hindrance. "Don't." Suddenly realizing what he was going to do, she subconsciously spoke out to stop him, but was shocked to find that her mental power was out of control, and only vague images were transmitted back. The invisible forces suddenly tangled together, and then suddenly turned. The palm that was close at hand suddenly lost its strength, and fell to the ground with the torso. Lu Jingu clenched his fists tightly, not daring to recall the scene he had just seen. The mental power that had killed the person turned back, as if a blade passed by close to her body. The restraints on her body loosened, and she was unprepared and almost fell on the body of the guard. It was obviously her own mental power, but it made people feel full of malice. "Why?" Carefully stepping over the body, she realized that she was in the luggage compartment. The container that held her looked a little familiar. After taking a few more glances, she recognized that it was a disguised confinement box. No wonder she couldn't move her whole body. She couldn't help but feel lucky that the kidnappers didn't put a mental suppression ring on her. Otherwise, let alone escaping, she would have died unclearly after 2 more space jumps. Even now, she was not really safe. She didn't forget that the kidnappers had other people. At this critical moment, she couldn't care less. She looked through several suitcases in a row and finally found one that was not so high-end and could be opened directly. Inside was exactly what she needed, a pile of old clothes. She took out a set and put it on, let her tied hair down and combed it with her hands. Her wrists flew, and she quickly changed her hairstyle, and then tilted the hat to one side of her head, and her whole temperament changed. After taking a look at the corpse on the ground, she was hesitating whether to deal with it, when she suddenly heard the broadcast of the spacecraft. "Hello, passengers. This flight is about to arrive at planet 4180. Passengers going to planet 4180. Please be prepared." After the broadcast was repeated 3 times in a row, the content changed. "This flight will stop at planet 4180 for 30 minutes. After taking off again, there will be no more stops before reaching the destination planet 7279. Please be prepared." It was repeated 3 times again. The sound of mechanical operation came from the wall of the luggage compartment. After a while, a hole opened in one of the walls, and there was a long conveyor belt inside. Some luggage was picked up by the mechanical arm and placed lightly on the conveyor belt. A flash of inspiration came to her, and she suddenly had an idea. She pushed the confinement box to the conveyor port with force, climbed in quickly, and then slammed in the direction of the entrance. The box slid into the entrance, went out along the conveyor belt, and soon reached the exit on the other side. There were also mechanical arms working here, piling the luggage one by one on the transfer vehicle, and then sent it to the security check. It was a bit like the airport operation process on Earth. It was just that there were almost no staff, which made it convenient for her. While the mechanical arm put down the confinement box to grab the next piece of luggage, she quickly got out of the box, closed the door, and then slipped away. But she didn't leave the apron. This spaceship only stopped at this place. Once the kidnappers found that she was missing, they would immediately think of where she escaped. So it's not safe here. She turned on the optical brain and started browsing the spaceship tickets available at this airport. The best thing is of course to go back directly. But unfortunately, after entering the destination 679, it shows that there are no flights. Stars 555 and 7133 directly show the location of the planet cannot be found. She can only give up the most direct method and browse other flights. In Lu Jingu's opinion, as long as they are close to the heart of the Alliance, Star Pirates cannot be dispatched frequently because of its special status. Planet 555 has no ordinary people living on it. As long as the news of the pirates is handled well, it will not cause any waves at all. Other planets are different. But she is not familiar with other planets. After looking around, it seems that there is nothing good to choose. She could only choose randomly. Just as she was about to buy a ticket, there was a commotion in the distance. Out of vigilance, she looked up and saw several men with aggressive faces gesticulating with the airport staff. And the card next to them was an empty confinement box. Her eyes narrowed, and she lowered her head quickly. She was discovered by these people so quickly. She felt a sense of urgency, and her intuition told her that she couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise she would not be able to leave. She gave up those routes that would take off in a few hours, and directly pulled the ticket purchase page to the top. There were a total of 5 spaceships that were about to take off. She took a quick look and chose one of them without hesitation. The ticket purchase information just jumped to success. In less than a minute, these 5 spaceships all changed to ticket inspection is about to begin. Stop purchasing. The dispute over there became white-hot, and the voices of those fierce men could not help but rise. She vaguely heard words such as blockade, and you are responsible for the consequences. Could they force the airport to block and check? She carefully raised her eyes, and found that the airport staff was tangled and actually hesitant. After a while, one of the airport managers talked to someone and nodded to a few men. Feeling something, she turned her head and looked outside the airport. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling glass window was the busy airport periphery. But if you look carefully, you can see unusual changes. The airport service robots are gathering at the entrance and exit. They really want to block the airport. Her eyes narrowed. Now it is impossible to leave the airport directly. The only way out is carefully controlling her panic. She stood up and followed the other passengers to the boarding gate. A few minutes later, Lu Jinggu got on the new spaceship. But her heart was still hanging high. The spaceship still had 5 minutes to take off. This short time seemed like 10,000 years to her. And it was very tormenting. The radio began to play the precautions for takeoff. Things did not seem to be going in the worst direction. She lowered her eyes and prayed silently, take off quickly. Take off smoothly. Chapter 78 Escape. A few minutes later, the spaceship roared towards the sky. In the blink of an eye, the light outside the porthole turned from bright to dark. She had left the atmosphere of 4,180 stars. Lu Jinggu breathed a sigh of relief and silently thanked God for his favor. She didn't know that at this moment. On the ground, the airport was filled with a tense atmosphere. The passengers who were forcibly stopped looked panicked and eager to know what happened. The airport staff had no time to deal with them because the men were losing their temper. Why don't you stop all the spaceships? What if the fugitives hide on those spaceships? The person in charge was sweating profusely, wiping his forehead while explaining, we can't do anything. Among the 4 ships that took off, 2 are graduation travel ships for the distinguished young ladies and young masters of the Xia family. The angry man paused. If it was the Xia family, it would be difficult to offend them. But they would not admit their mistakes and immediately asked, even if the Xia family ship is difficult to stop. What about the other 2? The other 2 ships are carrying the Xin family's natural walkers. How can we stop you? Fuck you. The kidnapper could not help but curse. It was a coincidence that gave way to a coincidence. It was such a coincidence. They had a background, so they could force the airport to cooperate with the blockade. But they happened to run into 2 other tough guys. The Xia family and the Xin family were the people behind them, and they could not be offended easily. No one at the airport was only willing to stop one of the 5 spaceships that were about to take off. The leading kidnapper had a gloomy face, but he also knew that the matter was irreversible. So he said coldly, search the airport first. You'd better pray that the people are still at the airport. Otherwise, both the people at the airport and his men turned pale. Lu Jinggu naturally didn't know the drama that took place at the airport after she escaped. After confirming that no pursuers were found for the time being, she finally relaxed a little. Only then did she have time to check her mental power. She searched over and over, but still had no clue. She only remembered that because the space jump was too uncomfortable. She seemed to have fainted for a while. And when she woke up, she was already like this. Could it be that people in critical moments can stimulate stronger mental power? Puzzled, she went to the Star Network to search. Some people have asked similar questions, but the answers are all like, the host dreams faster. It is recommended that the host die and then tell us the result. She had no choice but to close the star network. She was helpless with the extra mental power. She could only hang her heart and hope that this strange power would not cause trouble again. The scene of the mental power being out of control and directly turning the guard's brain into a pot of brain flour was still vivid in her mind. Ugh! She felt nauseous and quickly drove that scene out of her mind. In order to divert her attention, she began to study the stations that this spacecraft passed through. The reason why she chose this route among the 5 routes was actually very simple. This was the flight with the most stations. From takeoff to the terminal, there are 15 temporary stops along the way. She bought a ticket for the terminal, which means there are 16 stops to choose from. Even if the other party follows, it can delay a lot of time. After all, even she herself doesn't know where she will get off. And the choice is completely random. Even so, she is still worried. After getting off the ship halfway, she bought another spaceship ticket and prepared to land randomly again. Coincidentally, the girl who sat next to her on the previous spaceship became her neighbor again. The two were a little surprised to meet again. But Lu Jinggu was not in the mood to make friends at this time. She just nodded as a greeting and closed her eyes to take a nap to avoid possible greetings. She didn't worry that the other party was a bad person. The inexplicably extra mental power was very strong, so she could clearly feel the soft and warm power of the other party. There was no hostility or malice. If she had to describe it, this feeling was slightly similar to the power of Taoyuan, both of which made people feel comfortable and peaceful. It is hard to imagine that someone with this power would be a bad person, but she was still alert. So she subconsciously covered most of her face with the brim of her hat, trying to prevent the other party from seeing her face. This route passes through remote and desolate places, but there are quite a few people on the ship. From their conversation, it can be heard that the passengers are civilians who can't survive on their original planets. Lu Jinggu realized that the most difficult people in the Alliance now are not the useless people with E and F mental powers, but the D-level mentalists who occupy the largest number of civilians. Due to the continuous development of technology, the combination of various equipment and mental power has become closer. In an ordinary production line, 3 D-level mentalists can fully control the production details by working together. But now some factories have introduced more advanced machines, and only 1 C-level is needed to control an entire production line. Fewer employees means less salary expenditure. Not to mention that single-person work is more efficient and safer than multi-person cooperation, which may occasionally cause problems. So a large number of D-level psychics lost their jobs. What is even more unacceptable is the replacement of various equipment in the city. In the past, life equipment that could be driven by any psychic power now consumes more. For people with high psychic power levels, life has indeed become more comfortable and efficient. But what about those who are neither good nor bad? The higher the number of planets, the more difficult it is to live. And they are not in the category of weak psychics who can accept assistance stipulated by the Alliance law. So they are not eligible even if they want to do hard labor or eat some Alliance subsidies. In addition to selling themselves to the nobles, their only choice is to bring their families and live away from the center of the Alliance to remote planets. After all, these planets are developing slowly. Advanced machines are rare, and ordinary people can still live normally. But such a choice of being forced to leave their hometowns naturally cannot make them happy. So the entire spacecraft is basically shrouded in a sad atmosphere. Lu Jinggu sighed secretly, and couldn't understand why the lives of ordinary people became more difficult when the technological power was stronger in this life. Isn't the development of technology meant to make people live happier? Every bit of understanding about the current situation of the Alliance will make people miss their motherland in the previous life more. It's a pity that she probably won't be able to go back. She let herself be depressed for a while, until she heard the broadcast of the upcoming arrival. When she opened her eyes, all the negative emotions had been swept away. She pressed the brim of her hat, and stood up to walk to the cabin door. The girl sitting next to her moved almost at the same time as her. The two looked at each other in surprise. And the other party finally couldn't help but say, "What a coincidence. Are you getting off the ship at this stop too?" "Yeah. It's a coincidence." She forced a smile, always feeling that the coincidence was too strong. And it was really a bit wrong. If she wasn't worried that it would look too weird to sit back now, she really didn't want to let such a coincidence happen. Chapter 79 almost got fiddled. After getting off the spaceship, the girl smiled and nodded, and soon disappeared in the crowd. Lu Jinggu secretly observed with her mental power, and was relieved to make sure that the other party got on the shuttle bus directly. But she was still alert when she lowered her eyes. And she didn't dare to relax. Just now, some passengers who left their hometowns also got off the spaceship at this stop. Everyone got familiar with each other along the way. And now they called their friends and agreed to go to the city together. She mixed in with this group of people and took the same shuttle bus. Before getting on the bus, she took advantage of no one noticing and grabbed her back with her backhand. Then when choosing a seat, she deliberately sat in the middle and back seat. In the back row was a family of mother and daughter with several children. Not long after, someone patted her shoulder gently. She had been waiting for this moment. But she turned back in surprise. Is there something wrong? Little girl, your clothes on the back are torn. Don't you feel it? The aunt's tone was reproachful. But her subconscious move of leaning closer and lowering her voice still made people clearly feel her kindness. Ah! She hurriedly touched her back, pretending to have just discovered this embarrassing situation. Really? This? She acted embarrassed and shy, making the two women in the back row more convinced that this was a careless little girl. She didn't feel the chill on her back. Her nerves were really too big. But such a young child also makes people feel good. The two of them didn't show it on their faces, but they both had smiles in their eyes. The aunt even stuffed a long shirt in front of her. Don't worry. It's washed. The aunt lowered her voice. If you don't mind, just block it first. Thank you. Auntie, I transfer some star coins to you. How could she be disgusted? While apologizing, she took the clothes and put them on. This straightforward move flattered the aunt even more. She started to talk to them in a familiar manner. What's the price for an old dress? Why did you come here alone? Little girl, having just accepted someone's kindness. Of course she couldn't burn the bridge after crossing the river. So she had to make up some words like the parents are here to deal with it. Then at the first stop of the shuttle bus, after confirming that the family had no intention of getting off, she quickly stood up and said goodbye. We're here now. The aunt was still a little reluctant. Well, my dad is over there. She pointed randomly. There were several people, young and old, waiting for the plane. I don't know how the aunt judged it. After taking a look, she smiled and said, It seems that your parents are doing well here. The little girl is blessed. Smiling at the other party, fearing that she would leave her contact information in the next second, Lu Jingu waved and got off the bus quickly, walking a few steps in that direction. He looked back and saw that the shuttle bus had gone far away, and turned around and went into the bathroom. The torn undershirt was taken off and hung loosely around the waist. The trousers were torn from the ankles to the knees, and then the shirt was wrapped around the body. The hem was rolled up and knotted, revealing a ray of waist. After the hair was scattered and combed, the hat was rolled up and put on, and the image was completely different from before. After walking out of the compartment and looking at the mirror, he hurriedly left with satisfaction. He stopped a car and went to the nearby town. After asking around, he confirmed that the planet numbered 6752 was very desolate. The planets with lower numbers are all underdeveloped areas, and a large part of them are even pure mining planets. Among the few planets that can survive, this planet is also one of the poorer ones. Of course, it was not like this at the beginning. Planet 6752 was once very lively. It produced a gem called Artemis, which was named because it was black all over but had a touch of moonlight. This gem was extremely sought after by the nobles, and because it was only produced on planet 6752, its value soared further. This planet is bustling because of this, but it has also declined because of the rapid reduction of Artemis production. Now the original prosperity is gone, and only some people who still hold the gold rush dream are willing to stay on this planet. But what is the truth? There have been no new Artemis gems for 10 years. Fortunately, in addition to Artemis, there is also a kind of associated mineral produced here. But because the output is too large and not valuable, it is not taken seriously by large companies. These gold diggers rely on this associated mineral to earn a living. In short, the population of this planet is slowly decreasing. And due to excessive mining, the surface of the planet is seriously desertified and water resources are seriously reduced. Perhaps in the near future, it will completely become an uninhabitable planet. The only consolation is that interstellar pollution has not spread here for the time being. After figuring out the general situation, she did not stay outside for long. She found a medium-sized hotel and stayed at home. It has been several days. She should have temporarily gotten rid of the pursuers. Should she contact Gudu and others? Thinking of this, She turned on the optical computer again. She saw several unread messages at a glance. The latest one was from Gu Duo, asking where she was hiding. When she was about to reply, she accidentally glanced at the message list on the side. Immediately below Gu Duo's name, there was a message from a stranger. Because it was in preview mode, she could only see the first few words. Sister Wanya, we want to. She frowned and found that things were not simple. She stopped replying and clicked on the stranger's message first. Sister Wanya, we are going to play outside for a few days and not go home for the time being. However, her optical computer is broken. I will contact you after I get a new one in a few days. There is no signature and no other content. Cute tone. Cute emoticons. It looks like a young girl sent a wrong message. Switch to Gu Duo's message again. There are only 3 words. Where are you hiding? It fits his habit of being concise. But looking at these 3 words at this moment, she felt a chill in her body, as if she saw a group of people staring at the information interface, waiting for a reply to appear, and then quickly track the signal location. She couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, she saw the 2 words Wanya and curiously opened another message first. Even more fortunately, since she escaped from the spaceship, she has been using the account of Taoyuan Group. This account is bound to the Taoyuan system. They have tried it before, and ordinary tracking methods can't find any information at all. And from the fact that the other party actually used Gu Duo's account to fish, unusual methods can't do anything about the Taoyuan system for the time being. Fortunately, but the feeling of relief was fleeting, and her mood became nervous again. Even Gu Duo's account can be obtained. The other party's power is more powerful than expected. Now she dares not contact anyone. She opened the stranger's message again and took a closer look. She breathed a sigh of relief and decided to hide on the spot for the time being. After thinking about it, she called up the management interface of Taoyuan No. 1 and opened the city manager option. After hesitating for a while, she realized that if she wanted to convey the message "I'm still safe" silently, it seemed that this was the only way. Her thoughts moved slightly, and a name appeared in the options. System prompt. Confirmed to set up Taoyuan No. 1 administrator? The administrator will have some of Taoyuan No. 1's permissions. Yes or no? Chapter 80 A Humane System. Biting her lip, she finally chose yes. Gu Duo's name appeared in the city manager options of Taoyuan No. 1. At the same time, a new function appeared on the system interface. Development plan. After studying it for a while, she figured out the function of the new function. She could make the next construction plan of Taoyuan No. 1 in the system. Gu Duo, the manager, was actually more of an executor. Unfortunately, the development plan was to directly select building and put it into the existing plan template, instead of typing it by yourself. The idea of leaving a message to Gu Duo was shattered, but she still made a plan and chose to send it. She was a little curious about what would happen next. Would there be a system on Gu Duo's side? She didn't know that almost as soon as she pressed send, a new email appeared in Gu Duo's mailbox. His account was monitored, and the email was naturally seen by the person who was secretly monitoring it. However, after studying it for a long time, they found that it was just an ordinary construction plan. Not only did it not have any code words, but it also confirmed the claim that Gu Duo was the person behind Taoyuan. After repeatedly confirming that the email was fine, they did not process it, but restored it to the unread status, allowing Gu Duo to see the content of the email smoothly. Lu Jinggu didn't know all this. Since she couldn't contact any help for the time being, she could only rely on herself to continue hiding. She would be stupid to face the powerful unknown enemy head-on. Recalling the news about this planet that she had inquired about today, she made a decision in her heart. She knocked on the system and asked, "Is there a way to get the flower branches remotely?" The Taoyuan system did not respond for a long time. I don't know if it has no way or it was stunned by her fantasy. After waiting patiently for a while, she spoke again. "Look, I am being hunted down now and am stranded outside. I have to find a way to live safely. And this matter, isn't it more or less related to Taoyuan? If you have a way, please help me first." If an uninformed person heard this conversation, he would think that the person in front of her was a living person. For some reason, she had a feeling that the Taoyuan system was not such a cold existence. As soon as the voice fell, the system screen suddenly darkened, and then 2 pages lit up at the same time in the Taoyuan management interface of 7,133 stars. One is the Qianhu division. and the other is the private library. Clicking on the Qianhu Division interface, I found that there was an additional temporary function. System description. In order to reward the birth of the first city manager, the task release and transmission functions are specially open for trial. After looking at this function, she couldn't help laughing. Sure enough, the Taoyuan system is still very humane. Isn't such a good system worth encouraging? A basket of good words came out like free money. And she really praised the Taoyuan system. I don't know if it's dazzled. I always feel that the 3D image of the giant tree on the system interface has greener leaves, redder flowers, and more stretched branches. After praising, the voice changed. For this trial function, can you reward once for every confirmed city manager? The system didn't respond again. This time, she was sure that it was really shocked by her increasing the limit. The system that cares most about its host. Please listen to my voice. The Interstellar Alliance is in crisis. I was kidnapped this time, and I don't know what crisis I will encounter next time. I need some self-protection power. She pretended to be pious and prayed in a serious manner. She opened her eyes and found that the system prompted, yes. Bingo! The plan worked. In order to avoid the Taoyuan system getting angry, she did not dare to make excessive demands, but began to try the task release function. The operation was very simple. She quickly confirmed the task, picked the blooming branches on the giant tree, and stored them in the warehouse. After checking it once, she pressed the release button. At the same time, Wanjia, who was far away on star 7133, was registering the materials consumed yesterday in the Qianhu division. She felt that she seemed to see something in her peripheral vision. She looked up and looked around blankly, and her eyes finally fixed on the whiteboard. She saw the contents of the whiteboard every day, and she had already memorized them by heart. So she found the difference at the first time. There was an extra line of words on the top of the whiteboard. Taoyuan mission. Pick the branches that have bloomed on the giant tree and store them in the warehouse. Signed, Lu Jinggu. The little girl rubbed her eyes hard. Read the words on the whiteboard carefully again, and stood up and ran away. Uncle Chung. Aunt G. There is news about my sister. After a while, a group of people gathered under the giant tree. Some carrying ladders, some holding scissors, and Satay was impatient. So he just hugged the trunk and climbed up. With the concerted efforts of everyone, more than a dozen branches were quickly picked intact. Wanjia, Uncle Chung, and Aunt G each held a pile and carefully put the branches into the warehouse. People thousands of miles away have been watching the changes in the warehouse. As soon as the flower branches appeared, they were quickly transferred to the private warehouse. The private warehouse interface also has a trial function. Permanently consume 500 feng shui points to take out an item from a distance. Staring at this huge price, she grimaced in pain and complained in a low voice, "Swindler." Before she finished speaking, she saw that the color of the flowers in the inventory had faded a little. It's still a glass-hearted system. I really learned something new. After asking the system, she learned that the trial function always exists before it is consumed. So she rested for a night. Early the next morning, she put on a new set of clothes that were easy to move around, wrapped a headscarf like the locals, rented a desert car, and went to the yellow sand outside the city like a real gold digger. Without a definite direction, she only kept one principle in mind: stay away from the city and the crowd. Anyway, as long as Taoyuan number 3 is established, it can be completely self-sufficient, and it is safer to stay away from the crowd. With this in mind, the car drove straight to the desolate land. At first, you could occasionally see gold diggers trying their luck, but soon all you could see were endless sand dunes, and the temperature rose to an incredible level. The air seemed to be burning when you breathed, and the water you brought was quickly drunk up. She felt that she couldn't stand it anymore, and looked at the map. The nearest human gathering point was hundreds of kilometers away, which should be about the same. So she tried the private library's teleportation function, and a flower branch appeared directly in her hand. After inserting it into the sand, fortunately, there was no problem of unable to plant. After waiting patiently for a while, the flower branch began to bear fruit, and as the fruit fell to the ground and took root, the system prompt arrived as promised. After selecting the ancient Egyptian style and the urban style, a giant tree soared into the sky. Obviously, it was a different plant species from the other three. She squinted her eyes and distinguished it for a long time before she dared to confirm that it was an Egyptian fig, although the species of the giant trees have changed. The role of Taoyuan number 3 is still obvious. After the gurgling spring water gushed out, the air quickly became cool and sweet. She took a few deep breaths and felt alive. Then, there are the residential buildings and the Qianhusi. One for living, and the other for connecting to the other Taoyuans. Build a warehouse, so that there is no need to worry about food. As for the rest, Lu Jinghu plans to take a rest first. Just as she was about to go back to the residential building to sleep, she suddenly heard a faint cry of help. Chapter 81 Total Destruction. She listened for a while to make sure she hadn't heard it wrong. Not only did the wind carry the sound of help, but also the cry of a few children. Lu Jinghu frowned slightly. In such a remote place, could someone have had an accident? After thinking about it, kindness prevailed in the end. She held the necklace around her neck, thanked the kidnappers for not searching her body, a useless person, and followed the sound. The cry became clearer and clearer, and her brows furrowed tighter and tighter. This voice sounded familiar. Hidden behind a rock, she tried to probe her mental power a little awkwardly, and a blurry picture came back. It was unbearable to watch. A woman was restrained by someone, but she was still struggling frantically. The man who tore her clothes failed several times and impatiently punched her hard. Not far away, there was another woman lying face down, with blood dripping from her head, not knowing whether she was dead or alive. For children were crying beside the fallen woman. One of the older boys struggled to crawl to the side of the bullied woman, and was slapped away. A little further away, a man had a bullet piercing his forehead, and the blood was a little black. He had obviously been dead for some time. Whether it was bullying a woman or beating a child, it was all against Lu Jinghu's bottom line, and her anger rushed to the top of her head. But she was still rational at this time, and was still thinking about how to subdue this group of people. Just at this time, the men suddenly said, "Women are like that after playing too much. But I haven't tasted the taste of children yet." The person who spoke looked at the trembling children with an obscene look. There were 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls. The oldest was only 13 or 14 years old, and the youngest was only 5 or 6 years old. Perhaps they didn't understand the terrible meaning of these words, but the full of malice was very naked. The oldest one had just been beaten, but he still bravely got up and opened his arms to protect his younger brothers and sisters behind him. Tear, the woman's clothes were torn. The man sitting on her belly laughed. "I still prefer mature women. I give you those children." "Damn it. You are getting more and more perverted." The woman who was struggling madly also heard this, cried desperately, and begged desperately, "Don't touch my children. Please don't hurt my children. I will serve you. I will serve you. You can do anything to me. Just don't hurt them." What she would encounter at this moment was no longer within her consideration. She just wanted to keep the children. However, if the evil people in the world begged, they would be soft-hearted and would not do such a thing that would be abhorrent to both humans and gods at the beginning. On the contrary, the more she cried and begged, the more these evil men felt happy, and the one who spoke went directly to the children, saying disgusting dirty words. Snap! Lu Jinghu felt that the string of reason in his brain was broken, and a layer of ice covered his eyes. These rubbish, all of them, deserved to die. Something seemed to be stirring deep in her brain, and the cold mental power extended a tentacle and wrapped around her fingertips. She directly broke the red rope around her neck and grasped the pistol that was as delicate as a decoration. Bang, 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 3 shots in a row. Mental power is the best sight, helping her to hit the target. The first shot, the man who unbuttoned his pants fell on the woman. The second shot, the man who reached out to grab the child rolled to the side. The third shot, the man who wanted to grab the woman as a human shield in fear fell on his back. The woman suddenly got free, and the first thing she did was to rush to the children and hug them tightly in her arms. And then she looked around with a vigilant look. Lu Jinghu walked out slowly, looked at the familiar face, and the corners of her mouth curled slightly. "Sister, we meet again." The woman who was almost bullied was one of the mother and daughter she chose on the ferry. "Yes, it's you." The woman recognized her. Her face was not happy, but very nervous. Go. Go. They have accomplices inside." Looking in the direction of her finger, it turned out that there was a hidden mine over there. The gunshot just now alarmed them, and at this moment, footsteps could be heard faintly in the cave. The woman pushed the child over. "My leg is injured. Please take my child away. Please." As she spoke, She moved towards the cave entrance, obviously wanting to sacrifice herself to create a chance for them to escape. Lu Jinggu grabbed her and asked in a deep voice, "Are there any innocent people inside?" The woman was startled, and then shook her head frantically. "No. They are all in the same group. The women who were caught before were tortured to death." Okay. When they ran to the front of the cave entrance, a group of people were running out in the diagonal passage. The two sides met each other unexpectedly. And for a while. "Fuck. It's a woman. Lucky." The bitch came to the door, and other dirty words were heard. Without saying a word, she probed into the cave with her mental power. This mine was only recently dug, and was not very deep. So her mental power quickly probed to the bottom. The scene she saw was disgusting, and it was certain that there were no living people below. This was good. When she withdrew her mental power, the villains were less than 50 meters away from the cave entrance. She suddenly lowered her eyes, and when their eyes met, she smiled slightly. She never expected that she was not afraid, but her expression was so creepy. Those people were stunned for a few seconds and felt terrified. "Something is wrong. Catch her," they shouted and ran out. Lu Jinggu smiled even more, but his eyes were frozen. He raised his arm lightly, and the round thing rolled out from his palm. Time seemed to be frozen, and everyone's eyes subconsciously followed the cute, like a small ornament, all the way down. The thing hit a foot and was stopped. Lu Jinggu jumped to the side. Boom, tongues of fire sprayed out from the cave entrance. It took a full 10 seconds for the flames to gradually dissipate, and the entrance of the cave was completely blocked by large and small stones. She checked expressionlessly and confirmed that even if the people inside were not dead, they would definitely not be able to get out. Then she hung the remaining microbomb and pistol back on her neck. She turned her head to look at the woman, who was shocked and terrified, obviously frightened by her methods. Lu Jinggu didn't want to pay attention to anyone at this time, although she took action to save people. For some reason, she was calm when she saw the victims. It was as if there was an invisible cover separating her from others, and all emotions were becoming indifferent. There was a subtle voice in her mind. What does these people have to do with her? Yes. What does it have to do with her? Since it has nothing to do with her, then don't worry about it. She raised her foot and walked away. After walking a short distance, she felt someone following her. Turning her head, she saw that the ant with blood all over her head had woken up, and the two women supported each other and followed her with 4 children from a distance. Seeing her turn around, they stopped cautiously. Lu Jinggu frowned slightly, and the voice in his head became sharper. "These people are relying on you. They don't know what's good for them. They are greedy. Just kill them." Chapter 82 Evil Personality. She felt that her mind was a little confused. Sometimes she felt that this made sense, and sometimes she felt that it was wrong to kill people casually. Two thoughts were fighting in her mind. One moment you had the upper hand. The next moment I won briefly, which made her mind even more confused. If someone could see her expression at this moment, they would be surprised to find that her expression was sometimes sinister and sometimes peaceful, as if there were two souls with completely different personalities in her body. The ant and her family subconsciously slowed down their pace. Although they could not see Lu Jinggu's face, the weird atmosphere could not be ignored. The two women looked at each other, and finally gritted their teeth and followed the figure in front. The place where they had the accident was not far from Taoyuan number 3. Not long after walking, they could see the huge Egyptian banyan tree. The quarrel in her mind stopped abruptly, and the sharp voice suddenly became nervous. It was saying, "Don't go over there. Leave quickly." But Taoyuan is the safest place. This concept has been rooted in her mind since she came through. So the voice's words made her sober up a little. Although she was still a little dazed, she was determined to move towards Taoyuan number 3. When she stepped into Taoyuan number 3, a warm force surged up and gently washed her body. She felt as if she had suddenly passed through a barrier, and the isolated emotions suddenly came back. Anger, fear, tension, fear. It was really a mixture of emotions. For a while, the complicated feelings in her heart could open a spice shop. She rubbed her temples and felt very confused. What happened to the sudden no feelings just now? She turned her head and looked at the family. Seeing that she stopped, they also hugged the child tightly and dared not move. When their eyes met, she could clearly see the fear in their eyes. It seems that she had just scared them. But when she thought that there was a moment when she actually felt that it was good to kill them, She was also scared and broke out in a cold sweat. No. I must check my brain when I have a chance. Could the original body have a dual personality? She replaced the kind one. And there is an evil version of the original body lurking in her body, waiting for an opportunity to replace it? The more she imagined it, the more horrified she felt. She felt a little unwell. Fortunately, Taoyuan seemed to have a suppressive effect on that evil personality. She secretly made up her mind to try to leave Taoyuan as little as possible in the future. If she really had to go out, she would never use the inexplicable mental power at will. She remembered very clearly that it was after using mental power that she began to gradually lose control. Now she had to solve the problem of this family first. Taoyuan number 3 was originally prepared for herself. But now she had to adapt to the situation. She waved her hand and forced a smile. Come over. The aunt and the woman looked at each other, hesitating and not daring to move. You are all injured and need treatment, she persuaded softly. It's so hard to escape. If the wound gets infected, what will happen to your children? She had long seen that the children were their weak points, so she deliberately exaggerated to scare them. Sure enough, the two women's faces changed slightly, but they still walked over hesitantly. As soon as they crossed the invisible boundary, they immediately felt the difference. The youngest girl looked up ignorantly. Mom, it's so comfortable here. She was still too young to even understand what she almost encountered just now. She only knew that her nose was no longer burning and her skin didn't seem to be burning. So she smiled happily. The innocent and lovely smile of the children was the greatest encouragement to the mothers, and their uneasy mood suddenly became much more stable. The aunt said softly, Little girl, thank you this time. You're welcome. She shook her head. You helped me before. How can an old piece of clothing compare to the grace of saving my life? The aunt smiled bitterly. But our money and laptops were taken away by those people. Can you stay here for a few days? When my wife's leg is healed, we will leave. Lu Jinggu thought about it and nodded. You stay for the time being, and we will talk about leaving later. For safety, she couldn't let them leave easily. But to keep them, they had to be willing. Fortunately, their laptops were gone, so there was no need to worry about the news spreading. The two women didn't hear the hidden meaning of her words, and they thanked her sincerely. Since such a family came, one house was naturally not enough, so she had to build another one. The aunt opened her eyes wide. You are a builder? I'm sorry for being disrespectful before. To be a builder, one's mental strength must be at least C level, which is a consensus, and they are D level, which is the new loser. So it's no wonder that their attitude changed immediately. Misunderstanding or not, she waved her hand, told them to use whatever they wanted in the house, and then she went back to her place. She was not worried that they would leave quietly. There was no one living in the area for hundreds of kilometers. The only car was hers. Even if they had wings, they might not be able to fly safely to the nearest gathering point. Besides, she actually noticed that the two women exchanged glances several times just now. And there might be something she didn't know. But her own affairs were complicated enough, so she couldn't arouse curiosity at all. She just wanted to sort out her thoughts in the room, how to solve the current situation, and the evil personality in her body. But in the afternoon, someone knocked on the door. It turned out to be that aunt. She rubbed her hands a little stiffly and apologized first. Sorry to bother you. The aunt was almost old enough to be her grandmother, and she was very respectful to her, which made Lu Jinggu feel very uncomfortable. She couldn't help but say, no need to use honorifics. My family calls me Xiao Jin. You can call me that too. You come and go. I have goosebumps. Affected by her attitude, the aunt was obviously more relaxed, and her smile was more sincere. Well, I will take advantage of my age and call you Xiao Jin. Well, what's the matter with you coming here? I just want to ask if there is a water source nearby. Several children are thirsty. If the children couldn't bear it, she wouldn't dare to disturb them. Lu Jinggu frowned. The houses have their own faucets. The interstellar residents should not be unable to use them. Right? Who knew that she ran to the kitchen and turned on the faucet? But it was empty. Could there be defective products produced by the system? When she opened the management interface of Taoyuan number 3, she noticed that there was a line of bright red words on the residential page. It was detected that it was located in a desert environment and a well was needed to supply water. So there was such a problem. She quickly built a well in the yard of each of the two residential buildings. Cool air came out of the wellhead, but there were no common wheels, and other supporting items on top. It shouldn't be that bad. Are the wells in the Taoyuan system so primitive? She muttered that something was wrong. In the kitchen, several children licked their dry and cracked lips hard and turned the faucet switch unconsciously. After a few gurgling sounds, the water rushed out. Water is coming! They cheered. So this is the function of the well. Okay. You can use the water as much as you want. She breathed a sigh of relief. After all this trouble, she was hungry. So she went to the warehouse to get some ingredients. And after thinking about it, she simply got more. Oh! I am such a good person. She sighed to herself as she left the warehouse. Chapter 83 Midnight Vision. Late at night, Aunt Baoyuan and her daughter-in-law Xu Xiaoxia sat opposite each other in silence. After finally waiting until the children fell asleep, the two women's tears flowed unrestrainedly. Xiaoxia, I hurt you this time. Woo woo woo. Baoyuan covered her mouth and choked. It was almost. You and the child's life are over. Mom, don't say that. Xu Xiaoxia's face was also full of tears. I was willing to come to Zhong for refuge. I really can't survive there. If it was just me, it would be fine. But I really can't bear to let the children become slaves from now on. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a thing? Thinking of the dangers of the day, the two women hugged their heads and cried. Just because they were afraid of waking up the children. They had to suppress their pain desperately. After a while, Xu Xiaoxia spoke again. Zhong died to save me. I can't leave his body exposed there. Mom, why don't I go and bury Zhong at night? I go. Baoyuan refused. I don't know if it's safe outside. The children have lost their father. You must not get into trouble again. You are old. I should go. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had a small dispute. Lu Jinggu turned around irritably. What a mistake. She was upset before, and was very casual when building the new residential building. The distance between the two houses was too close. But how could she have thought that after her mental power became inexplicably stronger, her five senses were also magnified, although there were several walls between them? The voices of the two people were still faintly audible, just like the mosquitoes that always like to buzz around people's ears, making her unable to sleep at all. I dare not imagine how a 3's-level person would be disturbed by the messy noises. No wonder Gong Sun-chi hates noisy sounds. She stared at the ceiling for a long time, and still heard the sound of the two people arguing and crying. She couldn't help it, so she turned over and climbed up. Dong dong dong, when Baoyuan opened the door. She looked very surprised, and there were still traces of tears on her face. She slid her eyes from her head wrapped in gauze, and saw Xu Xiaoxia standing up uneasily behind her. Her legs were injured, and she could only stand firmly by relying on the stone table, facing the two people, 1/3 of whom were old, weak, sick and disabled. She really couldn't lose her temper. Alas, she sighed deeply and said, is the one shot in the forehead Aji? Both of them opened their eyes wide. But seeing that she was a little impatient, no one asked any more questions. Xu Xiaoxia nodded with tears in her eyes. Do you want to bury it on the spot? Or do you want to take the ashes and find a place to dig a grave later? She couldn't open her eyelids, and just wanted to solve the problem quickly. Baoyuan and Xu Xiaoxia looked at each other and made up their minds. If it's not troublesome, let's use the ashes. Our Bao family actually has our own. Not wanting to know what the Bao family has, she said impatiently. Wait. Don't come out. She first returned to Taoyuan on star 7133 from Qianhusi. It was already past 4 in the morning, when everyone was sleeping soundly. She didn't disturb anyone and ran to her own residence. As soon as she walked in, Xiao Yunyan opened her eyes quietly. After seeing that it was her, the vigilance in its eyes disappeared. It meowed tenderly and jumped into her arms, rubbing its head against her chin. Its eyes became misty, as if it would cry at any time. This aggrieved look made her feel guilty. Since she went to planet 679, she had too many things to do. She was always in a hurry when she came back occasionally, and had no time to communicate with the two little ones. Look at how pitiful the children are. Dubai also woke up when he heard the noise, and turned around her left and right, shaking his tail almost broken. Originally, she only planned to take Dubai over to help, but Xiao Yunyan refused to get off her. After thinking about it, she left a note to tell Uncle Chung and others that the two little ones were leaving with her, and then took them both back to planet 6752. Help me carry these things. After tying a large pile of firewood to Dubai, She led the two little ones away from Taoyuan number 3. Knowing that Xiao Yunyan was very smart, she said very seriously before leaving, "If I refuse to come back outside, you and Dubai Tua have to drag me here. Understand? No matter what I say, you must bring me back." This is because they are afraid that the evil personality will take the opportunity to make trouble. But after being frightened for a while, her mind was calm. She vaguely grasped a little rule. As long as she didn't use her mental power outside the Peach Blossom Land, maybe that personality wouldn't be able to escape. The 4 corpses lay there as they were, which looked very creepy in the dark night. Lu Jinggu swallowed his saliva, unloaded the firewood from Dubai and piled it in a circle, and then directed Dubai to drag Aji's body over, and then began to light the fire busily. The flames licked the pile of firewood, and soon surrounded the corpse completely. Lu Jinggu and the two little ones retreated far away and watched all this in silence. The wind blew, and the flames rolled up and suddenly rose higher. She frowned slightly and looked at the sky carefully. However, there were only reddish sparks in the sky, and the scene just now seemed to be just an illusion. She rubbed her eyes, but still didn't see anything unusual. Maybe she was too tired and blurry. Shaha. Shaha. Little Yunyan suddenly arched her body, and her hair exploded all over her body, and she made a threatening cry towards the direction of the mine. What's going on? She rubbed its head and looked over reluctantly. There were people killed by her there. It was hard not to feel scared in the middle of the night. The mine had been blocked by rocks, but there were wisps of black air slowly floating out from the cracks in the rocks. She suddenly opened her eyes and realized that this was what she saw when the flames rolled up just now. It's just that her position was a distance away from the mine, so the black air became thinner, and she couldn't see it all of a sudden. Subconsciously taking a few steps forward, she frowned and muttered to herself, "What is this?" But in the time it took to say a word, the black gas overflowing from the cave became thicker. Just now, there were only a few wisps, but now at the bottom, it can be described as in pieces. It was like an invisible hand, starting from the original location of the mine, laying a pure black carpet. Subconsciously thinking that this was not a good thing, she quickly retreated and turned her head to see the progress of the burning. The firewood was almost burned, and the flame was gradually extinguished. She quickly took out the prepared container and put all the ashes in. In fact, burning like this could not completely burn the bones into ashes, and there were still large and small bone residues, but it was convenient for her to collect. Soon after collecting the ashes and carefully closing the lid, she felt a force pulling her hard. Looking down, the angry Xiao Yunyan was holding the corner of her clothes, making a warning sound. Dubai also scratched the ground with his claws, showing a very uneasy look. It is said that animals are more sensitive to danger. Her heart sank, and she quickly jumped onto Dubai's back and shouted, "Xiao Yunyan, come on! Dubai, hurry up!" Dubai suddenly jumped forward and turned into a flash of lightning and ran towards Taoyuan number 3. At the last moment, she turned her head and looked back, only to see that the front of the mine was dark and had submerged the ground, and the bodies of the 3 gangsters seemed to have come into contact with concentrated acid, and their flesh and blood were melting silently. Chapter 84. 6,752 stars are in chaos. That horrible scene haunted her even after she returned to Taoyuan. Bao Yuanshan and Xu Xiaxia followed her instructions, and did not dare to come out of the yard. When they heard the noise, they just opened the door a crack and looked out quietly. Then, they were all startled by Dubai. Fortunately, they saw Lu Jinggu jump off its back immediately, so they remained calm. After handing the ashes to them, Lu Jinggu hesitated for a moment, but still told them, "Something may happen outside. Don't sneak out. Otherwise I can't save you." "We know. Thank you Xiao Jin for reminding me." Bao Yuanshan thanked him quickly. She was in no mood to say more, so she waved and left. The scene in front of the mine made her very worried. She didn't know where her sleepiness had gone. She touched Dubai and Xiao Yunyan and said to herself, "What on earth are those things?" The 2 little ones made a snoring sound, and it was unknown whether they were answering her or being stroked too comfortably. After thinking for a long time without any results, she opened the star network and began to search. How does interstellar pollution occur? She got a bunch of various answers, some of which were unreliable at first glance, and some of which were so logical that it was difficult to tell whether they were true or false. But no answer mentioned the source of naturally occurring interstellar pollution, not counting biological bombs. She deeply suspected that the scene she saw tonight was the initial situation of interstellar pollution. But why? There was no explanation for where the black gas came from. She scratched her hair in annoyance, comforting herself that if she couldn't figure it out, she shouldn't think about it for the time being. But when she closed her eyes and tried to force herself to fall asleep, the terrible scene kept appearing. Sighing, she turned over. Dabai and Taoyuan, who were dazed with sleep, looked up blankly. You guys go to sleep. I go out to work. Since she couldn't sleep anyway, she might as well improve the feng shui value of Taoyuan number 3. This location was too close to the place where the black gas appeared, and she always felt uneasy. When she walked out of the house, she felt that the sky was very dark, and there was a sense of storm. After a closer look, she found that there was a faint black air flowing in the sky, which made it look particularly gloomy. The speed of spread was so fast, and the feeling of uneasiness became heavier. She quickly started to plant trees. In Taoyuan number 3, she used her mental power without any scruples. So in just 10 minutes, she had laid 5 chain arrays, and Taoyuan number 3 was upgraded to level 2 in a blink of an eye. After a calculation, if it was upgraded to the next level, the mine would be included. Once this idea came up, it could not be shaken off. So she decided to give it a try. However, the increased mental power was not enough to be squandered like this. The food stored here was not enough. So she could only stop temporarily and try again after her mental power naturally recovered. At least the current feng shui value of Taoyuan number 3 can last for a while even if there are any problems. Thinking of this, she finally felt sleepy and ran back to rest. People who couldn't get up in the morning because they slept too late didn't know that Bao Yuanshan and Xu Xiaoxiao were shocked by the changes outside when they opened the courtyard door early in the morning. Daughter-in-law, was it like this outside when we came yesterday? It should. It shouldn't be. Xu Xiaoxiao's eldest son went out and saw this. His eyes widened, and after a while he whispered, Mom? Grandma, this may be Taoyuan. Taoyuan? The two women had almost no chance to pay attention to the news on the Star Network before, and they were also the rare group of people who didn't even know that Taoyuan existed. But Bao Qing occasionally went to the Star Network to play, so he knew more than the two parents. I didn't dare to confirm it before, he gestured, because the big tree in the picture of Taoyuan on the internet looks different from here. Bao Yuanshan was curious. Why are you sure now? Grandma, don't you think that staying here for a night is very comfortable? It's really comfortable. And I don't feel hot at all. Both adults nodded in agreement. This is the characteristic of Taoyuan. Bao Qing hammered his palm. Now many people want to go to Taoyuan number 1, but can't get a number. We are really lucky. He also told a lot of news he saw on the Star Network, which made the adults more curious. It was a pity that they didn't have a light computer and couldn't connect to the Star Network to learn more. The three of them didn't dare to walk around. They just stood at the door and went back to the house. Bao Yuanshan also discussed with Xu Xiaoxia that they would say goodbye to Lu Jinggu after their injuries were better in a few days. Although this place was suspected to be Taoyuan number 3, the previous experience made them feel that the desolate place was not safe enough, and they still wanted to go back to the inhabited place. They were isolated from the world, so they didn't know that the town of Star 6752 was in chaos. There was one thing that Lu Jinggu didn't expect, that the black gas appeared in more than one place. There were more than 10 places on the whole planet where black gas was coming out. These black gases spread rapidly in the air, and soon the few towns were all deafening. Since the problem of interstellar pollution has become increasingly serious, the Alliance has developed targeted alarms. Once the toxin pollution in the air exceeds a certain proportion, the alarm will sound immediately. This kind of alarm must be equipped in any planetary town near the border. So once the pollution spreads, the town in the middle of the night will immediately notice it. The whole city fell into panic. As we all know, once interstellar pollution occurs, it will only become more and more serious. In a few years at the fastest and more than 10 years at the slowest, the polluted planet will become uninhabitable. No one is willing to risk death to live in pollution. Not to mention that most of them came with the intention of panning for gold. But they have long given up hope of digging out new Artemis gems. In short, in the eyes of most people, Star 6752 is just a tasteless chicken rib. Before, they didn't leave, but it was just a mentality of muddling through. Now, in the middle of the night, the tickets for Star 6752 ushered in a wave of sales. The top leaders ran away as soon as they could. Once the news spread, Those who were still hesitant immediately made up their minds. The planet was originally sparsely populated. But after one day, most of the people had left. The remaining people basically lived in gathering points rather than towns. And there were no alarm reminders. So they reacted more slowly. But these gathering points were not completely unconnected to the towns. So they all reacted after half a day. It was just that it was difficult to grab a ticket now. So they had to postpone their departure. No one knew that near a pollution source, Taoyuan number 3 stood there silently, supporting a piece of pure land. Lu Jinggu slept until noon. She was awakened by the rustling sound. And she was stunned for a long time before she reacted. After her mental strength recovered, her 5 senses also became sharper. It seems that if she wants to sleep well in the future, she must first consume her mental strength. The first thing she did when she got up was to go out and observe the situation. Chapter 85 Xiao Yunyan's Good Idea. Outside the boundary of Taoyuan number 3. The black gas? No. It should be said that the black fog is already very obvious. Sure enough, this is the toxic pollution she has seen. Just as she was about to continue to improve the feng shui value and upgrade, she suddenly paused. A bold idea came up. If the mine is dug up now, can the source of the pollution be found? And then a permanent solution can be developed? This idea is like a weed that sees the spring breeze. Once it emerges, it will spread like wildfire. Fortunately, she knew her own weight and did not dare to try rashly, but called Dubai over. Can you dig up the hole from yesterday? From Dubai's eyes, it understood. But it stood at the boundary of Taoyuan, humming and patting the ground, as if it had something to say. Lu Jingdu tried to guess what it meant. Are you afraid of turning into a black beast again? Woo woo woo. Dubai's voice was low and very aggrieved. At this time, Xiao Yunyan ran over, dragging something. After a closer look, it turned out to be a large roll of rope. It threw the rope beside Dubai, ran over with the end of the rope in its mouth, rubbed it at her feet, Mimi, and looked up expectantly. Both the man and the beast were stunned by its operation. Although Xiao Yunyan couldn't speak, she expressed her meaning very clearly. Tie Dubai with a rope, and pull it back by force if something went wrong. Dubai, who wanted to use this opportunity to act like a spoiled child and ask for some benefits, seeing its ears suddenly droop down. Lu Jinggu couldn't help laughing, even though she was worried at the moment. The 2 little ones still brought her joy. Taoyuan number 3 is the closest to the mine, less than 200 meters away in a straight line. Xiao Yunyan's method is really worth considering. In the end, Dubai was still tied up with a rope in grievance. After tying the knot, she patted Dubai's head to comfort him. Finish this, and I make you some spiced beef jerky. The depressed look in his eyes suddenly brightened, and his drooping tail began to wag happily. Xiao Yunyan was unhappy and gently scratched her with his claws. You have it too. Bending down, he scratched Xiao Yunyan's chin again, and received a satisfied snoring. Before Dubai set off, she took off the optical brain, tied it tightly to the base of its left front leg, turned on the automatic recording function, and then patted Dubai's back and commanded, Go! Dubai jumped out. As soon as he left Taoyuan number 3, he showed a very humane look of discomfort. The closer he got to the mine entrance, the more nervous and vigilant his golden eyes became. It did not dig directly, but lowered its head, and a flash of lightning flashed on its short horns, crackling. Many stones that were not very solid were blown away. Large rocks also cracked as a result. After several times, the stone pestle that was tightly blocked was already shaky, and it would be much faster to dig again. I like Dubai's wit, but because of this, the black gas in the cave overflowed faster. Xiao Yunyan looked like she was watching the fun at first, but now she looked at the thick black gas and arched her back nervously. Don't worry. I let Dubai withdraw if anything goes wrong. She stroked Xiao Yunyan's back and slowly extended her mental power. She also wanted to take the opportunity to try. Standing in the peach garden, what would happen if her mental power left this range? The first thing she felt was the overwhelming malice. She couldn't help but frown. It turned out that after the mental power became stronger, it would feel like this in the toxin pollution. No wonder Dubai looked so uncomfortable. As soon as the mental power entered the black fog, it was like blood entering a group of sharks, which activated the calmly floating toxin pollution. They came for the smell of blood, and rushed towards her spiritual power, as if they wanted to divide and devour it. Lu Jinggu was startled and quickly retracted her spiritual power. However, A part of her spiritual power had been torn by the black fog, and soon it merged into the black fog, and she could no longer distinguish between them. She only felt that her head was hit hard by an invisible hammer, and she staggered and almost lost her balance. Oh my God! She had an illusion just now, and it seemed that what was bitten off was not her spiritual power, but a small piece of brain. Because of the severe pain, her spiritual power fluctuated strongly in an instant, and she almost lost control. Fortunately, Taoyuan's power surged up immediately. No wonder even spiritual power masters cannot deeply investigate on a seriously polluted planet. Using spiritual power in pollution will probably cause violent phenomena due to pain soon. Thinking of the time on planet 679, Gu Duo not only helped her in the pollution, but also fought. But he didn't show anything wrong. This tenacity is extraordinary. The admiration in her heart diluted the previous grudge. Retracting her thoughts, Dubai had already rushed into the cave. She had instructed it before that it didn't need to do anything. Just go around the cave and take pictures of every corner. It wouldn't take too much time with Dubai's speed. However, after waiting for a while, there was no movement in the cave. Xiao Yunyan suddenly screamed loudly, and she also felt something was wrong. So she quickly grabbed the rope and pulled it back. There was a slight movement from the other end, but Dubai didn't come out immediately. Dubai, come back, she shouted. The sound alarmed Bao Yuanshan's family, and adults and children ran over to see what was going on. Seeing her grabbing the rope and pulling hard, Bao Yuanshan reacted quickly. Everyone come to help. She and the children rushed forward, and even Xu Xiuxiu dragged his injured leg to grab the rope at the end. Xiao Yunyan also bit the rope. Lu Jinggu didn't refuse, and everyone worked together to pull the rope back. Finally, I felt the heavy object at the other end being dragged. She was shouting while pulling hard, and suddenly I felt my hand loosen. A gray-white mass jumped out of the cave, and then stood still in the open space, with a faint gray in the golden eyes. Her eyes shrank, and she hurriedly called Dubai louder. After a few seconds, it hesitantly moved closer, but stopped again when it was a few steps away from entering Taoyuan number 3. No matter how Lu Jinggu called it, it looked like it was unmoved. If you want to force it indirectly, it will still push back, even though everyone is exhausted. It took advantage of the moment of relaxation and took 3 steps back. The black fog rolled around him, as if it had turned into a living thing, trying to drill into Dubai's body, and the bright golden eyes became increasingly dim. Dubai, don't you recognize me? Come here quickly. Do you still want to eat the 5-spice beef jerky? If the hard way doesn't work, try the soft way, she called softly. Hearing the word spice beef jerky, Dubai's eyes showed a struggle. Seeing that this trick worked, she spared no effort to name the dishes. I can make many delicious things, such as honey pork jerky, margarita cookies, airy cakes, lamb skewers, roast chicken and roast duck. You haven't tried many of them. Don't you want to try? Meow with Xiao Yunyan's scream. Dubai suddenly fell forward and rolled into Taoyuan number 3. Chapter 86 Reasons for Coming Here. Lu Jinggu. I didn't expect that Xiao Yunyan, though small in size, had such strong explosive power. In short, although the process was somewhat unexpected, Xiao Yunyan took advantage of the moment when Dubai was shaken by the food and successfully got it into the peach garden. As expected, as soon as it rolled into the peach garden, black gas began to sizzle on its body. But the pollution was not deep this time, so Dubai did not look very painful, and the purification process was also very fast. A total of 100 feng shui points were consumed, and Dubai was like having a spa, and it was white and clean again. But his spirit was still a lot weaker, and he rubbed against her legs and sobbed, looking very aggrieved. Lu Jinggu was also very distressed. She never expected that the pollution in the mine was so severe. In less than 10 minutes, Dubai had no resistance. If it weren't for a firm heart of food, he might have run away by now. She rubbed its forehead with heartache and gave it away with a series of promises as if it was free. Dubai was indeed tired. Although he was drooling, he finally couldn't resist the sleepiness. He licked her hand and fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. While taking off the optical brain on its legs, Lu Jinggu looked at Bao Yuanshan's family. Thank you for coming to help. You're welcome. We can't help much. Bao Yuanshan spoke quickly, but her eyes were always looking outside. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, what's going on outside? In fact, as interstellar residents, How could they be completely ignorant of such a scene? But they still held a 1 in 10,000 hope to get a different answer. Unfortunately, this hope was destined to fail. She didn't hide it from them, and said directly, "Toxic pollution began to appear last night. It's so serious after one night. I'm afraid you can't go to the city." In fact, she didn't need to say it. Once the answer was confirmed, Bao Yuanshan and others subconsciously stepped back. The Alliance's propaganda on pollution has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Now, seeing the dark fog being blocked outside by an invisible boundary, they feel more at ease than ever before. The desire to leave Taoyuan number 3 was extinguished at once, and now they are only worried about being driven out. Lu Jingu didn't think too much. After letting Xiao Yunyan accompany Bai to rest, she began to cook for the two little ones. Soon, the whole Taoyuan number 3 was filled with the aroma of roasted beef. The two adults and the big child Bao Qin could still bear it, but the three little ones couldn't sit still. One of them ran out without being watched, surrounded her door, and looked inside eagerly. Lu Jingu just came out with a pot of roasted 5-spice beef strips, and was locked by 6 focused eyes. Bao Yuanshan chased after him. "Sorry, I didn't watch them for a while. I take them back now." As she spoke, her eyes slipped uncontrollably to the plate in her hand. She couldn't help laughing. She had been neither too close nor too distant to this family before. Just because she hadn't figured out how to deal with them, she could see that Bao Yuanshan and Xu Xiaoxia were inclined to leave before, which was a variable for her hiding plan. If she didn't want to be exposed, she might have to use coercion. So the more familiar and warm the two sides were, the more awkward the situation would be. It just so happened that her evil performance had left the other party with fear. So she simply went with the flow and maintained a relatively distant relationship. But now the situation has changed. They have to be neighbors for a long time. And she doesn't like this cautious atmosphere. So she smiled brightly. "If you don't mind, Auntie, bring the children to taste my cooking." The 3 children's eyes lit up, and the youngest girl even had shiny saliva on her lips. But none of them came in directly, but all looked up at their grandmother. She was even more satisfied that the children were well educated. This family was a good candidate as neighbors. Bao Yuanshan swallowed hard, but still refused. "How can I do this? Alas, we don't know how long we will be trapped here. Auntie, you should not waste it so much." She knew that these things would be fed to the pets, so she felt very distressed and could not help but persuade them. "Don't worry, Auntie. I have plenty of these things." Lu Jingu did not explain much, but just called again. "Come and eat. Call Sister Xiaoxia and another child." Bao Yuanshan could not resist the temptation in the end, and she and Xu Xiaoxia sat down in the yard embarrassedly. Several children gathered around the stone table, staring at the beef jerky, but no one took the initiative to reach out. Once again, she sighed at their family education, took the initiative to pick up 4 and handed them to the children, and pushed the plate towards the 2 adults, urging them, "Try my cooking skills." Need I say anything about her cooking skills? In less than 3 seconds, Bao Yuanshan's family was all conquered. After eating together, the relationship suddenly became much closer. Bao Yuanshan hesitated for a while, but still asked cautiously, "Xiao Jin, is this the very popular Taoyuan number 1? Blinking, she was a little surprised. So they haven't decided on this question yet? But since they were planning to let them stay, they couldn't hide it. She nodded and admitted generously, "It is indeed the Taoyuan series. But this is Taoyuan number 3. Wow, there is already number 3. Bao Qin was very excited. "I am the first one to see number 3. When I tell my classmates, they will be envious." As she was talking, she suddenly remembered the situation outside, and her mood became low again. Lu Jingu asked a few questions, and found out that Bao Yuanshan's son, Xu Xiaoxia's husband Bao Ji, came to star 6752 alone several years ago to pan for gold. Although he didn't make a fortune, he could still make a living. On the contrary, they stayed in the heart of the Alliance, and their lives became more and more difficult. Bao Ji happened to send a message home, which meant that he was going to make a fortune. So he asked them to pack up quickly, and move the whole family here to live. They came with the vision of a better life. But just after meeting their son, husband, and father, they were suddenly caught by the gangsters. Those people interrogated Bao Ji but to no avail. So they took out their anger on his family. Bao Yuanshan was beaten and fainted, and they wanted to insult Xu Xiaoxia. Baoji sacrificed himself to create an opportunity for his wife and children to escape. But how fast can a woman with 4 children escape? After Baoji was shot in the head, there was no way to survive. She knew everything that happened later. So Bao Yuanshan and Xu Xiaoxiu didn't say much. They came with the determination to move to planet 6752. It was even more difficult to go back at this moment. Not to mention that they encountered pollution. And it was impossible to go back. For a while. Even the 5-spice beef jerky couldn't make them happy. She had no way to comfort this family. But repeatedly promised that they could live here in peace. After Bao Yuanshan and her family went back. When Dubai and Zhao Union didn't even raise their heads while eating. She took out the optical computer and opened the recently saved video to start watching. Chapter 87, An Unexpected Discovery. The video had a strange angle, no way. After all, it was on Dubai's legs. And it was shaking badly. But Dubai did a good job of executing her intention. Capturing every corner of the mine. As the source of the black gas. The corpses that were originally piled up in the cave had long been dissolved. Leaving only a pile of skeletons lying in a mess. And some other daily necessities piled up in the cave as they were. At first glance, there was nothing wrong. But she still found something wrong. There was a place where the black gas, if you look closely, always feels darker and thicker. Pulling Dubai up from his meal, she pointed to that place and asked, "Do you remember this place?" Dubai chewed a mouthful of beef jerky, looked at the light screen with oil in his mouth, and couldn't even make a humming sound. But after it looked for a while, it suddenly dug its front paws into the ground a few times. A pit appeared on the ground. It pointed at the light screen, and the hole on the ground in a humane way. Lu Jingu was inspired. "You mean? There is a hole there?" It nodded. Still chewing. "Let it eat in peace." She stared at the paused screen and thought. Her intuition told her that there was something wrong with the hole. But now she knew that the pollution in the hole was so strong. She dared not check it again. And could only consider whether she could borrow external objects. Do it when she thinks of it. Calculating the time. 71:33 stars had already fallen at night. So she went back directly from Qianhosi. But saw a piece of paper on the desk. And in case she couldn't see it, the words on it were written in huge letters. "Sister, if you need any help, please let us know." There were no extra words. But her concern was overflowing. Looking at the obviously immature handwriting, she smiled knowingly, folded the paper carefully, and put it in her pocket, and then went to the trading house. She needed to buy some things. Fortunately, the trading house is all-encompassing. Not only are there goods that are normally circulated in the Interstellar Alliance, but the caravan has been going out to trade continuously during this period. And there are many strange things in the temporary warehouse. There are also several messages about establishing fixed trade routes. After checking them one by one, she selected several trading routes that Taoyuan can supply now, and then learned about the inventory. She didn't find anything that could be used for the time being, so she moved them all into the warehouse first, and then moved them to the private warehouse. She took the things she bought and returned to Taoyuan number 3. After calculating the gap in the feng shui value to upgrade to level 3, she began to assemble the things in her hand. The civilian ultra-high precision unmanned camera is very valuable, but the poison has a strong corrosive effect on metals. So she also bought some artificial biological skin. It is generally used for the outer skin camouflage of household robots. Such a chest-sized biological skin costs 10 times that of a drone. It was really painful when I bought it, but in order to explore the hole, she had to grit her teeth and spend it. Carefully wrap the entire drone with biological skin, leaving only a hole at the camera position. This should be able to support it for a while longer. Turning around, she began to plant flowers and trees again, and the new feng shui formation gradually took shape. However, the position of the last array was left out. So she turned to operate the drone again. A slight buzzing sound was heard, and the drone hovered in the air. After trying to operate it for a while, and becoming almost proficient, she drove the drone towards the mine. Along the way, she observed nervously, and was relieved to confirm that the biological skin was not corroded for the time being. Sure enough, this kind of non-living thing, which is not metal, can support it longer in the poisonous fog. The drone sank into the mine, and the picture sent back became extremely dark, staring at the light screen with wide eyes, fearing that it would accidentally run aground. Fortunately, the journey was smooth, and soon the drone hovered in that strange position, slowly sinking, passing through the thick black fog, flowing On the ground, a faint picture came. There is indeed a hole here. However, the black substance, which was as thick as 2 adult fists, kept pouring out from it. The size of the drone was only 2 circles smaller than the cave entrance, and the black fog blocked the view, so it was not easy to go down. Gritting her teeth, she paid 120% attention and carefully controlled the drone. However, it was still inevitable to bump a few times. But this drone was worthy of the saying that you get what you pay for, and it was always stable. The cramped environment suddenly became empty, and it passed through the narrow passage. However, at this time, the picture suddenly shook, and the crackling sound was endless. She reacted suddenly. I'm afraid that when it was knocked just now, the delicate skin of the artificial creature was damaged. The metal shell was exposed and began to corrode. She quickly selected the small garden in the middle of the street that she had been eyeing for a long time, and landed directly at the position of the array eye. A warm breeze suddenly rose. The range of Taoyuan number 3 expanded outwards, directly covering the location of the mine. The invisible gentle power collided with the gurgling black fog, and a fierce battle broke out. The black fog gushing out of the mine cave was like cold water falling into boiling oil, sizzling and rolling violently. The power of Taoyuan was pressing step by step, and at the same time, the feng shui value on the giant tree fell wildly. Lu Jingu was well prepared, and directly another feng shui formation fell, stabilizing the trend of the feng shui value falling below the 3rd level. 10 minutes later, the black fog in the mine cave was swept away. The gentle power of Taoyuan went down along the hole on the ground, and she also ran to that place to release her mental power. There was no underground cave below as she imagined, but just a narrow cave. The color of the soil in one place was slightly different. It should have been an entrance and exit, but it was deliberately blocked. There was a dirty blanket on the ground on the other side, and there was a small mining lamp and a simple mining equipment next to it. Under the spiritual power exploration, ordinary materials could not prevent her from seeing. So Lu Jingu soon found that there was a palm-sized box and an old book with a dirty cover in the bedding. There was a half photo in the book. After a spiritual power exploration, she found that the people on the half looked very familiar. It was Xu Xiaoxia and Bao Qing. Lenovo cave objects obviously belonged to miners, so it was self-evident who these things belonged to. She did not find the source of the interstellar pollution outbreak, but found Bao Shi's relics, which was far beyond her expectations. However, since there was an unexpected gain, she asked Xiao Bai to dig open the hole. She went down and checked it carefully. At this time, the black fog was purified by Taoyuan, and there was no other strange phenomenon in this narrow cave. She had to give up and ran to call Bao Yuanshan and Xu Xiaxia over. The two had just lost their son and husband, and were already immersed in grief. Suddenly, they learned that Bao Ji had left some relics. Before they could see clearly what they were, they couldn't help crying again. At this time, she was an outsider present, and she felt extremely embarrassed. So she retreated first, leaving this small cave to the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. As for what was in the box, and what was recorded in the book, she was not curious at all. Who would have thought that when Bao Yuanshan and Xu Xiaoxia returned to the ground, they came to her with the box. Xiao Jin, you saved our family's lives, avenged my son, found his relics, and took us in to live here. We have nothing to repay you, so let's discuss and take this as a reward. Chapter 88 Bloodstained Gem. Lu Jingu is not the kind of person who repays kindness with gratitude, and knowing that this family is warm-hearted, he immediately declined. It's just a coincidence. I'm also a woman. How can I not help when I see such a thing? Aunt Bao, you don't have to be polite. Besides, this is a relic. Don't you want to keep it as a souvenir? The two women looked at each other, and Bao Yuanshan sighed deeply. Well, to be honest, I give you this thing as a thank you gift. And secondly, she sighed again, we are a family of orphans and widows. Holding this thing is also a hot potato. It may cause trouble. Xiao Jin, my grandson said that you are probably the girl A Jin who never shows her true face. You have the Gu family behind you, and you can build a magical place like Taoyuan. Only you can hold this thing. These words were said directly, which aroused Lu Jingu's curiosity. This box was ordinary and even a little old, and it was hard to imagine what was inside. After obtaining the consent of Bao Yuanshan and Xu Xiaoxia, she opened the lid of the box. Hiss. Lu Jingu took a breath of cold air. The box was covered with soft velvet, and a pure black gem the size of a pigeon egg was placed on it. As the lid of the box was opened, a very beautiful moonlight was reflected on the gem, as if a bright moon rose above the night sky. Although I have never seen the real thing, anyone who sees it can recognize it. This is a top-quality Artemis gem. She suddenly understood why this kind of gem was so popular at the beginning. It was really beautiful. She didn't love jewelry much at first, but she couldn't help falling in love with it at first sight. Bao Yuanshan took the initiative to explain, "That book is my son's diary. He asked us to move here because he dug up this gem. As long as we sell it, our family will not have to worry about expenses for several lifetimes on star 6752. But, not long after he sent us a message, he was targeted by someone. Alas, he wanted to contact us and told us not to come because it was dangerous. But we didn't receive this message at all. I guess someone must have tampered with it." Bao Yuanshan's eyes were red, and she rubbed her eyes hard. It took a while for her to calm down. My son also knew that if he handed over the things, he would have no chance of survival. When he realized something was wrong, he hid the gem. With her intermittent explanation, Lu Jinggu slowly pieced together the whole picture of the matter. Those people intercepted Bao Ji's information, naturally intending to use his family to threaten him to hand over the things. But the person in charge was used to doing evil, and actually touched Bao Ji's wife and mother in front of him. And the result became what it is now. It's really evil that pays off. Bao Ji was really bold. He knew that the most dangerous place was the safest place. So he hid the things under the mine where the criminals were staying temporarily. No. Maybe the order was reversed. The mine was probably where Bao Ji went to pan for gold. But how could the criminals have thought that such precious gems would be casually stuffed into a dirty quilt by him? And the mine where the quilt was located was right under their buttocks? The small hole that she noticed was wrong was probably the breathing hole in the past. After being blocked by Bao Ji, nothing was wrong on weekdays. But the explosion shook the small hole open. But this still cannot explain why the toxin pollution came out of that hole? Miss Jean. When Bao Yuanshan made the speculation just now, she did not deny it. But now the other party changed her words directly. Coming back to her senses, she pushed the box back. "This thing is too valuable. I can't accept it." Hearing her refusal, the two of them panicked instead. "We really don't dare to keep this thing. Even if we sell it, we are afraid that it will cause trouble. If Miss Jean doesn't like it, please help us pass it on to the Gu family." Bao Yuanshan was a little quick-witted and quickly found a new reason. It seemed that she was really scared and didn't want to touch this gem at all. She had raised a gratitude flag before, but now she was still hesitating. Bao Yuanshan gritted her teeth and began to speak from the bottom of her heart. "Miss Ajin, we just want to live in peace and raise our children well. If I could go back a few months ago, I would definitely let Aji throw away the gem directly. Whoever is willing to take over this deadly wealth can go. We just want our family to be safe and sound." She wiped her tears. "Now we have nothing because of this stone. If you hadn't been willing to take it in, we might have gone to the underworld with Aji. For a family like ours, this is not a gem, but a death warrant. Please, for the sake of our old and weak family, please help Auntie." Lu Jinggu was helpless. In fact, it is not certain whether the news of 6752 star can be spread. They keep this gem and wait for more than 10 years after the storm has passed, and then find a way to sell it anonymously, which is also a huge income. But Bao Yuanshan and Xu Xiaoxia probably had some PTSD, and they attributed all the misfortunes they encountered to this gem. In fact, it was not the gem that was scary, but the evil hearts of people, seeing their eyes looking at the gem. There was only endless fear and shrinking. So she had to say, "Let me keep this thing for you first. Anyway, everyone is trapped on planet 6752 and can't get out. You still have time to think about it. If you change your mind, just tell me, and you can take the gem back at any time." No. We have decided. Anyway, my words count. What if you figure it out in the future? She closed the box and made the final decision. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law left with thousands of thanks. And Lu Jinggu just felt a little funny. If this gem had a spirit, it would be very sad to see that it was so despised. There was no one else in Taoyuan number 3 anyway. So she put the things directly in the cabinet in the bedroom and threw it behind her mind. She turned on the optical computer and prepared to sort out a few videos, and then find an opportunity to send them to Guduo or Gong Sun Chi. She went to the Star Network and saw 2 news floating at the top. Both of them were in bright red large fonts. And she looked at them curiously. The border encountered a black beast frenzy that occurs once in 100 years. The Alliance urgently dispatched the 3rd Army, the 7th Army, and the 8th Army to the border for support. The 7th Army. Isn't that the army led by Gu Duo? She was shocked and subconsciously wanted to call Gu Duo's phone. But then she remembered that the other party's account might be monitored. So she had to give up. The second news was, 6,752 planet suddenly broke out with special pollution. And 80% of the residents of the planet have been evacuated safely. But unfortunately, the Sun family's natural walker confirmed that it had entered 6,752 planet and had been out of contact for more than 8 hours. The Sun family has organized forces to go to the planet for search and rescue. Lu Jingu frowned. Judging from the degree of external pollution, entering planet 6752 now is no different from giving up one's life. Who is this natural walker of the Sun family? Is he worthy of sacrificing human lives to save him? Chapter 89. What's outside? If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Anyway, the Sun family will not listen to her advice and come to rescue. After processing the video, she dared not send it out for the time being. Otherwise it would directly expose the fact that she was on planet 6752. Gurgle. She was hungry. So she got up and prepared to make dinner. But she saw Dabai and Taoyuan lying on the ground with their backs in the yard, their stomachs bulging into small hills. Good fellow. Have you eaten all the beef jerky? She laughed and scolded. And sure enough, there was only an empty basin left. That was dozens of kilograms of beef. Was this the reincarnation of a starving ghost? But seeing them looking at her flatteringly, she couldn't get angry. So she shook her head and went into the kitchen. Just when she was ready for dinner, Taoyuan suddenly made an unusual cry. After working together many times with 2 pets, she could already distinguish the meanings of their different sounds very well. Taoyuan cried like this because she discovered something. She hurried out, and when she saw her, Taoyuan immediately ran forward a few steps, then stopped and anxiously scratched the ground and looked back, as if to say, "Follow me quickly." She hurriedly followed, and was then taken to the northern edge of Taoyuan number 3 by Taoyuan. After a while, the black fog outside became thicker. She also realized at this time that there might be more than one source of pollution on planet 6752. So the mine was purified. But the pollution on the entire planet did not ease. At this time, the air outside was as dark as ink, and she did not dare to go out. She just stood on the edge and asked in confusion, "Taoyuan, is there anything over there?" Taoyuan kept shouting outside, but did not dare to cross the line. It was a pity that the drone was destroyed in the mine. And even if she knew there might be something over there, she could not check it. Unless, after taking a look at Taoyuan number 3, which was almost a forest park, she resigned herself to the fate and began to arrange a new feng shui formation. Fortunately, she was used to looking ahead one step at a time. The feng shui formations used for the previous upgrades seemed to be scattered in all directions. But in fact, they could be connected in series with new formations. This time, for decorative buildings were carefully selected according to the directions of the 4 sacred beasts. The eastern azure dragon likes wood, so a dragon blood tree was planted, standing tall and green. The southern vermilion bird likes fire, and a miniature obelisk rose from the ground, with a blazing flame on the top. Day and night, the western white tiger likes gold, and a metal chariot in the style of ancient Egypt fell to the ground, with weapons of the same style erected on it. The northern black tortoise likes water, and a lotus pond broke out of the ground, with blue aquamarine stones covering the bottom of the pond. The center belongs to earth, which is the Chilan position. So a Chilan statue carved with yellow crystal was directly selected, and both eyes were top-grade tiger eye stones, vivid and lifelike. After the 5 directions were arranged, there was a sudden loud rumble in the sky. She was startled and looked up. She saw that the clear sky of Taoyuan number 3 was covered with thunderclouds. She just looked up and encountered heavy rain, which soaked her head. Pooh, pooh, pooh. It is common sense that rainwater in modern society is not clean. She was caught off guard and choked on a few mouthfuls of rainwater and spit it out quickly. Then she was splashed with Dabai, who was having fun. "I really want to beat the dog." Dabai interrupted her like this, and the rainwater in her mouth was not spit out completely, but she tasted it. The rainwater was sweet and refreshing, much better than ordinary drinks. She smacked her lips a few times, but finally resisted the urge to taste a few more mouthfuls, and ran back to change clothes. The rain came suddenly and left quickly. She had just changed her wet clothes, and the clouds outside had cleared up. A rainbow crossed the crown of the giant tree diagonally, attracting the children next door to run out to watch the fun. Xiao Yunan meowed a few more times, but this time she was not as anxious as before. She was no longer in a hurry and walked over slowly, but was surprised. The scope of Taoyuan expanded again, and indeed surrounded the thing outside. It was a person, and an acquaintance. It was the girl who almost aroused her suspicion because of several coincidences. At this time, she fainted on the ground, with black gas coming out of her body, which was very similar to the situation of Dubai being purified. I heard that people can also turn into black beasts, but this is the first time she has seen it with her own eyes. However, judging from the feng shui value consumed, the girl was not deeply polluted. This is surprising. She fell not far from Taoyuan number 3, which means that she was also in the wild when the pollution broke out. In other words, she has been exposed to the toxic black fog without protection for almost 2 days. It is incredible that she has not been polluted multiple times after staying in such a strong toxin for 2 days. Little Union circled around the unconscious man twice, raised her head, and made a proud cry. Lu Jinggu understood, scratched its chin and asked, "You just felt her presence, so you called out?" "Right. Meow." "Is she different?" "Meow meow." Although Xiao Yunan is a cloud-splitting beast, its personality is very similar to that of a kitten. It is very arrogant and ignores most people. This is the first time that it has done this. It seems that it likes this person very much. She had to admit that she felt a little sour in her heart, but she was a generous owner. So she pushed Xiao Yunan. "If you like her, stay with her." Meow. As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Yunan got angry and jumped directly onto her shoulders, holding her head tightly with her front legs. The long hair blocked her sight tightly, and she almost fell. It was difficult to pull it down, and when she looked at it in front of her, Xiao Yunan was so wrong that tears fell. She immediately softened her heart and quickly hugged the kitten in her arms and rubbed it for a while, and comforted it. It seems that Xiao Yunan is not paying special attention to the girl because of the emotion of liking. When the sour feeling dissipated, she also became very curious about what was special about the girl. Anyway, it was not okay to let someone lie on the ground like this. So she asked Dubai to carry the person back home and took off the other person's computer. After settling the person down, she went to have dinner first. When she came back to check the situation after cleaning up, she saw that the girl had opened her eyes and was looking around blankly. The two looked at each other, and the other person gradually showed surprise. You are the one on the spaceship." "Yes, it's me." Lu Jinggu nodded. "I didn't expect us to meet again." "You saved me?" the other person asked doubtfully. "Where is this?" Before asking these questions, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? She didn't answer but asked instead, actually wanting to judge the other person's identity first. The girl was very apologetic. "Sorry, I forgot. My name is Tsin Haicheng." "Tsin?" With a thought, she asked, "Are you the natural walker who lost contact with the Tsin family?" Tsin Haicheng generously admitted, "Yes, it's me." She suddenly slapped her head. "Oh no, I have to contact my family quickly. Don't send someone to die." After saying that, she was shocked. "Hey, where is my laptop?" Chapter 90: The ability to infer from the details. Lu Jingdu gently placed the confiscated laptop on the table. Tsin Haicheng looked at him suspiciously at first, then seemed to understand something, and his expression suddenly calmed down. "You don't want to reveal your whereabouts?" She remained calm on the surface, but was shocked in her heart. This Tsin family member is really perceptive, and the other party said it so clearly that she didn't know how to respond. On the contrary, Tsin Haicheng looked as if he was used to it. "I just need to inform my family. When they see me alive and kicking, they will naturally listen to my advice and not send anyone over. If you are worried, you can watch from the side. I promise not to say a word." Now you want to repay the favor, right? She had never seen such a cooperative person before, which made her quite stunned. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Tsin Haicheng proposed a second plan. "If you really don't trust me to video chat with my family, at least let me send a message back. Otherwise they will definitely send someone to find me, which will not only kill many people, but also be detrimental to your concealment. Lu Jinggu felt a little panicked. This natural walker. Is there something wrong with his brain? Seeing that she didn't say anything, the other party would have to come up with a third plan. So she stuffed the light brain over. You can send a message, but I want to watch. No problem. Sun Haicheng didn't hesitate, clicked on her account, and started writing a message. This straightforward look made people suspicious, and Lu Jinggu watched her movements almost without blinking. Sister, I'm fine. I'm safe now. But the pollution on planet 6752 is a bit serious, and I can't leave for the time being. You don't have to send someone to find me. I will return quickly when the situation here stabilizes. In just a few words. No matter how you look at it, you can't see anything wrong. Sun Haicheng looked around, picked a background without any characteristics, took a tacky selfie, and attached it to the end of the message. After doing all this, he was not in a hurry to send it, but said generously, "Do you need to check it carefully?" With the other person's frank look, she seemed petty if she hesitated any longer. So he nodded, "Okay." Sun Haicheng sent the message in front of her. The light screen showed, said successfully, and then in less than 10 seconds, a reply came. The other party clicked it in front of her again, and there was only one sentence on it. Got it. Take care of yourself. Lu Jinggu. Judging from the tone of this reply, it doesn't sound like his sister is trapped in a heavily polluted planet. But it seems like she is going out to play with classmates and reported that she will not go home tonight. If you say that Sun Haicheng has a weak relationship with his family, that Sun family sent people to rescue him even though they knew it was dangerous, I can't figure it out. Is this how the nobles get along? On the other hand, Sun Haicheng turned off the light computer and handed it over as if it was a matter of course. Here you go. Do you still remember that this is your light computer? She took it speechlessly. Perhaps her expression was too obvious. Sun Haicheng suddenly burst out laughing. You think it's strange that I cooperate like this? She didn't say anything. The other party didn't wait for her to answer, and continued, in fact, I did this after careful consideration. Lu Jinggu, excuse me. I really didn't see it. Actually, when I fainted, I had already realized that I might die, or even worse than death, and be polluted into a black beast, Sun Haicheng said calmly. But now I am sitting here intact, without any discomfort, and the burning sensation caused by the toxins when breathing no longer exists, which means that I have left the polluted environment. She looked up, her eyes pure and peaceful. Obviously someone saved me, but based on the understanding of the degree of pollution here before I fainted, all flights on this planet must have been suspended. So I am still on planet 6752, and as far as I know, the only place in the Alliance that can open up a piece of pure land in the pollution is the magical Taoyuan. I have observed this room. Although it is different from Taoyuan number 2 circulated on the Star Network, the style is different. The set is not owned by the Alliance. And your age and figure are very similar to Miss Ajin, the head of Taoyuan in the video. At the same time, I also have a piece of news that the outside world does not know. My nephew Tsinua took advantage of his vacation a few days ago to temporarily live in Taoyuan number 2 with a temporary resident card in order to chase stars. He brought some requests from the Sin family, but he did not see Miss Ajin. It is said that he went out with Gu Duo, but I knew before I left home that Gu Duo was about to lead the 7th Army to the border. Sun Haicheng smiled at her. In summary, I have reason to suspect that you took the initiative to come to Star 6752 for some reason. This reason may be Gu Duo's plan, or something else, but no matter what it is, as long as you are Miss Ajin, there is no reason to embarrass me, a member of the Sin family. She shrugged. After all, although the Sin family is a neutral party, they have a good relationship with the Gu family. Besides, if you want to harm me, just throw me into the poisonous fog. Why bother saving me? Lu Jinggu was stunned. Good guy. This is really well reasoned, carefully considered. Although she is about the same age as her, and in fact, after 2 lifetimes, she is barely old enough to be her mother. Her brain is obviously not a heavyweight. Sun Haicheng looked at her with a smile, and suddenly winked playfully and said with a smile, Can I call you Ajin? She nodded stupidly in a state of being shocked. Thank you, Ajin. I have to bother you here for a while. She stretched lazily as she said that, not showing any shyness at all. I really don't know whether to say that this Miss Sin is confident or easygoing. Anyway, the other party had guessed everything, so she didn't make a fuss. After putting away the other party's light brain, she stopped caring about Sun Haicheng's actions. Later, she looked at the news on the Star Network, and saw the news that the Sun family said they had contacted the natural walker and the rescue team had returned. They really just left it alone, and the risk of her being exposed was naturally reduced. She breathed a sigh of relief. But she also felt the weirdness of the Sun family again. Yes, it can only be described as weird. She especially remembered the crazy performance of the saints of the Sun family in Taoyuan No. 2. And this time Sun Haicheng let her know that all the Sun family members were sick, because there were too many feng shui formations here. The two houses had long met the upgrade conditions. So after she upgraded the house, she told Bao Yuan Shan and arranged Sun Haicheng there. There were 3 courtyards, which were more than enough for 3 adults and 4 children. As a result, Sun Haicheng had no intention of returning to her room. After walking around Taoyuan No. 3, she sat down under the dragon blood tree, saying that this is the most comfortable place, and did not move a step. Without a laptop, she borrowed paper and pen and sat under the tree to write and draw. She looked so enthusiastic that no one dared to disturb her.